a brave veteran, in the final moments of his life, found himself transported into a game world. The hospital room was eerily silent. Zhang Yang lay on the hospital bed, his face pale as paper. At just 30 years old, this veteran from Longhua had taken multiple bullets during an overseas rescue mission to protect hostages. Now, his life was confined to a wheelchair. As if fate hadn't dealt him enough blows, a recent hospital examination revealed he had late-stage liver cancer. Still no news? Zhang's mother, standing by his bedside, had tear-streaked cheeks and dark circles under her eyes that betrayed her exhaustion. Only days ago, she had been planning to arrange a blind date for her son, hoping to see him settle down and have grandchildren. She never imagined she would be the one burying her child. "It's all right, Mom. I just want to be alone for a while," Zhang Yang said, forcing a faint smile. After his mother left, the smile quickly faded into bitterness. He was well aware of his condition. His days were numbered. Instead of drowning in meaningless sorrow, he resolved to find some joy in the time he had left. Reaching for the phone on his bedside table, Zhang Yang opened Dark Zone Escape. As a former soldier, he had a particular fondness for this realistic battlefield simulation game. If his legs could no longer carry him in the real world, he would run freely in the game. On the game's main screen, a man in gray clothing holding a trench shovel stood silently, his ID reading Xiao Shui. Checking the inventory, Zhang saw he had 1 million kun coins left. He decided to sell off miscellaneous items at a discount, amassing over 2 million kun coins to prepare for a fully geared run on the highest level map. He carefully selected his loadout: a 180,000 kun level 6 armor, a 100,000 kun level 6 helmet, a 40,000 kun executive backpack, and a 926 ammo rig. He paired them with a fully customized H4 rifle and AT-7 thermal imaging scope. He packed special painkillers, surgical kits, various stimulants, and a red sun energy drink. His ammunition included 240 rounds of M995, along with smoke grenades, offensive grenades, and 2 Malawian quachas and flashbangs. Choosing the fortified stronghold map, Zhang turned off the autofill teammate option. Spawning at the first position, he immediately injected a stimulant and sprinted toward the radar station after opening the gate. However, things took an unexpected turn. A distant enemy at the radar station equipped with a fully modded AR-57 landed a precise shot, taking Zhang's life with a single bullet. Staring at the darkened character model on the screen, Zhang felt a surge of frustration. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck his chest. The heart monitor beside him beeped frantically before flatlining. In the endless droning sound, his consciousness began to fade. When Zhang Yang opened his eyes again, he found himself lying on a slick, rain-soaked asphalt road. To his astonishment, his body was completely intact, free of the scars that had once marked him. Even more shocking, a group of well-trained soldiers stood nearby, their gear distinctly American in style. Up ahead is the motel. The mission target is there. Get in, grab the package, and extract. That's the objective, the commander said coldly, his voice coming through the tactical headset on Zhang's head. It was only then that Zhang noticed the AK rifle in his hands, materializing from the virtual into the real. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the standard AK-74N from Dark Zone Escape. The sky was shrouded in a curtain of rain, reducing visibility to a mere 100 meters, enveloping the small area in a gray haze. Amid the pouring rain, the rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed, each step pressing into the soft, damp mud. Zhang Yang glanced around, and the familiar scene struck him like a bolt of lightning. Wasn't this the beginner tutorial scene from the game Darkworm? Could it be he had transmigrated? A brilliant flash of lightning slashed across the dark sky like a dragon, followed by a deafening clap of thunder. At that moment, Zhang Yang was crouching with Joel Garrison's squad beneath a broken bridge. Suddenly, an emotionless mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Host detected as a transmigrator. System binding in progress. A system? As a veteran gamer who spent most of his time either playing Darkworm or reading web novels, Zhang Yang's excitement surged. With a system in hand, what was there to fear? Ding host identified as a newcomer. First system mission has been issued. As a beginner, please complete a full map clear. Map clear? Zhang Yang rubbed his eyes in disbelief. That's the task you're giving a newbie? The system continued its monotone broadcast. Completion rewards. SSS-tier Dark Zone, Talent Mysterious Full Gear Pack. Zhang Yang's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but rub his hands together in excitement. An SS-tier talent? That was top tier in any web novel. Just as he prepared to enter battle mode, he realized everything around him had frozen. The rain hung motionless in the air, and his teammates were stuck mid-movement. The system explained that this was a special effect triggered during system dialogues. After understanding the rules, Zhang Yang accepted the mission. But the task was far more challenging than he expected. He was to eliminate all operatives on the map, including both Ajax's men and Joel Garrison's squad. This wasn't going to be easy. Zhang Yang began strategizing, deciding to first collaborate with Joel's team to take down Ajax's forces before figuring out his next move. Time resumed its flow. Joel was already issuing orders. The farm just had a bridge explosion. Ajax's men are everywhere. Blue Wolf, scout the upper area. Jack, confirm the identities of those bodies. The squad member known as Blue Wolf quickly moved toward the stables, scouting the area via the wooden bridge. Jack crouched down to examine the corpses. This world was far more realistic than the game. Eliminated individuals didn't turn into simple loot boxes but left behind lifelike corpses. Zhang Yang noticed something unusual about Jack's movements, but before he could dwell on it, the roar of an old helicopter thundered overhead. The already oppressive atmosphere felt even bleaker at this moment. The environment in the dark zone of the farm continued to deteriorate after the lockdown, and the air carried an unsettling tension. Joel began issuing commands as usual, every word matching the beginner's tutorial that Zhang Yang remembered to the letter. It's all scripted, Zhang Yang muttered to himself, gripping his weapon tightly. Blue Wolf, report your status. A cold voice came through the earpiece. The team had reached the collapsed bridge, surrounded by familiar ruins and debris. A sentry spotted by the side gate. Stay hidden. We'll handle it. Joel led the team forward, quickly arriving at the motel courtyard. Target spotted. Open fire. At Joel's command, Zhang Yang immediately pulled the trigger. The sharp cracks of gunfire echoed through the rainy night, the recoil making his shoulder jolt slightly as the barrel lifted with each shot. The guard fell to the ground, groaning in pain. Good job, Joel commented tersely. Zhang Yang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, the vivid realism of this world making him tense. Thankfully, his past life as a soldier had prepared him for this. Otherwise, handling the weapon would have been far more challenging. Ajax, Zhang Yang murmured softly, staring at the dilapidated motel ahead. This was the battleground for his final confrontation with Ajax. He had to break free from the fate of his past life. We're at the entrance. Get ready, Joel's deep voice instructed. The team moved in formation, clearing the first floor before advancing to the second. Zhang Yang was familiar with this sequence next. He needed to retrieve a gold chain and intel from the master suite. In the original storyline, this was where he would meet his demise. But this time, he was determined to rewrite the ending. On the second floor, Joel signaled Zhang Yang to check the bathroom. Crouching cautiously, Zhang Yang leaned forward and aimed, firing 3 precise shots that hit the enemy hidden in the corner. Checking his nearly full magazine, he steadied himself. Had earned accolades for his service to the Dragon Nation in his previous life. Now it was time to live a life of reward. The team pushed forward to the master suite. Instead of using the usual flashbang tactic, Zhang Yang opted for a direct approach, firing through the door and eliminating the enemy inside. As expected, the electronic safe contained the intel and the gold chain, a priceless treasure on the market. Crossing the hallway, the sound of rain and the cold wind returned. Zhang Yang's gaze remained fixed on the path ahead. His SS-level talent was a one-time opportunity, a critical factor in shaping his future. He could not afford to repeat the mistakes of his past life. Joel Garrison peered through the scope, focusing intently on the area ahead. Clear, Qinglang whispered softly. Clear, Jack echoed. Clear my ass. Zhang Yang suddenly hissed under his breath. Ajia is hiding by the stairwell next to 202. As he spoke, he silently retreated to the back of the group. His experience from past games had taught him that the person leading the charge would often take a headshot. This time, he wasn't going to make the same mistake. Bang! A sharp gunshot echoed, and Jack, who had just peeked out into the hallway, collapsed with a groan of pain. Rookie, go check it out, Joel Garrison said calmly, dragging Jack's body back and signaling for Zhang Yang to investigate. We can't expose ourselves here. Zhang Yang decisively refused. The enemy has a clear line of sight and could take us down in seconds. I suggest we retreat and circle around from the first floor. Joel nodded in agreement, but just then, a grenade flew down the hallway. Zhang Yang reacted instantly, darting back into the room. Fall back, he shouted, but it was too late. Boom. The deafening explosion sent Joel crashing to the ground. Qinglang was also thrown off balance, crouching and coughing violently from the blast. A second 2 Malawian Quach's grenade followed almost immediately. Zhang Yang had no choice but to abandon any rescue attempts and swiftly retreated. Another earth-shattering explosion rang out. Joel was killed on the spot, and Qinglang soon fell, lifeless as well. Outside, the rumbling thunder seemed to echo the tragedy unfolding within. A glint of cold determination flashed in Zhang Yang's eyes as he moved quickly to Joel's body. He scavenged gear with practiced efficiency. A level 4 Bastion armor, an IND level 4 helmet, a commander headset, an M4A1 equipped with a 14x scope and a 60-round drum mag, and an insignia he didn't have time to examine. Squad 1, find cover. Squad 2, flank them, came Ajax's commanding voice from the hallway. Zhang Yang immediately pulled out an 2 Malawian Quach's grenade and tossed it with precision at the enemy's feet. Shit, Grenade! Someone shouted in panic. Boom! The thunderous explosion brought back vivid memories of the battlefield for Zhang Yang. You're done. The sound of approaching footsteps signaled that not all enemies had been taken out. Zhang Yang took cover behind the doorframe, weapon at the ready. The moment the first shadow appeared, he pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang 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 bang. The golden tracers pierced through Ajiak's skull, but more enemies followed close behind. Without missing a beat, Zhang Yang retreated to the entrance of the master bedroom. Bang, 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 bang. You're out of luck. The voice of the male squad echoed in Zhang Yang's ears. Ever since Aji had fallen, Zhang Yang could clearly feel that Jackson had become even more ferocious. A hail of bullets rained down from the corner ahead, striking the wall outside the laundry room and leaving a trail of charred bullet holes. Meanwhile, the heavy footsteps coming from the pool table area downstairs grew closer and closer, the thudding sound weighing on Zhang Yang's heart like a mountain. A classic pincer attack. As a seasoned player in the Dark Zone, Zhang Yang was well aware of the squad's tactics. Seeing that the two groups of Jacksons were about to converge, he quickly tossed an offensive grenade toward the staircase on the first floor. Get down, grenade! The squad's voice barely finished before a deafening explosion forced the Jacksons below to retreat, buying Zhang Yang precious time. Pressing his body tightly against the corner wall near a filing cabinet, Zhang Yang cautiously peeked toward the main guest room and aimed his sights. After a few shots, he managed to clear the Jacksons on the second floor, but not without taking a grazing bullet wound to his arm. His M4A1 magazine was nearly empty as well. Ignoring the pain, Zhang Yang swiftly moved to Ajia's corpse and picked up an AKS-74U loaded with level 4 BP rounds. It was a beat-up weapon, but it would have to do. The footsteps downstairs grew louder. Zhang Yang immediately repositioned to the other door of the bathroom, a spot perfectly aligned with the staircase for an ambush. Protect the boss. The squad shouting made it clear to Zhang Yang that controlling the numbers during the firefight was the key to victory. With a flick of his wrist, he threw in two Malawian Quach's grenade, which bounced off the wall and rolled precisely to the feet of the enemies gathered below the stairs. Get down, grenade! The thunderous explosion shook the entire motel, causing dust to rain down from the ceiling. Luckily, the blast took out several tightly grouped enemies. The remaining Jacksons, undeterred, charged up the stairs, firing wildly before even revealing themselves. Zhang Yang was forced to retreat to the sink, using a dilapidated wardrobe as cover. I've got you now. As the last two Jacksons burst into the bathroom, Zhang Yang fired decisively. The sharp cracks of gunfire were followed by two agonized screams, signaling the end of the battle. Phew! Zhang Yang exhaled deeply as the system notification chimed. Ding mission, newcomer, complete. Rewards available upon extraction. Finally, all done. SSS-tier Dark Zone talent. Here I come. Though the mission was complete, Zhang Yang wasn't about to miss the chance to loot. In Ajia's large yellow hiking pack, he found bullets, a red dot sight, and a photo frame, stuffing the bag to its limit. Finally, in Joel's pocket, he discovered a farm map. A red circle marked only the southern blockade, clearly the sole extraction point for this mission. Zhang Yang sprinted towards the southern blockade line, his backpack packed to the brim. In the distance, a plume of red smoke marked the location of the extraction point. His boots splashed through the rain-soaked ground with a rhythmic clatter, sending butterfly-like droplets into the air. As he entered the extraction zone, a 10-second countdown immediately appeared in front of him. Zhang Yang felt a surge of relief this time. He didn't have to spend any coins to extract, a stark contrast to the pay-to extract rule he remembered. The countdown hit 0, and he successfully evacuated, earning a solid 200,000 in rewards. Suddenly, the world spun around him. When he regained consciousness, he found himself lying in a simple, shabby room. Before he could process what had happened, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. The system explained that this was the universal breakout world, where anyone aged 12 and above could enter the Dark Zone dungeons as special operatives. In these dungeons, they would face not only powerful NPCs but also other operatives. The objective was to extract resources from the dungeons and earn the world's unique currency Kun coins. Zhang Yang noticed a glowing blue fingerprint tattoo on his right wrist. When he lightly touched it, a familiar virtual interface appeared before him, the same game interface he had seen in his previous life. Upon clicking on his avatar, he found his basic stats, with his warehouse value displayed at 1.2 million. A sharp pain radiated from the back of his head as memories from the original owner of this body flooded his mind. The original Zhang Yang was also a high school student from Yinqing, but had dropped out due to an inability to pay tuition fees. To support his 12-year-old brother, Zhang Qi, in continuing his education, he had ventured alone into the Dark Zone dungeons. Unfortunately, both of his attempts had ended in failure. In this world, getting into a good university was the only path to success. Universities not only taught knowledge from Zhang Yang's previous life, but also offered specialized courses on the Dark Zone. Compared to elite operatives who graduated from prestigious schools, a complete novice like the original Zhang Yang stood little chance. He was, after all, an inexperienced newcomer. Completely clueless, he entered the Dark Zone instance and quickly paid the price for his ignorance. The first time he entered, he had no idea about safe positions and wandered around like a headless chicken. As he turned a corner, he suddenly ran into a squad of fully armed special forces. Their guns were already aimed at him, yet he naively waved at them in a friendly gesture. The second time, he learned his lesson and curled up in a corner, staying still. His plan was to wait until everyone else had left before scavenging. However, he didn't realize the instance had a time limit. Lost in thought, the original host of the body fell asleep and was directly judged as lost by the system. Recalling these laughable and frustrating experiences of the boat's original owner, Zhang Yang couldn't help shaking his head. Although they shared the same name, the gap between them was vast. Fortunately, in this life, he had the help of the system. With the experience from his past life and his SS-grade Dark Zone talent, he was confident he could carve out a place for himself in this world. System, my talent, Zhang Yang called out in his mind. Ding, the system responded immediately. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the SS-grade Dark Zone talent and a mysterious full gear package. The system went on to explain that in this world, only 1% of people could awaken a Dark Zone talent. Talents were divided into 7 levels: D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS, with higher levels being increasingly rare. Among those who awakened, 90 had level talents, 9 had clevel, 0.9 had level, and so on. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the SS-grade Dark Zone talent. King of Firearms. For every enemy killed, your proficiency with that type of weapon will permanently increase by 1 point. Description: the King of Firearms masters all types of guns, but even he must start as a novice. What does permanent increase in proficiency mean? Zhang Yang asked. The system elaborated. In this world, the power of firearms depends not only on the weapon itself, its attachments, and ammunition, but also heavily on the user's proficiency. For ordinary people, proficiency often hits a bottleneck and is hard to break through. However, Zhang Yang can permanently enhance his proficiency with a specific firearm type by killing targets, whether they're special forces or wanderers, eventually reaching a state of unparalleled mastery. Thinking about the godlike techniques he had seen in his past life, like Nostock Pharaoh rifles used with pinpoint accuracy or snipers wielded as if they were assault rifles, Zhang Yang felt a surge of anticipation for the future. Most importantly, all of this would stem from his real skills, not cheats. And what about the mysterious full gear package? Zhang Yang asked. You'll need to use it to find out what's inside. Use it, Zhang Yang said, glancing at the empty warehouse. Congratulations, you've received the boss full gear package. It includes a lightweight safety helmet, a 926 advanced field ammo rig, and a field climbing backpack. Zhang Yang was a bit disappointed. Seriously? Not even a gun? This is worse than the M4 full gear package. Closing the system interface, Zhang Yang rubbed his temples. He and his younger brother Zhang Qi relied on each other to survive. But Zhang Qi had yet to unlock the Dark Zone. Their combined assets totaled only 1.2 M, with 1 M being the value of their apartment. The remaining 0.2 M was what Zhang Yang had recently brought out from the Dark Zone. As he was worrying about their finances, a knock suddenly came at the door. Their small apartment, just 30 square meters with a living room and 2 bedrooms, rarely had visitors. At this time of day, Zhang Qi should still be at school. Who could it be? Coming, Zhang Yang called as he got up to answer the door. The original owner had a very close relationship with his brother, and now that bond had been passed on to him as well. Click, standing at the door was none other than Zhang Qi, his head drooping and a look of dejection on his face. Why are you back so early? Zhang Yang frowned at his younger brother. It was only 3:30 in the afternoon, far from the usual time school let out. I got expelled, Zhang Qi said in a low voice. The usually energetic teenager now looked like a wilted cabbage. He trudged into the house and threw his backpack heavily onto the sofa. The scene triggered Zhang Yang's memories of the original host's past life. Zhang Qi attended an ordinary private elementary school. While the tuition wasn't exorbitant, they had been behind on payments for over a year. The reason was simple: this world didn't allow anyone under 18 to work legally. After dropping out, Zhang Yang could only scrape by with odd jobs to support the two of them. If he hadn't repeatedly pleaded with the principal, Zhang Qi would have been expelled long ago. Bro, what do we do now? Zhang Qi stared vacantly at the textbooks in his bag. Without a diploma, I won't even be able to find a job. Are we just supposed to wait for the end? Money? Zhang Yang's eyes lit up. Hey, how about joining me in the Dark Zone? The Dark Zone? Isn't that dangerous? People die there, it's just like gambling. Zhang Qi protested, his voice rising. This was the common perception in their world. Though some individuals struck it rich in the Dark Zone each year, the number of deaths was far higher. Zhang Yang patted his brother's shoulder. Don't worry, I know the Dark Zone. As a transmigrator, he wasn't just equipped with the skills of a retired soldier. He also had an expert grasp of all the strategies needed for the dark zone, whether it was sneaking armor from the radio station, blowing up water channels at fortresses, or mastering ambush spots at farms and other locations. Combined with his SS-level dark zone talent, he was practically born for it. Zhang Qi instinctively looked at his right wrist. The blue ring required to enter the dark zone hadn't appeared yet per the rules of this world. One had to be at least 12 years old to qualify. Wait a minute, isn't today your birthday? Zhang Yang suddenly remembered. The original host had always wanted to give his little brother a proper birthday celebration. Growing up poor, the two of them had never even tasted a cream cake, resorting to sticking candles and slices of bread. Every time they passed a cake shop, Zhang Qi's longing gaze stayed etched in his memory. Stop joking, Zhang Qi said with a bitter smile. You know what kind of situation we're in. I'll be honest with you, your big bro just came out of the dark zone and made 200,000 kun coins. That's 20,000 yuan. Zhang Yang said proudly. Come on, let's go buy a cake right now. In the blink of an eye, the two brothers were standing in front of a high-end cake shop. The rich aroma of cream filled the air as soon as they stepped into the shop. Inside the glass display case, an array of cakes was beautifully arranged, each covered in a thick layer of cream and adorned with meticulously placed fruits. Just looking at them through the glass seemed to evoke the smooth, delicate texture on the tongue. Zhang Qi couldn't help but swallow. As someone who had only ever admired the cakes from outside the window, this was his first time entering the bakery. I'll take this one, Zhang Yang said, pointing at the most eye-catching cake. It was the largest and most intricate one in the shop. Layers of yellow and white whipped cream enveloped the base, and the top was garnished with neatly arranged mango chunks, dragon fruit slices, and vibrant cherries. It was priced at 500 yuan, equivalent to 5,000 kun coins. It's too big. Let's get that smaller one, Zhang Qi suggested, pointing to a modest 6-inch cake on the lower shelf of the display case. That one was only 20 yuan, about 200 kun coins. Though simply decorated with a thin layer of cream, it still seemed like a rare treat to Zhang Qi. Don't worry about it. This 5,000 kun coins is nothing compared to your brother's bullet money. Birthdays come only once a year, and I've got only one little brother, Zhang Yang said cheerfully, pulling out the cash. He couldn't help but marvel again at the high value of kun coins in this world. The shopkeeper, beaming with joy, took the payment and began packing the cake for them. On the way home, Zhang Qi still felt a bit guilty. Brother, we're not rich. This is such a waste. This much money is nothing. I can earn it back in one round of farming, Zhang Yang said casually. A single round of farming could bring in at least 50,000 kun coins, equivalent to 5,000 yuan, which was about the monthly salary of an average person. Not to mention the earnings from dark zone raids, which Zhang Qi had no idea about yet. Back home, the two brothers, starving, wasted no time digging in. Oh wow, this is amazing, Zhang Qi exclaimed, his face covered in cream, resembling someone who had accidentally smeared shaving foam all over while shaving. The delicious cake momentarily washed away his worries about being fired. Once we finish this, we'll head into the zones. I'll take you to make some serious money. You won't even be able to spend it all, Zhang Yang said, enjoying the cake as he planned their next steps. By the time they were done eating, it was already 9:13 p.m. At some point, a faint blue fingerprint pattern had appeared on Zhang Qi's right wrist. Looks like you were born around 9 p.m., Zhang Yang noted, silently marking the time. Zhang Qi tapped on the blue fingerprint mark, and the interface of the dark zone instance appeared before him. The panel displayed only a basic information section, and an empty inventory. There wasn't even a tutorial for beginners. Brother, people say this thing is really dangerous. You can only lose once a week, or you'll disappear forever, Zhang Qi said nervously, recalling his teacher's warnings. It was indeed a chance to earn money, but the risks were terrifyingly high. Relax. Your brother has played over 1,000 rounds already, Zhang Yang reassured him with confidence. Curious, Zhang Qi opened the market and clicked on the miscellaneous items section. He randomly selected a bag of chips. Brother, should I buy some gear? But everything here is so expensive. Even cucumber-flavored chips cost 300 kun coins. Hold on, Zhang Yang said, a sudden idea lighting up his mind. He lent Zhang Qi the full set of equipment that the system had rewarded him with. As for himself, he equipped a fully durable Spartan 4 armor, a KSS-2 helmet, a level 4 face shield, and a fully customized AK-74N he had brought out from the last round. This backpack is huge, but there's no gun, Zhang Qi said, unable to hide his excitement as he equipped himself with such high-quality gear for the first time. Here, let's jump straight into the instance. This round, you'll get to feel what it's like to be the boss, Zhang Yang said, planning to start with a farming round to test the waters, considering how much more realistic this world was and the need to ensure his brother's safety. What does boss mean? Zhang Qi asked, puzzled, then quickly added with determination, I don't want to be my brother's boss. I'll always be your little brother. Haha, of course, Zhang Yang laughed, pressing the start button. With a faint whoosh sound and a slight vibration, the two brothers were teleported into the instant's world. Back in the apartment, only half the cake remained. A small, inconspicuous cockroach quietly crawled onto the table. A dazzling beam of light flashed by. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Yang and his younger brother Zhang Qi appeared at the base of a villa. Surrounding them was the familiar terrain of the number 1 villa area. Zhang Yang skillfully checked the magazine of his AK-74 taking a deep breath of the crisp, fresh air, feeling the thrill this world brought. The system interface displayed his AK-74 proficiency at 65. Brother, what should we do? Do you think there's anyone in the house? Zhang Qi curiously surveyed the unfamiliar environment. No one, Zhang Yang replied, pointing at the villa. Climb over this fence and search inside for coats and any drawers on the second floor. Zhang Qi nodded in agreement, nimbly scaling the low white fence and slipping into the villa through a side door. Aren't you coming in to search too, brother? You go ahead. I'll wait here for someone, Zhang Yang said as he swiftly moved to a sandbag ahead, crouching down and peering out. He was fully aware of the tactical significance of this position. Enemies often passed by the spawn point at the red house to the right front. Sure enough, the sound of footsteps approached from a distance. Through his scope, 2 fully armed operatives came into view. Zhang Yang pulled the trigger, firing a series of shots, taking one down. The other, wounded, quickly ducked behind a truck in the middle of the road. Watching the smoke rise from his weapon, Zhang Yang's heart raced. Controlling firearms in this world was undeniably challenging. It was difficult to keep even the AK-74 steady. Just as he prepared to inject a painkiller, a sudden arc streaked across the sky above him. Damn it! Zhang Yang instinctively buried his head into the sandbag. A fragmentation grenade exploded on the road ahead, leaving his ears ringing from the blast. Fortunately, the sandbag shielded him from any real harm. Son of a... Zhang Yang muttered as he pulled out a grenade of his own. Years of military experience from his 12-year career came surging back. His right hand seemed to rediscover its former precision, and the grenade traced a perfect arc through the air. The enemy was forced out from behind the cover, walking straight into Zhang Yang's pre-aimed trap. 2 crisp gunshots rang out, and the enemy fell to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. The system notification popped up. Proficiency 1. Zhang Yang studied the AK-74 in his hands. Memories of fighting alongside this weapon in his past life flooding back like a tidal wave. Every thrilling kill felt as vivid as if it had just happened. It was as though a special bond had formed between him and the weapon. The system now showed his proficiency had risen to 67. Unwilling to let it go, Zhang Yang fired another burst of precise shots into the corpse on the ground. Each bullet struck nearly the same spot, turning the enemy's head into a gruesome mess of blood and pulp. Zhang Yang gripped the AK-74 in his hands tightly, his eyes gleaming with the excitement of discovering a treasure. Big brother, are you okay? Zhang Qi called out anxiously, poking his little face out from the second-floor window. Perfectly fine, Zhang Yang instinctively shouted in response. Keep your voice down. I've got the headset on. Zhang Qi immediately reminded him. Only then did Zhang Yang realize that his brother's voice was coming through the tactical headset. Instead of rushing to check the loot from the enemies he had taken down, Zhang Yang first returned to the second floor of the villa. Zhang Qi eagerly stretched out his palm, revealing an intricately crafted brass key lying quietly in it. Look, I found a key. Come check it out. There's a door downstairs that won't open. Could this be the key for it? Zhang Qi asked in rapid succession, his excitement palpable. Zhang Yang's eyes focused on the key, and for a moment, he was stunned. This was the master guest room key, a rare item he had never managed to obtain in his previous lifetime of gaming. Where did you find this? Zhang Yang asked, carefully putting the key away. On the red cloth in the drawer room. Should we try to return it to the owner? Zhang Qi asked innocently. You're too naive, little brother. In the dark zone, whoever finds it owns it. This key is worth 1,000,000 coin. Zhang Yang made a mental note of the fact that neither of them had a secure storage box yet. When Zhang Qi heard that the master bedroom key required 80,000 coins to open the door in front of them, he innocently asked, how many fruit cakes could we buy with that? Zhang Yang smiled and explained, you're still young. There are things you'll understand as you grow older. These keys all have their value. Besides the master guest room, most keys are worth using without a loss. Seeing the admiration in his brother's eyes, Zhang Yang felt a quiet pride. Thousands of matches worth of experience didn't come easily. Let's go. I've taken care of all the enemies downstairs, so we can collect the gear now. Zhang Yang led his still slightly nervous younger brother downstairs. During the earlier gunfire and explosions, Zhang Qi had been praying silently upstairs, and now his respect for his dark zone expert brother had grown even more. Cautiously, Zhang Yang scanned the surrounding area. This life only gave him one chance, and he couldn't afford to be careless. Once he confirmed the area was secure, he began inspecting the 2 special forces soldiers' bodies. Their gear was impressive, IND tactical helmet with level 4 protection, IND 401 bulletproof vest with level 4 armor, and an MP5 worth 20,000 coins. Unfortunately, the ammunition was only level 3. The gear disparity between this duo was striking. One of them was equipped with a top-tier KSS level 4 helmet paired with a level 3 face shield, donned in the finest Spartan Type E level 4 body armor, and wearing Z038 headphones. Unfortunately, his weapon choice seemed a bit underwhelming, was holding an AKM without a scope. A CS veteran, huh? Zhang Yang chuckled while checking the magazine, noticing it was loaded with level 3 rounds. In this world, where players could only enter dungeons once a week, they always tried to equip themselves with the best gear possible. Those who used to enjoy knife runs were now a rare sight. The limited weekly game opportunities also slowed down players' understanding of the game, creating a peculiar phenomenon of squads being both well-equipped and inexperienced. For someone like Zhang Yang, a transmigrator, this was undoubtedly a huge advantage. Put all of this into your backpack, Zhang Yang instructed. Bro, won't carrying such a heavy bag affect my growth? Zhang Qi innocently asked while packing the supplies. That happens from carrying too much homework, not in a game world, Zhang Yang replied with a smile, looking at his naive younger brother. This dungeon feels way too real. Even the guns are so heavy, Zhang Qi complained, his scrawny, childlike frame struggling under the weight. You'll get used to it, Zhang Yang reassured him as he helped organize Zhang Qi's gear. He cleaned the Spartan armor and handed it to Zhang Qi, then discarded the AKM and MP5 magazines, folding the MP5 and stowing it into Zhang Qi's large backpack. Suddenly, Zhang Qi's body emitted a flash of light. Bro, I've awakened a Dark Zone talent, Zhang Qi exclaimed in excitement, opening his interface. The panel displayed information about his SSS-tier talent. Absolute blunt damage. First hit in every game is guaranteed to result in blunt damage. Second hit has a 50 chance of blunt damage. Third hit has a 25 chance of blunt damage. Fourth hit has a 12.5 chance of blunt damage, and so on. Guaranteed blunt damage. Zhang Yang was overjoyed. You're unstoppable, kid. My lucky little brother strikes again. What does blunt damage mean? Zhang Qi asked curiously. Zhang Yang patiently explained. In simple terms, it means the bullet hits your armor but doesn't penetrate, causing only minimal damage. It's pretty rare in real combat. So, 100 means it definitely won't penetrate? Zhang Qi quickly grasped the key point, his face lighting up with a grin. Exactly. No matter what kind of bullet the enemy fires first, it won't harm you at all. Wow, does that mean I can run in front of you and shield you from bullets? Zhang Qi exclaimed excitedly. Smack. A swift chop landed on Zhang Qi's head, instantly leaving a lump. Why did you hit me, bro? That definitely counts as a blunt injury. Zhang Yang's expression turned serious. You're under my protection. Unless it's a special situation, you need to stay in a safe place. If you don't listen and run around recklessly, I won't take you along next time. Zhang Qi lowered his head and muttered, Okay, isn't enough. Zhang Yang grabbed a confiscated KSS helmet and firmly placed it on Zhang Qi's head. If I had known you hit so hard, I would have put this on earlier, Zhang Qi grumbled, crossing his arms in protest. Alright, this match isn't over yet. Next stop, the motel. Zhang Yang quickly sorted through the loot and fixed his sights on the bustling motel at the farm. He had prepared some Kun coins, planning to clear out the motel and then retreat through the southern blockade. Bro, I think there's some movement over there, Zhang Qi said, pointing to the elevated grassy area in the distance. That's just 2 bots, their fixed spawn spot. Zhang Yang raised his AK-74 and fired 2 precise shots. The bots dropped immediately, and his weapon proficiency increased by 2 points, reaching 69. As they crossed the southern wheat fields, Zhang Yang swiftly took down 3 more bots, including the sniper bot who seemed to be napping in the field. His proficiency rose to 72. By this point, the AK-74 felt like an extension of his arm-accurate, controlled recoil, and seamlessly integrated with his movements. Suddenly, a barrage of gunfire erupted from the direction of the motel. Bang, 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 bang. Boom, boom. The distinct sounds of a Pharaoh and a shotgun were unmistakable. Outside the motel, Zhang Yang quickly assessed the situation and tossed a smoke grenade near a gap in the backyard. Why throw a smoke grenade? Zhang Qi asked curiously. From this spot, you can be hit from the first-floor windows, the backyard shed, the second-floor hallway, and the laundry room, Zhang Yang explained succinctly. Using the smoke as cover, the two slipped into the backyard shed. After a thorough sweep, Zhang Yang placed Zhang Qi in a small room with a white travel case. Stay here and don't make a sound. Got it. Zhang Qi nodded earnestly. Take this MP5 with a 50-round drum mag, keep an eye on the door. If anyone comes in, hide under the bed and aim for their toes. Haha, toes. Zhang Qi chuckled as he crawled under the bed, setting his backpack beside him. No matter what happens outside, don't come out until I return. Okay, you're so awesome, nothing bad will happen. Zhang Qi whispered to himself, trying to boost his confidence. Zhang Yang gently closed the door. With his brother safely secured, he seemed to shed all restraints. Loading up 60 rounds of BP-4 ammo, he pulled down the DK-8 visor on his helmet. It was time. The hunt began. Team 1, find cover. Team 2, flank them. With the command given, the entire hotel erupted in a cacophony of rapid gunfire and chaotic footsteps. Zhang Yang decisively chose to break through via the basement. Just then, a familiar male voice came through the comms. I've got them pinned. You guys flank him. Ajax. Hearing that voice, Zhang Yang's heart skipped a beat. Running into the farm's big boss right at the start? His luck couldn't have been worse. A barrage of bullets suddenly sprayed out from the basement door, forcing Zhang Yang to press himself tightly against the wall. He could feel the frantic pounding of his heart in his chest as the enemy's footsteps drew closer. As the leader of the farm squad, Ajax was far more skilled than the average AI opponent, and his subordinates, the Jacksons, were equally formidable. In his previous life, Zhang Yang had died countless times at their hands, and his current skills were far from what they had been back then. Judging by the gunfire, the enemy was also armed with AK-74s and outfitted in top-tier Spartan level 4 armor. With their equipment evenly matched but outnumbered, Zhang Yang gripped his own AK-74N tightly, as if silently communicating with it. We can win this? Charging head-on against the squad was clearly unwise. Using peak shots to pick them off one by one was the best strategy, but the enemy was already pre-firing, making any reckless move a death sentence. Zhang Yang quickly pulled a grenade from his pouch. Get down, grenade, he shouted. As he tossed it, Ajax and the Jacksons immediately retreated. Seizing the opening, Zhang Yang leaned out, aimed, and fired precise shots, taking down 2 Jacksons in quick succession. A hail of bullets retaliated, striking the wall behind him with a deafening clatter. Fueled by a surge of adrenaline, Zhang Yang threw another grenade to force the enemy back. He then followed up with accurate shots, successfully taking down Ajax and the last Jackson. Though the basement skirmish had been intense, Zhang Yang had emerged victorious. He knew the squad typically operated in 2 waves. He had dealt with the basement group, but the ground-level enemies were likely being handled by the task force. After quickly tending to his wounds, Zhang Yang restocked his ammo and looted 2 fully loaded level 4 magazines with 60 BP rounds each from Ajax's gear. Moving with deliberate caution, he began gathering intel on the first floor. Clear footsteps echoed from above, indicating someone was moving around in the kitchen. Zhang Yang held his breath and moved stealthily, pausing at the door. It wasn't until he heard the sound of a high-tier weapon crate being opened that he suddenly pushed the door open and charged in. Inside the kitchen stood a single person, fully focused on rummaging through the advanced weapon crate. Without hesitation, Zhang Yang pulled the trigger. Bang 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 bang. Spare me. Please spa. The plea for mercy was cut short as the bullet struck, and the figure crumpled to the ground. Proficiency 1. Zhang Yang glanced at the fallen body, thinking, the fight in the basement was so intense. Yet this guy still had the nerve to loot high-tier gear. He then turned his attention to the medium-sized hiking pack the person had been carrying, which was stuffed to the brim. Just like in the game from his past life, the backpack in this Dark Zone instance had a grid-based inventory system. A quick look revealed items like a desk calendar, screws, a light bulb, a matchbox, and soap. Zhang Yang immediately noticed 6 empty slots. What a scavenger, he thought, feeling a tinge of pity as he examined the bag full of junk. Turning back to the advanced weapon crate, Zhang Yang lifted the lid, only to be stunned a golden lion statue. Without hesitation, he secured it in his inventory. Everyone knows high-tier crates don't drop lions. He realized. This guy had been hiding a treasure. Recalling the earlier plea, spare me, Zhang Yang suddenly understood. Looking solemnly at the lifeless body, he made a promise. Don't worry, brother. We'll take good care of it for you. As he reached out to close the man's eyes, he noticed they remained wide open, still glinting with determination. A noise came from upstairs, snapping him out of his thoughts. Zhang Yang quickly hid the backpack behind the kitchen door, injected a dose of concentrated serum, and crept toward the staircase. To avoid being ambushed by someone with a gun upstairs, he precisely lobbed an M67 grenade. Boom. The explosion sent dust cascading from the ceiling. Using the railing's gaps to observe the second floor, Zhang Yang suddenly heard a sharp crack as a golden bullet grazed his helmet. As expected, the opponent was positioned to the right of the master bedroom door. Zhang Yang threw a fragmentation grenade just as the enemy tossed a flashbang in return. SSS-tier boom. The dual explosions echoed, and a burly figure leaped down from above. In the ensuing close-quarters firefight, golden tracers streaked through the air, and blood splattered wildly. Arg! With a final scream, yet another life-or-death battle reached its bloody conclusion. Zhang Yang fired 2 precise shots, hitting his opponent in the head. The enemy instantly lost all combat ability and tumbled heavily down the stairs. Checking his own injuries, Zhang Yang found that his abdomen and both legs had been hit. The data panel showed 3 areas in his lower body had turned completely black. Fortunately, the painkillers he had taken earlier were working, significantly dulling the intense pain. After confirming the second floor was clear, Zhang Yang immediately took out a standard medical kit and began treating his wounds. 2.5 minutes later, the operation was complete, and the status of all his body parts on the panel returned to white. Carefully inspecting the opponent's gear, Zhang Yang confirmed it was indeed a Pharaoh rifle. However, its attachments were basic, and the magazine was loaded with level 3 BPZ bullets. No wonder it only blackened my legs and abdomen. It couldn't penetrate my level 4 body armor. Zhang Yang thought with relief. Winning this fight was largely due to the opponent's insufficient firepower. He quickly swapped out his armor for the opponent's Spartan bulletproof vest, which was in perfect condition. Unfortunately, the KSS-2 helmet with ear protection had been completely destroyed. In a nearby bathroom, Zhang Yang found a med-field backpack stuffed with supplies. Just as he was about to use the radio to call Zhang Qi and tally their loot, there was no response. Worried that something had happened to his younger brother, Zhang Yang immediately set down his backpack and began searching the backyard area. He eventually found Zhang Qi fast asleep under the bed in a small shed. Furious, Zhang Yang scolded Zhang Qi while delivering a few flicks to his forehead. Despite Zhang Qi's protest that he was only 12 years old, Zhang Yang sternly reminded him that entering the dark zone required being as vigilant as an adult. The brothers returned to the second floor to sort through their spoils. Zhang Yang discovered a valuable golden lion statue, while Zhang Qi proudly showed off a golden leopard statue he had found. Once everything was organized, they headed to the southern blockade line to prepare for extraction. This time, in the MVP, Zhang Qi boasted, carrying a backpack full of loot. "You're right. You got the biggest haul this time. Let's see how much it's worth when we get out. I bet it's 200,000. That golden lion alone is worth 450,000. 450,000? Then we might make $1 million this time. Don't get your hopes up. 700,000 sounds more realistic." As the countdown ended, the two disappeared into the red smoke, their voices echoing in the air. Oh yeah, we'll never run out of money. Mission accomplished. Zhang Yang checked the value of what they had taken out and saw his total was 1.3 million, while Zhang Qi's was 700,000. Wow, bro, I made 700,000. Zhang Qi exclaimed, bouncing around the living room with excitement, his face beaming with joy. Zhang Yang, however, was a bit puzzled. He had given Zhang Qi many valuable items, including the golden lion statue. With lingering doubts, he opened his backpack and discovered a brass-colored key tucked away in its deepest pocket, the master guest room key. It suddenly dawned on him. Zhang Qi must have gotten the master guest room key early on and quietly slipped it into his bag. This realization warmed Zhang Yang's heart, but he was quickly struck by the absurdity of the situation. Earning this much from a regular farmhouse raid was unheard of. In all his gaming experience from his past life, this was unimaginable. The master guest room key combined with the lion statue made this an undeniably lucrative run. Next, Zhang Yang decided to upgrade the Pharaoh's gun. He checked his inventory and found he still had 150,000 pure currency, which should be enough. Considering his abilities, he chose this weapon, one of the hardest to master, but also the most powerful. Even after multiple nerfs in his past life, the Pharaoh's gun remained the most inflated weapon at the start of every season. He equipped the Pharaoh with the best attachments: a 50-round drum magazine, ergonomic rear grip, red dot sight, FAL adapter, extended AR stock, carbine industrial stock, carbine recoil pad, lightweight foregrip, blue-violet laser, and flashlight. The modifications cost him 110,000, and finally, the fully upgraded short-barrel Pharaoh was complete. However, when he checked the system panel, he saw that his proficiency was a mere 15. He immediately headed to the training ground to practice. The facilities were as familiar as ever: stationary targets, adjustable moving targets, and humanoid wooden dummies. Setting the moving target distance to 10 meters, Zhang Yang began his training. His initial shots were highly inconsistent, with bullets grazing the edges of the target, sometimes hitting the 8 or 9 rings, and other times missing entirely. After 10 minutes of intensive practice, his proficiency rose to 30, and his aim became much more stable, keeping most bullets within the 8-ring zone. After another half hour of training, his proficiency stalled at 32. Zhang Yang knew he had reached the limit of natural improvement through practice. It was time to enhance his skills in real combat. Feeling hungry after the training, he thought about asking Zhang Qi to grab some late-night snacks. Now that they were millionaires, they could indulge in any food they wanted. But when he opened the door, the house was unusually quiet. Zhang Qi was already sound asleep in bed. Zhang Yang gave a faint smile, gently tucking the blanket over his younger brother before quietly leaving the room. Watching Zhang Qi's peaceful sleeping face, he knew the boy must be exhausted after a day of running around in the game, carrying a heavy backpack. As an older brother, Zhang Yang never demanded much from him. Simply growing up healthy and happy was enough. Returning to the living room, Zhang Yang helped himself to some cake from the table and stored the rest in the fridge. By the time he entered his own room, the sky outside had already darkened. The city's neon lights were coming to life one by one, weaving a dazzling web of light between the towering buildings. Gazing at the vibrant nightscape, his thoughts drifted far away. "Mom, I'm doing well now. You don't need to worry about me anymore," he murmured. While the reality of this world grew clearer, memories of his past life felt increasingly like fragments of a dream. Lying on the bed, Zhang Yang began planning for the future, upgrading to a bigger home for himself and Zhangqi, stocking up on essential supplies. Before he knew it, he had fallen into a deep sleep. When he opened his eyes again, it was early the next morning. Checking the Dark Zone interface, he saw that all the items he had listed for sale the night before had been sold. After collecting the coins from his mail, Zhang Yang decided it was time to upgrade his gear. With close to 1,000,000 coins in hand, he pondered the best way to allocate them. Browsing the market, he noticed that the prices for level 5 and 6 gear had more than doubled compared to his previous life. No wonder most enemies he encountered on the streets were only equipped with level 4 sets. The most basic 926 composite armor at level 5 now cost 200,000 coins, whereas it had been only 60,000 in the game of his past life. Considering his rapidly improving skills, Zhang Yang decisively opted for a top-tier setup. BT6 Heavy Body Armor, the best level 5 armor. 03 Heavy Tactical Helmet, the best level 5 helmet. 926 Advanced Ammo Rig. Only gear like this could match his fully customized Pharaoh rifle. With the remaining funds, he purchased tactical supplies, grenades, M62 level 5 bullets, planning to upgrade to M61 level 6 bullets once he had the money, a footstep detector, and a range of essential keys. Although this world's dark zone had yet to reveal any secure containers, everyone had access to a 6-lock keychain. This round of purchases cut Aviata's savings in half. He bought keys for the Villa Master Bedroom, the Grain Trading Post, the Stable Warehouse, residential houses, Hotel Room 201, and more. In the end, his account balance was down to just 150,000 coins. Fortunately, Zhangqi still had 700,000, more than enough to cover their daily expenses. The next goal was clear: mastering the Pharaoh rifle. To fully unleash this talent, Zhang Yang knew he had to keep grinding to increase his proficiency. With 5 sets of armor and level 5 ammunition already equipped, the regular farm clearly couldn't yield significant rewards anymore. After careful consideration, he resolutely decided to venture into the more challenging farm lockdown zone. As the game finished loading, a heart-shaped lake surrounded by dense weeds appeared before his eyes. The shimmering lake surface sparkled under the sunlight, and the silhouette of a task force member gradually emerged on the dirt path. "Woohoo!" Zhang Yang exclaimed excitedly as he quickly took 2 special painkillers, followed by an injection of a red syringe. This time, he spawned at stable number 1 near the artificial Lakia Prime looting spot on the farm map. Farm earnings not only depend on drop rates, but also heavily on spawn locations. Spawning at the warehouse or the red house, for instance, usually meant missing out on most safes. But stable number 1, or the inn's first position, those were the golden spots. Zhang Yang immediately switched to his knife and sprinted along the most familiar route toward the stable's second floor. He had run this path countless times in his previous life. It was the optimal route. As he reached the stable's first floor, footsteps echoed from above. Stable War God? Zhang Yang grew cautious. This was the strongest AI in the current version, second only to Ajax and Jackson. In his past life, he'd fallen victim to this AI countless times, even losing fully equipped gear on one occasion. "What are you doing?" came the Stable War God's voice from upstairs. Zhang Yang switched to his firearm and began pre-aiming as he stepped onto the stairs. The moment he dodged to the other side of a wooden post, the shotgun's thunderous blast rang out. Zhang Yang seized the opportunity to counterattack, but the opponent's precision tracking was unerringly accurate. Both fired simultaneously, and the AI managed to turn a standard shotgun into what felt like a burst weapon. Zhang Yang glanced at his status panel, where one leg and an arm were already blacked out. He winced in pain, gritting his teeth as he injected a regeneration syringe and began performing surgery. Gunfire echoed from the direction of the inn, but Zhang Yang didn't rush. Instead, he focused on checking the stable's safe. Experience had taught him that the stable's free safe had one of the highest drop rates. The safe was packed, 2 4-slot items, 1 6-slot item, and one of the 4-slot items even sparkled. But upon opening it, he found impact-resistant hard plastic, a car battery, a pile of useless tokens, and a stamp album. "Are you kidding me?" Zhang Yang felt a wave of frustration but had no time to dwell on it. He continued toward the stable warehouse, where the document box might contain classified files. Entering the warehouse, he headed straight for the second floor, searching a jacket first only to find tissues and an energy bar. Finally, he checked the red toolbox, hoping for some gold-tier loot. But all he found were screws, wrenches, acrylic sheets, and oak planks. Don't worry, there's still the secret document case," Zhang Yang consoled himself as he solemnly opened the case. However, it was filled entirely with desk calendars. The feeling was akin to a massive letdown, and in his mind, he couldn't help but hear the sound effect of a disappointing splatter. To the motel, Zhang Yang reloaded his Pharaoh 62, steeling himself for another round. Scanning his surroundings, the southern wheat field remained eerily quiet, with only sporadic gunfire echoing from the motel. This reminded him that there might still be an untouched safe beneath the broken bridge. Considering the extraordinary loot drop rates from the stable's safe, the broken bridge might yield something valuable too. Zhang Yang advanced in a series of leaps, keeping an eye on the watchtower as he went. On the tower stood only a single patrolman, while the area near the broken bridge was guarded by ordinary patrol units. You dare shoot at me? Get out of here, bots. This isn't your place. Someone had fired at him, but Zhang Yang ignored the distraction. He swiftly pulled out a smoke grenade and expertly tossed it toward the safe's location. In an instant, white smoke engulfed the entire vehicle. The sting of bullets hitting his body had become all too familiar. As someone who had survived countless firefights, combined with the effects of painkillers, Zhang Yang found the pain tolerable. Using the smoke as cover, he quickly opened the safe. The first compartment glimmered with Luda record player. Next came a memory stick, a solid-state drive, and a graphics card. Wahoo! He exclaimed. While there was no jackpot, the double mid-ear loot was still a decent haul. The southern wheat field remained calm, but gunfire continued sporadically from the motel. Zhang Yang decided to approach through the side entrance and use a smoke grenade to block the vantage point on the second floor. Under the cover of smoke, he successfully infiltrated the motel. The cash register and travel cases were untouched. Zhang Yang moved into the drawer room to conduct a thorough search. He first checked a regular jacket and a military-grade computer. The jacket contained rust remover and soap, while the computer held a power cable and capacitors. Clicking his tongue in frustration, Zhang Yang continued rummaging through the drawers. The first drawer revealed perfume, the second a hearing aid, both low-ear purple-grade items. Finally, in the last drawer, he crouched down and silently prayed, "Give me something good, something secret." Sure enough, behind 2 slots of burlap, a single-slot item flashed a 201 key. Just as he was celebrating his lucky find, Zhang Yang realized he still hadn't located the safe. At the same time, his sharp ears picked up the sound of footsteps, one set coming from the kitchen on the first floor, and another from room 202. Zhang Yang decided to deal with the enemy in the kitchen first. Zhang Yang carefully placed his backpack in the drawer room and stealthily made his way toward the kitchen. Before he could get close, the sound of footsteps abruptly stopped. He knew full well that anyone in the lockdown zone was a seasoned expert, and no one would recklessly start a firefight. After a quick scope check yielded nothing, Zhang Yang decisively threw an offensive grenade toward the kitchen. Just as the grenade left his hand, a faint vibration from the wooden planks above alerted him. Something was wrong. He quickly turned and aimed his gun at the staircase leading to room 202. His instincts told him this was a 2-person team attempting to flank him. At the stairwell's corner, the shadow of an enemy became clearly visible. However, it was obvious they were waiting for Zhang Yang to make the first move, hoping to seize the upper hand. If you're not going to charge, let's play dirty, Zhang Yang thought to himself as he tossed a smoke grenade at his feet. As the white smoke spread, he swiftly threw a footstep decoy device toward the drawer room and silently slipped into a small room containing a medium-sized weapon box. Sure enough, the 2 enemies fell for the bait. "Man, you're terrible at hiding your footsteps," one of the enemies taunted smugly. "Drop your weapon, and maybe we'll let you go." To avoid an ambush, the 2 fired probing shots at the drawer room's door. The sounds of AK and USAS gunfire echoed as the wooden door shattered. Using the cover of the gunfire, Zhang Yang rolled an offensive grenade low and toward their position. "Shit, it's a trap. Damn it, you're blocking me." Amid the explosion, one enemy went down, while the other scrambled into the drawer room. By the time he noticed the footstep decoy on the ground, Zhang Yang was already charging in with his Pharaoh rifle. The remaining enemy wasn't about to give up easily. With precise preemptive shots from his USAS, he forced Zhang Yang to change tactics on the spot. A well-placed rebound grenade forced the enemy to leap out of the room, where Zhang Yang was already waiting at the doorway with his gun set. 3 sharp gunshots rang out, and the enemy collapsed to the ground. As Zhang Yang looted their gear, he discovered that the 2 were well-equipped. One was wearing a KSS helmet and level 4 armor, with a backpack full of valuable junk worth a fortune in Krone coins. The other carried a Cyclone AK with a 100-round magazine loaded with standard level 2 ammo. After finishing packing his gear, Zhang Yang finally heard the long-awaited gunfire from the broken bridge. He quickly replenished his grenade pouch, gently placed his backpack on the ground, and silently moved to the second-floor bathroom window. From this vantage point, he could observe part of the No protection zone at an angle. Using his scope, he quickly locked onto a Targeta gunman cautiously moving around the No protection area, seemingly in a standoff with someone. Zhang Yang didn't fire immediately, but chose to continue observing. He deduced that the gunman couldn't be facing off against Jigu. There were likely two teams exchanging fire in the direction where the broken bridge extended toward Nanmai. Sure enough, gunfire erupted from the watchtower moments later. At the same time, the person near the no-protection zone quietly closed the armored vehicle's door and crouched on the far side of the vehicle, hidden from view, clearly preparing an ambush. Zhang Yang squinted, continuing to observe patiently. Soon, a fully armed sniper approached from the direction of the watchtower, the long barrel of his rifle particularly eye-catching. Zhang Yang was slightly surprised and didn't expect to encounter a professional sniper in this world. The sniper was extremely cautious. Noticing the closed vehicle door, he didn't approach recklessly but began circling the vehicle to investigate. What happened next left Zhang Yang utterly dumbfounded. The sniper and the ambusher began an absurd duet. Both remained crouched, moving counterclockwise around the vehicle at the same pace, always staying in each other's blind spots. After one full rotation, they hilariously missed each other completely. Unfazed, the two simultaneously switched to moving clockwise, continuing this bizarre two-man dance. Unable to hold back anymore, Zhang Yang decided to act. Carefully aiming through the window, he knew this shot had to be precise. Bunga single gunshot rang out, and the ambusher dropped instantly. Unexpectedly, the sniper immediately threw a smoke grenade to the ground, attempting to seize the loot and take control of the armored vehicle amidst the chaos. This infuriated Zhang Yang. He quickly descended to the first floor and rushed toward the scene, hurling 3 grenades in succession to blanket the smoke-covered area. Amid the booming explosions, he heard the frantic footsteps of the sniper retreating. Just as Zhang Yang prepared to give chase, a burst of concentrated gunfire erupted from the watchtower. 2 bullets struck him, but fortunately, his bulletproof vest protected his chest. However, his hands were now bloodied. Zhang Yang quickly injected himself with a healing syringe, while hearing the sound of 2 sets of footsteps, one near, one far closing in. He retreated to the first floor of the inn, taking cover behind a pool table and setting up his rifle for a pre-aimed shot. Bang, bang, bang. Bunga rapid series of gunshots echoed, and the first enemy to rush in fell to the ground. But the next moment, a grenade suddenly flew through the gap. Boom, an ear-splitting explosion echoed, followed by a sharp, continuous ringing in his ears. Zhang Yang was blasted red all over, and his health dropped sharply. He stood there in a daze for a moment. This tactic of throwing both grenades and people together was sheer madness, a desperate gamble. Luckily, the enemy didn't rush in immediately. Otherwise, he might not have survived. While healing himself, he cautiously moved toward the second floor. But just as he reached it, another grenade rebounded through the window. What the hell? Zhang Yang immediately retreated to the first floor. With a deafening bang, the entire building shook violently, and his white bulletproof vest with 400 durability was completely destroyed. The enemy was launching an assault. A shadow flickered just outside the gap, revealing only a small portion of their body as they began to fire single shots. Bang bang, the distinctive sound of an M4A1. Zhang Yang quickly crouched halfway up the stairs, aiming at the doorway to engage in a shootout. Bang bang boom up. System notification. Proficiency 1. A headshot took the opponent down instantly. Zhang Yang let out a sigh of relief and quickly checked the state of his gear. His level 5 bulletproof vest was ruined, and even his level 5 helmet had lost 2 points of durability. The opponents in this lockdown zone were no pushovers, but as a transmigrator, he had managed to scrape through this encounter unscathed. After healing and ensuring no one was nearby, Zhang Yang began looting the spoils of war. As expected, he found a nearly fully modified M4, equipped with A1 rounds, clearly the weapon of a seasoned player. The sniper had been using a partially modified M110 with 80 rounds of ammunition. As for the initial ambusher, they had carried an MP5 with a 50-round drum magazine loaded with hollow point bullets. These were all experienced adversaries. This battle had been nerve-wracking for Zhang Yang. It was clear these opponents were far from amateurs. If luck hadn't been on his side, he might have met his end here. Still, with 5 kills in this game, he had already earned 500,000. After organizing his loot and realizing his backpack now weighed 60 kilograms, Zhang Yang decided not to leave immediately. He placed his backpack on the first floor and went to scout room 201. As expected, the safe in room 201 had already been looted. But when he reached the master bedroom, his eyes lit up. The master bedroom was still untouched. The loot rate for this match seemed promising, and Zhang Yang was hopeful for a rare golden item. The room's interior was exactly as he remembered, and 2 exquisite safes stood there like treasures waiting to be claimed. He opened the regular safe first, only to find 4 slots containing just a paracord and a GPU. Zhang Yang was speechless. This loot felt like the village's infamous beauty, complete with a mole. Still, he didn't lose hope. There was always the electronic safe. This time, he solemnly bowed in front of the safe before carefully opening the metal door. Click the safe was packed, and the first 2 slots sparkled enticingly. Holy crap! As the contents of the 2 slots were revealed, Zhang Yang was thrilled to discover a thermal imaging module. He quickly stashed his other loot Xiaozi and some Kun coins into his bag, making sure to also scavenge coats and high-grade supplies from the master and guest bedrooms. After returning to the first floor, Zhang Yang faced the challenge of a meticulous backpack Tetris. Through repeated adjustments, he managed to organize all the supplies properly. The backpack's weight settled at 69.89 kilograms, just shy of the maximum he could carry. With the hefty backpack on his shoulders, Zhang Yang made his way to the southern blockade to prepare for extraction. Just then, a damp, cold breeze swept past, sending a wave of unease through him. He set his backpack down near the extraction point and cautiously scanned the distant cliffside road sniper spots and the area around the tractor in the southern wheat field using the 14x scope on his M4. Nothing. No sign of anyone. Am I just being overly cautious? Zhang Yang muttered to himself. He threw a smoke grenade and submitted 6,000 Kun coins to initiate the 60-second extraction countdown. Suddenly, sharp gunfire rang out from the direction of the motel, with bullets striking the iron railings. The enemy had been lying in ambush in the motel's backyard. Zhang Yang quickly ducked behind a large truck, using the smoke as cover to assess the situation. He had 7 minutes left. Worst case, he could still retreat via the standard extraction route. The approaching sound of footsteps signaled that the enemy was closing in. At this point, Zhang Yang's Pharaoh weapon proficiency was at 42. While lacking in long-range firepower, his close-quarters combat skills were highly refined. The enemy emerged from the backyard gap, taking cover behind a broken bridge pillar. A life-or-death showdown began. The opponent fired preemptively toward the edge of the truck and lobbed a flashbang. Despite the ringing in his ears, Zhang Yang remained calm and tossed 2 footstep decoys to sow confusion. The enemy, though alert to the distraction, couldn't pinpoint Zhang Yang's exact position. Circling to the other side of the truck, Zhang Yang seized the moment and opened fire, landing all his shots on the enemy's exposed side. The opponent retreated behind the pillar, but they were already gravely injured. Zhang Yang swiftly switched to his melee weapon and charged, only to discover the enemy was down there were more enemies nearby. Without hesitation, he finished off the downed opponent with his entrenching tool. Time was running out. Zhang Yang abandoned any thought of looting and grabbed his backpack, rushing toward the extraction point. His level 5 body armor was already damaged, making further fights unwise. With just 12 seconds left, he threw his last smoke grenade. The sound of distant footsteps caused his heart to race. This was a race against time. 10, 9, 8, 7. The teammate of the old Sixth arrived, the sound of hurried footsteps echoing through the empty building, closing the distance to less than 10 meters. Zhang Yang's heart raced as the seconds ticked by, the evacuation countdown nearing its end. At the very last moment, a grenade arced through the air, landing precisely at his feet. As the system alert, evacuation successful sounded, Zhang Yang managed to escape, bringing out supplies worth 1.03 million. Back in the real world, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and let out a long breath of relief. The danger in the quarantine zone was far beyond what he had anticipated, especially when he encountered a rat player with backup at the final moment. This experience made him realize that he needed to find a reliable teammate of his own. Converting the supplies into cash, it amounted to 100,000 yuan, a sum that could take an ordinary person months, if not a year, to earn. Zhang Yang glanced around the room, his eyes settling on the dilapidated living room. The peeling sofa had a large tear at the edge, and the wooden table serving as a coffee table had long lost its shine. It's time to improve my living conditions, he thought to himself. Not long after, Zhang Yang brought his younger brother, Zhang Qi, to the busiest shopping district in Yin City. In front of them stood an expansive furniture mall, towering and majestic. Bro, what are we doing here? Zhang Qi asked, scratching his head. The sofa at home is moldy. It's time for a replacement, Zhang Yang explained simply. Although buying a house in a city like Yin City would still take some time to save up for, upgrading the home essentials was now well within his reach. Are we rich now, bro? Zhang Qi asked, tilting his head as he gazed up at the massive building. Pretty much, Zhang Yang replied with a smile, pushing open the door of a store labeled Pai Yanzi. Take a look around later if you see something you like. Pick it. The store's interior was sleek and elegant, with a variety of exquisite furniture neatly displayed by category. As one of the most renowned high-end furniture brands in Yin City and across the country, Pai Yanzi exuded a sense of quality in every detail. A smiling saleswoman approached them gracefully. Hello, I'm Xiaoli. Is there anything I can help you with? We're here to look at furniture, Zhang Yang replied. Before he could finish, Zhang Qi had already excitedly dashed toward a luxurious sofa. Bro, I like this one. He blissfully rubbed his cheek against the sofa, stretching out his limbs as if swimming, indulging in the soft texture of the premium fabric. The sleek, elongated sofa was an elegant shade of blue, adorned with neatly arranged square cushions in matching hues. Its minimalist and fluid design could comfortably accommodate 56 people at once. The salesperson observed Zhang Qi's behavior with a professional smile. This is one of our newest models this month. Your son has great taste. This is the 18th generation of the Pi Yin Azure Seriesa design that's both modern and practical. I'm not his son, I'm his brother. Zhang Qi abruptly interrupted the salesperson's introduction. The salesperson maintained her smile and gracefully gestured toward an area in the distance. Apologies, the refreshments area over there has snacks and treats. You're welcome to sit there for a while. On the white counter in the refreshments area, a variety of snacks were displayed alongside a self-serve beverage machine. Several children who had accompanied their parents to shop for furniture were already seated on the high stools. Do you have chips? Zhang Qi's eyes lit up, and he immediately dashed toward the refreshments area. Sorry about that, kids can be a bit impulsive. Zhang Yang apologized for his brother's abrupt behavior, knowing it was impolite to throw oneself onto a sofa before making a purchase decision. It's no problem. Are you satisfied with this model? The salesperson skillfully steered the conversation back to the product. Whoa, cucumber flavor, Zhang Qi's excited voice suddenly rang out from the distance. He tilted his head back, pouring an entire bag of cucumber-flavored chips into his wide-open mouth with impressive precision, not missing a single piece. I need to handle something, Zhang Yang said to the salesperson with a resigned expression. Of course, she replied with a slight bow. Moments later, a piercing scream echoed outside the store, startling the pigeons on a nearby utility pole into flight. Back inside the store, Zhang Qi stood obediently behind Zhang Yang, a large bump on his head resembling a gourd, no longer daring to act out. What's the price for this Azure 18? Zhang Yang asked, resting his chin on his hand. The standard version is 1,888, and the deluxe version is 2,888, though the final price depends on your customization preferences. You mean it's customizable? Yes, just as no two leaves are identical, no two Pi Yinzi sofas are exactly the same. At Pi Yinzi, we specialize in personalization. In addition to the unique design, every sofa purchased by our customers is specially customized in its details, the salesperson continued, ensuring that every product reflects a personalized concept. Let's go with the design of this sample. Zhang Yang decided succinctly, giving a slight nod. You're decisive. That'll be 1888. Please head over here to make the payment, the salesperson said with a genuine smile, the first of the evening, as he led the two brothers to the checkout counter. Brother, you're just going to decide like that? Aren't we going to look at more options? Zhang Qi's eyes wandered around, particularly drawn to the array of snacks in the nearby electronics section. Stop talking, Zhang Yang cut him off coldly, worried that his younger brother might cause trouble in this nationwide Pi Yinzi chain store. If Zhang Qi accidentally broke something, all his efforts tonight would be wasted. Let's get back and play some shooting games. You're in 6th grade already. You should start acting a bit more mature. I'm not in 6th grade anymore. I dropped out a long time ago, Zhang Qi retorted cheekily. Shooting games? You mean something like shooting? My friend said he knows how to do that too. Zhang Yang immediately became alert. What kind of shooting are you talking about? Have you been hanging out with some bad influences again? No, it's Depang, my old classmate from school. We just play together. Zhang Qi explained. After making the payment, Zhang Yang remembered they still needed a table. Glancing at Zhang Qi, he decided to take the risk. Shaoli, could you show us some tables? Of course. Right this way, Shaoli, invigorated after closing a sale, led the way with a spring in her step. By the way, is this for office use or home use? Home. The sound of high heels clicking against the tiled floor echoed as they arrived at the dining table section. Various styles of tables were neatly arranged. Faux natural wood, European style, vintage, and, to Zhang Yang's surprise, a dark zone-themed design modeled after a pool table from Dark Larvae Breakout, priced at 1888. Is this? Zhang Yang rubbed his eyes, thinking he might be hallucinating from playing too many games. Shaoli smoothly began her explanation. Since the release of the Dark Zone dungeons in recent years, we've launched a themed series in response. Here, you'll find tactical sand tables from the Frontline Fortress Underground Command Room, operational desks from the TV Station Planning Office, bar counters styled after the North Mountain Hotel, and more. Wow, Zhang Yang marveled. But didn't you say there's no identical Pi Yinzi in the world? Shaoli smiled knowingly. That's correct. Every piece we offer is unique in its details. While there may not be identical Pi Yinzi, there can certainly be similar ones. Wouldn't you agree? I want this Frontline Fortress model. Zhang Yang pointed to the tactical table on display, featuring a miniature underground command center. This specially designed table not only replicated the layout of the Dark Zone Frontline Fortress to scale, but also came with a laptop that was playing the documentary Rattlesnake. On the screen, a segment featuring MacArthur's evaluation was playing, while the scrolling comments all read, "This is amazing. You've got great taste. This is our bestseller, and it's just 1888. Would you like to pay via QR code?" The shop assistant, Shaoli, said enthusiastically. Zhang Yang nodded decisively. After all, it was his favorite design, and it came with a laptop, definitely a good deal. His younger brother, Zhang Qi, looked at him eagerly and asked, "Bro, can I use the laptop to play games?" Zhang Yang shot him a meaningful glance, and his brother immediately lowered his head, understanding the unspoken answer. The transaction was completed quickly. Xiaoli pulled out a registration book and said, "Please leave your delivery address here, and we'll arrange for home delivery and installation. Building 2, Unit 501, Fondo Garden." Zhang Yang wrote down the address. Xiaoli paused for a moment when she saw the address. "You live in Fondo Garden?" she asked. When Zhang Yang nodded, she leaned in and whispered, "I heard from a friend in the government that the area is set to be redeveloped soon. The information is very reliable." This news caught Zhang Yang off guard. While compensation for redevelopment could be a good thing, the high real estate prices in Yin City made buying a new home a daunting task. It seemed he would need to accelerate his efforts to earn more money. The brothers said goodbye to the Pai Yinzi store and stepped out into the streets under the cover of night. Neon lights and streams of cars intertwined into a river of light, while massive screens flashed with advertisements one after another. "Bro, how are we going to afford a new house?" Zhang Qi asked, concern evident in his voice. "We'll figure something out," Zhang Yang said, ruffling his brother's hair. "But first, let's grab some late-night snacks. I'm starving." They headed to a familiar street filled with food stalls. The air was alive with the buzz of voices and the mouth-watering aroma of grilled food and snacks. Vendors called out, advertising bamboo cup milk tea, Yin City's famous bamboo shoots, and black gold grilled octopus. The brothers weaved through the bustling crowd until they stopped at a stall selling grilled squid. Zhang Qi swallowed hard and said, "Bro, I really want a squid skewer." Zhang Qi had loved grilled squid skewers since he was a child. Every time the two brothers visited the food street, Zhang Yang would buy one for him. But due to financial constraints, Zhang Yang could only afford a small skewer of squid tentacles each time. "No problem," Zhang Yang replied casually, then turned to the vendor and said, "Boss, 10 skewers of grilled squid, please." "Got it." The bald, chubby vendor, wearing a white chef's hat, recognized the regular customers. His cheeks squished into a wide grin as he wiped his hands on his apron and headed toward the kitchen. "Wait, not the squid tentacles, get the largest whole squid skewers," Zhang Yang quickly added. "Whoa, someone's hit the jackpot today, huh?" The vendor chuckled even more, his laughter full of cheer. "Won the lottery," Zhang Yang joked. 10 skewers? Can we even finish them all?" Zhang Qi's eyes widened as he swallowed hard, his gaze filled with eager anticipation. "If we can't, they'll finish them. Tonight's goal is to eat so much squid that we're sick of it." "Yes, sir." Zhang Qi straightened his back like a little soldier and saluted Zhang Yang. Just then, a woman in a pink blazer and black trousers appeared on the street. Her long hair flowed over her shoulders, and she wore a neck white blouse. Holding a microphone in her hand, she was followed by a cameraman dressed in black and wearing a white mask. "Welcome to Yinqing TV. I'm Xiaowei," she said with a smile into the camera. "Right now, I'm at Yinqing's largest food street, Guichao Food Court." Guichao Food Court, a feast in the air. The aroma of various delicacies fills the air, enticing passers-by to stop and savor the flavors. As you can see, the street is beautifully lit as night falls. "Now, let's interview a few people here. Over there, we have a little soldier, follow me with the camera." Xiaowei walked toward Zhang Qi. "Hi there, little guy. What's your favorite food here at Guichao Food Court?" She held the microphone out to Zhang Qi. "Sis, why are you wearing slippers?" Zhang Qi's eyes immediately fixated on her feet. Oh, cut this part," Xiaowei said awkwardly, forcing a laugh. Clearly, she had overslept today and had chosen comfort over formality, relying on the fact that the camera wouldn't capture her footwear. She quickly shifted the topic. "So, little brother, what's your favorite thing to eat here?" "Squid skewers. Do you want to try one?" Zhang Qi raised his skewer. Xiaowei leaned forward, opening her mouth, but Zhang Qi suddenly pulled the skewer back. "These cost money, 10 yuan per skewer." Oh, Xiaowei laughed awkwardly, brushing her hair back. What a protective little foodie. "It's not about being protective. You have to pay for food. My brother paid the boss," Zhang Qi explained as he took a big bite of the skewer. The juices burst out, and he closed his eyes in satisfaction. "And you, sir, may I ask you something?" Xiaowei turned to Zhang Yang. "Don't bother asking me. You'll have to ask the boss," Zhang Yang replied, taking a big, contented bite of his squid skewer. Xiaowei's forehead creased slightly, though she maintained her professional smile. As you can see, Guichao Food Court offers a wide variety of snacks from different regions. While indulging in these delicacies, you can also experience the rich cultural essence of this city. "Let's move on to other interviews," she said to the cameraman, signaling him to follow her as she left, clearly annoyed. "Brother, why does she seem upset?" Zhang Qi asked, his mouth glistening with oil. "What do you think?" She probably thought you were offering her some food. Humph, such a big kid, and all you think about is eating, Zhang Yang teased. The streets were bustling with crowds, and the array of street food glistened under the lights. By the barbecue stand, the aroma mingled with the sizzle of grilling skewers, spreading through the air. Boss, your barbecue is amazing. Give me another skewer of pork intestines. Of course. Veterans Barbecue has been a trusted name for 100 years. Zhang Yang and his younger brother Zhang Qi sat around a wooden table on small stools, their laughter filling the night. Zhang Qi, stuffing his mouth with skewers, glanced curiously at his brother across the table. Bro, aren't you going to eat your favorite Tian Kintu dough? Zhang Yang's expression flickered with complexity at the mention of the humble potato dish that used to be his go-to for just 5 yuan. Back then, it was enough to fill his stomach. Now, the 10 yuan squid skewer in his hand, though delicious, left him unsatisfied. But those days no longer mattered. It's fine. Tonight, we feast on squid skewers until we're full. Zhang Yang finished the one in his hand and called out to the vendor, another 10 skewers. Got it. Just then, a figure in white caught Zhang Yang's attention. Under the streetlight stood a woman wearing a brown short jacket over a white t-shirt. Her white skirt revealed long, slender legs, and her loose hair shimmered softly under the glow of the lights. Bro? Zhang Qi waved his hand in front of Zhang Yang's face and followed his gaze. Oh, I see a beauty. Don't point at people. It's rude, Zhang Yang said, stopping him. Bro, she's really pretty. Zhang Qi teased with a knowing wink. Not interested. Zhang Yang replied indifferently. Having lived a second life, he had only one goal in mind, conquering the dark zone and making money. Where do you even learn these things? Zhang Yang asked, biting into his squid. Not from Big Fatty, Zhang Qi replied stubbornly. It was One-Eyed Dragon. One-Eyed Dragon? Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow and leaned on the table. Tell me, little bro, does this One-Eyed Dragon also know how to play games? Before Zhang Qi could respond, a low rumble approached. A purple Rolls-Royce Phantom came to a stop in front of the woman. Its sleek design, with flowing lines from the hood to the rear, exuded an elegant dynamic beauty that turned heads. The girl in the white skirt climbed into the car and disappeared into the night. Bro, do you think we'll ever drive cars like that? Zhang Qi asked, awe in his voice. Of course. One day, we'll have all of that, Zhang Yang said confidently. Once he maxed out his proficiency in the Pharaoh, earning millions from each extraction, money would no longer be an issue. At 2 a.m., they returned home. Zhang Qi collapsed into bed, falling asleep instantly. Zhang Yang, however, went back to his room. He pressed the blue mark on his wrist, and the dark zone interface materialized before him, showing his operative still carrying the millions in loot from earlier. Zhang Yang opened the marketplace interface and skillfully navigated the selling slots. In this world, the market selling slots could be infinitely expanded using coins, and he had already increased the initial 8 slots to 25. Scanning through the market prices, Zhang Yang couldn't help but marvel at the dramatic fluctuations in item values without official regulation. The price of insurance keys had skyrocketed to a starting price of 100,000, while equipment above level 5 was now 3 to 4 times higher than in his previous life. High-grade ammunition had seen similar price surges. Just then, a mail notification caught his attention. Upon claiming it, he received an additional 200,000 coins. Quickly calculating, he realized his current assets included 450,000 in pure currency and warehouse items valued at a total of 2.5 million. Suddenly, a system notification interrupted his thoughts. Ding System Task. Firearms Mastery. The task required him to select one firearm from each of 8 categories: pistols, carbines, assault rifles, submachine guns, bolt-action rifles, designated marksman rifles, shotguns, light machine guns, and increase their proficiency to over 60 within 60 hours. The reward was a mysterious workbench, but the penalty for failure was a 10 reduction in all firearm proficiencies and the loss of 1 million coins. This was the second system task Zhang Yang had encountered since arriving in this world. A mysterious workbench? His eyes lit up. As a veteran Minecraft player, he knew such workbenches often came with unique features. Although the task demanded intensive effort to master 8 different firearms in just 2.5 days, Zhang Yang accepted without hesitation. The system interface immediately displayed. Ding task accepted. Countdown to completion. 59 hours 59 minutes and 58 seconds. To maximize efficiency, Zhang Yang quickly devised a plan for his weapon selection. G18C, BM59, FAL, VSS, AX50, P90, USAS, and RPK16. Since the goal was simply to increase proficiency, he decided to start with basic maps, beginning with the G18C. Watching the countdown tick away, Zhang Yang felt a surge of determination. Through his hard work, he was confident he would one day stand at the pinnacle of this world. Zhang Yang equipped his G18C with a 50-round drum magazine, a blue dot laser sight, and a series grip sleeve, completing a finely tuned weapon. After preparing his dum-dum rounds, he headed straight to the training field for testing. The system panel displayed an initial proficiency level of 25. Setting the target at a distance of 10 meters, Zhang Yang pulled the trigger. Zist G-18C's astonishing rate of fire and recoil caused the muzzle to rise rapidly, leaving his hands numb and his stance unsteady. This power is even greater than I imagined, Zhang Yang muttered to himself, impressed by the G-18C's reputation in the real world. After replenishing his ammo, he continued the training. 10 minutes later, he was able to consistently hit the bullseye on the 10-meter target, and his proficiency had increased to 50. This boost in confidence reassured Zhang Yang. Aside from the Pharaoh's weapon, the other firearms didn't seem too difficult to master, raising his hopes of completing his mission. Although it couldn't match the stability of using a gyroscope in games from his previous life, his current level of skill was sufficient for close-range combat. Zhang Yang swapped out his level 5 gear for lighter level 4 armor and equipped himself with 2 50-round magazines before selecting the standard farm mode. With a brief jolt, he was transported to the instant's world. The scene before him featured weathered wall paint, steeply sloped rooftops, and knee-high white fences swaying gently in the wind. A cliffside road stretched from a motel to a dilapidated cemetery house. This was Motel Position 1, a prime spot for both combat and treasure hunting. Zhang Yang decided to ambush enemies spawning behind him. He quickly ran toward the grain field, climbed a slope, and concealed himself in the grass near the rooftop of the cemetery house. Soon, the sound of approaching footsteps grew louder, accompanied by the flickering glow of a flashlight. The enemy was drinking a red sun potion to recover stamina, and the distance between them was dangerously close. Without hesitation, Zhang Yang leaned out and opened fire. Despite being fully equipped, the enemy was knocked to the ground, coughing violently as the red sun potion caught in their throat. After confirming the kill, Zhang Yang noticed a 926 backpack on the ground. A trader? People actually run trade routes in this world too? As Zhang Yang pondered this, the enemy's teammate arrived from the direction of the grain field, firing from a distance and forcing him to retreat behind a bend in the hillside. Through the gaps in the exchange of fire, he spotted more flashlight beams. At least 3 more enemies were closing in. This left Zhang Yang stunned. Is this really the standard farm? After double-checking, he realized the situation was dire. He could only handle close-range combat within 10 meters, while the enemy not only had superior numbers, but also better equipment. The tables had completely turned. Where he once relied on gear to dominate others, he now found himself at a distinct disadvantage. The 3 opponents executed a professional flanking maneuver. One headed straight for the cemetery, while the other 2 approached from either side of the greenery, forming a 3-pronged encirclement. Zhang Yang realized staying put was no longer safe and quickly moved to relocate. He first hid in a small shed near the cemetery, but his instincts told him it wasn't a good choice. Without hesitation, he darted into an old, dilapidated 2-story building nearby. In his previous life, this building had been a famous Point 6, known for ambushing enemies entering the inn from the grain district and sniping targets retreating from the inn's backyard. Zhang Yang swiftly injected himself with a stamina booster and a regeneration shot. By now, the enemy's footsteps were closing in. Hey, buddy, you're in the wrong place. A threatening voice called out from downstairs. You've got some nerve messing with us. Drop your weapon and stop resisting pointlessly. Zhang Yang quickly assessed the situation. 2 enemies were downstairs, and the 3rd was likely stationed further away, providing cover fire. This made him cautious about exposing himself on the 2nd-floor balcony. Just as he began descending the stairs, the enemy launched their attack. Not cooperating? Give him a taste of grenades. 2 grenades whistled through the air toward the 2nd floor. At the same time, gunfire erupted outside the 1st-floor door. Bullets tore through the white wooden door, leaving a line of glowing holes. Zhang Yang was forced to retreat back to the 2nd floor, taking cover in the blast's blind spot as deafening explosions shook the air. Boom, boom. The entire building trembled violently, and the piercing blast left his ears ringing in pain. The downstairs door was blown open, and the enemies, assuming he was gravely injured, launched a direct assault. Zhang Yang held his position firmly at the top of the staircase, waiting for the perfect moment. When the first enemy blindly charged into the dimly lit room, he decisively pulled the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat. A burst of bullets struck the target with precision. Without wasting a second, Zhang Yang threw a smoke grenade onto the 2nd-floor balcony. As the special ops member stationed afar squinted at the sudden plume of smoke, a shadow leapt out from within. Bang! A sharp gunshot pierced through the air. He hastily fired a shot, but it missed the target. Zhang Yang descended from above, nimbly leaping to the exterior of the building. Relying on his combat experience, he executed a textbook ground roll, perfectly absorbing the impact. Meanwhile, another enemy on the 1st floor continued searching the interior with a flashlight attached to his gun, completely unaware that Zhang Yang had already moved outside. The enemy's focused expression as he peered through the scope had an oddly endearing quality. Without hesitation, Zhang Yang swiftly eliminated the unsuspecting enemy. Now, only one opponent remained in the distance. He quickly returned inside to resupply ammunition, calculating that the last enemy likely carried a sniper rifle. If he could take him down, he'd save himself the cost of acquiring one. Thanks to the regenerative syringe, Zhang Yang quickly returned to peak condition, barely needing any additional medical supplies. He decisively threw a smoke grenade and began flanking toward the farm cemetery. Although the enemy had already lost 3 teammates, Zhang Yang surmised he wouldn't retreat easily after all. No one would want to face the wrath of 3 angry teammates. Based on the earlier gunfire, Zhang Yang deduced the opponent was near the small house by the greenery. In his past life, this spot had been a renowned sniper position, offering a wide field of view, excellent concealment, and control over multiple critical areas. Reaching the first body, Zhang Yang tossed his last smoke grenade and began inspecting the enemy's gear. To his surprise, he discovered a fully customized RPK equipped with a 60-round magazine, a 2x scope, a blue-purple laser, and a flashlight. The magazine was loaded with high-tier PP ammunition. As he checked the equipment, distant footsteps reached his ears. The enemy was taking the initiative to attack, which actually presented an opportunity for Zhang Yang. However, an unexpected event, a Karita flashbang, suddenly exploded right in front of him. Amid the ringing in his ears, Zhang Yang felt his limbs go numb. When his hearing finally returned, the enemy's footsteps were dangerously close. Making a split-second decision, Zhang Yang abandoned the damaged RPK-16 and retreated toward the cemetery under the cover of smoke. Bullets from the enemy's MP5 zipped past his feet, stirring up gusts of cold wind. Dual wielding? This revelation made Zhang Yang even more cautious. At this moment, his only option was to keep running. The scene resembled a chase sequence from an old Jackie Chan movie. Zhang Yang agilely vaulted over the cemetery fence while the enemy pursued relentlessly, bullets grazing past him. He slid down a steep wall, with his opponent close behind. Another burst of gunfire erupted, but Zhang Yang evaded just in time, circling back to the rooms near the cemetery. When the enemy spotted him again and opened fire, Zhang Yang had already slipped around the corner, vanishing from sight. ZZZZZ. Stop right there. The pursuit continued across the customs map. The enemy, burdened by a hefty sniper rifle, was panting heavily but grew more determined as he saw Zhang Yang's panicked and erratic retreat in the distance. His conclusion was clear: Zhang Yang must be severely injured. Even as his own stamina dwindled, he gritted his teeth and pressed on relentlessly. ZZZZZ. You can't escape. Before he could finish his sentence, a pained cry shattered the chase's rhythm. A bullet, perfectly timed and aimed, struck his lower body from an ambush around the corner. His vision blurred, and his body crumpled to the ground, beyond his control. Proficiency 1. The system notification chimed in at just the right moment. Zhang Yang removed his stifling KSS helmet, sweat streaming down his forehead. He stood still, blowing away the faint smoke curling from his gun barrel, gasping for air as he relished the relief of narrowly escaping death. The blue-collar workroom had become a makeshift operating room. After using 8 surgical kits, Zhang Yang was back on his feet. Now, it was time to reap the rewards. First up was the gear from the dual-wielding player. A 20,000 value MP5 with a 50-round drum magazine, though nearly emptied, and an 80,000 value AR-30 sniper rifle paired with a 27x scope. Inside the Chapman's bag, only a bottle of water and some biscuits remained, which Zhang Yang unapologetically consumed. The flashlight player's gear wasn't bad either. A 50,000 value MPX with a 50-round drum magazine and a 14x scope, loaded with AP.6 level 3 rounds. As a seasoned S1 player, Zhang Yang couldn't help but shake his head. These players had money but lacked the sense to invest in quality ammunition. He quickly stripped the MPX of its attachments and helped himself to a few grenades. The P90 from the player downed in the stairwell was impressive as well, equipped with leg damage rounds and promptly stashed into Zhang Yang's 926 backpack. Though his pack was nearing full capacity, the true jackpot lay in the last bag, which likely belonged to a trader. Today is a perfect day for ranking up. A perfect day, Zhang Yang hummed a tune as he approached the slope near the graveyard. When he opened the bulging 926 backpack, his jaw dropped in astonishment. Rows of neatly arranged purple ram sticks filled every slot. But that wasn't all. The backpack also contained 2 old pouch bags, each stuffed with even more ram sticks and smaller backpacks. I can't spend it all. There's no way to spend it all, Zhang Yang exclaimed, staring at the treasure trove of loot scattered around him. His lips twisted into a wavy grin. But I can't carry it all. There's no way to carry it all. Now it wasn't about having too much to spend, but rather that Zhang Yang simply couldn't carry all these supplies. Scattered on the ground were valuable memory modules, while his backpack was already stuffed with high-end components and firearms worth a fortune. Even after cramming the opponent's 4 old, tattered bags to their limits, there was still no way to bring all the loot. As Zhang Yang was fretting over this dilemma, his ears suddenly caught a faint noise coming from the cliffside road. He immediately raised his AR-30 rifle, using the scope to carefully observe the direction of the motel road. Sure enough, something was happening. A player dressed in World War I-style gear was slowly making his way from the motel's backyard. He wore an old-fashioned steel helmet, a level 3 armor vest, and carried AT-79 and an MP-133 slung across his back. In his hands was a combat shovel. With such a retro look, if not for the shovel, he could have easily been mistaken for a bot. Zhang Yang swiftly aimed his scope at the player's head and pulled the trigger only to hear the crisp, empty click of the chamber. He glanced down and realized his magazine was empty. Just as he was silently cursing his luck, the scene through the scope made him freeze. The squad member was wiping away tears as he limped forward with great difficulty. Through the scope, Zhang Yang could clearly see the pain on the other player's face. The man kept wiping his face with his hand, occasionally letting out groans of agony. The sight stirred a pang of compassion in Zhang Yang's heart. The player wasn't just poorly equipped but was also injured, yet he was still struggling to retreat. This road is too harsh, let me help you end it early. Zhang Yang turned to pick up an RPK-16 from the ground, aimed at the target, and pulled the trigger. But the weapon responded with the despairing sound of a jammed mechanism. Left with no choice, Zhang Yang drew his G-18C. By now, the player had gotten much closer, and if he didn't act quickly, his position would be exposed. Without the scope, the figure of the enemy appeared no larger than a matchbox. Yet Zhang Yang could still make out the medium-sized hiking pack stuffed with random items and the 926 light ammo pouches strapped to his chest. But in the end, Zhang Yang lowered his gun. He looked at the memory modules scattered across the ground, and a bold idea began to take shape in his mind. Alright, maybe this is fate's way of telling me something. He sat down, took a compact sedative and a bottle of Red Sun from his bag, and carefully placed them on the ground. The squad member continued to drag himself forward, sweat pouring down his face. Every step sent sharp pain shooting through the wound in his left leg, forcing him to shift all his weight onto his right leg. His mouth was dry, his head spinning, and his body ached all over, pushing him to the brink of collapse. Just over this hill another 100 meters, and he'll reach the extraction point. He kept muttering to himself, trying to stay motivated. But as soon as he put any weight on his left leg, the searing pain nearly made him lose his balance. How he wished, at that moment, for a single dose of painkillers. When he finally managed to climb the slope, he suddenly noticed a compact sedative lying on the ground. In his blurred, groggy vision, he couldn't tell if it was real or just a hallucination. Hello. Lifting his head, Zhang Yang saw a man appear in front of the graveyard, leaning casually against the white railing and waving at him. Despair crept onto Zhang Yang's face, but he was too exhausted to resist. Unexpectedly, the man didn't attack. Instead, he reached behind to the altar, took out a bottle of Hongyang soda and a condensed energy bar, and handed them over. Here, have some. Seeing the man in such a disheveled state, Zhang Yang secretly sighed in relief. He noticed that the man was only holding a sapper shovel, his AR-30 was out of bullets, and his RPK had jammed. It seemed as if fate had arranged this encounter. These memory cards can't be taken with me. Might as well give them to you. Zhang Yang thought as he looked at the pitiful looter. Consider it a good deed for my reborn self. The man eagerly gulped down the drink, his energy quickly restored. His vision cleared, and the pain in his left leg subsided significantly. Tear stains still streaked his face as he bowed deeply to Zhang Yang. Thank you. Take care, brother, Zhang Yang said, turning to leave. After all, saving the man had been purely accidental. Hey. The man hesitated for a moment, but eventually called out to stop him. Zhang Yang turned back, only to see the man looking at him with hopeful eyes. Can I team up with you? I never owe anyone, I want a chance to repay you. The word repay struck a chord in Zhang Yang. It reminded him of his mother from his previous life, of the filial piety he failed to fulfill, and of her hair turning gray from grief after his departure. All right, Zhang Yang agreed with a nod. He thought to himself, why not accept a free sidekick? At worst, he could act as a radar or a sacrificial pawn. Thank you. You're the best person I've ever met. The man's face lit up with a smile, a genuine joy that seemed like witnessing light for the first time in darkness, or a weary traveler returning home at last. That heartfelt smile erased all of Zhang Yang's doubts. My name is Nan Qiang, like the saying, don't give up until you hit a wall. That Nan Qiang. What's your in-game name, senior? I'll add you once I get out. Nan Qiang said excitedly, seemingly forgetting about his leg injury. Zhang Yang, Zhang is in, to flaunt, and Yang is in the sun. Zhang Yang smiled in response. He'll head to the extraction point and add you after him out. Before leaving, Zhang Yang reminded him, the ground is full of valuable stuff. Dump the trash from your bag. Got it, got it. Nan Qiang first picked up the scattered memory cards, then opened his light blue 926 backpack. The moment he opened it, his mouth formed an O of astonishment. Zzzzz. Accompanied by the sound of machinery, Zhang Yang felt his weapon proficiency improve. While retreating and clearing out the mechanical enemies in the Beimai region, his G18C proficiency steadily climbed to 61. He quickly glanced at the system interface, feeling a surge of satisfaction. His mission progress was already 1/8 complete. Using the cover of smoke, Zhang Yang decisively chose the northern mountainous area as his extraction point. The moment he hit the ground, the system notification popped up: extraction successful. Value extracted: 420,000. Although he hadn't acquired any particularly rare equipment, considering this was primarily a weapon training run, the rewards were already quite satisfying. Back at the base, Zhang Yang immediately began organizing his loot. After listing miscellaneous items for sale and claiming email rewards, his balance of Krone coins reached 500,000, with the total value of his warehouse amounting to 2.7 million. Late at night, just as he was about to rest, a red notification appeared on the instance interface, signaling a new friend request. A special forces operator named Nan Qiang had sent a friend request. After accepting it, Zhang Yang casually added him to the team. Nan Qiang's gear was modest: a level 3 vest, an old steel helmet, and a short-barreled double-barrel shotgun that could be purchased from Joel for just 1,000 Krone coins. "Hello, Brother Yang. I'm all set." Nan Qiang's voice was filled with excitement. He continued, "This time, I'm here specifically to repay you. I can take the lead, scout ahead, and be your living radar." His sincere words made Zhang Yang feel a little guilty. He had initially worried that Nan Qiang might be trying to leech off his equipment, but it turned out the man was here out of gratitude. "All right, let me prepare my gear first," Zhang Yang replied, focusing on getting ready. He repaired his RPK-16, loaded it with level 4 BP rounds, and checked the rest of his loadout. Smoke grenades, offensive grenades, and pineapple grenades were all accounted for. Medical supplies were fully stocked, and his defensive setup included a KSS level 4 helmet, a Spartan level 4 vest, and GS2 head Finisa top-tier combination. Just as he was about to exit the preparation menu to warm up in the training ground, Zhang Yang noticed that the latest version now supported team entry into the training area. "Let's go. We'll warm up together," he said to Nan Qiang. Zhang Yang opened the training ground, and in an instant, his figure disappeared from the bed. The system panel showed that his RPK proficiency was only at 36, still a considerable gap from the mission target. "Nan Qiang, you'll practice shooting first. Practicing here doesn't consume ammo, so you can give it a try too," Zhang Yang said while adjusting his weapon. Nan Qiang nodded in response, picked up his double-barrel shotgun, and aimed at the lower section of a humanoid target in the distance. The sound of gunfire echoed throughout the training ground in steady rhythm. 10 minutes later, Zhang Yang was pleasantly surprised to find that his RPK-16 proficiency had jumped to 52. This meant he only needed to eliminate 8 more enemies in the next match to complete the light machine gun mission, which was proving to be much easier than the G18C challenge. After finishing the training session, Zhang Yang, feeling in top form, pressed the matchmaking button. With a hum, he and Nan Qiang were transported into the game world. The environment around them gradually came into focus. Towering green pine trees stood straight, their branches forming a canopy that blocked out the sky. A gentle breeze rustled the pine needles, casting dappled shadows across the ground. A gray wall topped with barbed wire enclosed the area, inside which stood a 2-story redanded white house. The faint smell of gunpowder lingered in the air, and under the shade of the trees, the silhouettes of 4 special ops players began to emerge. Villa Position 2? Zhang Yang immediately recognized it as one of the locations where he had met his demise in a past life. "Bro, who are they?" Nan Qiang asked, noticing the unfamiliar teammates beside them. "Ah, forgot to turn it off," Zhang Yang muttered, realizing he hadn't disabled the autofill teammate option. He knew all too well that random teammates often did little more than hoard supplies, and with bad luck, some might even sabotage their own team. Sure enough, the 2 other teammates immediately rushed toward the villa, scrambling to grab loot. "Young bro, hurry up. Don't let them take all the good stuff," Nan Qiang urged anxiously. "Hold on," Zhang Yang said, pulling Nan Qiang back and opting to observe from behind the wall. He knew that if someone had spawned at the right side respawn point, they would definitely aim for anyone running toward the villa. As expected, the distant sound of gunfire from a chicken brother and an F-2000 soon rang out. The 2 greedy teammates didn't even have time to react. One was instantly taken out with a headshot, while the other foolishly jumped into the line of fire, getting himself killed. The scene was a textbook example of recklessness leading to quick failure. Nan Qiang stared in shock at what had just unfolded. Remembering Zhang Yang's earlier comment about forgetting to turn it off, he suddenly grew wary. "Wait, are you hacking?" he asked suspiciously. "This is what we call awareness," Zhang Yang said with a sharp tone. If it had been his younger brother pulling a stunt like this, he would have already landed a punch on him. "What now?" "We're out in the open while the enemy is hiding," Nan Qiang said, his voice trembling slightly, clearly worried about sharing the same fate as their fallen teammates. On the contrary, were the ones in the shadows, and they're exposed, Zhang Yang replied, his gaze locking onto the tank across the road. They must have fired from over there. Meanwhile, we haven't revealed our position from the start. The priority now was to determine the enemy's numbers. In Punan, there was an unwritten rule. Only one squad could be fully equipped in a match. Since their team was at full strength, the enemy squad couldn't have more than 4 members. It's simple, Zhang Yang whispered to Nan Qiang. We'll use our positional advantage and guard our teammates' corpses. The enemy will definitely come to loot the gear after taking someone down. We'll ambush them right here. Got it. Nan Qiang nodded obediently. Glancing at the double-barrel shotgun in Nan Qiang's hands, Zhang Yang couldn't help but think of vampires. But with that gun of yours, maybe it's better if I handle this. Okay, Nan Qiang replied sensibly, lying low in the grass nearby without protest. Zhang Yang sized him up. Judging by his height, he was probably around the same age as his younger brother, likely just a middle schooler. Zhang Yang steadied himself and aimed his scope at the corpses ahead. As expected, footsteps echoed from the direction of the warehouse. It sounded like 2 people. Suddenly, a cloud of white smoke billowed up. Smoke grenade? Zhang Yang frowned. These players clearly weren't amateurs. They knew how to secure a position from the very start. Even in a seemingly safe area, they smoked the surroundings before looting. The smoke quickly spread, engulfing the 2 corpses on the ground. 2 special operatives began rummaging through the equipment in the smoke. Zhang Yang weighed his options. Should he throw a grenade or sneak up on them quietly? He chose the latter. Like a rattlesnake stalking its prey, he silently slipped into the red building and made his way to the 2nd floor window. The vantage point here was far superior. As the first smoke grenade began to dissipate, the enemy threw another one, maintaining their guard. But Zhang Yang had been watching them for a while and seized the moment during the smoke transition to pull the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. One of the figures dropped to the ground, a guy wearing a face shield and a heavy-duty helmet. As the second smoke spread, Zhang Yang immediately tossed a grenade into the cloud. The enemy reacted just as quickly, lobbing a grenade back through the window. Zhang Yang bolted downstairs, shouting into his tactical headset, Nan Qiang, fire a couple of shots to distract them. Before he finished speaking, an explosion rocked the upper floor. Dust and debris rained down as Zhang Yang's health dropped to critical levels, his nerves on edge. Judging by the gear on that heavily armored opponent, it must have been a level 5 helmet and armor set. Otherwise, his upper body shots wouldn't have merely downed the guy. If that player had level 5 gear, it was highly likely his teammate did too. Since arriving in this world, Zhang Yang had never taken down an enemy with such high-tier equipment. More often than not, he was the one getting outmatched by their superior gear. His RPK, equipped with level 4 BP rounds, had a penetration value of only 41, barely better than A1 rounds and 7 N31s. If it came down to a close-range firefight, his odds weren't great. What you fear most always seems to find you. From the sound of the footsteps, it was clear the opponent was just a wall away. Zhang Yang could feel their poised and aggressive energy, clearly intent on seizing the opportunity to strike while he was gravely injured. Crack decisively tossed a snap bomb toward the doorway, predicting the opponent's entry. However, as if anticipating his move, the opponent easily avoided the blast radius. Before Zhang Yang could think further, he hurled an offensive grenade toward another entry point. The opponent skillfully circled around the wall and evaded the grenade, only to burst through the original small door. Boom! Zhang Yang threw another snap bomb, but the opponent once again perfectly dodged with a backward jump. Such reflexes and predictive ability made Zhang Yang suspect the opponent might be a professional player. Suddenly, the opponent switched tactics, leaping aggressively into the room. When Zhang Yang caught sight of the opponent wielding a USAS shotgun with a 20-round drum magazine, his heart sank. Even so, he swiftly aimed at the opponent's chest and pulled the trigger. Bang, 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 clang, clang. 2 shotgun blasts hit their mark, but Zhang Yang was knocked to the ground, his vision gradually blurring. I've got this, a familiar voice sounded nearby. Clang, clang, arg. The opponent hadn't anticipated someone else hiding in the room. At some point, Nan Qiang had slipped in through the south wall and efficiently finished off the heavily wounded enemy with a double-barrel shotgun. It'll save you. Nan Qiang quickly pulled out a syringe and injected the barely conscious Zhang Yang. Go easy, Zhang Yang gasped sharply from the pain, which was so intense that even a full dose of a high-grade painkiller couldn't dull it. Struggling to his feet, Zhang Yang administered a painkiller and a regeneration booster. This battle made him realize that the intensity of combat in Punong was no less than the enhanced farm-sealing battles he had experienced in his past life. Yanga, how was that? I think I've repaid my debt, right? Nan Qiang excitedly began counting the loot. A926 composite bulletproof vest, level 5 armor, and an N95 helmet. But no headset. The headset is built into the helmet, Zhang Yang explained through gritted teeth. You just got lucky this time, but you did help a lot. That guy was incredibly skilled at close range. USAS is nearly unbeatable. Yanga, you're so knowledgeable. How about becoming my mentor? We could team up as master and apprentice to make some serious money. Nan Qiang suggested while rummaging through the loot, pulling out items like a desk clock, commemorative coins, and a caulking gun. To him, the Dark Zone instance was a lawless frontier even nations couldn't control. Zhang Yang's expertise made him seem like a seasoned veteran. Team up? Then you'll need to prove your value first. I only work with people who have real skills, Zhang Yang thought to himself. He indeed needed teammates, but not rookies waltzing in with a double-barrel shotgun. The ideal teammate doesn't need to be a battle-hardened veteran or have cutting-edge instincts, but they should at least have a unique skill, a solid ability to survive in the Dark Zone. Nan Qiang said earnestly, his gaze sincere. I don't know if I'm strong enough, but I do know you're a reliable teammate. I want to play with you not just because you're skilled, but because I feel like you genuinely consider me a friend. Even if it's just for this one game, that's enough. There was a hint of melancholy in Nan Qiang's tone as he spoke. His chestnut-colored eyes seemed to hold countless untold stories, hinting that this middle schooler was far more complex than he appeared on the surface. Zhang Yang efficiently snapped his medical kit shut. Having just completed 5 surgeries and prepared 400 medical packs, his movements were practiced and precise. As a battle-hardened veteran from Huaxia and a seasoned operative in the Dark Zone, Zhang Yang had long grown indifferent to most emotions, save for his past lives' mother and his current younger brother. How can I prove myself, then? Nan Qiang asked persistently. Since you're being so sincere, they'll give you a chance to be tested, Zhang Yang replied while organizing his gear. Pass the test, and we'll earn money together from now on. I can promise you half of whatever I make. All right, they'll give it my all. Nan Qiang nodded solemnly, his eyes shining with anticipation. The test is simple, Zhang Yang said after a moment of thought, resting his chin on his hand. Since you're new here, just start by clearing the map. Clearing the map? You do know I'm new here. Nan Qiang's voice rose, but he quickly calmed himself. After all, it was just a basic farm-level test, something he figured was worth trying. Fine, they'll give it a shot, he said through gritted teeth. Zhang Yang nodded silently to himself. This kid might not be very strong, but his determination was worth cultivating. It reminded Zhang Yang of a novel he had read in his previous life, Dark Zone Breakout. I became the leader of the male squad, where the protagonist rose to power by nurturing his subordinates. I won't make it too hard on you, Zhang Yang explained the task. Start from here and kill every real player you encounter. If you don't run into anyone, don't worry about it. You haven't died this week yet, right? It's Monday, Nan Qiang replied calmly. Good. Go for it, and don't worry if anything goes wrong, you'll cover any coin losses. When Zhang Yang stepped outside, he noticed the gear on a lone, introverted player, and it immediately caught his eye: SH Maska 2 helmet, IMTV Samurai Assault Body Armor, FA multifunctional magazine pouches, and a height ear August rifle. In this world, this level 5 equipment was worth more than 3 times the value of level 6 gear from his previous life. Wow, Zhang Yang couldn't help but exclaim. This is a jackpot. No wonder that earlier burst of bullets only knocked him down, wasn't wearing headgear or armor. In his previous life, Zhang Yang wouldn't have bothered picking up these low durability pieces of equipment. They were heavy and not worth much. But in this life, even a helmet with only half its durability left had become a valuable find. Carefully, he placed the equipment into his trusty 926 high-capacity backpack, silently grateful for this reliable old companion. After securing the helmet, Zhang Yang turned his attention to the finely modified August rifle. It was equipped with a 3.5x scope, a 60-round drum magazine, a multifunctional laser sight, and a 5.56 caliber precision suppressor. While not fully upgraded, its performance was impressive. What excited him even more was that both drum magazines were loaded with high-grade A1 rounds. Let's go check out the villa first, Zhang Yang said as he finished organizing his supplies and slung his bag over his shoulder. The enemy had come from the direction of the warehouse, but the villa's situation was still unclear. He didn't know if the safe there was intact. Upon reaching the villa's first floor, he found the wooden weapon crate untouched and the door to the blue-collar workroom tightly closed. It seemed no enemies had spawned in position 1. Brother, there's movement on the high ground, Nan Qiang, who was on guard in the villa's courtyard, reported softly through his tactical headset. Go check it out. If it's just bots, leave them to me, Zhang Yang replied, not forgetting his task of improving his proficiency. As he spoke, he quickly headed up to the second floor. Sure enough, the master bedroom door was closed. Standing in front of it, Zhang Yang began picking the lock. With a loud exclamation of "Locksmith's here!" he pushed the door open. Without the threat of snipers, he felt much more at ease. In his previous life, he would have had to use smoke grenades for cover before daring to unlock a room like this. Standing before the safe, Zhang Yang clasped his hands together and gave a ceremonial bow, then tapped the surface of the safe with his entrenching tool in a symbolic gesture. Bing bing, give me the loot, he chanted. With the ritual complete, He opened the safe to find a chip processor inside. Ack! Give me a graphics card instead. Zhang Yang gritted his teeth in frustration. Turning to the host machine, he found a VGA cable and a power cord. The coat rack only held a laptop and a lighter. Resigned, he took the chip processor and went to meet up with Nan Qiang. The two AI enemies on the high ground were easily dealt with, leaving Zhang Yang just 5 kills away from completing his RPK proficiency task. As they approached the Namai signal tower, Nan Qiang suddenly spotted a target. Zhang Yang handed the August to Nan Qiang, and soon the sound of rapid gunfire echoed from the direction of the stables. Didn't take him down, it's a fully geared opponent. He ran into the stables, Nan Qiang reported, puzzled as he checked his magazine. He had used height ear level 4 ammo but still failed to eliminate the target. Chase him! Zhang Yang shouted, jumping down from the signal tower and advancing toward the target. Not to be outdone, Nan Qiang followed, mimicking the moves of a seasoned player as he searched the area with high jumps. When Zhang Yang climbed a small hill, he spotted a figure darting into the first floor of the stables. He's inside, Zhang Yang reported while pulling out a grenade. Bang boom! 2 deafening gunshots echoed, leaving the inside of the stable in chaos. Zhang Yang cautiously approached the front entrance with his gun at the ready, while Nan Qiang circled around to the back as planned. Suddenly, a flash of light erupted from a dark window on the second floor, followed by a hail of bullets. Nan Qiang collapsed to the ground, his pained groans resonating outside the stable. Seeing this, Zhang Yang rushed into the first floor, his eyes scanning the room quickly and deducing that the enemy had retreated upstairs. Zhang Yang swiftly pulled the pin on a grenade and hurled it toward the second floor. The sound of footsteps revealed the positions of 2 individuals above. Amid the ringing in his ears from the blast, he seized the moment to charge up the stairs, firing at the predicted locations. One of the operatives peeked out from behind a pillar, only to be struck squarely in the forehead by Zhang Yang's precise shot, killing him instantly. Zhang Yang's proficiency increased as a result. Maintaining a shaped movement pattern, he maneuvered around the pillar and quickly located another enemy crouched behind a wooden crate. After a few gunshots, the second enemy fell, and Zhang Yang's skill level rose once more. With the upstairs threats neutralized, Zhang Yang hurried back to the first floor to aid Nan Qiang. He carefully administered a medical injection to his injured teammate, watching as some color returned to his face. Take some painkillers first. We'll treat you further inside, Zhang Yang instructed briefly. Back on the second floor, Zhang Yang observed the surroundings through the window. The grain storage area was eerily quiet, and the stable had been cleared out. Only sporadic gunfire could be heard in the direction of the broken bridge. Seeing that he was close to reaching his target proficiency level, Zhang Yang decided to finish the fight quickly. We'll be back soon. Stay here and don't move, he told Nan Qiang, who was tending to his wounds. With that, Zhang Yang left the stable. Before long, he had taken out the sniper on the broken bridge and a few enemies in the inn's front yard. His RPK 16 proficiency finally reached 60. When Zhang Yang returned to the stable, he found that Nan Qiang had already organized the spoils of battle. Brother Yang, all the valuable gear is packed in this FA ammo pouch, Nan Qiang said excitedly, handing over the bag. After inspecting the contents, Zhang Yang acknowledged Nan Qiang's meticulous work and accepted the M4A1 and MP5 weapons he handed over. This M4 is loaded with M855 rounds, moderately modified, about the same as a fully equipped M4 kit. The MP5 has a red dot sight, 2 50-round drum magazines, and a 9mm suppressor loaded with hollow point rounds, Zhang Yang remarked after examining the weapons. They're yours. After tossing the MP5 to Nan Qiang, Zhang Yang quickly began organizing the remaining supplies. A slight smile played on his lips as he touched the headset and helmet in his pocket, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Loading the 926 magazine to full capacity, Zhang Yang slung the backpack over his shoulders and stood up. The data panel indicated a load of 68, enough to commence evacuation. The two made their way to the artificial lake, encountering no other players along the way. A flicker of worry crossed Nan Qiang's eyes, and his voice trembled slightly. Bro, did I fail the assessment? I don't understand how you can shoot from the small window on the second floor to hit targets below. I don't even know the spawn points. Sometimes, I empty an entire magazine and still can't take down an enemy. He lowered his head, looking utterly dejected. Who said you failed? Zhang Yang countered. But I didn't take down a single operative, and I even got knocked out, Nan Qiang sighed, feeling his performance fell far short of clearing the map. Zhang Yang shrugged it off. So what? Even someone as good as me has been knocked out before. Wait, Yanggu, are you saying? A glimmer of hope lit up Nan Qiang's eyes. You passed. From now on, we're fixed teammates, Zhang Yang said calmly. But let me make this clear, during battles, you have to follow my commands. Nan Qiang, too excited to hear the latter half of the sentence, began cheering and jumping for joy along the lakeside path. Yes, I passed. Grandpa, I did it. Watching him wave his entrenching tool in celebration, Zhang Yang couldn't help but smile. In truth, Zhang Yang had already recognized this adorable teammate the moment Nan Qiang had saved him. Suddenly, as if remembering something, Nan Qiang walked toward a small boat by the lake. Yang, I have a task to complete here. On the boat lay an ordinary jacket and a simple toolbox. The moment he touched the boat, his body began to glow with a brilliant light. A dark zone talent? Zhang Yang murmured thoughtfully, recalling how Zhang Qi had awakened in a similar manner. Yang, come check this out. Nan Qiang called out excitedly. Zhang Yang moved closer to examine the dark zone panel and discovered an inscribed talent called Exceptional Healing. It allowed him to restore 33 of a teammate's total health per second during revives, while also removing negative statuses and recovering max health. Haha, now even you'll need me, Yang. Nan Qiang said smugly, proud of his newfound talent. Noticing Zhang Yang's silence, he added reassuringly, don't worry bro, even though I've awakened inscribed talent, I won't look down on you. Zhang Yang couldn't help but laugh, debating whether to tell him about his own SS grade talent. But seeing how rare it was for Nan Qiang to be this happy, he decided to keep it to himself for now. Let's go, time to evacuate. The two discovered that the designated evacuation point by the artificial lake wasn't active, so they headed toward the checkpoint instead. Moving cautiously along the way, they finally managed to evacuate successfully. The trip was rewarding, with loot worth approximately 400,000. Among the haul, the value of the level 5 armor stood out, though Zhang Yang estimated the actual worth to be closer to 300,000. Meanwhile, Nan Qiang's team on the south wall brought out 250,000 worth of loot. Hey bro, let's exchange contact info, Nan Qiang suggested, then shared his QQ number. When Zhang Yang searched for it, a striking profile picture caught his eye, a grinning Dick Vincent with glowing red eyes. The username was Bald Jackson. Yep, that's me, Nan Qiang confirmed. The two added each other as friends. Alright bro, I'm beat. Call me tomorrow when you're ready to play, Nan Qiang said briefly before logging off. Got it, Zhang Yang replied. The mission was only a quarter complete, but exhaustion hit him like a tidal wave. A glance at his phone revealed it was nearly 4 a.m. After a few taps on the screen, Zhang Yang drifted off to sleep. Bro, wake up. The sun's already up. Half asleep, Zhang Yang felt himself being shaken awake by Zhang Qi. He fumbled for his phone. It was already 4 p.m. He planned to get up at 8 a.m. to continue the mission, but even 3 alarms had failed to wake him. Bro, why'd you send me 3 messages last night? 8 o'clock, 8:30, and 8:50, what do they mean? Zhang Qi asked, puzzled. Zhang Yang tried to recall but found his memory hazy after exiting the Dark Zone instance. All he could vaguely remember was adding someone named Bald Jackson as a friend. Rubbing his temples, he got up and headed to the bathroom to freshen up. Bro, there's a dinner tonight. Come with me, Zhang Qi called out from outside. Your elementary school buddies? No, it's an old friend of mine. Old friend? Zhang Yang couldn't help but laugh, accidentally spitting mouthwash onto the mirror. When did this happen, and why don't I know about it? It's a guy, Zhang Qi hurriedly clarified. A guy? Come here for a second. Zhang Yang motioned for his younger brother to approach. What's up? Thunk. Zhang Yang flicked his brother on the forehead. Ouch. That's called a childhood friend, Zhang Yang corrected, shaking his now sore finger as he resumed brushing his teeth. Ever since Zhang Qi developed his blunt force resistance ability, even flicking him had become painful. Bro, this childhood friend I mentioned is the one-eyed dragon I told you about before. He's no joke. He has enshranked ability in the Dark Zone, Zhang Qi said excitedly. Zhang Yang's brushing slowed. Shranked abilities were that common now? It seemed like every person he encountered had an ability rated S or higher. He was my best friend in the lower grades, Zhang Qi continued. But his family ran into trouble, and he had to drop out. We lost touch after that. Today, I saw him online on QQ and started chatting with him. I told him I dropped out too, and that I'm making a living in the Dark Zone. I thought he might look down on me for it. But guess what? Zhang Yang rinsed his mouth and began washing his face. What? He plays in the Dark Zone too. As soon as he blurted this out, Zhang Qi excitedly added, we found out we both awakened level talents, so we agreed to meet today. We're forming an alliance to compete in the Dark Zone Dungeon Tournament. Tournament? Zhang Yang asked in confusion while wiping his eyes with a towel. He had no idea there were tournaments in the Dark Zone. Don't worry, bro. Even though you don't have a strong talent, you're my brother, and we won't leave you out. Those familiar words gave Zhang Yang a strange sense of déjà vu. He hesitated, debating whether to tell his younger brother that he actually possessed an SS level talent, but ultimately decided to keep it to himself for now. After a quick cleanup, the two brothers headed out. Zhang Yang's stomach growled loudly, and he asked, where are you meeting them? At the convenience store next to Vincent Mall. Vincent Mall? Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow. Zhang Qi explained, that store used to be called Swallow Mall, but it changed its name in recent years because the Dark Zone became so popular. A convenience store? Zhang Yang couldn't help but chuckle. In TV shows, People meet in coffee shops or restaurants. You guys, though, meet at a convenience store. You just don't get it. That's where we formed our bond. Zhang Qi quickened his pace, clearly excited as they neared the spot. Turning the corner near Vincent Mall, Zhang Qi's old elementary school, Yan'an Elementary, came into view. Across the street stood the agreed-upon convenience store, with a sign reading, Yan'an Stationery, and a smaller line of text below. An IBA line na. What does that mean? Zhang Yang asked, puzzled. Read it backward, Zhang Qi replied while scanning the area for his friends. He quickly spotted someone. Cyclops, over here. Zhang Yang glanced at the sign and laughed. Bring it here? Stationery stores are getting creative these days. Inside the convenience store, Zhang Qi led Zhang Yang to a wooden table where a boy about the same age as Zhang Qi was already seated. To Zhang Yang's surprise, the boy, nicknamed Cyclops, looked quite fair-skinned, with both eyes perfectly normal, and he seemed oddly familiar. Bro, this is Cyclops. Cyclops, this is my brother. Zhang Qi introduced, sitting down between them. Cyclops, it's been so long since we last talked. How many years has it been? Zhang Qi exclaimed, pulling Cyclops into a hug. My phone got confiscated back then. I only got a new one this year, Cyclops explained. Zhang Qi finally asked the question he'd been holding on to for years. What happened to your family back then? Why did you suddenly drop out of school? Cyclops lowered his head and said, my parents died in the military. I went back to my hometown to take care of my seriously ill grandmother. She passed away not long ago. The atmosphere grew heavy. As an orphan himself, Zhang Qi could deeply empathize with such pain. Cyclops continued, I didn't finish school and don't have any skills. All I have is the pension money. At this age, it's hard to find a job, so I started exploring dark zone dungeons. He spoke of how he had admired his father since childhood, dreaming of serving the country on the battlefield. However, his experiences in the dark zone had been far from smooth, with few successful evacuations. But then Cyclops' tone suddenly brightened. But last night, I met someone amazing. He was super strong and helped me successfully evacuate. Successful evac means you owe us spicy strips. Zhang Qi teased. He really was a great guy. He gave me so many supplies. I even made him my mentor and added him on QQ. Cyclops beamed with a radiant smile. No wonder I saw your QQ status light up, Zhang Qi said, finally understanding. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang suddenly sat up straight. Why did this story sound so familiar? Zhang Yang listened to Nan Qiang's description, and scenes from the previous night flashed through his mind delivering supplies, acknowledging a mentor, exchanging QQ contacts. Wasn't this exactly what he experienced last night? What time did you run the Dark Zone quest last night? Zhang Yang asked tentatively. The one-eyed man rested his chin and thought for a moment. I don't remember exactly, but I know it was around 4 a.m. when I went to bed. My mentor is amazing. Shaved Head Jackson? Zhang Yang interrupted. How do you know my QQ name? Are you also a fan of the boy band leader? I don't just know your QQ name. I even know your Dark Zone username, Zhang Yang said with a shake of his head, marveling. What a small world. Wait, bro, you know him? Zhang Qi asked, puzzled. My brother secretly got close to my buddy behind my back? Zhang Yang extended his right hand to the one-eyed man. Let me reintroduce myself. I'm Zhang Yang. Zhang is in display. Yang is in sun. Yang is in sun. Mentor? Nan Qiang froze as if struck by lightning. He had previously dismissed Zhang Qi's mention of a skilled older brother, but now he realized it was his own mentor, Zhang Yang. Boss. 2 bottles of Coke, 1 Sprite, and Dutwo packs of spring onions. Nan Qiang stammered excitedly. Oh, and make it small bottles for the Coke. Soon, the 3 of them were sitting inside a fast food restaurant. The Zhang brothers were devouring their meals, while Nan Qiang sat with a soda, nibbling on a spring onion. You should eat something. Just eating onions won't fill you up, Zhang Qi said, spearing a marinated egg with his fork. Yeah, I will. Nan Qiang nodded, then proceeded to tip the entire pack of spring onions into his mouth. By the way, what competition did you mention earlier? Zhang Yang asked, wiping the corner of his mouth. Oh, right. The Grand Gold Cup. Zhang Qi suddenly remembered and began explaining the rules in detail. Starting from prefecture-level cities, teams would advance stage by stage until reaching the national finals. Participating teams needed to gather supplies on the map, and each special ops member killed would earn an additional 50,000 points. The final rankings, based on total value, would determine who advanced. Even if a team didn't advance, they could still earn rewards according to their ranking. 50,000 points per kill? Isn't this just a high-stakes resource match? Zhang Yang mused. What kind of rewards are there? The rewards are great. You can check them on the panel under the life section, Zhang Qi replied. I remember there were master keys and some full gear packs, Zhang Qi said, his eyes suddenly lighting up. Oh right, in a secure case. Zhang Yang wasn't too interested in the first 2 rewards, but the mention of a secure case caught his attention. He quickly pressed the blue ring on his right wrist, and a dark zone interface appeared, floating in front of him. He swiftly opened the Life section, searched for Grand Gold Cup Tournament, and scrolled down until he found the reward details. The rewards for the city-level competition were divided into 3 tiers. Champion. Secure case 4-slot 7-time trial card, 1 permanent weapon skin pack of your choice, 15 master keys, 5 level 5 full gear packs of your choice, plus 4 million Krone coins. Runner-up. Secure case 4-slot 3-time trial card, 1 permanent weapon skin pack of your choice, 10 master keys, 2 level 5 full gear packs of your choice, plus 2 million Krone coins. Third place. Secure case 4-slot 1-time trial card, 1 permanent weapon skin pack of your choice, 5 master keys, 1 level 5 full gear pack of your choice, plus 1 million Krone coins. Only 7 days for the secure case. Wait, 7 times? Zhang Yang's eyes widened. At first, he thought it was a ripoff if 1 match counted as 1 use. But he quickly realized the reasoning behind this world's Dark Zone rules stated that a person could only die once a week. For most people, using the secure case once or twice within 7 days would already be rare. After all, the primary purpose of the secure case was to help eliminated operatives retrieve important items, and it wouldn't be needed if you didn't die. His gaze shifted to the customizable weapon skin pack. When he opened the details, a list of familiar names appeared before him. Golden H4, Woodland FAL, Competitive M4A1, Black Gold International M4A1. Thinking about the exorbitantly priced skins from his previous life, Zhang Yang couldn't help but feel tempted. In this world's Dark Zone, there was no pay-to-win system, so these skins could likely only be earned through competitions. What excited him even more was that these were just the city-level rewards. The provincial and national-level rewards would undoubtedly be even more generous there, might even be a permanent secure case. Coupled with the millions in pure currency rewards, Zhang Yang was already itching to hit the registration button. However, when he saw the registration fee, he froze in place. 500,000 Krone coins per person. 50,000 no. 500,000? Zhang Yang counted the digits in disbelief. Seriously, official organizers, you might as well blow up a dam if you want to make money faster. Zhang Qi stared at the number listed under the registration fee and took a sharp breath. The cost was enough to nearly drain their entire savings of over $1 million, and looking at the past winners of the Golden Cup, the top spots were almost always dominated by professional clubs. Master, Nan Qiang noticed Zhang Yang's growing interest in the clubs and took the initiative to explain. To talk about the clubs, we have to start from the very beginning, when the Dark Zone dungeons first appeared. He set the registration form aside and said seriously, that day, when everyone woke up, they found a blue fingerprint mark on their arm. Each person was bound to the Dark Zone interface. At first, many stumbled into the dungeon world by accident, but as the death toll rose, governments around the globe issued orders banning entry into the Dark Zone dungeons. Unfortunately, the government had no control over it. Nan Qiang continued. The permissions granted by those blue marks were entirely personal. Even investigations into the origin of the Dark Zone dungeons turned up nothing. Some speculated it was an experimental field for alien civilizations, while others thought it was an opportunity for cultivation, but there was no concrete evidence. Later, those who had nowhere else to turn discovered a way to make money in the Dark Zone. There was a hint of emotion in Nan Qiang's tone. They gradually learned the knowledge and equipment systems of the Dark Zone, earning Krone coins by completing maps and converting them into real-world currency. This model eventually gained societal acceptance. Those who didn't want to enter the Dark Zone could avoid it, while those drowning in debt found a new lifeline. Once the characteristics of the Dark Zone dungeons were understood, capitalists set their sights on this lucrative opportunity. Nan Qiang's voice grew heavier. They poured in massive investments, recruiting special forces soldiers, mercenaries, and veterans to form professional clubs. These individuals trained and participated in Dark Zone activities daily, making competitions like the Golden Cup an easy win for them. Zhang Yang nodded silently. As someone who had served in the military, he knew all too well the capabilities of special forces and mercenaries. Given that, their chances of winning this competition were indeed slim to none. Are there professional clubs in Yin City too? Of course, our Yin City is huge. Nan Qiang nodded and replied. I know there's a top club in our city, White Dove. Nan Qiang added with a more serious tone. People usually call them White Dove Capital. White Dove Capital. Zhang Yang murmured the name under his breath, feeling the weight on his shoulders grow heavier. The stakes in this live's Dark Zone competition were far higher than he had anticipated. However, he wasn't without his advantages. His military background and his past lives' experience in the Dark Zone were assets. But those alone wouldn't be enough. He had to quickly improve Pharaoh's proficiency. Zhang Yang made a firm decision in his heart. Once his Juventus reached maximum level, whether it was mercenaries or retired soldiers, even if a self-proclaimed Dragon King showed up, they'd have to submit to him. Sign me up, Zhang Yang declared in a deep voice. Don't worry, bro. With the 2 of us class talent operatives backing you up, I'll be a breeze. Zhang Qi grinned mischievously. Backing me up? Zhang Yang raised his hand and flicked Zhang Qi on the forehead. Ouch. Starting today, You two are coming with me to train in the field. Time to learn some real awareness. Zhang Yang's expression turned serious. Yes, sir. Seeing Zhang Qi get scolded, Nan Qiang immediately straightened up and responded. In the main district of Yin City, towering skyscrapers lined the horizon, and the wide roads were bustling with endless streams of traffic. At the heart of the city stood an shaped glass skyscraper, its futuristic design resembling a modern-day lighthouse. At the top of the building, the platinum letters spelling White Dove Group gleamed brilliantly under the sunlight. In the top floor office, a tall young man stood by the floor-to-ceiling window. About 185 centimeters in height, he was dressed in a custom-tailored dark suit, with a luxury diamond-studded watch on his wrist glinting under the lights. His sharp phoenix-shaped eyes gazed down at the panoramic city view through the glass, while he gently swirled a glass of whiskey in his hand, the sound of ice cubes clinking echoing softly. Chairman, you wanted to see me? A middle-aged man entered quietly, bowing slightly. He wore a well-fitted dark suit with a crisp white shirt, and his polished leather shoes gleamed immaculately. His thinning hair was neatly combed back, and behind his gold-rimmed glasses, his eyes exuded shrewdness. How's the team? The chairman didn't turn around, still admiring the whiskey in his glass. The poaching incident has been resolved, and both ace teams are fully in place. Good. Grey Wolf is talented, but I don't like his personality. Do you mean? If he doesn't perform well in this competition, let him go. The chairman downed the whiskey in one gulp and turned toward his desk to refill his glass. Understood. What about the other teams? The second and third-year teams are steadily improving. We've also recruited a group of promising newcomers this month. Good. This is a critical period. Make sure everyone gives it their all. Understood. Farm reinforced lockdown zone. The scorching sun blazed overhead as golden waves of wheat swayed gently in the breeze. Smoke signals from the watchtower rose like dark clouds, obscuring the blue sky. On the roof of the South Wheat cabin, a plainly dressed soldier gripped a Mosin rifle, his sharp eyes scanning the direction of the motel with vigilance. Inside room 202 of the roadside motel, the task force leader, codenamed Fox, observed the activity around South Wheat through the window. Clad in a BT-6 Level 5 vest and an 03 heavy helmet, he held a fully customized August in dark matte finish. Peering through the scope, he quickly noticed an unnatural rustling in the grass near the South Wheat tractor. Rat-a-tat-tat. A precise burst of bullets tore through the grass, followed by a spray of blood. This is Iron. Movement spotted near the grain area. One down, another retreated into the backyard. Over. Fox immediately reported through his tactical headset. Roger that. Iron, hold your position. We're on our way. A teammate's voice replied over the headset. Grey Wolf, copy. Cool Breeze, copy. The team members stationed throughout the motel sprang into action. In the kitchen on the first floor, Grey Wolf, equipped with a 926 composite vest and an N95 helmet, held a high-spec short-barreled Pharaoh shotgun, keeping watch on the grain cabin through the basement window. Meanwhile, on the second floor in the main guest room, Cool Breeze, wearing a Derwin Pan KN field vest and an FA assault helmet, stood guard with his weapon ready in the laundry room. On the top bunk of the white travel trailer in the backyard, Ian lay prone by the window, continuing his surveillance. He was outfitted with an HLC tactical vest and an FA assault helmet, wielding a fully customized F-2000. Moments ago, he had taken down one enemy, while another had retreated into the backyard shed. Suddenly, a sharp sniper shot pierced the air. Ack! A scream rang out from the laundry room, followed by the sound of Cool Breeze collapsing to the floor. Axe! Fox's brow furrowed. All units, report your status. Reporting. Ian here, no abnormalities. The shot came from the 2 o'clock direction. This is Grey Wolf. Shot originated from 4 o'clock. Suspect Cool Breeze has been killed. Cool Breeze, respond. Do you copy? Fox roared into the microphone. Damn it. Feng Liang remained silent for a long time, and that silence said it all. Based on the direction of the gunshots reported by the team, the sniper was likely positioned on the elevated platform within the greenbelt, working in tandem with the enemy near the granary. That fatal shot instantly shattered the advantage of 4 against 1, turning the tide. This is Ian. Gunshots were heard from the southern blockade line, nearby, requesting immediate support. This is Grey Wolf. Engaging the enemy, throwing grenades from inside the granary. This is Firefox. Gunfire detected near the watchtower. The patrol team at Mianbao has been wiped out. As the team leader, Firefox's brow furrowed deeply. The situation was spiraling out of control. What initially seemed like a favorable position at Hotel 1 had now turned into a perilous trap, with enemies closing in from all sides. They were at the eye of the storm. Firefox quickly moved to the radio on the first floor, positioning his rifle through the window to cover the gap in the backyard. Suddenly, 2 smoke grenades detonated in the gap, followed by the deafening roar of flashbangs. Despite the obscured visibility, Firefox unleashed a spray of bullets into the smoke, emptying the 60-round drum magazine in moments. When the smoke cleared, a lifeless body lay in the gap. But what was more alarming was that 2 enemies had already breached the backyard shed. Bang 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 bang. M4 rattling. You sass in my face, arg. Ian's call for help was abruptly cut off. Meanwhile, Grey Wolf was keeping a close eye on the granary. Using smoke grenades to obscure vision, the enemy had climbed onto the netted fence of a large weapon crate and leapt into the basement. Grey Wolf fired a few blind shots into the smoke before chasing after them. Reaching the wooden weapon crate, Grey Wolf relied on the sound of footsteps to determine that the enemy was now at the center of the basement, near the table marked with the bridge demolition plan. He fired precisely through the wooden door, the golden tracer rounds piercing the panel and eliciting a pained cry from the other side. A deadly battle unfolded in the basement. Grey Wolf dodged the enemy's RPK bursts as both sides exchanged grenades. Amid a series of explosions, Grey Wolf ultimately succeeded in taking down the enemy hiding in the small room with bunk beds. Just as he prepared to head upstairs to provide support, flashbang in hand, Firefox's command came through his earpiece. Grey Wolf, fall back and regroup with me. Firefox's urgent command crackled through the tactical headset. We can take them this time. But Grey Wolf remained silent. The effects of the endurance and regeneration enhancers he'd injected earlier were still coursing through his veins. He noticed that the enemy's attention was divided, thanks to the distraction caused by Ian's lifeless body and Firefox's movements. This was the perfect moment to strike. Grey Wolf, what are you doing? Firefox's voice exploded in his earpiece. I can't cover you from where you are. If you die, this mission is over. Grey Wolf ignored the warning. Seizing the window of opportunity created by the enemy's disorientation from the flashbang, he bolted out from cover. It took less than a second to close the gap to the small shack. 2 of the enemies, still reeling from the stun, didn't even notice him approaching. In the blink of an eye, Grey Wolf sidestepped into position, his rifle aimed and ready. He locked eyes with an enemy coming straight toward him. For a brief moment, time seemed to freeze. The enemy raised his M4 to fire, but he was a fraction too slow. Bang, the first M62 round struck the enemy's arm, disrupting his aim. Bang, the second shot was lethal, piercing through the KSS helmet and sending blood spraying from the back of his head. The second enemy, rummaging through Ian's gear in the luggage room, reacted immediately to the gunfire. He pulled the pin on a grenade. Grey Wolf's ears caught the faint sound of the pin being pulled. Without hesitation, he leapt forward in a sprint, firing several precise shots that took the enemy down just as he was about to throw the grenade. Grey Wolf quickly retreated, narrowly avoiding the blast radius. Grey Wolf, are you okay? Firefox called out as she vaulted down from the balcony of room 202 to assist. 3 down. Targets neutralized, Grey Wolf reported curtly. Do you even realize what you're doing? Firefox snapped, still fuming. Remember your role, I am the team leader. My apologies, Captain. Grey Wolf replied emotionlessly, crouching in a corner to reload his weapon. Firefox suppressed her frustration. There were still enemies to deal with. Suddenly, Grey Wolf turned sharply toward the basement. Hostiles approaching the main entrance. This time, you follow my orders, Firefox said firmly, falling in step with him. Front left, back right. Alternate fire. Understood, Grey Wolf replied, his tone as cold as ever. From the sound of their footsteps, one enemy was in the bathroom on the 2nd floor, while another was in the kitchen. The basement door leading to the kitchen had been shut without their notice. I'll handle this, Firefox said, stopping Grey Wolf before he could charge in. She cautiously pushed the door open and immediately darted to the left. A burst of 9mm rounds from a vector sprayed the doorway, missing her completely. Fall back. He's got a grenade, Firefox shouted, hearing the distinct sound of a pin being pulled. They both retreated to the basement just as the grenade exploded overhead, leaving them with minor injuries. Firefox attempted a counterattack with 2 Malawian Quach's grenades, but the enemy held his ground, unmoved. Let me take care of it, Grey Wolf said, stepping forward despite Firefox's protests. If he's using a vector, I can push through directly. He peeked out and scoped in, spotting the enemy crouched by a long weapon crate, his gun trained and ready. The dum-dum bullets from Victor 9 proved ineffective against the N95 helmet. Even with 7 N31 ammunition, their impact couldn't compare to the M62 in Grey Wolf's hands. The outcome of this duel was straightforward. Grey Wolf only needed 1 or 2 precise shots, while his opponent first had to penetrate the helmet's protection. The sharp crackle of gunfire filled the air, followed by a series of loud shots. Arg! The opponent's pained cry marked the end of the battle, just as Grey Wolf had anticipated. The dum-dum bullets failed to breach the N95 helmet's defenses. After confirming the enemy's death, Grey Wolf quickly descended to the 1st floor to gather intelligence from upstairs. Grey Wolf, follow orders, Foxfire reminded through gritted teeth. Understood, Grey Wolf replied curtly, replenishing his grenades from the enemy's gear. This one upstairs is mine, Foxfire said as he moved to the stairwell, deftly tossing a grenade upward. Following the loud boom, he swiftly turned toward the master bedroom, launching a flashbang with precision midair. Bang! Amid the explosion, Foxfire caught a glimpse of half a silhouetted opponent, wielding a long sniper rifle. The enemy retreated into the master bedroom to avoid the flashbang, giving Foxfire and Grey Wolf the perfect opportunity to storm the second floor. It's a sniper, likely the AX that killed Feng Liang. Grey Wolf's sharp assessment was immediate. I've got this. Foxfire, experienced in dealing with snipers, especially in close-quarters combat, took the lead. Leaning against the corner of the hallway, he skillfully tossed a medkit as bait. Bang! Right on cue, the medkit was pierced by a golden bullet. Foxfire seized the moment to aim, but the opponent was just as seasoned, retreating to cover the instant Foxfire peeked out. A burst of bullets missed their mark, and the plan failed. He's by the sofa, near the long weapon case, Foxfire quickly reported. Got it, Grey Wolf responded, refraining from charging recklessly. Instead, he moved to the window and hurled a stun grenade precisely toward the red medkit at the end of the 203 hallway. Using the disorienting effect of the stun grenade, Grey Wolf launched his assault. As he approached the sofa's corner, he leapt decisively. Bang! As expected, the opponent had been standing by the sofa against the wall, sniper rifle ready. The shot hit Grey Wolf's leg but failed to stop him. In the end, Grey Wolf's hipfire, though slightly off-target, successfully concluded the confrontation. The scene shifted to an office floor of the White Dove Corporation. In the spacious, brightly lit workspace, four figures suddenly appeared on ergonomic chairs. Among them, the dark-skinned, wrinkled man was Foxfire, the leader of the Hunter Squad, while the sharp-eyed, fair-skinned young man beside him was Grey Wolf. Foxfire, report the situation. A deep voice echoed from the speaker in the upper right corner as a high-definition camera on the diagonal silently recorded everything. This is Foxfire. This week's live combat drill is complete. Casualties, 2 dead. Enemy kills, 8. Foxfire reported into the microphone in front of him. After a brief pause, he reluctantly added, Grey Wolf accounted for 5 of the kills, ranking first. Nan Qiang followed Zhang Yang and his brother Zhang Qi back home. What greeted him was a tactical sandbox table in a dark zone style that took him by surprise. He eagerly leaned in, running his fingers over the tabletop, feeling the sand and markers that could freely change shapes. He was instantly enamored. Haha, the best part is this computer. Zhang Qi exclaimed as he turned on the computer by the table, showcasing its features. Besides the basic functions, it also came with classic games like Snake and Tetris. Let's focus on the task at hand, Zhang Yang said, calling the other two over to the computer. He opened the registration interface on the dark zone panel. The screen displayed a registration form. Team name 27 characters. Team members 24 people. Team leader. Members. Total fee. What should we name our team? Zhang Yang frowned and thought. How about New Century? Nan Qiang suggested. You've been following boy bands too much, Zhang Qi scoffed. It's not cool enough. I'd say, the New Century boy band boss. Zhang Yang shook his head helplessly. It seemed naming the team was something he'd have to handle himself. He quickly typed on the keyboard, filling in the form. Team name, Chuanxin Banbin Kamona. Team members, 3. Team leader, Zhang Yang. Members, Zhang Qi, Nan Qiang. Total fee, 1,500,000 Kun coins. They pooled together the Kun coins from their emails and the money Zhang Qi earned from releasing the lion, just managing to scrape together the 1.5 million registration fee. After submission, the competition rules and schedule appeared on the screen. Participating teams will be matched with opponents within the city. Best-of matches, with the highest total value advancing to the provincial competition. The preliminary map will be randomly selected from Enhanced Farm, Enhanced Valley, Enhanced North Mountain, or Enhanced Naval Port. Eliminating Special Forces grants an additional 50,000 Kun coins. Competition time, March 20th, 8 a.m. March 24th, 12 p.m. Zhang Yang carefully calculated the time. There was exactly 1 week before the first match. Though time was tight, he had already prepared a training plan and his mind maxing out Pharaoh's proficiency was the top priority. From today, we're only playing Enhanced Mode, Zhang Yang declared decisively. Enhanced Mode? Nan Qiang and Zhang Qi's faces immediately changed. For a newbie who had only played the basic level once and a rookie who wasn't even good at using health packs, this was practically a pipe dream. Bro, the problem is if we die even once, we'll have to jump straight into the official match next time. Zhang Qi pointed out the critical issue. Oh no. Zhang Yang slapped his forehead, suddenly realizing what he had overlooked. This wasn't his previous life anymore. In this life, the Special Ops team can only die once per week. Otherwise the game's awareness wouldn't lag so far behind his original world. Zhang Yang frowned in thought before making up his mind. I'll create a team. You guys join me? There was only one option left: the training ground. Fortunately, the training ground in this life allowed team entries. Zhang Yang immediately gathered Zhang Qi and Nan Qiang, instructing them to prepare their combat gear and join him in the Dark Zone dungeon training ground. Bro, what do you think of this setup? It's guaranteed to gross out the enemy. Nan Qiang eagerly showed off his Dark Zone loadout. Zhang Yang took one glance and immediately felt a headache coming on. An old steel helmet, security-grade bulletproof vest, 926 light ammo pouches, and a high-spec T-85 rifle. Wasn't this just the standard kit for an average drifter? The competition is on an enhanced map. Your gear's value needs to exceed 80,000, Zhang Yang said, exasperated. 80,000? Zhang Qi exclaimed, instinctively counting on his fingers as if calculating how many squid skewers he could buy with that. Nan Qiang slumped, looking defeated. I know, that's why I never compete. Zhang Yang took over and reviewed Nan Qiang's Dark Zone inventory. How is your storage only at 0.8 m? Didn't we make a lot last night? Opening the storage revealed an overwhelming pile of junk. Matches, lighters, metal Zippo lighters, duct tape, nuts, corrugated pipes, acrylic sheets, CPU fans, batteries, wrenches, awls, magnets, insect repellents, toothpaste, syringes, notebooks, Dark Zone intel. Aside from an old backpack, the remaining 11 rows were filled with trash and low-quality firearms. Fortunately, at the bottom were 3 rows of memory modules, which were barely worth something. Zhang Yang quickly listed the memory modules for sale. With the market price at 2,800, he marked them all at 4,500. Bro, won't they just sit there unsold? Nan Qiang asked worriedly. Relax. Memory module prices fluctuate the fastest. They range from 5,000 to 1,900 daily. I buy them at 2,000 and sell at 4,500. List them for 12 hours, get some sleep, and they'll all be sold by morning. Zhang Yang explained confidently. This was the strategy that earned him millions in his past life, though he'd also been caught a couple of times. As Nan Qiang nodded in agreement, Zhang Yang suddenly opened the vendor interface and began rapidly selling off Nan Qiang's precious junk at low prices. Hey, what are you doing? No, not my Dark Zone intel. Nan Qiang panicked, jumping up and down, but Zhang Yang's hands moved too quickly. Even the limited Dark Zone intel was sold. Ding Cohen coined 60,000, the system notification chimed. Nan Qiang looked devastated. Master, why? My account is ruined now. Zhang Yang struck a pose reminiscent of a streamer from his past life and said in a serious tone, you have to remember, games are just a passing view in the journey of life. Since you've accepted me as your mentor, I'll make sure you earn big money, Zhang Yang said with a smile, his gaze falling on Nan Qiang's remaining balance of Cohen coins. Including the previous amount, the total now stood at 400,000 coins. It's time to get some gear, Zhang Yang said as he opened the equipment store and quickly made his selections. A 926 composite bulletproof vest, an 03 heavy helmet, a DK8 mask, and GS2 headphones. As he watched the balance drop to 0, he frowned slightly. The price of full armor and helmets has tripled in this lifetime. Undeterred, he turned to check Nan Qiang's storage. Inside a worn-out double-layered pouch, he stumbled upon an unexpected surprise. A vase and a mystical pig. No, please. Nan Qiang begged desperately, but Zhang Yang showed no hesitation as he sold the vase to Vincent, along with the wild pig worth 50,000. Cohen coins 500,000. The system notification chimed. Nan Qiang collapsed onto the blue sofa, looking utterly defeated. Half a year grinding Dark Zone raids, and I spent all my compensation for just these scraps. He turned to Zhang Qi. Why aren't you saying anything? Zhang Qi, meanwhile, was silently staring at the golden leopard in his own storage, tears welling up in his eyes. Don't cry. Don't cry. Daddy's just gone on a trip. Get it together. Zhang Yang raised his voice. What we've lost, we must reclaim with interest. Go full force, go experience it. Improving our skills is the best revenge. Spawn. Zhang Qi and Nan Qiang echoed in unison. With the funding issue resolved, it was time to pick suitable weapons. Zhang Qi set his sights on an F-2000, and Zhang Yang nodded in approval. It was a highly stable weapon, perfect for beginners. Nan Qiang initially wanted to go for the Pharaoh, but Zhang Yang vetoed the choice. Guns now are much harder to handle than in the game. In the end, Nan Qiang settled on the P90, a close-quarters king with impressive rate of fire and damage. I'll cover the cost for modifications and ammo, Zhang Yang said generously, glancing at his own storage filled with plenty of Cohen coins. All right, reload for me, Nan Qiang said with a cheerful grin. Bro, should I use 995 or A1? Zhang Qi asked innocently as he finished adjusting his gun, blinking his clear, curious eyes. Zhang Yang opened the market interface to check and found that in this life, the price of 995 bullets was even more outrageous, skyrocketing to 3,000 per round. Go with A1, he replied decisively. After the 3 of them prepared their gear, including grenades and medical supplies, they stepped into the training grounds. It was a wide-open area enclosed by iron plates over 3 meters high. On the perimeter sat a few parked tanks, and beyond that lay dense woods, making the entire setting feel like a secluded military base. In the center of the field stood a sturdy wooden table with a smooth, polished surface coated with glossy varnish. On the wall, rows of metal ammunition boxes, filled with bullets, gleamed coldly under the sunlight. Various firearms were neatly arranged on the table, well-maintained and exuding an intimidating aura. At the far end of the training field, a lineup of wooden humanoid targets, adjustable moving targets, and fixed targets awaited. These targets could be customized for distance and speed to simulate a variety of combat scenarios. Alright, let's start by getting you familiar with the firearms and practicing the three-point alignment for shooting. Zhang Yang, an experienced veteran, began teaching them step by step, following standard military training procedures. First, you need to understand how the gun is constructed. 20 minutes later, Zhang Yang's throat was dry from all the talking. But the lesson had been effective. Zhang Qi and Nan Qiang had already grasped the basics of firearm structure and usage. They were now practicing shooting in proper stances. Good. Now practice shooting on your own. Remember to maintain the three-point alignment. Zhang Yang instructed as he pulled out a bottle of taurine drink from his ammo pouch and took a big gulp. Got it. Nan Qiang responded earnestly, realizing how many mistakes he had made in the past through this training. Yay, yay, training time. Zhang Qi cheered enthusiastically, still brimming with energy. He had yet to fully understand the harsh realities of war and the grueling nature of training, his passion undiminished. Tap 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 tap, zzz. On the shooting range, sunlight slanted across the targets. The fixed targets were gradually eroded by dense bullet holes, the black impact marks blurring the rings on the target boards. Two task force members trained intensely, sweat pouring off them. While not far away, in the shade of a workbench, Zhang Yang lounged leisurely with his legs crossed, holding a taurine drink that emitted a faint chill. Focus, Zhang Yang instructed calmly. If your trajectory isn't stable, whether it's swaying left and right or up and down, figure out the reason yourself. Having said that, he closed his eyes again, enjoying his moment of rest. Ugh, this is brutal. Zhang Qi slumped to the ground and fished out a packet of cucumber-flavored chips from his ammo pouch, crunching away noisily. Still feeling like saying, oh yeah? Bet you're not oh yang now, Nan Qiang teased. As a seasoned veteran who had spent over half a year in the dark zones, his stamina was clearly superior. Despite being drenched in sweat, his movements remained precise and disciplined. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Zhang Qi, pale-faced, stubbornly chanted his catchphrase between bites. The scene stirred Zhang Yang from his near slumber. What's going on? Why are you resting? He barked, raising his gun for emphasis. You think competition time will wait for you? He silently noted that his mischievous younger brother needed stricter discipline to push past his limits. It's only been half an hour of training. This intensity is already low. Bro, you're like a medieval farm overlord. Zhang Qi whined, his face contorted in mock despair, the tune of "You Gotta Move" playing in his head. Seeing his brother so dejected, Zhang Yang softened his tone. Zhang Qi, I know you're tired, but since you signed up for the competition, you have to train hard. He then began recounting a story that had left a deep impression on him, about a protagonist named Yidong and his summoning abilities, particularly the tragic loss of Yidong's first subordinate. Zhang Yang spent a full 5 minutes vividly describing how a follower nicknamed Baldy had fallen in battle due to lack of strength. The moral of the story is, shed more sweat during training so you shed fewer tears after the fight. Zhang Yang concluded earnestly. I know that story too, Nan Qiang said, his eyes glistening with emotion. My QQ nickname is Baldy, Jackson Da. The sunlight illuminated his rugged face, giving him the appearance of a revolutionary hero who had fulfilled his mission. Zhang Qi finally caved. Fine, they'll train. They'll train now. He set aside his chips, picked up his F-2000 rifle, and unleashed a flurry of shots at the target. After nearly half an hour of recoil control practice, his trajectory gradually tightened into an increasingly compact line. Not bad, you've improved. Zhang Yang praised while casually helping himself to Zhang Qi's leftover chips, clearly a fan of the same flavor. Next, Zhang Yang wiped his fingers and pulled a grenade from his ammo pouch. We're going to learn instant detonation. Instant detonation? The two trainees exchanged uneasy glances, swallowing nervously. First, let's talk about why we need to practice instant detonation. The explosion of a grenade typically occurs within 2.5 to 4 seconds. Zhang Yang stood in the center of the training ground, casually handling a 2 Malawian kwacha's grenade as he explained in detail to two trainees. When the enemy spots a grenade, they'll instinctively try to dodge. However, instant detonation allows the grenade to explode the moment it hits the ground, leaving the enemy no time to react. Before he finished speaking, Zhang Yang suddenly pulled the safety pin and threw the grenade at the feet of the two trainees. Oh, come on. The two immediately reacted, sprinting away alongside Zhang Yang. 3 seconds later, a deafening explosion erupted behind them. Shards of rock scattered, thick smoke billowed, and the blast left a scorched crater in the ground. The acrid smell of gunpowder filled the air as the two trainees covered their noses and mouths, their brows furrowed tightly. "Are you insane, bro?" Zhang Qi demanded, still shaken. "Master, you..." Nan Qiang hesitated, as if he had guessed the reasoning behind it. "Drop the whining." Zhang Yang barked sharply. "Did you see that? With a normal grenade throw, the enemy always has time to escape. That's why you need to learn instant detonation. Start practicing now." After pulling the pin, hold on to it for an extra second or two before throwing, Zhang Yang commanded. "But what if something goes wrong?" Zhang Qi asked nervously, his voice trembling. "No problem," Nan Qiang replied, already accustomed to the intensity of this training after 6 months in the dark zone. Under Zhang Yang's urging, Zhang Qi mustered up his courage and picked up a grenade. "I can do this," he whispered to himself, trying to build confidence. He pulled the safety pin and started counting. 1, 2. Wait, isn't the attack grenade set to 2.5 seconds? Before he could figure it out, the grenade exploded. In the blinding flash of light, Zhang Qi dropped to the ground, instantly reduced to a charred corpse. "Oh meat," Nan Qiang muttered in broken English. "Well, now he's literally a blackened man," Zhang Yang said, shaking his head in exasperation. Fortunately, the training ground allowed for unlimited revivals. Zhang Yang quickly opened the panel and summoned Zhang Qi back. The scorched corpse on the ground vanished, and Zhang Qi reappeared on the training field. With a vacant expression, he walked back to his position, muttering, "You gotta move. Hey, Jerry." As he picked up another grenade to resume training, the scene shifts to the south wall, where he carefully grips and 2 Malawian Quach's grenade. After numerous practices, he has gradually overcome his initial fear. Taking a deep breath, he silently counts to 2.5 in his head before tossing the grenade into the air. Boom! The grenade explodes perfectly midair, forming a distinct gray cloud. "Nice. I did it." Nan Qiang excitedly shakes the dozing Zhang Yang beside him, proudly showing off his achievement to Zhang Qi. Oh yeah, can't stop me now." He twists his body in excitement and turns to Zhang Yang to share the news. "Master, I did it." Zhang Yang groggily opens his eyes, having just dreamt of finding classified documents in the main guest room, only to be interrupted as he was about to secure them in a safe. Although slightly annoyed, he feels a sense of relief hearing his apprentice's good news. "You've mastered it? Show me." Zhang Qi, though slightly skeptical, grabs a bottle of milk to watch the demonstration. All right, here we go." Nan Qiang, brimming with confidence, pulls out another 2 Malawian Quach's grenade. As he removes the safety pin, he starts counting down. Now's the moment. He throws the grenade with precision, timing it perfectly, but unfortunately, it hits the wooden beam overhead and bounces back toward them. Boom. Ah. The three of them scream in unison as dust rains down from the wooden beam. The training ground falls silent. 20 minutes later, the trio has relocated to Zhang Yang's couch, each wearing a different expression. Zhang Yang is furious, Zhang Qi looks helpless, and Nan Qiang has a guilty expression, clearly aware of his mistake. Another 20 minutes pass, and they return to the training ground. The setting sun casts a warm glow as 2 task force members, dressed in matching District 9 uniforms, stand in perfect formation with their weapons. Nan Qiang's gaze is firm, the golden sunlight outlining his athletic figure. Zhang Qi is equally focused, though his slightly crossed eyes add an unintentionally humorous touch. Zhang Yang supervises from the side, occasionally firing a shot into the air to keep them on task. After another 20 minutes, the training transitions to combat drills using entrenching tools. The 2 trainees grip their tools tightly, adopting strong stances with serious expressions. This entrenching tool combat technique is something I learned in the army. Listen carefully, they'll only explain it once. Get your entrenching tools ready. Huh. Their synchronized footsteps echo across the training ground as they swing their tools, drawing smooth arcs in the air with identical, precise movements. The sun dips lower, its rays illuminating their sweat and dust-covered faces. Despite their physical exhaustion, their spirits remain high. Good work. Training dismissed. Zhang Yang claps his hands as the 2 task force members collapse onto the ground. Looking up, they see the night sky dotted with countless stars, like glittering jewels embedded in a deep blue canvas. Oh wow. Zhang Yang sighed softly. This was his first time seeing the night sky in the training field. In his previous life, the training field had time restrictions. After practicing for a while, you had to leave. No wonder he had never witnessed such a scene before. On the training ground, Nan Qiang was sprawled out on the ground, arms and legs stretched wide, gazing up at the vast, starry sky. The stars dotted the heavens, some twinkling alone like lonely travelers, while others formed shapes like a ladle, adding a touch of mystery to the night. He stared at the countless stars, his thoughts wandering far. Look, The stars. Do they have secrets too? Do they betray their friends like teammates sometimes do? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Zhang Qi had also laid down on the ground, counting the endless stars. I wish I could just fall asleep here. Open my eyes, close my eyes, it's all stars. Zhang Yang climbed over the platform in front of the shooting target and walked toward the humanoid target. In the game from his previous life, invisible walls had always restricted his movement, and it only now occurred to him that he could go over here. He lay down as well. This was, indeed, the most comfortable position for stargazing. Moonlight bathed the training field, covering everything in a silvery glow. The humanoid targets cast long shadows under the moonlight, while the abandoned tanks outside the field glimmered faintly. The swaying shadows of the trees added to the tranquility, and only the steady breathing of the three of them echoed softly in the quiet night. Before they knew it, the three of them found their way back to Zhang Yang's home and fell asleep. The next morning, at precisely 8 o'clock, the alarm clock rang. Zhang Yang woke up with a start. There was only one day left for his system task. Opening the Dark Zone interface, he was hit with a familiar feeling, like rushing to finish homework on the last day of winter break. He had to reach 60 proficiency with 8 types of weapons, but so far, he had only completed 2. As he organized his inventory, Zhang Qi and Nan Qiang shuffled over, still half asleep. Bro, your alarm clock is way too loud, Zhang Qi complained. It's your house's poor soundproofing, Nan Qiang said, rubbing his eyes. Last night, I could even hear noises from next door. What did you hear? Something like, never mind, I shouldn't say. As kids, you shouldn't be listening to things you shouldn't hear, Zhang Yang said with a serious tone. I'm almost 13, Nan Qiang protested, yawning. Exactly, bro. We're not little kids anymore, Zhang Qi added as he headed toward the bathroom. I'm going downstairs to get breakfast. Today, we're officially heading into the map. Master, think it over. I'm only 13 this year. As soon as Nan Qiang heard they were going into the map, he immediately hugged Zhang Yang's leg. You're not little kids anymore, Zhang Yang said with a laugh as he closed the door. Of course, he knew he wouldn't take them into a high-level map for dangerous adventures at most. They'd explore a basic map for some practice while he worked on completing his system task. At the bun shop downstairs, he called out, Boss, 6 meat buns, extra meat, light on the dough. Soon, the three of them finished breakfast. When Zhang Yang announced that they would only be tackling a standard map this time, both Nan Qiang and Zhang Qi visibly sighed in relief. So, what gear are we bringing? My World War II veteran set is ready to go, Nan Qiang said excitedly. We'll stick to 5-piece gear and fully modified guns, just like yesterday at the training ground, Zhang Yang said firmly, leaving no room for negotiation. Only by mastering proper equipment can we unlock its full potential. Sticking to the T-79, forever, what greatness can that achieve? That's such a waste. Using A1 rounds just to fight bots. Zhang Qi protested, looking pained. 1 bullet costs as much as 10 skewers of squid. Zhang Yang rolled up his sleeves and smiled, issuing a warning. Don't think I don't know what you're planning. You're using A1 rounds, and if I catch you secretly switching to something else. Got it. Zhang Qi replied dejectedly, his head hanging low. Let's go. I've been waiting for this. Nan Qiang quickly adjusted his mindset, donned the gear from yesterday, and stood ready. He began to imagine himself taking out enemies swiftly and cleanly with a combat shovel, a grin unconsciously spreading across his face. Heh. Hey. Zhang Yang smacked him out of his daydream. Get ready. All right. The three of them sprang into action, gearing up with their best equipment. Zhang Yang chose the BT-6 level 5 armor, keeping his original helmet and headset while equipping himself with a BM-59 and a VSS. For the VSS, he opted for the standard stock instead of the modern one, as his prior experience had taught him that the standard stock offered better hipfire accuracy. Paired with a blue-purple laser sight and a flashlight, the gun was fully optimized for close-range hipfire combat. As for the BM-59, despite Zhang Yang's limited experience, its value was undeniable as the only carbine capable of loading M61 rounds. He outfitted it with a 20-round magazine, a 14x scope, and an MG3 flash suppressor. Considering that M61 rounds had risen to 4,000 kun per bullet on the market, he only purchased 20 rounds. Once they were fully prepared, the team selected the standard military port map, a compact, densely populated map ideal for skill building. Launch. With that command, the Dark Zone instance began loading, and the three of them vanished in an instant. The military port on the eastern coast of Guayabat came into view, ravaged by both war and time. The once thriving harbor now lay shrouded in a veil of blackened smoke. The crumbling facades of tall buildings exposed skeletal frameworks of steel and concrete. The red sign of the Vincent Shopping Center still stood out, while bullet holes on its 3rd floor revealed 2 rocking chairs swaying precariously, like a blind eye staring into the desolation. The maze-like alleys were overgrown with weeds and littered with rubble. At the corner of the street, A sunshade sheltered a bench stacked with long weapon crates. The wreckage of a sedan, marked with a K, rested quietly by the roadside. Nearby, the hollow husk of a battleship lay sprawled across the water. Sandbags neatly piled along the grassy edges, and the simplistic graffiti on the high walls served as the final remnants of the military port's character. The air was thick with desolation and silence, no signs of life. No sounds, only the howling of the wind and the relentless crash of waves against the shore. Zhang Yang stood in the dimly lit room, his eyes settling on the blue-collar uniform lying quietly on the chair. In an instant, he confirmed his spawn point, the third floor of the department store. Time to set up, Zhang Yang muttered to himself. Although this spawn point didn't offer any guaranteed loot, its position was ideal. He quickly moved to the edge of the balcony and set up his rifle. Through the scope, his line of sight covered two critical spots: the seashore and the entrance to the administrative building, both prime areas for enemy activity. While maintaining his watch, Zhang Yang began briefing his teammates on the key points of the military port map. Listen up. They'll walk you through the spawn points in the military port. He pulled up the minimap on his interface and started explaining in detail. The central area, Coastwind Port, has a spawn point. You can grab insurance-free loot there, but watch out for people on the first floor of the department store. They might toss grenades through the small windows, Zhang Yang said in an even tone. There's Position 1 inside Purple Veil Apartments, Position 2 at the auto repair shop, Position 1 behind the post office, and Position 2 along the path leading to Purple Veil Apartments. As Zhang Yang continued his explanation, the locations of the military port's numerous spawn points became clear to his two teammates. He didn't focus much on routes for collecting loot, but instead emphasized potential strategies for setting up ambushes at each spawn point. Instead of obsessing over loot, spend more time countering enemy positions. Taking someone down is a solid 50,000, Zhang Yang remarked. Just as he finished speaking, a target appeared in his scope: a fully geared operative, wearing a KSS helmet and carrying a combat shovel, crossing the road. Clearly, the player had just looted the insurance-free area at Coastwind Port and was heading toward the administrative building. Bang, 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 bang. Even with only 38 proficiency with his BM-59, Zhang Yang's shots, loaded with Type 61 rounds, easily eliminated the target. Ugh, proficiency 1. See that? Crossing open areas like this without smoke cover is a death sentence, Zhang Yang said as he reloaded his magazine. Before his teammates could nod in agreement, a burst of gunfire erupted from the direction of the restaurant. Bro, should we head over? Zhang Qi asked hesitantly. If there's action, why wouldn't we go? Zhang Yang decisively swapped his BM-59 for a VSS. On a fully geared military port run, clearing the area was the only way to go. The three of them moved toward the restaurant, taking the path from the department store to their destination. The sounds of intense gunfire and explosions filled the air around them. It was clear that a fierce battle was already underway. The sharp sound of gunfire echoed between the buildings. Nan Qiang felt a rush of long-lost excitement as he tightened his grip on the P90, while Zhang Qi appeared visibly tense, staying close behind the pair and frequently glancing over his shoulder to check every corner. We're almost done here. Time to clean up the rest, Zhang Yang said as he quickly analyzed the battlefield. To prevent an ambush from the second-floor windows or the restaurant inn, he expertly tossed a floating smoke grenade toward the second-floor window. Hiss! The smoke spread through the air, perfectly obscuring the view from the second-floor windows. Nan Qiang smiled knowingly, understanding Zhang Yang's intent. Move. Zhang Yang injected a stamina booster and charged ahead. He pushed the door open and slipped inside. The kitchen floor bore two still warm bodies. Footsteps and the sound of someone injecting a stimulant echoed from upstairs. Zhang Yang swiftly threw two smoke grenades into the first-floor lobby to block any potential fire from the second-floor hallway. Two staircases, one on the left and one on the right. I'll take the left. You two take the right, he ordered concisely. Understood. The other two replied in unison. Zhang Yang tossed a flashbang grenade toward the second floor, and the trio moved simultaneously. The wooden stairs creaked under their hurried steps, adrenaline coursing through their veins. As Nan Qiang reached the top of the stairs, he spotted a prone operative and immediately unleashed a burst of fire from the P90. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang encountered an enemy hiding behind an office drawer. Although the enemy fired first, the bullets failed to penetrate Zhang Yang's BT-6 body armor. In response, Zhang Yang took the enemy down with a precise shot from his VSS. Skill proficiency 1. Zhang Yang continued forward, confirming that the key room and the restaurant had been cleared. All that remained was the unnamed old building across the way. Its balcony was a common ambush point, providing a direct line of sight to the restaurant's second floor. No looting without my command, Zhang Yang instructed Nan Qiang to hold position while he led Zhang Qi toward the old building. As they approached the base of the structure, a faint noise caught Zhang Yang's attention. He first ensured the area above was secure, then signaled Zhang Qi to proceed alone. Zhang Qi's hands trembled slightly from nerves, but he mustered his courage and advanced cautiously. As he looked up to check the upper floors, a black gun barrel suddenly emerged from the spiral staircase. Rat-a-tat clang clang. The startled Zhang Qi fired instinctively. At the same time, Zhang Yang, positioned outside, hurled an instant detonation grenade toward the rooftop. Boom. After the explosion, Zhang Qi crouched at the stairwell, hesitating to move forward. Just then, Zhang Yang's voice came through the tactical headset. You've got full gear and a fully modded gun. Don't be afraid. This encouragement was like a shot of adrenaline, reigniting Zhang Qi's confidence. Charge. Clenching his teeth, Zhang Qi surged up the stairs. The enemy upstairs was still disoriented from the ringing in his ears. Staring at the slightly warped barrel of his gun, he froze for a moment, doubting its functionality. He recalled an episode of Boonie Bears and quickly pulled out his sidearm Desert Eagle. Drawing from TV show experience, he knew the devastating power of a handgun in close-quarters combat. Hearing footsteps from below, the enemy immediately aimed his weapon at the stairwell corner. Soon, Zhang Qi's figure appeared in his sights. Bang, 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 ping ping ping. 3 precise shots hit their mark, but were deflected by Zhang Qi's level 5 Type 03 helmet. The two locked eyes across half a flight of stairs. Zhang Qi reacted swiftly, raising his rifle, aiming, and pulling the trigger in one fluid motion. Bang, bang, rat-a-tat-a-tat. R. The enemy collapsed with a groan, dropping the Desert Eagle to the floor. Zhang Qi carefully cleared the upper level, and after confirming it was secure, he exhaled deeply, his tactical gear soaked with sweat. Bro, target eliminated. Zhang Qi reported excitedly. It was his first kill, and the primal thrill of it surged through him, as if a dormant combat instinct had been awakened, his blood boiling with adrenaline. I knew you could do it, Zhang Yang replied, relieved and proud of Zhang Qi's progress. This real combat experience was a pivotal moment for Zhang Qi, opening a new door to growth. South wall, Zhang Qi, time to loot the gear, Zhang Yang instructed while suppressing 2 enemy positions. Next, we'll move on to the administrative building. That area has the highest concentration of enemies, especially during the boy band spawn. It can reach up to 30. Don't bother with junk gear. Focus on meds and grenades, Zhang Yang added briefly. The battlefield loot was quickly tallied. 4 bodies in the cafeteria, their gear fairly standard, with the best being a few level 4 armors and some semi-modded weapons. Zhang Qi's haul included a modernized SKS and a Desert Eagle. Bro, there's some level 4 SKS ammo here. Do you want it? 7.6239? Yeah, grab it. That's decent stuff, Zhang Yang replied, recalling its steep price of over 300 per round in his previous life. After resupplying, Zhang Qi regrouped with South Wall. Zhang Yang loaded a 50-round magazine, and the 3 of them readied themselves. Together, they set off toward the administrative building, bracing for the next battle. The 3 of them passed by Vincent Department Store and continued along the edge of the map. Zhang Yang led the way toward the stairs leading to the rooftop of the administration building, but Zhang Qi's attention was caught by the view on their right. Bro, is that the sea on our right? Zhang Qi tiptoed, trying to catch a glimpse of the scenery beyond the wall, but his view was blocked by a 3-meter-high military barrier. Yeah, Zhang Yang nodded, pointing ahead. There's a wire fence up ahead. You'll be able to see outside. He understood Zhang Qi's curiosity, recalling how fascinated he had been the first time he played this military port map. Sure enough, after a few more steps, a wire gate appeared in front of them on the right. Through the mesh, an empty dock came into view, along with a majestic warship. Its sleek black hull shimmered in the sunlight, contrasting beautifully with the deep blue sea. In the distance, seagulls soared, adding a touch of vitality to the solemn military port. Let's go. Zhang Yang lightly patted Zhang Qi's heavy-duty helmet. Zhang Qi nodded in response, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Suddenly, there was movement near a haystack up ahead. A hostile soldier appeared, but before Zhang Yang could take aim, Nan Qiang took him down first. The two exchanged a knowing smile, their teamwork needing no words. You dare come here? A taunting voice echoed from the spiral staircase. Before the words even finished, Zhang Qi had taken out the enemy with 2 precise shots. Feeling triumphant, he patted his chest, earning an approving smile from Zhang Yang. The metal staircase clanged under their boots as the 3 quickly ascended to the rooftop. From this vantage point, they had a clear view of the entire garrison. The European-style administration building stood tall and imposing, while sunlight filtered through the greenery, casting dappled patterns on the military tents below. Gunfire rang out from inside the building, accompanied by the rhythmic tremors of explosions. It's lively down there, Zhang Yang said excitedly. We've got to max out our proficiency today. Let's go inject. Roger that. The 3 synchronized their actions, injecting endurance boosters and tossing the spent syringes aside in unison. Let's move. Zhang Yang commanded, charging down the stairs to the 3rd floor. At the corner leading to the safe room, they encountered a special ops soldier searching a fallen enemy's body. Food is the people's priority. Before the special ops soldier could react, Zhang Yang swiftly took him out, earning a proficiency point. On the ground lay not only the special ops soldier, but also 2 other enemy corpses. Hearing the sound of approaching footsteps, Zhang Yang quickly analyzed. The safe room's already been unlocked. There must be teammates still on the 3rd floor. The administrative building offers far more opportunities than it might seem. Beyond the interior spaces, the outdoor area downstairs, as well as the 1st and 2nd floors, still hold strategic advantages. Zhang Yang heard the rapid sound of footsteps approaching from the direction of the Naval Command. "Follow me," he ordered decisively, leading his team cautiously through a small side door into the hallway. He first peeked around to assess the situation, ensuring it was safe before stepping inside. Hiss, he hurled an offensive grenade towards the end of the hallway. Boom, the explosion echoed as Zhang Yang sprinted forward like an arrow. The hallway was lined with rooms on both sides, making a room search impractical. Nan Qiang and Zhang Qi followed closely behind, providing alternating cover as they advanced toward the Naval Command. Suddenly, a figure peeked out from the entrance of the command room. Zhang Qi immediately pulled the trigger, the rapid tat-a-tat-a-tat of gunfire filling the air. However, the enemy was quicker, retreating after taking only 1 hit. "Doesn't matter. He'll bleed out soon," Zhang Yang said quickly, switching to a grenade for another throw. But before he could act, the enemy slammed the door shut. "Damn it!" Zhang Yang cursed as the grenade bounced off the door, forcing him to retreat in haste. Boom! The explosion left his status panel flashing black and red. "He's coming out," Nan Qiang warned just as 2 enemies burst out from behind the door. Nan Qiang had already pre-aimed his P90, taking down one with a burst of fire. However, the other enemy had already trained his weapon on Zhang Yang. A rapid burst of gunfire followed. Zhang Yang fell to the ground, his mind flashing with an odd thought: pedicure or M4? HP meat shield. Before he could make sense of it, Zhang Qi swiftly finished off the 2nd enemy with a precise shot. From inside the command room, the sound of a 3rd enemy's footsteps echoed. Zhang Qi stayed on high alert, aiming his weapon, while Nan Qiang quickly injected a recovery syringe into Zhang Yang. "Take it easy." Zhang Yang groaned in pain, but his heart was filled with gratitude. The S-level healing ability activated, sending a miraculous energy coursing through his body. In mere seconds, all his injuries vanished, and he stood up, fully restored to maximum health. "I've got this," Zhang Yang said, regaining his composure. He adjusted the shattered DK-8 mask on his face, his eyes resolute. Using the Pythagorean theorem, he calculated the angle and threw a rebound grenade, forcing the last enemy to shift positions. He then advanced rapidly in a crouched stance, evading the enemy's suppressive fire. Cornered, the enemy retreated into a hidden storage room. Zhang Yang wasted no time, tossing a flashbang inside. Boom, the explosion disoriented the enemy, and Zhang Yang swiftly followed, landing precise shots. Arg, the last enemy fell, and a notification popped up. Proficiency 1. The 4-person squad eliminated. Just as Zhang Yang finished off the enemies, Zhang Qi and Nan Qiang hurriedly arrived. "Bro, how's it going?" "No problem, they're all dead," Zhang Yang replied as he turned around, skillfully injecting himself with the regenerative strength serum. "You scared me to death. If you were gone, what would happen to the 2 of us?" Zhang Qi's voice was filled with genuine concern. The moment Zhang Yang hit the ground earlier had truly left him panicked. Falling down in the front lines is pretty normal. Despite his words, Zhang Yang was still surprised by the earlier mishap. The enemy had coincidentally closed the door just as he threw the grenade. A rare stroke of bad luck. "There are still people downstairs," Nan Qiang said, remaining vigilant as he awaited Zhang Yang's next instructions. Sporadic gunfire outside the building signaled that someone was clearing out robots. "Reload first? No rush," Zhang Yang nodded calmly. "If they're real players, they'll come up eventually. Instead of going on the offensive, let's wait for them to walk into our trap." Zhang Qi began inspecting the bodies in the hidden storage room while Zhang Yang checked the contents of a second-hand safe. Paracord, a clock, a GPU, and an SSD all-purple grade gear. Zhang Yang frowned. Although it was an electronic safe, finding so much high-quality equipment in a regular military port was unusual. It seemed the enemies had hastily stashed these valuable items in the safe upon realizing their arrival. "They're here." While the brothers were looting, Nan Qiang, stationed in the hallway, had already set up his gun. An unsuspecting enemy strode up the stairs. "BZ. What the? BZZZZUG." Nan Qiang swiftly and decisively took the enemy down. However, the enemies downstairs began tossing grenades in Nan Qiang's direction. PSSSSHH boom. "We're here." Zhang Yang and Zhang Qi rushed over from the Naval Command Center to provide backup. Seeing the large number of players on the 3rd floor, the enemies on the 2nd floor quickly lost their nerve to attack. "You sneaky rats. I'm done with you," one of the enemies cursed as they retreated down the other side of the stairs toward the 1st floor. Zhang Yang immediately gave chase. With his VSS proficiency at 59, his aiming and firing had become increasingly precise. At a corner, the enemy threw a grenade to stall him, but this only revealed their position. Once the grenade detonated, Zhang Yang pressed on, only to discover the enemy had fled into a general store at Fenggang Harbor. Scattered on the ground were a 6B-23 bulletproof vest, a 6B-4 level 3 helmet, a partially modified MDR, and a medium-sized hiking backpack. The enemy had abandoned all their gear in their desperate attempt to escape. By this time, Nan Qiang and Zhang Qi had also caught up. Zhang Yang picked up the MDR and smirked. No worries, he's already gone. I doubt he has a gun left. Let's see how long he survives. Let's head back and loot. Inside the general store, the fleeing operative was panting heavily, trying to evade capture. A self-proclaimed expert at military port gameplay for 2 years, he thought he could escape unscathed. However, just as he was about to use the sewers to make his getaway, a robot suddenly appeared around the corner. Bang! Ugh! Heh! Jackpot, boys! On the 3rd floor of the administrative building, Nan Qiang excitedly showed off their loot. A Height-Ear M4 equipped with a 60-round drum magazine loaded with M855 rounds, and an RPK-16 similarly fitted with a 60-round magazine filled with BP Level 4 bullets. Zhang Qi was sorting through more gear, while Zhang Yang focused on clearing out the remaining robots, quickly raising his BM-59 and VSS proficiency to 60. Bro, we're done looting. There's no way we can spend it all. With Zhang Qi and Nan Qiang carrying overloaded backpacks out of the building, the entire military port finally returned to silence. With only 9 minutes left on the timer, most players had already completed their tasks and evacuated. Zhang Yang remained highly vigilant, refusing to relax even in the final seconds. Bro, this is for you. Zhang Qi rummaged through his backpack for a moment and pulled out an antique-looking record player. Wow, you're really thinking of me now, huh? Zhang Yang glanced at the half-empty space in his backpack and accepted it without hesitation. Zhang Qi, eager to show more, then produced 2 stamp albums trophies he had specifically scavenged from backpacks. Master, where should we evacuate to? Nan Qiang opened the map and found 3 possible extraction points: Tulip Apartments, the helipad, and the sewers. The sewer route was accessible directly, while the other 2 required special conditions, like a sailor's whistle or calling in a helicopter. Let's go through the sewers. I can teach you how to clear the area on the way. Considering that both Nan Qiang and Zhang Qi were overloaded with gear, Zhang Yang chose the nearest extraction point. At the general store, just as Zhang Yang was about to explain the key techniques for clearing the area, Zhang Qi suddenly exclaimed, Bro, there's a Special Forces corpse at the entrance. He immediately dropped his backpack and prepared for combat. Zhang Yang carefully examined the body. No body armor, no helmet, no weapons, and no backpack, just an ammo pouch. Wasn't this the same knife-wielding guy who had escaped earlier? He signaled the 2 to stay on guard as he stepped forward to check the dog tags. Lazy Sheep from Rinjia Dilling, taken out with a headshot by Ruben King using an SA-85M. Zhang Yang couldn't help but applaud. This guy had escaped from him earlier, only to meet his end at Ruben King's hands. After confirming the area was secure, Zhang Yang led the team into the sewers. He tossed a grenade at the entrance to ensure safety, then searched the surrounding areas. Before long, the 3 of them stood in the red smoke, awaiting extraction. The final results were exhilarating. Zhang Yang brought out 220,000, Zhang Qi 380,000, and Nan Qiang 350,000. These amounts, equivalent to a fortune in real life, left Zhang Qi ecstatic. Alright, let's gear up and go again. Although Zhang Yang wanted to rest, the system tasks were still incomplete. Seeing the other 2 sprawled on the sofa pretending to be dead, he reminded them, the competition is only a few days away. If you don't want all your efforts to go to waste. In the end, the 2 rallied and began preparing for the next round. At this moment, Nan Qiang noticed that Zhang Yang used a different weapon in every game and expressed his curiosity. Zhang Yang explained that it was a skill essential for experts, while mentally calculating the remaining tasks. Having already completed missions with the G-18C, RPK-16, VSS, and BM-59, he still needed to finish with the FAL, P-90, USAS, and AX. He decided to bring the AX for this round, and chose the USAS as his close combat weapon. Which map should we choose? Since we're using snipers, let's go with Beishan. Zhang Yang skillfully adjusted the map mode to the standard Beishan. Nan Qiang and Zhang Qi quickly took a few minutes to rest, checked their gear, and got ready. This map is relatively large, so it might take some effort for you to get familiar with it. But no worries, just do your best, Zhang Yang said patiently. Got it. Are you ready? Ready. Zhang Yang took a deep breath, adjusted himself to peak condition, and decisively pressed the match button. The faint hum of machinery echoed as the system began. The scene shifted to the Beishan Hotel. 2 special ops players encountered each other in a safe room. Gunfire erupted instantly. Amid the rapid bangs and the crackling of static, one of the players' vision began to darken. their figure fading away as they were logged out back into the real world. Damn it! A rugged man with a scruffy beard roared in frustration, sweeping everything off the table in one motion before slamming his hands onto it. Again. Bro, the fortified mode is too tough. Everyone has full gear sets, said a lanky young man in his 20s, his voice low. Why? Why? The bearded man nearly broke the table with his fists. I can't even compete with level 5 rounds? Bro, calm down. Maybe we should call it a week. The younger man tried to reason. No way. Give me my bank card. The bearded man picked up a lighter from the floor and took a hard drag from his cigarette. Bro, we don't have much left in savings. Are you ignoring what I say now? The younger man sighed, reluctantly pulling out their last bank card from a hidden compartment in his wallet. The 100,000 yuan in this account was their final bit of savings, but to his brother, it was merely the cost of 2 full gear sets. Recharge it. Half goes into my account, and the other half into yours, the bearded man ordered as he deftly operated the game's interface. A few years ago, they were just low-wage construction workers in Yin City. The emergence of the Dark Zone dungeon changed everything. Luo Yun, the older brother, saw an opportunity. At first, he tried it out casually, buying a set of World War II veteran equipment with some spare cash. To his surprise, his very first run yielded the master bedroom key, and a golden cube. Just one golden cube was worth a month's salary. What truly made him quit construction work for the dungeon was the day he awakened his special ability during a mission. While walking along the South Wheatfield Road, he was shot in the arm by the Wheatfield sniper god. Suddenly, his body began to glow brilliantly in steer talent. Infinite Rewind. This ability allowed him to rewind to the moment before his last death, effectively granting him 7 lives per week, far surpassing the single death limit most people had. Although each failure came with the risk of losing equipment, Infinite Rewind gave him the ability to run high-risk missions repeatedly. In the early days, when knowledge of the game was still scarce, this advantage quickly set him apart. Eventually, he brought along his younger, sworn brother from the construction site, Zhang, and the two fully dedicated themselves to exploring the dungeons of the Dark Zone. The most astonishing aspect of this talent is that any player teaming up with him can enjoy the benefits of infinite resets. From withdrawals of 50,000, 100,000, to even 200,000, this money-making strategy has left teammates addicted, with their bank balances steadily climbing. Today, Luo Yun and Chen Zhan have grown into top-tier amateur players specializing in reinforced maps. Bro, we need to think about tomorrow's living expenses. How about we relax with a regular map run? Chen Zhan cautiously suggested. This week, they had already failed 4 consecutive times on reinforced maps. Luo Yun took a deep drag on his cigarette, gradually calming himself down. He realized that the recent failure wasn't due to their equipment, but rather his own impatience. He hadn't planned their defenses properly, was overly eager to show off their insurance, and had let himself rely on blind luck. Alright, reinforced Beishan is indeed too challenging. Let's take on a regular Beishan map to unwind, Luo Yun said resolutely. Since we stumbled in Beishan, we have to regain our footing there. Infinite Reset. As Luo Yun shouted those words, his character glowed with golden light, and the entire team brightened, signifying that the reset system was now in place. Let's just gear up with a basic 5-piece setup, but the guns must be fully modded, Luo Yun said decisively. Got it. Chen Zhen immediately opened the modification interface and began assembling his H416. With a 3.5x scope, a 60-round drum magazine, blue-purple laser sight, flashlight, carbine industrial stock, and padded stock extension, he quickly put together a finely tuned weapon worth over 200,000. Meanwhile, Luo Yun had also completed a fully modded AEK worth 170,000. Don't skimp on him, go straight for the 995 rounds, Luo Yun said, cigarette still in his mouth. Bro, isn't that overkill for a regular Beishan run? Chen Zhan asked tentatively. Oh, right. Switch to A1 rounds then. Luo Yun finally remembered this was supposed to be a casual run. Even so, he still opted for the premium 7.6239 AP level 5 rounds, costing 1,500 each. The two also stocked up on grenades and stimulants, finally completing their preparations. At this point, Luo Yun's account was down to just 10,000, while Chen Zhen only had 30,000 left. But Luo Yun didn't care in the slightest, and pressed the start button without hesitation. ZZZ accompanied by a low hum, the game officially began. The towering snow-capped peaks stretch endlessly, forming the unique natural backdrop of Beishan. Nestled among these majestic mountains, 4 buildings stand arranged in a clockwise pattern, connected by carefully designed corridors, creating a grand hotel complex. To the south of the hotel, an impressive dam spans across the landscape, winding like a giant dragon. The rushing river is contained, forming a jade-green lake that reflects the surrounding mountains and the clear blue sky. Further south, a glass observation deck perches on the cliff like an eagle's nest, gleaming brilliantly under the sunlight. Scattered throughout the mountains are facilities such as a wastewater treatment plant and a mountaineering service area, interspersed with lush pine forests, outlining the distinctive contours of Beishan. At the foot of the slope near Building B, three fully armed figures gradually emerged. Zhang Yang's eyes lit up. Position 1. First time playing Beishan, and we spawn in the best spot. He quickly injected stamina boosters and signaled Zhang Qi and Nan Qiang to follow. The two understood and injected their boosters simultaneously. A gentle breeze brushed past, rustling their hair. Reaching the wall of Building B, the familiar silhouette of a mech brother robot appeared in their sights. Another one bites the dust, the robot's signature voice announced before Zhang Yang swiftly took it down with a clean headshot from his AX scope. Memorize the routes and the safe spots, Zhang Yang instructed, already prepared with the Beishan key to lead the team through the insurance routes. Inside Building B, after vaulting over the bar and unlocking a small door, Zhang Yang entered the manager's office. Inserting the key, he opened the safe, revealing parachute cords and a CPU within its 4 compartments. There are 8 safes in the hotel. We need to move fast, Zhang Yang urged as he led the team to the 2nd floor. To avoid snipers from Building A, they crawled cautiously to inspect the electrical safe in the reception room. The first 2 compartments contained a repair manual, a blower, and some common items. Zhang Qi crouched down to rummage through a nearby coat and unexpectedly found a red keycard. You've got some serious luck, man, Zhang Yang praised. First the master suite, now a red keycard. Gunfire echoed from Building D in the distance. A second position was spotted near an old shed. To secure the insurance, Zhang Yang made a quick decision. Nan Qiang, handle the safe here. Zhang Qi, come with me to Building C. Excited, Nan Qiang rubbed his hands together and opened the safe, discovering 6 compartments and soundproofing material. While moving through the stairwell, another overconfident robot appeared, only to be swiftly dispatched by Zhang Yang with his AX. You take care of this safe, Zhang Yang said. Zhang Yang quickly headed toward the private room in Lounge 2. Meanwhile, Zhang Qi excitedly put away his gun and approached the exquisite safe in front of him. Rubbing his fair hands together, his attention was soon drawn to the military-grade computer on the table. Let's check this out first, he muttered, as he always liked to save the best for last. Zhang Yang expertly inserted the key and opened the electronic safe upon entering the private room. The safe was nearly full, and the last compartment even flashed briefly. He pulled out impact-resistant hard plastic, some cement, 3 coins, and finally a stamp album. As the items fell out with a clattering noise, Zhang Yang dashed toward the next room without looking back. At that moment, the sound of footsteps coming through his earpiece alerted him that a special ops member from Building D had reached the 3rd floor. Zhang Yang immediately stopped in the narrow hallway and silently closed the wooden door in front of him. Although the next room was just to the left, he suddenly decided to change his plan. Sure enough, the footsteps from Building D grew louder, and the enemy rushed straight into the next room. As the opponent began opening the safe, Zhang Yang burst out of his hiding spot. Bang, 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 bang. The gunfire erupted. What the? Ugh. The enemy didn't even have time to react before collapsing to the ground. Is that your safe to open? Zhang Yang scoffed, clearly pleased with his 6th takedown. He opened the safe in the room, finding just one item, a chip processor. Considering the enemy had been down moments earlier, it was likely their teammates were still somewhere in Building D. Zhang Qi, south wall, prepare to regroup. Zhang Yang was about to call for reinforcements to clear out the remaining enemies in Building D when Zhang Qi's ecstatic shout exploded through his earpiece. Bro, I hit the jackpot. I got the golden lion statue. I got the lion. The news sent a shiver down Zhang Yang's spine, as if ants were crawling all over him. Not bad, he replied seriously. Hide the golden lion for now. We need to prepare for a fight. If we die today, both the red card and the lion will end up in someone else's hands. Zhang Qi frantically searched for a hiding spot, but the statue was too large, and the room lacked suitable storage. In the end, he shoved it under the wooden table and surrounded it with 2 military-grade computers. All right, ready for battle. After securing the golden lion, Zhang Qi headed toward Zhang Yang's location. Following some guidance, the 3 teammates finally regrouped where Zhang Yang was waiting. Master, we're here. Sure, there's someone downstairs in D208, Zhang Yang whispered, holding his breath and staying calm. Where is D208? Zhang Qi and Nan Qiang exchanged confused glances, completely at a loss. Zhang Yang didn't explain. He silently injected himself with a dose of regenerative strength serum and carefully moved down the stairs. At the corner of the staircase, Zhang Yang noticed a subtle detail, a partial shadow of a shoe peeking out from beneath a door. A slight smirk played on his lips as he swiftly pulled out a flashbang and hurled it with precision toward D208. Sizzle bang. Using the moment of the explosion, Zhang Yang leaped forward, his gun trained on the doorway. Bang, bang, bang. The room was empty. All that greeted him at the entrance was a lone shoe. Zhang Yang's heart sank. A trap. In an instant, a flashbang flew from the direction of D202, arching through the air and landing precisely at his feet. Boom! The deafening explosion left Zhang Yang momentarily blinded. Quickly regaining his composure, Zhang Yang adjusted his stance, aiming his gun at a predicted position. At the same time, Zhang Qi and Nan Qiang rushed over, alerted by the noise. Hearing the enemy's footsteps, they immediately began firing. Bang bang! Sure enough, the enemy emerged from behind cover, spraying bullets directly at Zhang Yang. Although Zhang Yang fired a preemptive shot, he was hit and fell to the ground. Fortunately, under the concentrated fire from the three of them, the enemy also went down. The battle wasn't over yet. Another two Malawian Quach's grenade arced through the air. No! Zhang Qi shouted. Without hesitation, Nan Qiang dashed toward Zhang Yang and in the nick of time, injected him with a medical serum. Thanks to his unique ability, he restored 66 of Zhang Yang's health in just 2 seconds. However, just as Zhang Yang got back on his feet, the grenade detonated with a thunderous explosion. Boom! Zhang Yang collapsed again, but luckily both he and Nan Qiang were wearing level 5 armor with visors, barely clinging to life. Zhang Qi realized he was now the team's last hope. Charge! He roared, gripping his F-2000 tightly as he dashed out from behind cover. The enemy was already stationed at the doorway of D202, their AK-74N firing 3 rapid shots. Bullets tore through the air, their golden trails streaking toward Zhang Qi. The first shot struck his upper chest, the second hit his arm, and the third landed on his lower chest. Thanks to his steer ability, absolute blunt resistance, and his level 4 ballistic vest, Zhang Qi miraculously withstood the barrage. He retaliated with a burst of A1 rounds. Although the enemy was also equipped with Spartan level 4 armor, the relentless high rate of fire from the F-2000 pierced through, with the 4th to 6th bullets breaking through the armor and taking the enemy down. After the loud gunfire ceased, an urgent drrrr sound of an engine followed, ending abruptly with a painful groan. Zhang Qi quickly rushed to the white suitcase to check the situation, ensuring there were no more enemies nearby. However, just as he was about to assist, he noticed that Zhang Yang and Nan Qiang were already standing up. You, how? Zhang Qi stared at the two in disbelief. Nan Qiang grinned. I saved myself first, then used standard methods to revive our master. At this moment, Zhang Yang was slumped weakly against the ground, tending to his wounds. His face was so pale it was almost translucent. This battle had left him deeply impressed by Lao Lu, who would have thought the opponent would use a shoe as bait to mislead their judgment. Zhang Yang silently noted this trick, deciding to carry an extra shoe next time to confuse his enemies. Suddenly, a crisp gunshot echoed from the direction of Building A in the distance. Brother, over there at Building A? Zhang Qi said worriedly, his brows tightly furrowed as he looked toward the source of the gunshot. 8 minutes earlier, at the edge of Beishan on the tunnel road. The winding road hugged the cliffside, with a shaky, half-meter-high, old fence on one side and an ancient rock wall blocking the other end of the path. Near an abandoned armored vehicle, 2 fully armed figures gradually came into view. Damn it, the end of the world, Chunjin spat, his tone filled with irritation. No matter, Luo Yun said while loading his gun. First, let's deal with the insurance at the wastewater treatment plant, and keep an eye on enemy activity near Baitsuan. With that, he swallowed 2 potent painkillers. I'm going straight for the needle. Chun Jun flashed a Rolf-like grin, looking unusually exhilarated. Meanwhile, at the wastewater treatment plant, 2 knife-wielding task force members were racing against each other. The leading operative suddenly noticed the coal boss behind him downing a bottle of taurine. Instantly energized, Coal Boss sprinted past him with ease. Haha, the insurance is mine. Coal Boss shouted triumphantly. But before his laughter faded, a gunshot rang out, and Coal Boss dropped to the ground. The operative behind him barely had time to react before he too was swiftly taken down by several shots. All down, Chun Jun said as he holstered his heavily modified H4, clearly proud of his marksmanship. Luo Yun charged straight into the wastewater treatment plant, only to hear an unusual set of footsteps drawing near. Stay alert. Boy band voice calm. You're fighting an expert. Boy band? Hearing this alias made Luo Yun's heart skip a beat. Juventus from the wastewater treatment plant was not someone to be trifled with. Fortunately, this was just an ordinary Beishan map. Luo Yun and Chen Jun were equipped with 5 fully upgraded weapons, more than enough to handle the current situation. Chen Jun, watch out, Juventus is spawning. Luo Yun whispered as he hugged the wall and sneaked into the first floor. The sound of footsteps made it clear that Fred and his team were right outside the key room. Before they even appeared, Juventus had already locked onto them. A barrage of bullets rained down from around the corner. Luo Yun reacted quickly, throwing 2 smoke grenades toward the second floor. Grenade! The enemy team shouted in alarm as they instinctively retreated a few steps. Cover the first floor for me. Luo Yun urgently instructed as Chanjin arrived. Got it. Luo Yun engaged in a corner shootout with Juventus, their intense gunfire echoing through the building. Amid the suppressive fire, the enemy team taunted, "You're done?" Taking advantage of Chen Zhan drawing their attention, Luo Yun successfully infiltrated the safe room on the second floor. He had a feeling this match was unusual and might contain valuable loot. However, upon opening the crate, he only found a 6-slot car battery. Frustrated by the disappointment, he resolved to eliminate every member of the opposing team. Circling to the other side, Luo Yun confronted Juventus on the first floor in a direct firefight. Although he was gravely injured in an instant, his reflexes were sharper. With precise headshots, 3 Juventus members dropped to the ground. Meanwhile, Chen Zhan managed to take down Fred and another Juventus player. That was some serious locking, Chen Zhan muttered as he injected a regeneration booster, noticing his gear was nearly destroyed and his body severely battered. Gunfire erupted again outside. D was another lone Juventus player. "We'll take care of them. You focus on opening the key room," Luo Yun calmly directed. Worried that Chen Zhan's current condition might make him vulnerable, Luo Yun leaped outside, spotted the target, and immediately opened fire, taking down the last enemy. "Whoa, a vase!" Chen Zhan's excited voice suddenly came through the headset. "A vase? The drop rate on this map is that high now?" Chen Zhan examined the vase in disbelief, recalling how they hadn't even found a major item while farming tier 4 upgrades before. "Let's just extract. Without a secure case, I don't feel safe." "No, this match might be a major loot run," Luo Yun said while reloading. "Let's push the hotel. I've got a feeling there's something big there." Meanwhile, at another battlefield, "Bro, gunfire from Building A," Zhang Qi reported, his gaze fixed on the structure, his brow furrowed. "Let's move." Zhang Yang, who had just finished a surgical procedure, reloaded his weapon and started heading toward Building A from the corridor of Building D. Since it was a regular Beishan map, he initially planned to clear out the area and leave. The distant gunfire suggested the enemies had likely just crossed Naiha Bridge. Reaching the second-floor balcony of Building A, they spotted the enemies climbing the hill, preparing to enter the main entrance. Positioned perfectly for a shot, Zhang Qi opened fire immediately, while Zhang Yang and the south wall held back due to obstructed views. Clatter, 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 woof. Zhang Qi spotted 2 enemies, one of whom had already entered the room. To his astonishment, he fired 3 or 4 shots at the one further back, but failed to bring him down. He carefully checked his magazine and confirmed that it was loaded with level 4A1 rounds. From this distance, even Zhang Yang couldn't see clearly, but to withstand an entire burst of A1 bullets, the enemy must be wearing level 5 body armor. "They'll take care of the 2 in Building A," Zhang Yang said cautiously, loading 2 20-round drum magazines. The 2 brothers behind him understood without a word and silently stood by, ready to assist. Zhang Yang frowned slightly. 2 fully geared up enemies with level 5 equipment appearing on a regular map was unusual. It reminded him of the time he encountered skilled opponents with similar gear at the farm. He quickly moved to the corridor near Building B, setting up his AX sniper rifle and aiming at the entrance to the reception room. "Damn it, that guy in Building A completely shredded my armor," Chen Zhan grumbled, his level 5 body armor now useless as he injected a regenerative strength stimulant. "No big deal. Check if there's any insurance left," Luo Yun replied nonchalantly. He always looked down on the opponents in regular Beishan matches. Given the abundance of key rooms in Beishan, he planned to search each one that might still be locked. "Big brother, what about the rats in Building A?" Chen Zhan asked nervously, still shaken. "You should be able to handle them, right? After all, it's just regular Beishan," Luo Yun said indifferently as he headed for the reception room. Though Chen Zhan had lost the protection of his level 5 body armor, he remained confident in his skills. Armed with a fully equipped H4, he was ready to show his prowess. The moment Luo Yun pushed open the door to the reception room in Building B, a deafening gunshot tore through the air, and a golden projectile streaked toward him. Bang! Luo Yun narrowly dodged, but as he glanced at the bullet hole in the wall behind him, he couldn't help but take a sharp breath. Having survived nearly 1,000 dark zone raids, he instantly recognized the distinct characteristics of an AX-50 sniper rifle. "You okay, bro?" Chen Zhan called out anxiously upon hearing the gunshot. "There's more than one in Building A. There's a sniper too. Fall back, and well move together," Luo Yun instructed, tossing a smoke grenade at his feet. He only got up cautiously after the room was engulfed in smoke. Chen Zhan, a seasoned veteran of hundreds of dark zone raids and a top-ranked grassroots player in resource battles, found it hard to believe that the opponents could be stronger than him. Unless, of course, they were from a professional club team, but such teams weren't supposed to appear in regular Beishan matches. "Let's head to the 3rd floor of Building C," Luo Yun said, unwilling to give up on finding insurance. After all, a golden tier match like this was a rare opportunity. Luo Yun led Chen Zhan through the thick smoke to the 3rd floor of Building C. Zhang Yang frowned slightly. The fact that their opponent had dodged his AX sniper shot made it clear this was no ordinary adversary, likely someone with extraordinary abilities as well. Master, let's go after them, Nan Qiang said eagerly, his whole demeanor radiating battle readiness. Bro, we've got the numbers. Zhang Qi chimed in confidently, reloading his magazine with practiced ease. Zhang Yang nodded and took the lead, with Zhang Qi and Nan Qiang following closely behind. When they reached the staircase on the second floor of Building B that led to the third floor of Building C, Zhang Yang performed a swift throwing motion, hurling in two Malawian Quach's grenade towards the upstairs window, aiming for the room where the advanced weapon crate was located. Boom! The grenade detonated, and Zhang Yang feigned a charge forward. Sure enough, a barrage of H4 gunfire erupted from above, revealing that someone was guarding the staircase. Fall back to room 203 and wait for my signal, Zhang Yang commanded decisively. Recognizing that Zhang Qi and Nan Qiang's abilities were nearly depleted and not wanting to hinder their preparation for the upcoming Grand Gold Cup training, he decided to handle the situation alone. With his wealth of experience in dark zones and his solid military skills, dealing with two skilled players was well within his capabilities. Though confused, Zhang Qi and Nan Qiang obeyed the order. Nan Qiang retreated with a hint of worry, but Zhang Qi was full of confidence. My brother's got this, he said, recalling Zhang Yang's performance back on the farm. He understood that staying behind would only hold Zhang Yang back. Upstairs, the enemies were crouched in the second-floor lounge, maintaining suppressive fire at the staircase. Using the stairwell railing to his advantage, Zhang Yang expertly rebounded a grenade off the wall, sending it into the third floor. The opponents immediately retreated further into the private room. Boom! As the explosion rang out, Zhang Yang seized the moment, advancing to the third floor and pressing himself against the wall. Closing his eyes, he focused, as if he could visualize through the walls. He sensed Chen Zhan holding position at the private room's doorway, gun at the ready, while Luo Yun stood alert at another corner, equally prepared. The two opponents coordinated seamlessly, both aiming their weapons. If Zhang Yang exposed even the slightest opening, it would spell certain death. Luo Yun held his breath, sweat beading on his forehead as his finger rested on the trigger. Chen Zhan, like a poised predator, crouched outside the lounge's private room, his gaze fixed through a narrow gap on the likely point of entry. They're targeting me, Zhang Yang muttered as he blinked and quickly peeked out. Bang! 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 Gunfire erupted instantly. Though Zhang Yang ducked back within half a second, his right arm took 2 hits. He's wounded. Push! Luo Yun shouted, charging forward with confidence in his nearly full durability 5-piece gear set and fully upgraded weapon. But Zhang Yang's USAS was already primed. 8 rounds of buckshot exploded forth in an instant. Bang! 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 Gunfire erupted as Luo Yun confidently leapt out from the corner, only to be hit hidden by the devastating power of the USAS. Just 2 shots were enough to send him crashing to the ground. Oh, crap! Luo Yun groaned in disbelief, lying on the floor. He hadn't anticipated that his opponent was wielding a USAS, nor had he even heard the gunfire before. I'm on my way. Chen Zhan, sensing the dire situation, rushed over immediately. Learning that Zhang Yang was using the close-range powerhouse, he cautiously exposed only his upper body, aiming his rifle carefully. Bang! Bang! Pop! 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 The exchange of gunfire echoed. Zhang Yang, noticing that Chen Zhan was only partially exposed, quickly retreated down the stairs. Although half of Chen Zhan's shots landed, the A1's firepower was insufficient against Zhang Yang's level 5 body armor. Chen Zhan deduced that Zhang Yang must be severely injured and hesitated briefly before deciding to pursue. But Zhang Yang's preemptive shots ricocheted off the staircase, forcing Chen Zhan to halt his advance. Help! Help me! Luo Yun's faint, weak voice called out from the ground. Chen Zhan decided to prioritize saving his teammate, assuming the heavily injured Zhang Yang wouldn't dare to launch an attack. However, every time Chen Zhan tried to administer aid, Zhang Yang's footsteps echoed from downstairs, forcing him to abort the rescue attempt. After several failed attempts, Luo Yun's condition worsened. Panicked, Chen Zhan slapped Luo Yun's face to check his state. But this seemingly harmless action turned out to be the final blow. Anger and grief surged through Chen Zhan as he recalled an old friend's words, "Losing isn't scary. What's scary is being afraid to lose." Fueled by adrenaline, he gripped his gun tightly and charged down the stairs with determination. Bang! 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 More gunfire rang out, and Chen Zhan fell to the ground. Zhang Yang's strategy had worked perfectly, and the psychological battle ended in his victory. Just as Zhang Yang let out a sigh of relief, someone peeked out from the south wall of B203. Zhang Qi then enthusiastically rushed over to loot the spoils, exclaiming in excitement over his finds. Fully upgraded H4. Level 5 helmet. The person by the south wall quickly joined in on the plundering. Watching the two gleefully ransacking the area, Zhang Yang shook his head in exasperation. While applying a medkit, he called out, "Hey, you two, save some for me." But the duo was too immersed in their joy of discovering a fully modded AEK and a vase to pay him any attention. Whoa, a vase! Zhang Qi suddenly shouted. Zhang Yang had been wearing a smug smile, but the moment he heard the word vase, his expression froze. He quickly walked over to the staircase to take a closer look. Let me see. Zhang Qi exclaimed. This guy's backpack only has 2 purple items in this vase. His tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction. Seriously, couldn't they pick up more white junk at least? What's the point of such a big backpack if you're not going to fill it? Zhang Yang carefully took the vase, cradling it in his hands as he examined it closely. The craftsmanship was exquisite, with intricate patterns carved into its surface. 2 metallic handles adorned each side, and the base was made of pure gold. Under the light, the vase emitted a faint golden glow, exuding a sense of luxury. Hearing the commotion, Nan Qiang hurried downstairs to check. As a veteran who had been playing the Dark Zone missions for 6 months, he was well aware of the value of a big gold item. Whoa, he muttered, his eyes fixed on the gleaming vase. Why are you guys still hanging around the hotel? Wouldn't it make more sense to extract right away? Oh, right. My lion mom. Zhang Qi suddenly remembered something, his furrowed brow relaxing as he dashed up to the 3rd floor. This runs a double gold. Wait, we haven't searched the bodies in Building D yet. Nan Qiang smacked his forehead. This could be a jackpot. He quickly headed toward Building D, thinking that there might be more big gold items on the 3 corpses. Zhang Yang carefully placed the vase into his backpack and continued scouring the safes for any overlooked purple loot. Meanwhile, Nan Qiang was busy taking inventory of the spoils. The first corpse was fully geared, with a KSS-2 helmet in perfect condition, commander headphones, a damaged Spartan vest, AB-6 tactical rig, and an MP5. The second corpse had 3 pieces of armor, GS-2 headphones, a high-spec AR-57, and level 3 ammo. The third body carried 4 pieces of equipment, including an SEK level 4 vest, an IND-200 helmet, commander headphones, AB-6 tactical rig, and a fully equipped M4A1 with high-end M855 ammunition. Their backpack haul was impressive as well, 1 rush tactical pack and 2 old pouch bags. Nan Qiang skillfully organized the loot in his inventory, a skill he had honed from running missions with Zhang Yang. Before long, his 44-slot coffin pack was packed to the brim. Zhang Qi, Master, there are 2 more commander headphones and a level 4 helmet over here. Come grab them, Nan Qiang called out, clearly overburdened and still carrying a blue stim. I'm already at 69.69 kilograms and out of breath, Zhang Qi panted. You grab it. Zhang Yang had finished collecting all the purple items from the safes, filling about half of his 926 backpack. The group then moved to the 2nd floor of Building D to continue scavenging for supplies. Whoa, so much loot? Zhang Yang exclaimed in delight as he gazed at the spoils scattered on the ground. Even though these corpses had already been scavenged by Nan Qiang, what remained was still quite valuable. 2 MP5 drum magazines loaded with hollow point rounds, a brand new Model 400 medical kit, 5 or 6 grenades neatly lined up, and a 16-slot B6 tactical ammo rig. The attachments on the AR-57 were worth a pretty penny. 2 quick laser sight, angled foregrip, and a 50-round mag, all ready to be dismantled and sold. The ground was littered with various electronic devices, memory sticks, soundproofing material, and even a military radio. What stood out the most were 2 commander headsets and a KSS-2 helmet equipped with a fully durable level 3 face shield. Zhang Yang quickly stuffed the gear into his 926 backpack until it was nearly full. Checking the minimap, he realized he could extract by handing in 2 dog tags at the armored vehicle. However, he was more intrigued by the identities of these 2 fully geared corpses. Hauling 68 kilograms of equipment, Zhang Yang made his way to the 3rd floor of Building C. He picked up the 2 dog tags one by one, and the information on them left him stunned. Chun Zhun was eliminated by Zhang Yang using a USAS. Luo Yun was eliminated by Chun Zhun with a slap to the head. A slap? Zhang Yang frowned in confusion, picturing the bizarre events that must have unfolded upstairs. Clearly, there was some unusual grudge between these 2. Bro, time to extract. Only 7 minutes left. Zhang Qi's voice came through the headset. No rush. We can extract at the hotel. Meet at the armored vehicle in 3 minutes, Zhang Yang replied. He still needed to complete his weapon proficiency task. As they continued looting separately, a series of robotic voices suddenly echoed. Who's there? Ah, someone's here. Ugh, the sounds of combat erupted, and Zhang Yang's proficiency steadily increased. Soon, the 3 regrouped by the armored vehicle. Zhang Yang handed over the dog tags, a red signal flare ignited, and the extraction countdown began. So much loot, Nan Qiang exclaimed, beaming as he admired his 96 kilograms of spoils. Absolutely, Zhang Qi said, practically caressing the lion mom he'd stashed in his backpack. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang held a decorative vase, his first ever find of its kind, with great affection. Ding! The successful extraction notification sounded. The total value of their loot came to 780,000, 850,000, and 800,000. respectively an average haul of 800,000 per person. Zhang Yang had also completed 3/4 of his task, just one more round away from unlocking the mysterious workbench. Bro, can we take a break now? I can't keep going. Zhang Qi collapsed onto the sofa, reluctantly eyeing the dark zone interface. Yeah, the warehouse is full anyway. We need to sell some stuff first, Nan Qiang said, exhausted but content, wishing this moment could last forever. You guys go rest. I'll play one more round by myself, Zhang Yang said, stifling a yawn. All right, take care, bro, Zhang Qi said as he headed out to grab food. Master, don't overdo it. Take it easy, Nan Qiang added, following him to buy snacks. The word take it easy felt oddly off to Zhang Yang, but he couldn't quite pinpoint why. He began listing his loot for sale, restocking ammo and medical supplies, and repairing his armor. Only the tasks for the Pharaoh and the P90 remained, both of which were close-range weapons. With this in mind, he opted for the standard farm map. Time was running out. After switching keys, Zhang Yang immediately launched into a new round of the game. Ding bzzz. Born on the grassy fields by the outpost at the edge of the farm, Zhang Yang swiftly popped a painkiller, injected a red stim, and immediately entered combat mode. He keenly spotted a mech brother ahead on the right. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger, and the target dropped instantly with a groan. Bangug Proficiency 1. Zhang Yang leaped over the wall to his right in a single bound, only to spot a three-man squad fully armed, approaching from the direction of the boulder wall. He quickly ducked back behind cover, carefully observing their movements. Since the squad had chosen a route along the map's edge, they were completely oblivious to Zhang Yang's presence. They rushed eagerly toward the grain storage, clearly aiming for the safe inside. Zhang Yang smirked to himself. The mech brother he had just dispatched hadn't alerted them in the slightest. Bang bang bang. Zhang Yang peeked out from his cover and fired precise shots, dropping one of the enemies. Proficiency 1 again. However, the recoil of the Pharaoh rifle was truly frustrating. With only 39 proficiency, it was still hard to control. The violent shake and upward drift of the sight left Zhang Yang annoyed. This weapon was practically useless for long-range precision. Trying to ambush 3 targets, but only taking down 1? If it had been an AK-74N, the entire squad would have been wiped out by now. The remaining 2 enemies had already entered the trading post. Second brother Mario nervously guarded the entrance, while third brother Ma Zhuang, completely unbothered, rushed straight to the second-floor key room. Someone's here, and you're still opening the safe? Mario anxiously warned over the team comms, but Ma Zhuang, focused on looting, ignored him entirely. 4 slot. 6 slot. Jackpot. Ma Zhuang exclaimed excitedly. Shock-resistant plastic. Titanium plates. Hearing approaching footsteps, Mario's palms were already sweating. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang, who had crept up to the lower floor, couldn't help but chuckle. This guy was treating common materials like treasures. Zhang Yang decisively tossed a grenade toward the second-floor safe room. SSS boom. The explosion shook the entire building. When the grenade didn't finish the job, Zhang Yang remained calm. Leveraging his superior gear, he opted for an aggressive assault. He kicked the door open and immediately performed a side jump. Mario, as expected, took the bait and started firing prematurely. Sticking close to the wall, Zhang Yang pinpointed Mario's position and lobbed a flashbang. Boom! A scream echoed from the staircase. He quickly activated his tactical flashlight, peeked out, and landed precise shots. Bang bang. Ugh! Another enemy fell. Following the sound of footsteps, Zhang Yang deduced that the last opponent was hiding in the safe room. He cautiously ascended the stairs, ensuring the stairwell was clear, and performed a high jump to check the left side. No one outside his target must be in the safe room. At this moment, a sweat-drenched Ma Zhuang cowered behind a computer desk, clutching his loot tightly. Wearing a rat head mask and a level 4 armored vest, he held a Vector 9, aiming it at the doorway. Zhang Yang executed a high jump, darting past the doorway just as a burst of hollow-point bullets whizzed by. Zzz. Is there a mouse? Zhang Yang felt a chill underfoot and quickly scanned behind the PC tower. A blurry figure was hiding there. Click. The sound of a pin being pulled pierced the silence. Zhang Yang decisively primed the grenade, but his opponent reacted even faster, darting out from behind the PC tower the moment the sound was heard. The distance was too close. If the enemy got in his face, it would be certain death. Zhang Yang retreated while tossing the grenade under the sofa near the doorway, swiftly switching to his primary weapon and falling back toward the rooftop. Trying to run? Ma Zhuang gave chase relentlessly, firing several shots. 2 bullets struck Zhang Yang, forcing him to take cover on the rooftop. Just then, a deafening boom erupted. The grenade under the sofa exploded. Although Ma Zhuang narrowly avoided the blast, his momentum carried him out of the room. Crouched on the rooftop, Zhang Yang seized the moment and pulled the trigger. His fully upgraded P90 roared to life, spitting a storm of bullets. The concentrated firepower overwhelmed Ma Zhuang, sending him crashing to the ground. Hello. Lu Bunwei's voice pack echoed through the comms, accompanied by a crackling static sound. Proficiency 1. The system notification flashed. Zhang Yang let out a long breath, marveling at the power of the P90. After ensuring the area was secure, he began dealing with the remaining bots. In just 2 minutes, he took down several AI opponents, raising his Pharaoh proficiency level to 48. As his proficiency increased, Zhang Yang's control over Pharaoh became more refined. Switching weapons, aiming, and firing in bursts, all his actions flowed seamlessly. He meticulously looted the battlefield. The Spartan armor, IND helmet, and semi-modified AK-102 from the Special Forces bot downstairs, the Tier 4 armored vest and Vector 9 from the rat-headed bot near the safe room, and the VS-equipped bot on the stairs, which only had Tier 3 armor and helmet. Despite its limited ammo, the 30-round mag VSS with a quick laser sight was still a solid weapon, though it only carried SP5 Tier 3 rounds. After organizing his gear, Zhang Yang advanced toward the greenbelt. The warm sunlight bathed the road ahead, while the lake on his left shimmered under the light, and the grass swayed gently in the breeze. Along the way, he easily dispatched a few more AI opponents, raising Pharaoh's proficiency to 52. As he turned onto the cliffside road, the sound of gunfire in M3A1 and a double-barrel shotgun echoed from the direction of the motel. A motel is supposed to be a place for travelers to rest. How can there be gunfire here? Zhang Yang frowned, tightening his grip on his weapon as he prepared to intervene in the fight. Sticking the red needle into place and confirming the laundry room was empty, Zhang Yang quietly slipped into the property through a gap in the backyard. As he moved through the corridor, the relentless sound of gunfire and the sharp crack of headshots echoed around him. Reaching the door of the master guest room on the second floor, he was met with the sight of corpses sprawled across the floor in all directions. Zhang Yang carefully examined the ID tags on their waists, distinguishing between the task force members and the humanoid machines. After silently searching and confirming that the second floor was clear, he was about to head downstairs when something caught his eye: a large yellow hiking backpack placed conspicuously near the staircase. Such a spot for a bag was an obvious bait trap. Crouching cautiously, he observed the activity on the first floor. Once he confirmed the area was safe, he carefully inspected the contents of the backpack: an IND Level 4 helmet, a 50-round MP5 drum magazine, and some motor oil. To his surprise, the bag also contained a leather backpack holding an N94 rifle. Inside the leather bag was an old cloth backpack, neatly packed with an MP5 and a 6-slot RPK-16. The stash also included a variety of high-value items such as a fuel barrel, ballistic gel, oak planks, a handwritten tablet, and semiconductor chips. Just as Zhang Yang was about to secure his spoils, a burst of intense gunfire and agonized screams erupted from the kitchen. After a few deafening gunshots, the motel fell into an eerie silence. The owner of the backpack was returning. Zhang Yang quickly took cover at the corner of the staircase, setting up his sight line for an ambush. Before long, voices echoed from the first floor. "Bro, you're insane. Wiping out 4 in the motel? You're my hero," one voice exclaimed. "It's not me who's strong. It's my 18-year-old self," the other voice replied arrogantly. "If my awesomeness blinds you, all I can say is, I'm so sorry." The sound of approaching footsteps grew louder. A task force member climbed the stairs, completely unaware. Zhang Yang decisively pulled the trigger of his P90. The sharp burst of gunfire dropped the man instantly. After a quick follow-up shot to confirm the kill, Zhang Yang charged downstairs. Taking advantage of the second man still boasting about his loot, Zhang Yang opened fire again. "Why scour an entire city when you can just wait for someone to come to you?" Zhang Yang remarked as he examined the spoils. The two opponents turned out to be a gunplay expert and a classic ambusher, both equipped with top-tier level 4 gear. During his loot inspection, he even found the previously mentioned leveling instrument. Zhang Yang packed everything into his massive 926 backpack. Although the load was heavy, the thoughtful inclusion of adrenaline syringes in their stash solved that problem. "I have to say, playing the sneaky role in this game is ridiculously profitable." Zhang Yang quickly organized his supplies and, as he retreated south, discreetly stashed his backpack in a hidden corner before continuing his search for traces of Jigo. He scoured nearly every corner of the farm map and, in the process, managed to raise the proficiency of both his P90 and Pharaoh to 60. Seeing the progress, Zhang Yang smiled with satisfaction. Mission accomplished. With only 2 minutes left in the match, he hurried to the warehouse to prepare for extraction. As the system notification chimed, Zhang Yang successfully exited with loot worth 520,000, equivalent to a massive haul. This life as a scavenger is just too satisfying. Zhang Yang couldn't help but exclaim. Right on cue, the system notification popped up. Firearm Mastery mission completed. Following this, a mysterious workbench appeared on Zhang Yang's personalized system panel. It was the reward he'd been eagerly anticipating. The workbench was cube-shaped, resembling the crafting table from the game Minecraft from his previous life. On top was a 3x3 grid. while the sides displayed an array of firearms from the Dark Zone. Fully modified Pharaohs, maxed out H4S, and upgraded AX rifles. The 3x3 grid flashed with various attachments, from laser sights to grips, scopes, and other equipment. When Zhang Yang tapped on the workbench, a list of crafting recipes unfolded before him. The first row immediately caught his attention. Rainbow Serum. The recipe required 10 stamina boosters, 10 muscle enhancers, and 10 regeneration serums to craft 5 doses of Rainbow Serum. This serum not only granted the combined effects of all 3 enhancers, but also provided additional calming and enhanced hearing effects, lasting a full 900 seconds. 15 minutes? Zhang Yang was astonished by the duration, which could almost cover an entire match. But what truly shocked him was the next discovery: consuming 10 rainbow serums could craft a single golden talent extraction serum, which allowed the user to extract Dark Zone talents from defeated awakened individuals for 300 seconds. Zhang Yang carefully analyzed the potential of this powerful item. With so many special operatives and a significant number of awakened, theoretically, continuous talent extraction could make him increasingly stronger. However, the challenges were obvious. The odds of encountering awakened were low, the serum's duration was limited, and the production cost was astronomical. He checked the Dark Zone marketplace for prices. Enhanced regeneration serum was 10,000 Koan coins, enhanced muscle serum was 5,000 Koan coins, and enhanced stamina serum was 15,000 Koan coins. To craft a single talent extraction serum, 60 enhancers were required, totaling a staggering 600,000 Koan coins. Spending this much for a slim chance at gaining a Dark Zone talent. Zhang Yang fell into deep thought while exploring other possible crafting options. Zhang Yang continued scrolling through the interface and noticed that many synthesis recipes below were still locked and grayed out. Among them, there seemed to be a bullet recipe that required shells for synthesis, but the details were unclear. System, how can these recipes be unlocked? Zhang Yang asked curiously. Ding, the system responded, some recipes will unlock automatically over time, while others require specific conditions to be met. The system will gradually guide the host through the unlocking process. Currently, only 2 recipes were available: the Rainbow Needle and the Talent Extraction Needle. Although they were costly to craft, they were undoubtedly powerful tools capable of defying the odds. After monetizing the resources he had obtained, Zhang Yang invested in unlocking new selling slots, allowing him to list up to 50 items at a time. His warehouse now held a total of 2.45 million pure coins, an impressive profit of over $1 million in just a few days, not even counting the earnings from Nan Qiang's and Zhang Qi's warehouses. Let's try the Rainbow Needle, Zhang Yang decided. He spent 300,000 coins to purchase 10 doses each of red, blue, and green injections, placing them on the workbench for synthesis. With a flash of light, the 30 injections were condensed into 5 colorful needles. Zhang Yang immediately headed to the training ground with the newly crafted Rainbow Needle. The sleek needle, about 10 centimeters long and 6 millimeters in diameter, featured a transparent glass casing filled with a vibrant, rainbow-colored liquid. Its high-tech design ensured a seamless fit between the needle point and the casing. The moment he injected it, Zhang Yang's senses were sharply enhanced. His field of vision widened, color recognition became more vivid, and his hearing expanded to a range of several meters. Effects such as regeneration, resilience, and exhilaration surged through him, filling him with boundless energy. To test its capabilities, Zhang Yang lightly nicked his fingertip with a utility shovel. Not only did he feel no pain, but the wound also healed completely within half a second. This is extraordinary power, he marveled inwardly, feeling like a protagonist straight out of a novel. After the experience, the exhaustion from several consecutive battles in the Dark Zone began to weigh on him. Zhang Yang leaned back on the sofa and quickly drifted into a deep sleep. Clap, clap, clap. Bro. Hey, bro. The match is about to start. The stinging sensation on his face jolted Zhang Yang awake. Standing before him were Zhang Qi and Nan Qiang, with the culprit being Zhang Qi, who had given him a few slaps to wake him up. This kid. Give him a couple of days and he thinks he can do whatever he wants, Zhang Yang thought helplessly. The match is starting, he asked groggily. No, there's still 1 day left. We saw you sleeping on the couch all day and just wanted to make sure you're still alive, Zhang Qi joked, his tone carrying a hint of concern. It was only then that Zhang Yang noticed the blanket draped over him. He raised his hand to check his phone, and the screen showed it was already the day before the Golden Cup tournament. Still feeling groggy, he rubbed his sleepy eyes. Master, you've been playing way too much. You need to take care of your health, Nan Qiang said, approaching with a bowl of hot water and handing it to Zhang Yang. Are we hitting the Dark Zone again today? Zhang Qi asked eagerly. Zhang Yang straightened up on the couch, stretching his stiff neck. Although the system tasks were complete, his proficiency with the Pharaoh still needed improvement. Which maps haven't we familiarized ourselves with yet? The Valley. Nan Qiang responded immediately. Zhang Yang pondered for a moment. Since the Valley was one of the preliminary maps for the Golden Cup, it made sense to get them acquainted with it. With only one day left until the competition, the three of them would have one free death opportunity. How about tackling the blockade zone instead? Zhang Yang suggested. It's more challenging, and the loot rate is better. Get your gear ready, I'll lead you through the map. Zhang Yang opened the dark zone interface and began adjusting settings. Considering the cost of the rainbow needle, he decided to save it for the tournament. After purchasing the necessary keys for the valley, the three of them equipped their level 5 gear and fully modified weapons. Everything was set. Select map, Valley Blockade Zone. Zhang Yang pressed the matchmaking button. Meanwhile, in another dark zone instance, gunfire echoed relentlessly within the fortified stronghold. Outside the old 6 room, a fully armed special operative, the captain of the hunter squad, Firefox, stiffly lobbed a grenade. With a seamless offensive strategy, he used his August to deliver precise headshots, taking down 2 enemies. Then, with skillful maneuvering and pinpoint accuracy, he eliminated the remaining opponents. This is Firefox. Old 6 room is cleared, he reported succinctly. At the same time, over in the tank room, Grey Wolf wielded his short-barrel Pharaoh, moving like a force of nature as he swiftly dispatched 2 enemies. Spotting the last foe hiding behind a wall, he cleverly exploited the terrain, climbing onto a wooden crate to take the enemy down. This is Grey Wolf. Tank area is secure. Outside the refueling station at the forward stronghold, Liang Feng stood clad in KN tactical body armor and an FA assault helmet, holding in 14 Malawian kwachas equipped with a flashlight. With the vigilance of a member of the hunter squad, he scanned his surroundings. His eyes were drawn to a folding staircase leading to the 2nd floor, disappearing into the darkness, while faint footsteps echoed from within. Without hesitation, Liang Feng lobbed 2 offensive grenades toward the 2nd floor, then maintained a defensive position outside on the 1st floor. As expected, a figure peeked out from the 1st floor, and he promptly pulled the trigger, responding with precision. After circling the 1st floor to ensure no threats remained, Liang Feng swiftly ascended. His experience guided him to execute a flanking maneuver, narrowly evading a trip mine. Bang! The enemy, caught in the beam of his flashlight, dropped to the ground with a thud. Liang Feng leapt into the room, finding 2 lifeless bodies next to a safe and a red travel case. This is Liang Feng. The refueling station is clear, he reported through his earpiece while beginning to search the corpses for supplies. The interior of the stronghold was heavy with the stench of blood and gunpowder. Fallen bodies were scattered across the area. The blue laser sight on an AK-74N still flickered faintly, while blood seeped from a 6B-23 armor vest, dripping onto the gray floor. What was once a bustling armory now lay in eerie silence. This is Ian. Found a gemstone necklace at the life or death platform. The rest of the safes are empty, came a voice over the comms. Meanwhile, at the regular North Mountain observation point, Changjian was inspecting an electronic safe with a look of disappointment. It contained only a mechanical hard drive. The unexpected loss of 5 sets of gear at North Mountain had forced him and Luo Yun to return, scavenging for items they had previously ignored. Luo Yun searched with frustration, well aware that nothing was worse than losing everything due to foot damage. Desperate to amass the 80,000 combat readiness value needed for tomorrow's competition, the two even picked up toothpaste they would have otherwise overlooked. Bro, the cable car is almost here, Changjian called out, his medium-sized hiking backpack already packed to the brim. Luo Yun was about to check the last weapon crate along. Narrow box he typically ignored. To his astonishment, it held a life-changing surprise. In addition to an M3A1, deep within the crate lay a 4-slot item, the highly coveted target designation module, worth 450,000. Luo Yun double-checked in disbelief, then burst into excitement, sprinting toward the cable car station. Chunjun, we can compete now. The long weapon crate had a target designation module. Although 450,000 wasn't enough for the two of them to get top-tier gear, it was sufficient to cobble together 80,000 worth of battle supplies, or even equip them with 4 slightly better sets of gear. When Luo Yun spotted the target positioning module, he couldn't contain his joy. After the ups and downs of the Dark Zone, this unexpected surprise brought a much-needed boost to his morale. Even though last year he faced Yen City's strongest escort teams in almost every match, he still came close to making the semifinals. This year, with just a bit of luck on his side, advancing seemed like a near certainty. Inside the valley's restricted zone, towering mountains encircled the land like giant guardians. Along the coastline, waves relentlessly crashed against the rocks, creating layers of white foam. A sleek, luxurious villa stood seamlessly integrated into the natural surroundings. Around the villa, wandering mercenaries clad in leather jackets and headscarves patrolled with menacing expressions. On the hillside of a distant beach camp, 3 fully armed figures gradually emerged. Woohoo! Position 1. Zhang Yang silently celebrated his good fortune today, hoping this luck would carry through the resource match. Bro, this map is about the same size as Beishan, Zhang Qi remarked as he opened the Dark Zone interface. Just stick with me, Zhang Yang replied, injecting a stamina booster. Bro, are there any spawn points nearby that we should watch out for? Nan Qiang, unfamiliar with the valley map, asked earnestly. Zhang Yang marked several locations on the map. Port on the right, near the broadcasting station on the left, and the valley village here. These are all spawn points. Got it. Nan Qiang nodded in acknowledgement. Tree shadows. Zhang Yang immediately opened fire, taking down a robot stationed at the villa's front gate. He led the team through the gap in the gate and into the villa's interior. Follow me and remember the safe zones, Zhang Yang said as he ascended the wooden staircase, heading straight for the first secure room. Without hesitation, he opened the bedside safe, obtaining a chip processor and a rangefinder. Zhang Qi focused on collecting the purple-grade items inside the safe. As they crossed the skybridge, a warlord-class robot was guarding the second secure location. Despite taking a shotgun blast that left half of Zhang Yang's body in critical condition, he managed to open the safe, revealing a golden phone lying inside. Zhang Yang handed the golden phone to Nan Qiang behind him, then swiftly vaulted over the railing, landing steadily in front of a first-floor storage room. The gunfire echoing from the distant Pinot broadcast station didn't faze him as he quickly inserted a key to unlock the storage room. All right, come on, give me something good, Zhang Yang muttered as he rummaged through the room. After confirming it was a 4-slot stamp album, Zhang Yang began climbing the stairs, explaining, "The last safe is in the master bedroom upstairs. There's an electronic lock there, and it has the highest drop rate." "Bro, I think someone's coming," Zhang Qi warned. "Don't worry, we'll grab the last safe first," Zhang Yang insisted as he inserted a key into the master bedroom door. The room's interior was identical to what he remembered from the game in his previous life. As Zhang Yang opened the safe, Nan Qiang and Zhang Qi simultaneously unlocked a coat and a height-ear weapon crate. Zhang Yang was filled with anticipation, but the safe only contained a clock and 3 stacks of low-value coins not even worth calling a decent haul. "Got something. Look, bro," Zhang Qi exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he pulled a uniquely shaped key from the coat. A bold K was prominently engraved on it. "This is the TV station key." Zhang Yang took the key and confirmed through the dark zone interface it was indeed the TV station project key. "Wow, lucky draw, Qi." Zhang Yang couldn't help but marvel at his brother's incredible luck, thinking to himself that if he ever crafted a token of honor, he'd have to make Zhang Qi a keychain of the Lucky Emperor, adorned with gold keys from the most valuable locations. "Bro, I got something too." The weapon crate had a flashlight, Nan Qiang said excitedly. As Zhang Yang came to terms with his own bad luck and resolved to let them handle safes in the future, Zhang Qi suddenly warned, "Bro, enemies are here." He handed the project key to Zhang Yang and was the first to step out of the master bedroom. The three of them moved to a second-floor window to assess the situation. In the garden below, local plants swayed gently in the breeze, and the air carried the faint scent of flowers. Zhang Yang listened carefully and quickly deduced, "There's one in the garage, and another near the rocks on the hillside." Zhang Yang immediately gave instructions. "Zhang Qi, cover the helicopter extraction point near the hillside. Watch out for enemies behind the rocks." "Got it." Zhang Qi quickly took up position. Zhang Yang moved to a corridor window with a clear view of the garage and scoped in. The enemies had disarmed the traps in the garage, but were hesitating to attack the main building. Meanwhile, gunfire echoed again from the distant valley village. "Nan Qiang, take my position and cover here. I'll check the other side," Zhang Yang said as he repositioned to a vantage point overlooking the front entrance. Soon, he spotted an enemy on a small hill in the distance. Though his Pharaoh rifle had a 62 proficiency level, hitting a target at such a long range still posed a challenge. The red dot sight trembled slightly, and Zhang Yang only managed to land one shot. "Damn it," he cursed under his breath, knowing this mistake had completely alerted the enemy. Not only would the opponents at the main entrance become more vigilant, but even those in the garage had now pinpointed his location. From the south wall's vantage point, he caught a fleeting glimpse of an enemy in the garage. "This isn't good. Master, the garage guys are moving in on you. They're right below you now." The enemy moved so swiftly that even the south wall couldn't react in time. Zhang Yang quickly moved to the spiral staircase and nimbly perched himself on the railing. From this position, he created a perfect blind spot where the enemies below couldn't see him. Just then, a sharp hissing sound came from the first floor as 2 offensive grenades were hurled toward the second floor. Luckily, Zhang Yang had already relocated to the staircase, escaping the blast unscathed. The sound of approaching footsteps grew louder. As soon as one enemy appeared on the stairs, Zhang Yang's Pharaoh rifle spat deadly fire. With a series of resounding gunshots, the enemy dropped to the ground. A system notification popped up. "Skill proficiency 1. Before Zhang Yang could catch his breath, the characteristic hissing of a smoke grenade came from the main entrance. He immediately moved to the window, but the entrance was already shrouded in thick white smoke. "I need to get a thermal scope next time," he muttered, his mind buzzing with ideas that had never occurred to him in his previous life, now fueled by his growing resources. The enemies breached through the main entrance. Zhang Yang returned to his position, preparing to stage a heroic rescue scenario. The heavy footsteps suggested at least 3 enemies. This time, the opponents were exceptionally cautious, refraining from rushing upstairs and instead tossing 2 smoke grenades into the staircase area. This unusual move put Zhang Yang on high alert. A bold suspicion crossed his mind. Thermal imaging? Without hesitation, he retreated to the master bedroom, intending to regroup with Zhang Qi. However, the hallway had already been sealed off by the enemy, and as soon as he peeked out, suppressive fire from the first floor forced him back. Brother, Zhang Qi is down. There's a sniper in the back hills. Nan Qiang's message made Zhang Yang's brow furrow deeply, a surge of fury igniting within him. Zhang Qi's elimination in the dark zone for the first time filled him with anger. Nan Qiang, things are getting dangerous. Follow my lead. Got it. Nan Qiang, already lying flat on the second floor floorboards, hadn't dared to make a move since Zhang Qi had been taken out by a headshot. Gunfire outside continued relentlessly as the situation grew increasingly dire. Zhang Yang quickly issued instructions. Get to the master bedroom, close the door, stand on the safe, and use the open wardrobe as cover. Just aim at the doorway, and no matter what happens outside, don't come out. Okay, but what about you? Don't worry about me, Zhang Yang replied while firing probing shots into the smoke below. After tossing in 2 Malawian Quach's grenade, he swiftly left the staircase. The cacophony of gunfire and footsteps surrounded him, sweat soaking through his clothes as his heartbeat thundered in his ears. Zhang Yang glanced down at his left palm, where a key bearing a K symbol rested. His thoughts involuntarily drifted to Zhang Qi. By all reasoning, Zhang Qi, with his innate talent for absolute blunt damage resistance, should not have met his end so easily. However, the sniper's precise shots from the back mountain, combined with his unfamiliarity with the valley's terrain, ultimately led to this outcome. The sound of pounding footsteps echoed from the stairwell as Zhang Yang held his gun tightly, guarding the white suitcase. Before he could clearly make out the figure rushing through the smoke, a burst of bullets struck his chest with precision. Bang, 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 bang. Zhang Yang immediately ducked and retreated quickly into the bedroom. Shooting through smoke. Must be thermal imaging gear, he thought to himself. Zhang Yang swiftly used a level 400 medical kit. But by then, 2 enemies had already stormed upstairs. He quickly moved to his left, entering a small room with a red-clothed table, aiming his gun at his previous position in anticipation. Soon, an enemy wearing an N95 helmet peeked out, ready to fire. Bang, bang, bang. Boom. The Pharaoh's M61 rounds were unforgiving. One clean headshot took the opponent down instantly. The second enemy began flanking from the white suitcase's position. Zhang Yang immediately retreated to the insurance-free room, and the sound of 3 consecutive grenades exploding erupted behind him. The opponent followed up by throwing a smoke grenade into the narrow stairway. His smoke filled the air, making the situation extremely disadvantageous for Zhang Yang as the enemy had thermal imaging equipment. Without hesitation, Zhang Yang moved down the stairwell to the first floor. Based on the earlier gunfight, he deduced there was likely an enemy covering the stairway from below. Sure enough, as soon as he landed, he encountered an opponent face-to-face. Bang, bang. Bam, bam, bam. Although Zhang Yang successfully eliminated the RPK-16 wielding enemy, his BT-6 level 5 armor's durability dropped to 38. The remaining enemy, equipped with thermal imaging, was still on the second floor. Zhang Yang threw a flashbang grenade and set up 2 footstep decoys at his position. He charged upstairs directly, using grenades to clear the way. As the smoke dissipated, a bold plan began to form in his mind. With a big leap, Zhang Yang spotted the last enemy standing by the window in the insurance-free room, his focus entirely on the area below. Cyclops! Zhang Yang shouted as the red and his scope locked onto the enemy's head. The enemy turned at the sound, but it was too late. Bang! The final opponent dropped to the ground. Inspecting the enemy's gear, Zhang Yang's eyes lit up. An IND level 6 helmet, a 926 composite level 5 armor, and most importantly, AT-7 thermal imaging device. Without hesitation, he equipped the new gear. His vision immediately shifted to black and white contrast, with the bodies on the ground standing out starkly. Reloading a fresh magazine into his Pharaoh rifle, Zhang Yang headed toward the southern wall. You back mountain sniper scum, I'm coming for you, he thought to himself. Meanwhile, outside the seaside master bedroom, a corpse, presumably shot down by the southern wall sniper while attempting to enter the room, lay lifeless at the door. Outside the master bedroom, 2 enemies stood watch, their eyes filled with malice. One of them let out a sinister laugh. You're not getting away, little brother. Tough luck for you. Before the words had fully settled, a tear gas grenade whizzed through the air and exploded inside the master bedroom. Ha ha ha, don't even think about coming out. Step out and you're dead. Amid the mocking taunts from outside, white tear gas rapidly spread, engulfing the entire room. Nan Qiang began to cough violently, his eyes burning with pain, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. Cough, cough. Why'd you take my loot insurance? Haha, jackpot. A gemstone necklace. Give it back to me. No way. That guy was my kill. You're such a backstabber, and you're proud of it. Well, the guy wasn't your kill either. So what are you fighting over supplies for? This is the dark zone. I'm here to make money. Then why don't you get your own kills? None of your business. I'm out of here. Give it back. Give it back. The acrid gas made Nan Qiang's vision blur even further. Memories of past sorrows surged in his mind, the pain now mirroring what he'd felt back then. Just as despair began to set in, a panicked shout came from outside the door. Oh no, thermal imaging. This was followed by a barrage of gunfire. Bang, bang, bang. Huh, I'm down, I'm down. Bang, bang, bang. Ugh X2. Nan Qiang, are you okay? I'm coming, Nan Qiang. A figure burst into the gas-filled room. Nan Qiang. Cough, cough. Give it back to me. Nan Qiang's consciousness began to fade, his eyelids slowly closing. Nan Qiang. Nan Qiang. Wake up. Wake up. Two sharp slaps brought him back to reality. When he opened his eyes, he found himself lying on a bed, surrounded by high-grade weapon crates and safes. This is the master bedroom? Nan Qiang's entire body throbbed with pain. Zhang Yang, visibly anxious, exclaimed, Quick, use your ability to heal yourself. Why didn't you use your ability earlier? The sight of Nan Qiang collapsing had shaken him deeply. Those bastards. When they couldn't break in, they threw tear gas. This isn't the past. Pain in this world is real now. How could an ordinary person endure tear gas, especially in such a confined space with the door shut? I'm fine. Thank you, master. Nan Qiang wiped his tears and injected himself with a healing serum. Activating his shrank ability, he instantly returned to peak condition. Good, you're okay. Zhang Yang stepped outside to check the loot, but in reality, he was inspecting the ID tags. Only after confirming that he had personally taken down Zhang Qi's sniper did he feel a sense of relief. Zhang Qi, I avenged you. Next round, I'll let you experience what being a Cyclops feels like. Zhang Yang muttered to himself, clutching the operations room key tightly. Master, were you calling me? Oh, nothing. Only then did Zhang Yang remember that Cyclops was Nan Qiang's nickname. Hey bro, what's that on your head? Nan Qiang asked curiously. I've never seen the T7 thermal imaging before. A head-mounted thermal imaging device. Zhang Yang replied with a smile. Now that we've got a little money, we can let you and Zhang Qi experience it properly sometime. Bro, this lockdown zone is too dangerous, Nan Qiang said in a low voice. Are we doing a supply run or tackling the enhanced lockdown? Zhang Yang sighed, thinking to himself how tough it was just to handle the regular lockdown zone. The idea of taking on the enhanced lockdown felt daunting and uncertain. Just then, a noise came from downstairs. The Mecha Brothers, guarding the garage and main entrance, had respawned. I'll handle the Mecha Brothers. You go loot the supplies, Zhang Yang said. He hadn't forgotten the importance of improving his proficiency. After all, the Pharaoh was key to their upcoming victories. Got it. Nan Qiang nodded enthusiastically, recalling how his mentor had charged into the room earlier to save him. The memory warmed his heart. Zhang Yang headed downstairs and swiftly dealt with two Mecha Brothers' proficiency too. His Pharaoh's proficiency had now reached 70. As his proficiency improved, he felt an increasing connection with the weapon. He could almost mentally deconstruct its components and sense the movement of each bullet through the chamber. Noticing this unusual sensation, Zhang Yang decided to run a test. Nan Qiang, I'm practicing my shooting downstairs, he called out, giving a heads-up to avoid any misunderstandings. Okay, got it. Zhang Yang first aimed at a wall 50 meters away. Normally, the short-barreled Pharaoh would have some spread at this distance, but this time, he calmly pulled the trigger, and the shots landed neatly on the same spot. Encouraged, he moved back to 100 meters. Although this was beyond the effective range of the red-dot sight, he wanted to push the limits. Sure enough, the bullet trajectory arched slightly upward, but when he walked over to check, the bullet holes formed a perfectly straight line. Wow! Zhang Yang marveled. He wasn't on par with the top players from his past life yet, but his accuracy was already reaching semi-godlike levels. Next, he practiced hip firing. Starting at 5 meters, he gradually increased the distance while familiarizing himself with the bullet trajectories. Before long, he had mastered the technique, extending his effective range to 15 meters. After expending 280-round spare magazines, his success rate for headshots within 15 meters without aiming down sights had soared to 90. The ability to control bullets so precisely was intoxicating. Zhang Yang couldn't help but feel smug. Within 15 meters, I'm unbeatable. Bring it on. Bro, I'm done looting. Nan Qiang's voice came through the GS2 headset. There are still supplies in the first insurance-free room. Got it, I see them. I've already taken Zhang Qi's gear, and I can't carry any more. All right, I'm on my way. After 5 minutes of target practice, Zhang Yang returned to the building to check the loot. The gear this team had was astonishingly luxurious. In addition to the thermal imaging device head already picked up, there was a fully modified RPK-16 valued at 110,000, with a collapsible stock that reduced it to just 6 inventory slots. There was also a complete set of level 4 armor and a high-capacity leather backpack ready for use. The corpse under the staircase caught Zhang Yang's attention. Judging by the gear, this person was likely the first to come from the garage and part of the same group as the two in the rear mountain. The body was equipped simply. A low-tier MDR with A1 ammunition, paired with Spartan 4 armor and a Ratnik helmet. While searching the backpack, Zhang Yang unexpectedly discovered a stamp album and several stamps. Moving upstairs, the second floor presented an even grimmer scene. 2 corpses lay sprawled on the ground, one of which Zhang Yang had already partially looted, a thermal imaging player equipped with level 5 armor and a level 6 helmet. He carried a 926 large backpack and an FA Commander ammo rig, which contained blue and red morphine injectors. The other body belonged to a heavily armored soldier wielding an N94 worth 60,000. After removing the magazine, Zhang Yang was pleasantly surprised to find it only occupied 1 inventory slot. This soldier wore an N95 level 5 helmet, though its visor was shattered, and his level 5 samurai armor was at half durability. After some consideration, Zhang Yang only took the intact helmet. After meticulously packing his loot, Zhang Yang's backpack weight finally settled at 86.23 kg. Unexpected windfall. A quick glance at the map revealed only 8 minutes remaining, so he had to extract immediately. He injected both strength and stamina boosters, barely managing to get back on his feet. Nan Qiang, ever thoughtful, led the way to clear the path for the heavily burdened Zhang Yang. The two moved swiftly through the eastern farmland, heading toward the extraction point by the steel bridge. For minutes later, they successfully extracted. The system notification chimed, revealing that Zhang Yang's loot this run was worth 1.2 million, while Nan Qiang's haul came to 350,000, a significant gap largely due to Zhang Yang's acquisition of the T7 thermal scope and Zhang Qi's project room key. Nan Qiang, on the other hand, recovered most of Zhang Qi's equipment. Back in the real world, Zhang Qi immediately began complaining about the sniper. Nan Qiang consoled him, reminding him that his gear had been recovered and that Zhang Yang had avenged him. Watching his younger brother's indignant expression, Zhang Yang couldn't help but laugh. Zhang Qi raised his hand in a solemn vow. From this day forward, he'll never forgive that damn sniper. The exhaustion from carrying 80 kilograms of loot over several hundred meters finally hit Zhang Yang, and he decided to call it a day to rest up for tomorrow's competition. Notably, during the extraction, his Pharaoh proficiency had reached 73, which should be sufficient for the challenges ahead. During their chat, Nan Qiang mentioned that the Golden Cup tournament would be live-streamed, allowing anyone to watch through the Dark Zone interface. This was an official initiative to promote the Dark Zone dungeon and encourage more participation. Zhang Yang mulled over this. His performance would be visible to everyone in Yin City, and if he advanced to the provincial or national competitions, the audience would expand to the entire province, or even the entire country. Out of curiosity, Zhang Yang searched for famous figures in the Dark Zone. Names like Lu Yangyang, Bai Ji, Ranhua Xiang, and the Control King appeared. Legendary figures who had either founded top-tier clubs and become behind-the-scenes bosses or taken up roles as head coaches in renowned clubs. Reflecting on this, Zhang Yang couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement for the future. Perhaps one day, he too could establish his own club. The night gave way to dawn. On the morning of March 25th, a Monday, the highly anticipated first day of the Golden Cup Supplies Tournament had finally arrived. The opening match was set to kick off promptly at 8 a.m. On the training grounds, a gentle morning breeze brushed past. At 7:30, Zhang Yang, Zhang Qi, and Nan Qiang were each armed with fully customized F-2000, Pharaoh, and P-90 rifles, crouching behind sandbags and focusing intently on their shooting practice. The sound of gunfire echoed continuously. Rat-a-tat-a-tat, boom boom boom. Zzz. Beads of sweat rolled down their faces, glinting faintly under the morning sunlight. After a period of rigorous training, Zhang Qi and Nan Qiang had made remarkable improvements in their shooting accuracy, while Zhang Yang's mastery of the Pharaoh had reached near legendary levels. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Zhang Yang signaled the end of their training session. Back in Zhang Yang's living room, the trio immediately opened the Golden Cup tournament interface. The screen displayed a countdown timer, with a neatly arranged list of participating teams below. Half Moon, Taurine Not Acidic, Ajax, Secondhand Smoke, God Hunters, Brand New Version, Carmona, Dreams Come True, and more. Over 20 teams from Yin City were set to compete in the same matchmaking pool. Bro, that God Hunters team belongs to the Baigu group. They were ranked first in points last year. Nan Qiang quickly pointed out. Baigu group doesn't just have one team, do they? Zhang Yang asked. Last year, they set up several teams in other cities across Jiangnan province, and 3 of them made it to the provincial finals, Nan Qiang explained. This news left Zhang Yang somewhat shocked. After all, Fewer than 20 teams from an entire province typically advanced to the provincial finals, and Baigu Group accounted for 3 of them, a testament to their strength. What's strange is that this year, Baigu only entered 1 team in Yin City, Nan Qiang said, puzzled. Yin City is practically Baigu's turf. Half the club teams here are under their banner. Zhang Qi added. Maybe they're putting all their faith in God Hunters this time. Zhang Yang understood the situation well. Generally, only 1 or 2 teams from a city could advance. If Baigu was confident in God Hunters' chances, there was no need for them to allocate additional teams in Yin City. This year, we're just starting out. Let's not set our goals too high. Zhang Yang paused for dramatic effect, then added, national champions? What? Master, are you dreaming? Nan Qiang waved his hand in front of Zhang Yang's face, checking if he was serious. Just kidding. We'll take it 1 step at a time, Zhang Yang said with a faint smile, his gaze drifting toward the city center in the direction of Baigu Group's headquarters. Let's go over the rules again and make sure we're fully prepared, Zhang Yang instructed. The 2 brothers nodded in agreement. At 8 o'clock sharp, the tournament officially began. 23 teams were randomly assigned to maps such as Reinforced Farm, Reinforced Valley, Reinforced North Mountain, and Reinforced Naval Port. Each map hosted 56 teams competing simultaneously. Killing special operatives earned 50,000 points, with each team automatically carrying 6 universal keys, a 10 loot drop rate boost, and a mandatory ban on the use of secure containers. At 7:58 sharp, Zhang Yang, as the team captain, entered the exclusive matchmaking pool, waiting for the system to assign a map. Both Nan Qiang and Zhang Qi showed eager expressions, with Zhang Qi even unconsciously rubbing his hands together. Ding, with the system's signature notification sound, the map loading screen popped up, accompanied by a continuous humming noise. At the same time, on the Dark Zone interface for all players across Yin City, a live match viewing portal appeared. This portal not only allowed viewers to watch the match in real time, but also offered various viewing perspectives from a full map overview to specific teams, and even the first-person perspective of individual squad members. Most intriguing of all was the brand new Ghost mode, which allowed spectators to become invisible spirits, freely flying across the map to observe every detail of the match without any restrictions. On Yin City's trending topics leaderboard, the following hashtags were dominating. Dark Zone Tournament Returns claimed the top spot with unprecedented global attention. Dark Zone Poison followed in 2nd place, featuring a parent's complaint about their 13-year-old accidentally entering the Dark Zone. Dark Zone Expert 118 Speaks Out came in 3rd, sparking debates about renting out idle Norlt T1S. At the top floor of the White Dove Group headquarters, in a meticulously designed office, the young chairman, Tang Xinhong, was intently staring at his computer screen. Beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows lay the bustling skyline of Yin City, with natural light outlining his silhouette. The office's decor exuded taste and sophistication. Exquisite oil paintings adorned the walls, a luxurious leather sofa offered both comfort and elegance, and the art pieces and vases on the coffee table added a touch of refinement to the space. Chairman, Miss Tang is here to see you, the secretary respectfully announced at the door. Let her in, Tang Xinhong responded curtly. Dressed in a sharp business suit, Tang Muwei entered the office and got straight to the point. Brother, Yin City is our territory. Why did you only assign 1 team? As the head coach of the White Dove Group, her dissatisfaction with this decision was evident. Tang Xinhong's gaze was calm yet profound as he replied, every year, the teams advancing from Yin City are ours. I don't think there's any competition left. What if the Hunter squad messes up? It's not like that hasn't happened before, Tang Muwei countered, her voice laced with clear concern. Yin City, a major hub in Jiangnan Province and the headquarters of the White Dove Group, held great significance. Losing the qualifying spot here to another team would undoubtedly make the entire industry a laughingstock. However, Tang Xinhong showed no concern. He turned to the computer screen on his desk, which displayed detailed data on White Dove's teams from kill counts and damage dealt to the usage of medical supplies and grenades. The data revealed that their performance in pre-match training had already surpassed that of another elite team, Eagle Eye. Grey Dove is closing in step by step. We need to seize the spots in other cities of Jiangnan Province as well, Tang Xinhong remarked, his face exuding not only the sharpness and ambition of youth, but also a maturity and depth beyond his years. At the mention of Grey Dove, Tang Mu subconsciously bit her lip. This group, established after the Dark Zone unrest had subsided, was backed by powerful capital. Since its inception, it had stirred up the Jiangnan Province Dark Zone market through aggressive talent poaching, rapidly expanding with its substantial resources. It quickly rose to rival White Dove. A recent poaching wave had cost White Dove many elite fighters, forcing the reorganization of their original 3 elite teams into the current 2 Hunter God and Eagle Eye. The scene shifted to the aftermath at the Purple Veil apartment building. This old structure, connected to the Tulip Apartments and the auto repair shop, bore visible scars of war. The corridors were silent and desolate, the brick walls in the backyard riddled with bullet holes, and the windows on the 2nd floor reduced to bare frames. Though the fighting had ceased, The lingering scent of smoke and gunpowder seemed to hover in the air. With a clatter, 3 fully armed figures appeared on the first floor of the Purple Veil apartments. Purple Veil, first position? Zhang Yang immediately recognized the blue and white walls before him, marking the location of the supermarket on the first floor of the military port's Purple Veil apartments. Follow me, he commanded decisively, leading the team left and upstairs, heading straight for the secure stash. There's a secure stash on the 3rd floor, and another one in the locked room of 302. Got it. Both brothers were on high alert for this first official match. The enhanced loot rate was 10 times higher than in the standard mode, and the 2 stashes on the 3rd floor were bound to yield valuable items. Who's there? Bot voice, I have no quarrel with you. Bot voice. Gunshots rang out. Bang, bang, bang. ARG proficiency 1. Rat-a-tat-tat. Reaching the 3rd floor hallway, the 2 brothers cautiously scanned their surroundings. Gunfire echoed in the distance, including from the direction of the post office. Zhang Yang opened a door and signaled, in this room, turn right into the small room. The secure stash is in the nightstand by the bed. He entrusted the task to Zhang Qi, their lucky charm. Got it. Zhang Qi moved quickly. Meanwhile, Nan Qiang followed Zhang Yang, navigating over hallway debris to reach the door of B302. As Zhang Yang inserted the key, he gave a brief instruction. Same deal inside, the small room by the bed. Understood. Nan Qiang rushed inside without hesitation. Zhang Yang returned to the end of the corridor, keeping a close watch on the helicopter landing pad through the small window on the 3rd floor. His proficiency with the Pharaoh rifle had reached a high level, and he was confident that any enemies from the post office or Onfing port who dared to show themselves would be taken down instantly. No loot, just a small purple and some sandy pit coins, came Zhang Qi's slightly disappointed report through the headset. Same here. For small purples lined up and a 4-slot scam. Nan Qiang said angrily, flipping the middle finger at the stash of stolen goods in the safe. No problem. Keep searching the apartment for supplies. If no one comes in, we'll extract in the last 5 minutes, Zhang Yang calmly instructed. He understood that matches in the dark zone were different from other survival games like PUBG. It wasn't just about killing. Success required strategic planning and extracting valuable loot. Zhang Yang had adjusted the Pharaoh rifle to a 14 scope, which was sufficient for the current situation. However, after prolonged observation, he began to feel uneasy. The initial gunfire had subsided too quickly, which was unusual. Normally, several squads would clash in fierce battles early in the match. Just as he was about to lower his weapon, 2 gunshots suddenly rang out from the construction site. Did everyone head to the restaurant? He muttered to himself. At the same time, his GS2 headset picked up footsteps coming from downstairs. Someone's downstairs. Zhang Yang quickly alerted his teammates. There's someone on the 2nd floor. I'll handle it. He instructed Nan Qiang and Zhang Qi to remain on the 3rd floor while he swiftly descended to the 2nd floor. As he approached the target, he discovered it was Noah in room C202, the Easter egg character of the naval port map. Noah's appearance automatically unlocked room C202. Zhang Yang quickly eliminated Noah, earning a 1-point increase in proficiency. Suddenly, dense footsteps echoed from the direction of the Tulip apartments. Judging by the sound, it was a full 4-person squad. Zhang Yang immediately called his teammates and adjusted his shooting position. He loaded an M61 drum magazine and observed the enemies splitting into 2 groups, one heading toward the auto repair shop and the other flanking through the backyard. The 3 regrouped on the 2nd floor, and Zhang Yang quickly devised a tactical plan. Zhang Qi, station yourself on the steel frame on the 2nd floor and focus on covering the backyard path. Nan Qiang, be ready to use your talent to heal Zhang Qi at any moment. His teammates nodded seriously, stashing their backpacks in a corner. Zhang Qi's absolute blunt damage resistance talent ensured he wouldn't be killed in one hit, while Nan Qiang's absolute healing ability could keep him alive. With the battle imminent, Zhang Yang also placed his backpack in a safe spot and pulled out a colorful syringe from his ammo pouch. He felt fully confident in handling the enemies approaching from the auto repair shop. The Grand Golden Cup has officially begun, and tens of thousands of spectators have flooded into various maps across Yen City. In the main viewing hall, those who haven't chosen a location yet are enthusiastically discussing. It's finally starting. Time to crack open my treasured bag of chips from 82. Mondstadt's Drama King, Venti, exclaimed excitedly. For us military enthusiasts, this is a feast of gunfights. Shadow said passionately. The audience chattered away. Which match should we watch? Why isn't Yidong here? Disappointing. Last year's champion, Hunter God, is definitely going to dominate again this year. I heard there's a new item in the naval port map. In the White Dove Group office, Tang Xinhong rubbed his temples and asked, how's the traffic looking right now? Secretary Lao Lin glanced at the data panel and replied proudly. The map where Hunter God is located has the highest popularity, with 20,000 online viewers. The other maps haven't even hit 10,000. Tang Xinhong let out a sigh of relief. This meant that the team sent by Grey Dove wasn't drawing much attention, and popularity often correlated with team strength. Suddenly, Lao Lin's eyes widened. Wait, the naval port map's popularity is surging. It's already at 15,000. Are there any strong teams in the naval port? Tang Xinhong asked warily. Could Gray Dove have their eyes on Yin City? No, everyone in the main hall is talking about a new item appearing in the naval port. Tang Xinhang's curiosity was piqued. He immediately switched to the naval port map. A few minutes earlier, above the fortified naval port map, the AI commentator Xiao Chu was passionately introducing the scene. Hello, everyone. I'm Xiao Chu, the top commentator of Dark Chu. The naval port map is famous for its compact terrain and dense player distribution, making it highly likely for intense battles to break out right from the start. As the team spawned in locations like Tulip Apartments, Breeze Harbor, the restaurant, the construction site, the post office, and Violet Vale Apartments, the live chat scrolled rapidly. This is fun to watch, but playing it yourself would be a nightmare. I just love seeing heavily armed players get wiped out for nothing. Xiao Chu kept a close eye on the battlefield developments. Breeze Harbor's dreams come true team is well trained. One member is guarding the safe zone while the others are using smoke grenades to push straight toward the administrative building. Over at Violet Vale Apartments, brand new Carmona is looting safes, but it seems two of their members aren't familiar with the terrain. Meanwhile, the teams at the restaurant and the construction site have already spotted each other and are locked in a long-range standoff. Oh, the I loot gold, you cover, team in Tulip Apartments has been sneaking around for 2.5 minutes, but can't hold back in a Morathir about to charge into Violet Vale Apartments. A fight's about to break out. Xiao Chu's voice brimmed with anticipation. From an omniscient perspective, the group known as IMO Genu 6 had split into two teams, preparing to pincer the new version of Carmona holed up in the apartment. At this critical moment, Zhang Yang pulled out an unexpected piece of equipment from his pocket, a colorful syringe, approximately 10 centimeters long and 8 millimeters in diameter. The live chat exploded with reactions. Wait, what? Oh? Is this scripted? Come on, scripts in Anju? No way. As the needle pierced his skin, Zhang Yang's sensory abilities underwent a dramatic enhancement. Colors in his field of vision became sharper, and his hearing expanded to the point where he could pinpoint enemy locations with precision. He swiftly raised his weapon, Pharaoh, and positioned himself by the door, ready for action. The sound of approaching footsteps echoed. The first enemy peeked around the corner, only to be instantly taken down by a precise headshot from Zhang Yang Proficiency 1. Immediately after, he caught the distinct sound of a bolt being pulled on the other side and quickly moved to the small door near the laundry room. The enemy, still firing at his previous position, was taken out with a controlled burst from Zhang Yang Proficiency 1. Meanwhile, Zhang Qi used his natural talent to secure a vantage point on the second floor. Though the enemies spotted him on the steel frame and opened fire, they were a step too slow. The first enemy dropped instantly, while the second, convinced he had landed a headshot on Zhang Qi, was baffled to see him unharmed. He checked his magazine in confusion, confirming it was loaded with M62 rounds. Switching to a 10-round M61 magazine, he prepared to fire again only to be caught off guard by Zhang Qi's flash grenade. The blinding explosion left him vulnerable, and Zhang Qi finished him off under the armored vehicle. The battle was far from over. From the direction of the post office, the sound of hurried footsteps grew louder. This time, the enemies played smart. Upon reaching the backyard, they deployed smoke grenades to obscure their advance. Bro, the smoke's too thick. I can't get a clear shot, Zhang Qi called out, retreating anxiously behind cover. Don't worry, I'm holding the first floor. You guys focus on the staircase, Zhang Yang replied calmly, tossing 2 stun grenades toward the backyard entrance. The explosions disrupted the enemy's rhythm, halting their aggressive push. Unwilling to charge recklessly, the enemies resorted to throwing grenades to force Zhang Yang back. He retreated to the supermarket entrance while the enemies swarmed into the first floor, unleashing suppressive fire into every corner. Zhang Yang remained positioned near the corridor ahead, ready to eliminate a target swiftly before retreating. In the stairwell at the center of the corridor, Nan Qiang and Zhang Qi had already taken concealed positions with their rifles, providing support to ensure a smooth retreat. Just then, an enemy suddenly leaped high from the couch. Zhang Yang fired hastily but missed due to the enemy's elevated position, forcing him to retreat quickly. One enemy attempted to pursue but was immediately stopped by the captain. As if anticipating this, the captain dodged to the upper end of the right stairwell and threw a concussion grenade. Amid the explosion, Nan Qiang, hidden in the shadows, was momentarily blinded. Without pausing to determine how he had been exposed, he immediately retreated to the second floor. Zhang Qi, positioned at the second floor stairway, provided cover with his rifle while Nan Qiang turned left up the stairs and quickly injected himself with a regeneration syringe, rapidly regaining his strength. The enemy seemed to have predicted Nan Qiang's position, launching a coordinated charge with 4 men. Zhang Qi gripped his F-2000 tightly, his heart racing. A fierce firefight erupted. Although Zhang Qi's A1 rounds took down one enemy, he was overwhelmed by the concentrated fire and fell. Nan Qiang, barely recovered, found himself in close combat. He managed to eliminate one enemy with his P90 before being taken down as well. Damn it, why is he so tough? The surviving captain exclaimed in frustration. He took a direct hit from the concussion grenade and still needed 4 or 5 shots to go down. Even Zhang Qi reacted quickly enough to counterattack before going down. Another teammate remarked while administering medication to himself, gesturing toward Zhang Qi's lifeless body. It's bizarre. Could it be a dark zone ability? The captain frowned under his N95 helmet. You keep healing. I'll watch the surroundings. He was acutely aware that one enemy was still lurking. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang had silently infiltrated the third floor. Crawling forward, he used the shadows to his advantage, gradually approaching the large gap between the floors. From this vantage point, he could ambush the unsuspecting enemies below. The moment had come. Zhang Yang crouched, then leaned over to aim downward. 3 precise headshots instantly eliminated the enemy who was healing. The remaining opponent reacted quickly but still lost the firefight. In the final exchange, Zhang Yang took a hit to his left arm but successfully dispatched the last enemy. He swiftly injected a rainbow syringe to recover and then began performing an STO procedure. The live chat exploded with excitement. Whoa, the purple curtain apartments are heating up. Zhang Yang just took down 2 enemies in a row. What a killer move. This guy's got skills. His reaction time is insane. Impressive. The chat was flooded with jokes about urine tests, as the audience remained curious about the mysterious syringe. I've been playing the Dark Zone for a year and never seen this kind of injection before. The situation suddenly grew tense. A sniper shot echoed from the backyard, but Zhang Qi's Type 03 heavy helmet absorbed the deadly M62 bullet. The chat exploded. Survived a headshot? Is this blunt damage? The brand new version Carmona showcased incredible strength, wiping out the enemy team with 0 casualties in one swift move. However, the tide quickly shifted as the Postal Service's Big Gold'em here rushed to the scene, arriving just in time for the battle's climax. The 2 teams engaged in an intense firefight in the backyard, hurling grenades at each other. Big Gold'em here was unstoppable, even pulling off a side jump over a sofa. But the South Wall team had prepared in advance, landing a perfectly predicted grenade that caused massive damage. Zhang Qi and South Wall were overwhelmed and taken down, leaving only one member of brand new version Carmona standing. Zhang Yang transformed into the Dark Maggot, silently sneaking up to the 3rd floor. The commentator exclaimed excitedly, "He's turned into a maggot. That's one of the Dark Zone's unique creatures." While the enemy was distracted with healing, Zhang Yang seized the moment, launching a series of precise shots that took them down. But the fight wasn't over yet. Gunfire erupted from the helipad as the helicopter tent was flung open. The map showed less than 2 minutes left before evacuation. Zhang Yang quickly looted the spoils and sprinted toward the end of the 3rd floor corridor. Each kill was worth 50,000 coins, and he was determined to rack up as many as possible. Outside the window, 2 heavily armed operators were making their way toward the helicopter, only to be taken out by a sniper from the Postal Service's direction. Zhang Yang tried to capitalize on the situation, but the experienced enemy had already deployed a smoke grenade to obscure the bodies. Left with no choice, he blindly fired at the spot from memory, landing several shots in the same area. A system notification popped up, indicating Proficiency 1, confirming his blind shots had indeed hit their mark. As the smoke cleared, a lifeless body lay on the ground. Zhang Yang sighed helplessly. This time, he truly hadn't fired a shot, but the situation before him left him no room to explain. Meanwhile, the Dreams Come True team made significant progress. The team leader, Meng Bujia, successfully retrieved the Golden Lion statue from the secret storage room. The live stream chat exploded with activity. Some cheered, shouting, "Golden Lion secured," while others nervously warned, "It's a bomb. Throw it away." The team quickly split into 2 groups. 2 members were tasked with evacuating and protecting the loot, while the other 2 stayed behind to secure the area. Meng Bujia and Bariming headed swiftly toward the helicopter tent, preparing for an aerial escape. However, plans rarely go smoothly. A player named Zhang happened to move from the construction site to the post office and was scavenging supplies in the key room. The moment Zhang stepped out of the key room, a barrage of gunfire erupted. The 995 bullets hit their marks, and Meng Bujia and Bariming dropped instantly. Their teammates rushed to provide backup, but Zhang had already deployed smoke grenades, preparing to loot the spoils. This scene was entirely witnessed by Zhang Yang from the 3rd floor of an apartment building. Without hesitation, he decided to launch a direct assault through the smoke. Gunfire echoed as bullets tore through the haze, and Zhang fell to the ground. The livestream chat buzzed once more. Some marveled at Zhang Yang's skills, while others speculated whether he was using cheats. Zhang Yang keenly sensed that the opposing team's hasty retreat likely meant they had acquired valuable items. Noticing they had come from the administrative building, he quickly made his way downstairs to investigate. As he passed the second floor, he glanced at the lifeless bodies of Zhang Qi and Nan Qiang on the ground. His emotions were mixed. While casualties were common for operatives in high-intensity lockdown zones, it still left him with a sense of heaviness. Fortunately, this was an independent Golden Cup loot match, where deaths weren't restricted by the weekly limit. Upon reaching the auto repair shop, he heard intense gunfire coming from the direction of the administrative building. The sound of AI voice commands rang out as the bots near the tents were completely wiped out. Two sets of footsteps approached rapidly. Zhang Yang immediately quieted his movements and observed carefully. Based on the earlier skirmish, he deduced these were the teammates of the two players who had been eliminated first. Crouching outside the auto repair shop, Zhang Yang cautiously peeked out. Although his view was limited, he clearly saw two figures dart past, followed by the sound of a smoke grenade. He quickly dropped low, straining to listen to their conversation. "It's here. Found it. Good, as long as it's still here. Hurry. Get the chopper ready." "Got it." Hearing their plan to extract via helicopter, Zhang Yang couldn't help but smirk to himself. "These spoils are mine. Think you can take them? Not in this lifetime." He observed one player remaining in the smoke while the other moved toward the tent. Quietly rising from behind a sandbag, Zhang Yang aimed his gun at the tent. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire echoed across the field. Just as the opponent moved to board the plane, the M61 precision shot took out their legs. The enemy fell to the ground, shouting loudly, "I'm down, Lao Lu." Zhang Yang quickly turned around, exposing only half of his head, and blind fired into the smoke. Bang, 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 bang. Suddenly, a projectile arced out from the smoke. Zhang Yang immediately leapt backward. Though he didn't hit the target, he swiftly ducked into the tent and decisively finished off the fallen enemy. With a final groan, ugh, Zhang Yang's skill with the Pharaoh weapon leveled up again, reaching 80. As the smoke cleared, another enemy charged toward Zhang Yang. The pounding footsteps grew louder, closing the distance to less than 15 meters. Without hesitation, Zhang Yang emerged from the tent and, without aiming down sights, landed a perfect headshot with a hip fire. Bang, bang. Two shots rang out, followed by a cry of pain as the enemy dropped to the ground. "Hello everyone. This is Xiao Chu." The commentator's excited voice boomed. "You're watching the preliminary round of the Golden Cup looting tournament. The map is the fortified naval port blockade zone." The live stream chat erupted. "Can't get enough of this." Did Zhang Yang forget to turn off his cheats? Just as Zhang Yang was about to loot the fallen enemy, two other members of the Dreams Come True team arrived from the administrative building. Both Dream Within a Dream and Dreamer's Dream were fully geared, one wielding a fully customized M4, the other an upgraded August. They moved swiftly. One searched the backpack, while the other checked dog tags. It didn't take long before they discovered the golden lion statue. Zhang Yang silently crept closer, moving like a diamondback rattlesnake. The chat filled with jokes. Squeak, squeak, squeak. When Dreamer's Dream went to set up a tent, Zhang Yang seized the opportunity to strike. He landed a critical hit. But Dream Within a Dream reacted quickly, dropping prone in the smoke. Zhang Yang emptied his clip and retreated, only to turn back and finish off Dreamer's Dream. In the final showdown, Dream Within a Dream decisively dropped their backpack and pulled out the upgraded August. Zhang Yang, however, made an unexpected choice, switching to the Pharaoh weapon and landing a perfect hip-fire headshot from 10 meters away. The chat exploded. "No way, that's legit. I tried the Pharaoh's hip fire, it's impossible." Wallhack's aimbot confirmed. "You'll be cursed by the Pharaoh. Is this pure Juventus?" Zhang Yang Juventus. In the headquarters of the White Dove Group, Tang Xinhong sat frozen in his seat, staring at the screen in disbelief at the jaw-dropping hip-fire headshot. "Just luck. There's no scripting in the dark zone," his secretary attempted to explain. Although Tang Xinhong found it hard to believe as well, he could only console himself with the same thought. He was just lucky. The bullet just happened to hit the head. But what about that smoke shot earlier? 100 meters away, and the bullets all landed in one spot, killing someone through the smoke. Do you really think that was just luck? The secretary's understanding of the dark zone began to waver. Tang Xinhong fell silent. The player named Zhang Yang had successfully caught his attention. Meanwhile, in the White Dove training room, head coach Tang Muwei was intently reviewing the match footage. Unlike the others, her focus remained fixed on Zhang Yang's performance, particularly the incredible smoke kill and hip-fire headshot. With only 7 minutes left on the map, the gunfight at the naval port had come to an end. Zhang Yang began the tense process of looting, starting with large backpacks and ammo rigs, meticulously cataloging the high-value items in each bag as quickly as possible. 15 bodies lay scattered on the ground, including those of Zhang Qi and Nan Qiang. Time was tight, but with the boost from a muscle stimulant and the small size of the naval port map, Zhang Yang estimated he could use the last 3 minutes to trigger the extreme extraction lever and escape. Each body gave him less than 30 seconds to loot, factoring in running and reloading. As Zhang Yang began searching, he was stunned by what he found. FA Commander ammo rigs, 926 backpacks, fully customized AR-57S, FA assault helmets, and Tier 2 leg armor paired with Tier 5 heavy armor. This was just the first body. The other bodies were equally laden with top-tier gear, fully customized G18CS, MPXs, M110S, and H4S, each worth over 70,000. Zhang Yang made a quick decision to only take firearms and Tier 5 helmets, stripping high-value attachments from large weapons and folding smaller ones into his bag directly. Thanks to the tenfold loot rate of the resource match, every bag contained 1 or 2 gold items. Diamond rings, golden goblets, and 201 keys appeared one after another. Zhang Yang had never experienced such an abundant haul. With 3 minutes remaining, he reluctantly abandoned his greed to activate the extraction lever, but still managed to loot 5 bags near the tents along the way. He made swift decisions. Stamp albums, memory cards, and hard drives were left behind, while gold watches, gold bars, bracelets, and brooches were quickly pocketed. 995 ammunition was a must, and he managed to squeeze in a laptop as well. The roar of the helicopter's rotors grew louder, stirring up debris from the ground. Laden with a heavy load, Zhang Yang pushed forward under the effects of the muscle stimulant, determined to search the last 2 bags. Without the boost from the stimulant, this small mountain of gold would have crushed him long ago. Currently carrying 89.65 kilograms, Zhang Yang quickly glanced at the system prompt, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Good, there's still room. To maximize the value he could take out, he had already discarded all his medical supplies and tactical gear, including Hongyang's provisions. As he opened the last bag, a glimmering golden object caught his eye, a 6-slot golden lion statue. The sight made him stagger slightly, almost losing his balance. He quickly made a decision, tossing out the laptop and a 95 level 5 helmet from his bag to make room for the golden lion statue. Then he discarded a brooch and a gaming console, retrieving the laptop. But after a moment's thought, he realized that the value of the level 5 helmet in this life was 3 times what it had been in his past life, far beyond a mere 50,000 or 60,000. After a brief hesitation, he decisively discarded the laptop and chose to keep the N95 helmet. Time was running out, with only 15 seconds left on the countdown. Evacuation required a 10-second waiting period. Zhang Yang sprinted toward the extraction point, making it in the nick of time with just 1 second to spare. 10, 9. The countdown began. 3, 2, 1. Evacuation successful. The system prompt sounded. Evacuation successful. Extracted value. 2.55 million. In the live stream, commentator Xiao Chu was narrating with fervor. The restaurant squad and the trio from the construction site have already evacuated through the administrative building's extraction point, submitting 2 identity tags. Now, Zhang Yang is the last player left on the entire map. His looting skills are incredibly refined. He memorized all the corpse locations and planned his route with precision, looting without retracing his steps. Look, he's even started tossing grenades to free up space. Xiao Chu continued. His bag arrangement is meticulous. 2 old items laid flat in a 44-slot coffin bag, with old items nested inside a rush, and the rush containing 2 horizontal commander ammo pouches. He only picks the best attachments, prioritizing level 5 bullets, and completely ignoring level 4 BP rounds. The final moments of Zhang Yang's intense maneuvers sent the chat into a frenzy. His series of rapid decisions upon discovering the golden lion statue left the audience in awe. Back in the real world, Zhang Qi and Nan Qiang rushed over, exhilarated. Bro, you're incredible, Zhang Qi exclaimed, giving Zhang Yang a warm hug. Nan Qiang chimed in with admiration. As expected of my mentor, even your looting is so smooth. But Zhang Yang remained calm, his eyes fixed on the extracted value leaderboard. Soon, the results of the first resource match were announced. The Hunter God team secured the top spot with 4.25 million. The Dawn team came in second with 3.61 million. The Torai Not Sour team ranked third with 3.1 million. Meanwhile, their ship New Version Carmona team placed sixth with a total value of 2.9 million, including special operation kill points. For an average team, this result would already be impressive. But for Zhang Yang, whose goal was to qualify for the provincial championship, it was far from enough. Based on past experience, advancing to the provincial level required at least a top 2 finish in Yen City. The gap was still too wide. Zhang Yang looked at the leaderboard for resource extraction and let out a helpless sigh. After 6 matches, the first-place team had already pulled ahead by over 1 million points in just the first game. This competition had made him deeply realize how challenging the road to advancement truly was. He understood clearly that closing the gap would require more than ensuring his own successful extraction. He would also need to lead his team to survive together. If Zhang Qi and Nan Qiang had made it out alive in the last match, their resources alone could have reached 4 million. Through multiple games, Zhang Yang had noticed a crucial detail. The dark zone in this world was far more realistic, with no unified stamina bar limit. Physical fitness from real life was synchronized into the game and even enhanced to a certain extent. This meant that improving physical fitness in reality could directly boost their performance in the game. Bro, that look in your eyes. Zhang Qi noticed Zhang Yang's gaze and felt an ominous chill. Master, what's wrong? Nan Qiang also caught the faint coldness in Zhang Yang's expression. Tomorrow is the next match. Starting now. You're going into hell training, Zhang Yang announced in a calm tone. Hell training? Zhang Qi and Nan Qiang exchanged uneasy glances. The term, often heard in TV shows, now felt terrifyingly real when applied to themselves. How bad is it? Nan Qiang asked cautiously. In no time, the three of them arrived at the training ground within the game. Considering the connection between in-game and real-world physical fitness, Zhang Yang had deliberately chosen this place for training. He had designed two training programs, Rattlesnake and Motionless. The first training program is codenamed Rattlesnake. Zhang Yang began assigning tasks. Lie on the ground and practice silent crawling. Start with the basic movements and try to minimize noise. In dark zone operations, silent crawling was an essential skill for every task force member. No matter what kind of predicament they faced, this ability could help them execute tactical maneuvers or even turn the tide in unfavorable situations. Zhang Yang wasn't expecting them to become combat experts overnight, but at the very least, they needed to master basic survival skills to ensure they could achieve their goal of a million-point extraction. Zhang Qi looked confused but obediently lay down. This was far from the grueling training he had imagined and didn't seem particularly difficult. Nan Qiang, on the other hand, displayed absolute trust in Zhang Yang and immediately assumed the correct posture, his movements noticeably more precise than Zhang Qi's. Good, just like that. Crawl forward slowly, Zhang Yang instructed while offering encouragement. He couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He wasn't training cold-blooded assassins from the movies, but rather game-specific, timber rattlesnakes. His plan was straightforward. Focus on perfecting the technique first, then gradually increase their speed. Since crawling speed in this life could be improved through training, he was determined to push them to their limits. Suddenly, a golden 80-round bullet struck the ground near Zhang Qi's right hand. Bro, you scared me to death, Zhang Qi exclaimed, startled by the unexpected gunfire. Look at Nan Qiang's movements, and then look at yours. Your hands need to be placed correctly when crawling forward. Zhang Yang scolded harshly. He knew all too well that Zhang Qi would slack off unless he was pushed hard. Zhang Qi fixed his eyes on Nan Qiang's movements, mimicking him while muttering softly, "You gotta move." Before long, both of them had mastered the standard crawling posture. Zhang Yang, standing behind them, urged them to speed up with the occasional crack of gunfire. Bang! Move faster, faster. Speed up. Bang! Zhang Qi, pick up the pace. Why are you doing this to me? Zhang Qi cried as he crawled, sobbing intermittently. His wails mixed with the sound of gunfire, creating a chaotic symphony on the training ground. 10 minutes later, Zhang Yang announced the next drill: absolute stillness. To be a competent soldier, you must possess exceptional self-discipline. On the battlefield, you might have to lie still in ditches, grasslands, or even forests. No matter if ants or insects crawl over your body, or if there's any movement around you, you must remain perfectly still and wait for the ideal moment to strike. The two brothers nodded solemnly and immediately dropped to the ground, aiming their rifles at the targets ahead. Zhang Yang toyed with a firecracker in his hand and laid out the rules. Hold this position for 10 minutes. If you move even a little, you'll be penalized with a spirit ball. Sweat quickly trickled down Zhang Qi's face, causing an unbearable itch. His face twitched uncontrollably as he whimpered, "Bro, I'm your real brother. Even a real brother can't move." Zhang Yang warned, tightening his grip on the firecracker's pull ring. Nan Qiang wasn't faring much better. The itch in his armpit caused his body to tremble slightly. Nan Qiang, that's your first warning. Zhang Yang barked immediately. As a seasoned soldier, he had long since overcome such torment during his training. At that moment, a system notification echoed in Zhang Yang's mind. Ding System Missions Specialized Training. Select a random weapon and upgrade its proficiency to max level. Mission reward: 1 mystery blueprint. Time limit: 12 hours. Failure penalty: 10 proficiency in all weapon categories. Accept? Upon learning that the mystery blueprint could unlock new crafting recipes, Zhang Yang eagerly accepted the mission. The system randomly assigned him the AX-50 sniper rifle, a choice that thrilled him further. As an experienced player, he was well aware of the AX-50's power, one shot from the AX, and it's worth its weight in gold. Even the best-equipped players in the Dark Zone couldn't withstand a single well-placed shot from this weapon. If he could push the AX-50's proficiency to its peak, he might even master hipfire techniques. While the AX-50 typically required a high-powered scope and precise aiming, Zhang Yang knew from his 80 proficiency with the Pharaoh rifle that even semi-proficiency could yield impressive results. With greater range and more powerful ammunition than the Pharaoh, the AX-50's ultimate potential was undoubtedly formidable. Previously, Zhang Yang had already leveled up his AX-50 proficiency to over 60. At the moment, the sniper rifle still rested securely in his inventory. From now on, you two will supervise each other and take turns practicing. I'll head into a match to test my skills. I want to see results tonight. Zhang Yang quickly gave his instructions, then suited up, grabbing a Pharaoh in one hand and the AX-50 in the other, before diving straight into the Puno map. Finally, that old Zhang is gone. As Zhang Yang's figure disappeared, Zhang Qi immediately began scratching his sweat-soaked back furiously. With summer approaching, the training grounds were unbearably hot, and the damp combat uniform clinging to his skin was incredibly uncomfortable. Zhang Qi, we can't slack off. We really need to train hard, Nan Qiang said seriously, scratching under his arm as he spoke. Remembering how their repeated deaths had caused their team's ranking to plummet, he felt a deep sense of guilt. If they kept performing like this, they wouldn't even earn back the registration fee. You're right. Zhang Qi understood the situation clearly. They had no choice but to give it their all. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. All right then, let me train you first. I want to feel what it's like to be the farm owner. With that, he picked up his F-2000, grinning mischievously as he aimed it at Nan Qiang. Hey, don't accidentally fire. Nan Qiang immediately dropped to the ground and started crawling as part of his training. Zhang Qi, imitating Zhang Yang's earlier style, stood behind him, firing shots near his feet. Rat-a-tat, faster, faster. Haha, you got this. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang had already spawned in the warehouse area of the Puno map. He quickly scanned his surroundings and headed toward potential spawn points. This round, his goal was clear focus on eliminations, no looting. Although the nearby warehouse ruins were empty, gunfire echoed from the direction of the Red House. There, two heavily armed operatives were in action. One carried a heavily modified M4 with 4-color lasers and a Mickey Mouse-themed custom scope. The other wielded a USAS shotgun, clearly a seasoned veteran. Last week was such bad luck, me teapot man. Don't worry, we're here to have fun on Puno this time. Let's show them what real domination looks like. The two had just taken down a mechanist cultist in the villa area when they suddenly heard footsteps. They turned to see Zhang Yang boldly crossing the road without any cover. Enemy spotted. The first operative identified the target, but was taken out with a headshot before he could fire. His teammate, having just finished injecting a booster, turned toward the sound, only to meet the same fate. What? How did we die? A sniper? Back in the real world, the two were in disbelief and immediately pulled up the death replay. To their astonishment, the replay showed the same sequence for both of them due to how close their deaths were in timing. Zhang Yang, hearing the gunfire, had simply charged straight at them. The moment the task force appeared, Zhang Yang's Pharaoh rifle seemed to come alive with a will of its own. With a quick hip shot, he landed a perfect headshot. Despite the 30-meter distance and the rhythmic swaying of his body, the shot was flawlessly precise. As the second shot rang out, another task force member's head exploded. The entire sequence was seamless, as if pre-programmed. Cheat? An onlooker exclaimed in disbelief. This Zhang Yang ID is definitely cheating. I'm reporting this to the forums. My $50,000 gear. Another person wailed in agony. He had poured years of savings into assembling that level 5 full set. He had planned to make enough in the dark zone to buy a house within a month, but now he was left with nothing, not even a pair of underwear. Zhang Yang inspected his loot as the system notification Proficiency 1 flashed repeatedly. The Pharaoh rifle felt incredibly natural in his hands, reminding him of the smoothness of Juventus. As he searched the bodies, the equipment before him left him astonished. KN field armor, and 95 helmet, 926 advanced tactical ammo rig, a modified M4 rifle, and a large hiking backpack, all of premium quality. The other body was just as well equipped. 926 composite body armor, 03 heavy-duty helmet, GS2 headset, B6 tactical ammo rig, a modified USAS shotgun, and a 926 large pack. Free gear delivered to my doorstep? No reason not to take it, Zhang Yang muttered, quickly collecting the loot and heading toward the villa. The villa was empty, save for a nebulizer he found inside. He then turned toward the southern wheat fields, continuing his search for targets. He used the AX sniper rifle against bots and the Pharaoh rifle to dispatch players, steadily increasing his proficiency. Even while in the southern fields, he kept an eye on the activity in the northern wheat fields. In the northern fields, a veteran scavenged for blue-collar workwear. Before he could even complain about finding another box of matches, Zhang Yang took him down with a single shot. Near the signal tower, Zhang Yang used the AX to pick off a bot with precision, then switched to the Pharaoh to eliminate a task force member running from the stables to the wooden bridge. With his AX proficiency surpassing 85, Zhang Yang began experimenting with no-scope shooting. When he successfully hit a distant target without a scope, a faint smile curled on his lips. Even more astonishing, he managed to shoot down a pigeon flying across the sky with a single shot. This series of jaw-dropping feats quickly caused an uproar on the Dark Zone forums. Unbelievable. A new sniper god emerges on the Farm X mastery without a scope. Who let you Ventus from sewage out? Even the white pigeons in the sky aren't safe. One post included an image of the fallen pigeon in the southern wheat fields. At the Ordinary Farms grain trading station, Zhang Yang finally completed his training with the AX-50 sniper rifle. The system notification chimed in right on cue. AX-50 proficiency has reached 100. Mission accomplished. This great news brought a broad smile to Zhang Yang's face. With only 2 minutes left on the map's countdown, he quickly prepared for evacuation. Since mastering the hip-fire technique of the AX-50, he had abandoned the Pharaoh sniper rifle, focusing solely on honing his skills with the AX-50. After grueling training across 3 rounds of maps, his efforts had paid off, had achieved perfect control over horizontal and vertical recoil, unparalleled precision, and exceptional hip-fire accuracy. His coordination with the weapon had reached an extraordinary level. At this moment, Zhang Yang only needed to gently run his fingers across the rifle's body to sense the condition of each component, as if the weapon had formed a mysterious bond with him. This might very well be the legendary state of becoming one with the gun. Shouldering his gear, Zhang Yang briskly made his way to the evacuation point marked by the red smoke. Upon returning to the real world, the system immediately announced, evacuation successful. Loot value, 780,000. Shortly after, another notification followed. Congratulations! You've obtained a mysterious blueprint. A new crafting recipe will unlock automatically in 24 hours. Although the 24-hour wait to view the new recipe tested his patience, Zhang Yang quickly shifted his focus to converting his resources into cash. After listing all the items for sale and factoring in the credits from his mailbox, he was thrilled to discover that his total assets had surpassed 11.3 million, equivalent to over 1 million RMB. This substantial fortune motivated Zhang Yang to start large-scale production of advanced serums. Beyond the lucrative rewards, he was primarily driven by the opportunity to gain talents in the provincial competition. While the Dark Zone dungeons were home to many individuals with advanced talents, encountering such players in regular matches was exceedingly rare. However, in the highly competitive resource tournaments, these experts were bound to emerge in large numbers. Zhang Yang immediately purchased 3 types of enhancement serums from the market, 60 units of each. The Stamina Enhancement Serum priced at 15,000, the Regeneration Enhancement Serum at 10,000, and the Muscle Enhancement Serum at 5,000. This procurement reduced his total credits from 7.34 million to 5.54 million. Following this, he began synthesizing the serums. 10 units of each serum type could be combined to produce 5 units of Rainbow Serum. With 60 units of raw materials, he ultimately created 30 units of Rainbow Serum. Out of these, 20 units were used to craft 2 Gleaming Talent Extraction Serums, while the remaining 10 Rainbow Serums were reserved for his team's supplies. Clinked colorful syringes disappeared from the workstation, replaced by 2 sleek, golden ones. These talent extraction syringes were slimmer and more elongated than the Rainbow syringes, measuring 9 centimeters in length and 6 millimeters in diameter, a testament to their worth of 600,000 Krone coins. Zhang Yang's eyes lit up as he eagerly loaded the syringes into his bandolier and headed straight for the training field. In the brightly lit area, he carefully examined the talent extraction syringe in his hand. Its surface had a futuristic texture, radiating a soft golden glow under the light. The specially crafted high-strength alloy needle tip was razor-sharp, its edge gleaming coldly. A faint, almost imperceptible fragrance wafted from the syringe, as if enticing him to uncover the mysterious power within. His heartbeat quickened as Zhang Yang finally decided to try the injection. With a soft hiss, the needle pierced his skin, causing a slight sting but no immediate noticeable effect. Perplexed, he retrieved his weapon, the Pharaoh, and began his routine practice. Without using a scope, Zhang Yang focused on honing his hip-fire technique, firing continuously at stationary targets. The Pharaoh's proficiency level had already reached 89, and within a 50-meter range, the bullet seemed to align perfectly with his intent. Perhaps the syringe's effects will only reveal themselves in real combat, he speculated silently. Seeing no immediate results from the talent extraction syringe, Zhang Yang left the training field. As night fell, he used his interface to contact Zhang Qi, intending to test their training progress together. The scene shifted to the Fortified Farms Motel. A special operative clad in a 926 composite suit and wearing an N95 helmet was stationed at the staircase near room 202. Armed with a fully equipped 14 Malawian kwaches, he stood unwavering as waves of male gang members surged toward him. Golden bullet chains poured out relentlessly, piercing through the heads of one Jackson after another with precision. Bang bang bang. Pow 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 pow. Suppressive fire. Thud thud thud. You're done for. The gang's shouts echoed chaotically. Unlike most who would retreat when facing the gang, this operative chose to confront them head-on, even intending to single-handedly clear the entire area. After taking down one wave of enemies, he seized the moment, throwing in 2 Malawian Quachas grenade in a perfect arc. "Get down, grenade!" The gang's panicked cries were followed by a deafening explosion that shook the motel. Seizing the opportunity, the operative lunged forward in a single stride, ready to eliminate the remaining Jacksons retreating into the room. Bang, 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 bang. The rapid gunfire echoed through the building. "You can't escape." A task force member, wielding a modified and powerful assault rifle, fired precise preemptive shots at the doorway. Tactical grenades paved the way as he leaned out for accurate firing, decisively taking down Jackson. Boom. Bang, bang, bang. With the final cries fading, all members of the opposing squad collapsed to the ground. Looking down, the task force member saw the lifeless body of Ajax, the farm's leader, at his feet. Well, Ajax really was just mediocre, he muttered as he skillfully searched the man's backpack. "Xing, how's your situation?" came the captain's inquiry through the tactical headset. "All clear," Xing replied curtly, his eyes lighting up. He had just retrieved a rare red card from Ajax's belongings. Stowing the card securely, he turned and headed to unlock the master bedroom. The scene shifted to the watchtower where Captain Ye Xia was stationed. As the commander of the Dawn Squad, he was holding down the southern wheat field with his RPK. At that moment, an enemy squad departing from the villa approached the small house in the wheat field, intending to loot the second floor. Ye Xia's RPK was astonishingly steady in his hands, the 14 scope barely wavering. Bang, 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 bang. 2 heavily armed enemy task force members dropped instantly. 2 down in the south wheat field, 2 remaining. Requesting support, Ye Xia reported while repositioning skillfully. Dressed in the latest BT-6 Level 5 armor and a Type 03 heavy helmet, with a Type 3 warrior ammo rig strapped on, Ye Xia's RPK-16 still smoked from the recent barrage. Known for his pinpoint accuracy with the RPK, Ye Xia led the Dawn Squad, comprised of top-tier players from Jiangnan Province's dark zones. This mission in Yin City was a showdown against the White Dove team. "Copy that. Night Tiger in action," came the response. The operative codenamed Night Tiger had already flanked to the northern wheat field. Standing atop a stack of crates, he aimed his AX rifle equipped with a thermal scope. Bang! A single thunderous shot rang out, and the thermal image of an enemy crumpled. "One down," Night Tiger reported, maintaining vigilance. After injecting green and red stimulants, Ye Xia began advancing toward the small house in the southern wheat field. The last enemy, concealed in a tent, suddenly opened fire, but Ye Xia reacted swiftly, crouching and returning fire to take them down. "Report. All enemies in the grain field are eliminated," came another update from Long E. The Dawn Squad, having fanned out from the stables to cover key positions, had nearly completed clearing the area. Only the loading zone and warehouse remained unchecked, signaling the imminent conclusion of the first round. This all-star squad strength was indeed extraordinary. In their debut resource match, they achieved a full team extraction, though their overall supply count fell short of the seasoned Hunter God team due to geographical constraints. Their team had just been formed. Yezakura quickly assigned tasks. Night Tiger, scout the loading area. The rest of you, start gathering supplies. Once done, withdraw immediately. Understood. 3 synchronized responses echoed in the team channel. Yezakura gripped the muscle stimulator in his hand tightly, thinking to himself, "Hunter Gods, your days are numbered." Every member of the Dawn Squad was in peak condition, and he was eager to face off against Yanqi's strongest team, the Hunter Gods. If they could defeat them in one decisive blow, it would undoubtedly showcase the power of the Grey Dove Group across the entire province. In the training ground, gunshots rang out continuously. Bang, bang. Zhang Yang furiously fired at the ground. "Faster! Move faster!" On the ground, Zhang Qi and Nan Qiang were awkwardly crawling forward. It turned out that the two had secretly eaten several bags of chips in the training ground while Zhang Yang was away. "Bro, take it easy. Don't misfire." Zhang Qi regretted his decision as he crawled, thinking he should never have accepted his brother's invitation in the first place. "Master, it's all Zhang Qi's fault. I was just too hungry and couldn't resist," Nan Qiang pleaded as he crawled. They had discovered something peculiar about the chips in the training ground. After eating them and leaving the area, the chips would reappear, seemingly endless in supply. Even better, eating them wouldn't make them feel full or gain weight, yet they could still enjoy the delicious taste. "I was testing you, and you couldn't even handle that," Zhang Qi protested indignantly. Bang, bang. Zhang Yang fired again. "No excuses. Faster. We're adding an extra half hour of training today." New Nan Qiang was on the verge of tears. "You gotta move." Zhang Qi, however, hummed a little tune as he crawled. After the half hour of additional training, the two had noticeably improved their crawling speed. The golden rays of the setting sun filtered through the windows of the training ground. Zhang Yang finally nodded in satisfaction. "That's enough. Rest now." He believed that today's training would enhance their survival skills. Combined with their innate strength talents, they should be able to hold their ground in the resource competition. Time flew by. The next morning, the second round of the Golden Cup resource competition was about to begin. In the spectator hall, the commentators' voices filled the air. Hello, everyone. I'm Big Worm, and I'm Little Worm. After the first round, the point gap between first and last place has already reached over 4 million. One commentator analyzed. Now the players have entered their exclusive matchmaking pools. Let's see which star teams will face off in this round. The first match takes place on the enhanced farm map, featuring 5 teams: Luo Yun and Chanjun, the 6-grid insurance promo team, Dawn Squad, the all-new Carmona agents. Zhang Yang's equipment setup was exceptionally advanced. He wore a fully durable BT6 level 5 armor directly on his body, paired with a Type 03 heavy helmet and GS2 headphones. In his hands, he carried a fully customized Pharaoh rifle and a max-level AX-50 sniper. Beside him, Zhang Qi and Nan Qiang were equally well prepared. Both opted for the 926 high-grade composite level 5 armor, the Type 03 heavy helmet, and GS2 headphones. Zhang Qi's fully modified F-2000 rifle stood out, especially since he had upgraded one of its 60-round magazines with the more powerful M995 ammunition, thanks to the rising value of Krone coins. Meanwhile, Nan Qiang remained loyal to his fully upgraded P90, with 4 50-round magazines at his waist, all loaded with level 0 leg shot ammo. The strongest 6-set enemies must ultimately be subdued with leg shots, was his unwavering belief, even though he had yet to encounter such heavily equipped foes. All 3 were equipped with 926 advanced tactical chest rigs, the highest capacity ammo carriers available at present. Their rigs were packed with various gear: smoke grenades, offensive grenades, 2 Malawian Quachas hand grenades, footstep signal devices, as well as a range of boosters, painkillers, and medical kits. Additional supplies and spare ammunition were neatly stored in their backpacks. Here, take these, Zhang Yang said, handing over 2 rainbow syringes to Zhang Qi and Nan Qiang through the team system. What is this? Zhang Qi asked curiously as he examined the unfamiliar syringe. Even Nan Qiang, who had spent half a year navigating the dark zone, looked puzzled. You can't find anything like this in the medical section of the market? This is a rainbow syringe, Zhang Yang explained cryptically. You don't need to know where it came from. You just need to know it can make you several times stronger. He emphasized the importance of safeguarding them. Both nodded solemnly in agreement. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Luo Yun could barely contain his excitement. Bro, we made over 3 million on the first round. That's why we're the best. Despite their past struggles, it seemed their return to glory was within reach. Chunjun, calmly organizing their inventory and adjusting his gear, responded with a steady tone. Yeah, let's stay focused for this round too. Stick to the usual strategy, lie low for the first few minutes. The once aggressive and impulsive gunfighter had learned to temper his approach. In another room, with 5 minutes left before the match began, Yihu lounged lazily on the sofa, his muscular arms adorned with tiger-striped tattoos on display. I really hope we run into Bai Ge's team, he said with a smirk. Yezhong stared at a gray pigeon painting on the wall and responded coolly. Bai Ge's team isn't an easy target. Even if we meet them, victory isn't guaranteed. Long Yi, fresh from a shower, walked out of the bathroom with a towel draped over his shoulders, admiring his bronze-toned physique in the floor-length mirror. Boss, where's Xing? He asked. 10 minutes ago, he said he was going out to buy cigarettes. He should be back soon, Yihu replied, glancing at the gold watch on his left wrist. His cigarettes are right here, Long Yi noted, shaking a partially full pack of cigarettes from the table. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. At the commentary desk, Xiao Chu enthusiastically kicked off the broadcast. Hello everyone. This is Xiao Chu, and you're watching the Golden Cup Resource Tournament, Yin City Preliminaries, Round 2. Today's battleground is the Enhanced Farm Lockdown Zone. All eyes are on the Dawn Squad, currently ranked 2nd. They're one of the ace teams under Grey Pigeon Capital. The Dawn Squad has spawned at the world's end starting point, near the grain checkpoint. The agents occupied the grain area position 1, with clearly defined roles. One was responsible for counter-ambush, while the other 3 headed straight for the stables. The operative designated M249 for counter-ambush carried an M110 equipped with a flashlight and laser sight, a setup seemingly optimized for hipfire. The battlefield dynamics were beginning to unfold. Position 1 at the motel was deserted, while 3 teams had already appeared on the other side of the farm. The latest version of Carmona held position 1 at the villa, with Luo Yun and Chenjun positioned at villa position 2. Meanwhile, the 6-grid insurance squad took up position 1 at North Wheat, and then advanced directly toward the motel. The first clashes were set to occur between Dawn and M249 at the grain area, as well as between Carmona, Luo Yun, and Chunjun in the villa region. Nan Qiang and Zhang Qi were scavenging supplies on the villa's 2nd floor, while Zhang Yang, armed with the Pharaoh, stood guard at the 2nd floor staircase window. This time, Luo Yun and Chunjun adopted an unusually cautious approach, sneaking step by step into the red house, a stark contrast to their previously aggressive tactics. While Zhang Yang struggled to locate a target, the robot in the red house launched an attack on Luo Yun. Realizing the situation had changed, Zhang Yang abandoned his sniping position and moved downstairs, ready to intercept. Suddenly, the sound of a VSS burst filled the air as Luo Yun successfully eliminated the robot outside the window. However, the danger was far from over. A patrol team was closing in on their location. For tactical reasons, both Chen Zhen and Luo Yun had chosen fully customized VSS rifles as their weapons. With built-in suppressors and exceptional close-quarters performance, these rifles were ideal for their strategy. Zhang Yang cautiously advanced from the first floor of the villa toward his target, an action fraught with risk. He needed to guard against enemies inside the red house while remaining vigilant about potential threats from the warehouse area. In the past, Zhang Yang would never have taken such a gamble. But now, armed with an SS-grade talent and aiming for greater ambitions, he had no choice but to take the risk. He deployed smoke grenades to cover his advance while injecting a rainbow serum into the ground. At that moment, an extraordinary scene unfolded. Rainbow serum. This instantly grabbed the audience's attention, and the live stream's viewership skyrocketed from over 5,000. At this rate, breaking the 10,000 viewer mark seemed only a matter of minutes. At the entrance of the Zhang clan, the Totoro noticed the appearance of a new item, the Yinqing needle, which instantly reminded everyone of the dangerous injection from the previous version. In the Thousand Abyss, Zhang Yang's gameplay caught everyone's attention. Just because he plays well, it's a cheat? Gigi Bukafanki questioned from the side. Meanwhile, Chen Zhen and Luo Yun were holding their ground inside the red house but were still discovered by Zhang Yang. After injecting the rainbow needle, Zhang Yang's senses became extraordinarily sharp. Colors turned vivid and striking. His hearing amplified to an extreme level, allowing him to perceive every movement inside the house with precision. Someone crouched behind the door on the first floor, and another person hiding in the room next to the scratch-off lottery room on the second floor. So this is the power of the rainbow needle? Zhang Yang marveled at his enhanced hearing and began preparing to throw a grenade. Pythagorean theorem. Zhang Yang swiftly opened the door, tossed in 2 Malawian kwacha's grenade inside, and shut it immediately. A deafening explosion followed, accompanied by Luo Yun's pained groan. She had no time to dodge and was hit. Luo Yun! Luo Yun! Chen Zhen called out anxiously over the walkie-talkie, but there was no response. Furious, Chen Zhen moved to the top of the staircase on the second floor, positioning himself above while aiming his gun at the stairs below. Can he hold it? Xiao Chu excitedly narrated. When Zhang Yang peeked out to scout, he spotted Chen Zhen's location and quickly ducked back into cover. Chen Zhen fired, but it was too late, and his position was exposed. Zhang Yang began preparing a second grenade, while Chen Zhen retreated to the scratch-off lottery room, maintaining his aim. A smoke grenade went off on the second floor, filling the area with thick white fog. No one could see anything. However, with the enhanced hearing from the rainbow needle, Zhang Yang could clearly track Chen Zhen's footsteps. He decisively hip-fired his AX in the direction of the sound, and the bullet pierced through the smoke, hitting Chen Zhen squarely in the chest. Why? Chen Zhen exclaimed as he fell and was forced back to reality, utterly confused about how he had been killed. Watching the replay, he saw Zhang Yang hip-shooting him with the AX. Completely breaking down, he shouted in anger. Damn it! What the? Chen Zhen roared. The chat exploded instantly. Huh? I'm the EX on the scene. Not even pretending, huh? Zhang Yang, Zhang Yang. Chen Zhen sprayed a burst of bullets, but failed to hit the target. Just then, Zhang Yang picked up his AX-50 sniper rifle and, with an unexpected hip-fire maneuver, precisely took down Chen Zhen. The sudden turn of events left the commentator, Xiao Chu, momentarily speechless. He quickly regained composure and shifted the camera to the grain area. On the second-floor rooftop of the grain building, the M249 lay silently, waiting for an opponent to unlock it. The Dawn squad adopted a cautious strategy, advancing steadily. Just as Yi-Hu was about to open the safe, a figure suddenly emerged from the rooftop. However, the movement was a fraction too slow, and Yi-Hu swiftly took down the M249 with a precise quickscope shot. The safe's contents were revealed, 2 4-slot boxes containing a paracord and a stamp album. The Dawn squad quickly looted the items and advanced collectively toward the greenery area, maintaining a tight formation. Meanwhile, the 6-slot safe team had reached the motel. The sound of boxes being unlocked echoed continuously. Soundproof Lion found a car battery, car septic tank discovered an 8-slot gold exclusive battery pack in room 201, and the captain, No Golden Lion, opened a safe in the master bedroom, revealing a golden lion. When Zhang Yang arrived at the scene with a massive leap, he was greeted by a pile of loot. Ever since his AX-50 proficiency reached max level, the system notification now simply displayed proficiency 0, making kill confirmations more straightforward. Nice one! Zhang Qi exclaimed excitedly. Master is amazing. Nan Qiang cheered along. He had just found an old typewriter in the master bedroom, while Zhang Qi discovered the key to a seaside villa's master bedroom in a drawer. The drop rate is really something, Nan Qiang said with a laugh. Standing by the window on guard, Zhang Yang scanned the warehouse area. Spotting an enemy repeatedly waving their hands, he wasted no time, scoped in, and landed another, proficiency 0 shot. Among the spoils were 5 fully modded VSS rifles. Zhang Qi immediately started looting, quickly securing an entire FA multifunctional ammo pouch, much to Nan Qiang's dismay. Nan Qiang, head to the second floor to loot, Zhang Yang said while reloading his weapon and continuing to survey the surroundings. On it, Nan Qiang replied, heading upstairs to scavenge for gear. Watch your carry weight. We've still got fights ahead, Zhang Yang reminded him. Got it. They responded in unison. 5 minutes into the beginning of the match, the battlefield was changing rapidly. Zhang Yang displayed astonishing strength, single-handedly taking down Luo Yun and Chen Zhen. Meanwhile, the agent squad was still scavenging for supplies in the stables, where their captain, Feast Sculpture, unexpectedly came across a teapot. This seemingly ordinary teapot threw the entire team into hesitation, slowing down their advance towards the inn. Inside the inn, the situation was even more delicate. The captain, No Golden Lion, had just finished opening the main storage and was rewarded. Handsomia Golden Lion figurine appeared prominently on the table. Right after, a vase followed, 2 large treasures that filled everyone with joy. However, the rule prohibiting the use of secure boxes during the preliminary supply match cast a shadow over this excitement. At the same time, the Dawn squad had quietly arrived at the inn's backyard. Night Tiger set up his thermal imaging-equipped AX sniper rifle on the backyard platform, carefully observing the windows of the second-floor laundry room and restroom. After receiving the no sightings confirmation, Yezakura instantly sprang into action, throwing a smoke grenade for cover. He led Heartthorn and Dragonwing through the smokescreen, swiftly advancing along the left route and infiltrating the basement. Dragonwing, armed with his USAS shotgun, brimmed with confidence once they engaged in close-quarters combat. This weapon would become their ace. Under Yezakura's hand signals, the team moved cautiously in a half-crouch stance, advancing through the basement. In the kitchen, Auto Cesspool detected the faint sound of footsteps coming from the basement and immediately alerted his teammates. Meanwhile, No Golden Lion was still deliberating over where to hide the 2 treasures. He ultimately decided to place them in the large weapon case in the second-floor restroom. However, just as he approached the case, a golden sniper round whizzed through the air from afar, striking his head with deadly precision. Bang! The crack of the sniper rifle shattered the stillness. Night Tiger's shot instantly ended No Golden Lion's life and plunged the fate of the 2 treasures into uncertainty. As the news spread, the vice captain, Soundproof Lion, quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. What was supposed to be a safe zone on the second floor had been compromised. The captain's sudden death could only mean one thing. The enemy had thermal imaging equipment. Acting decisively, he warned his teammates to stay alert for thermal snipers and sent titanium alloy module to support Auto Cesspool while he prepared to ascend to the second floor to reclaim the treasures. Meanwhile, Yezakura's combat instincts told him that something was amiss upstairs. Upon learning of the death on the second floor, Dragonwing could no longer hold back and launched an assault on the first floor. He swung the door open and quickly sidestepped, only to fall into an ambush. The kitchen was crawling with enemies, and a pre-placed stun grenade was waiting for him. Whooshed, the sharp sound of grenades tearing through the air broke the silence. Long he hurled 2 Malawian Quach's grenades, their graceful arcs slicing through the air towards the kitchen. Inside, the 2 occupants reacted swiftly. Car Dung Pool retreated toward the advanced weapons crate, while titanium alloy module darted to the bar counter on the opposite side, where a radio rested. Their coordinated movements formed a tactical crossfire position. Seeing the grenades effectively push back his opponents, Longi decisively launched an assault. As he emerged from cover, his firearm was trained directly on Car Dung Pool at the kitchen entrance. The room erupted with the deafening sound of gunfire as bullets screamed through the air. Car Dung Pool fell to the ground, but at the same moment, titanium alloy module fired a precise shot with a Pharaoh sniper rifle, landing a headshot and taking Longi down. Ye Xia followed closely behind to counterattack. Moving with agility and precision, he weaved left and right as if anticipating every incoming bullet. Despite titanium alloy module's continuous fire, none of the shots hit their mark. In the brief exchange, Ye Xia unleashed a barrage of accurate fire from his fully customized RPK, bringing down his opponent. Meanwhile, Heartthorn finished off the already downed Car Dung Pool with a modified M14. As the skirmish ended, the scene shifted to the second floor. Soundproof Lion, the last surviving member of the 6-slot insurance squad, was crawling cautiously in the darkness, searching for the body of their team leader. At the same time, the agent squad from the stables had reached the greenery nearby, escalating the tension. Back at the South Wheat cabin, Zhang Qi stumbled upon a blue keycard in an office drawer. Though it wasn't the key he had hoped for, the card granting access to the operations command room was immensely valuable. Even Zhang Yang couldn't help but marvel at their luck. The distant sound of intense gunfire from the motel reminded them that the battle was far from over. Zhang Yang glanced at his weapon, a Pharaoh rifle, and thought to himself that it was time to bring it back into action. Ye Xia gave a brief instruction and headed up to the second floor. The opposing team, once fully equipped, was now down to a single player. With the high loot rate in this resource match, it was unlikely that the 4 safes in the hotel would yield nothing. As soon as Ye Xia stepped onto the second floor, a burst of bullets whizzed toward his face. He quickly retreated to the stairwell, pulling out a flash bomb. At that moment, Silent Lion was already lurking near the large weapon crate in the restroom. His backpack conspicuously carried 2 gold-tier items from the No Golden Lion loot pool. Unfortunately, his teammates had all been eliminated, leaving him alone to face the 3-man assault from the Dawn squad. When Ye Xia reached the second floor, Silent Lion surprisingly chose to confront him head-on. In this normal mode, such a decision was nothing short of bold. The bullet struck Ye Xia, but his armor absorbed the damage. It turned out the opponent was using Victor 9 rounds loaded with dum-dum bullets. Without hesitation, Ye Xia threw the flash bomb. In the brief seconds that followed, Silent Lion crouched and made a swift retreat, dashing all the way to a small, dark storage room in the hotel's backyard. He chose the room with the white suitcase and hid there, sweating nervously. Although Ye Xia heard the retreating footsteps, he did not immediately give chase. He seemed to be receiving urgent assistance requests from Night Tiger through his earpiece. In the backyard, Night Tiger was in a desperate retreat. Grenades flying over the wall created a bombardment zone on the open ground, leaving him critically injured. He managed to fall back to the broken ruins near the cliffside road, temporarily evading his pursuers. RPO, armed with an M4, stood by the wooden fence, scanning the area carefully. Eradicator noticed something unusual below, but another voice interrupted them. No need to check. The target is headed for the hotel. We've already strayed off course. Footsteps grew fainter as they walked away. Night Tiger let out a sigh of relief, thinking he was safe. Slowly emerging from the ruins, he prepared to heal himself. However, a burst of bullets suddenly struck him from behind, taking him down instantly. It turned out that Sculpture Feast had been lying in wait for this very moment. After securing the kill, he turned and headed toward the hotel. From the stable emerged a teapot, unmistakably signaling this was a high-stakes golden game. There must be a major prize hidden within the inn. Yezakura urgently called out, Night Tiger, do you copy? But the radio remained silent. Meanwhile, bursts of gunfire erupted from the direction of the southern wheat fields. Bang! A sharp gunshot rang out, followed by a pained groan. Ugh, what are you doing? Bang! Another shot, and another enemy fell. The Pharaoh avatar controlled by Zhang Yang only needed a slight nod to take down his targets with precision. The livestream's viewer count surged rapidly, and the chat exploded with comments. What? Juventus in action. Hip fire from over 50 meters? Are you filming a movie? The commentator, Xiao Chu, was momentarily at a loss for words. After a pause, he exclaimed, Player Zhang Yang is just too skilled. Bro, what's the next move? Zhang Qi asked, his blood pumping with excitement. Yeah, we can't wait. Nan Qiang chimed in eagerly. Zhang Yang made an unexpected decision. The two of you hide in the small house by the southern wheat field for now. He handed over all the valuable items from his backpack to them and said solemnly, if I die, wait until the final minutes to make an emergency escape. If I survive, they'll call you over to loot. Zhang Qi looked reluctant, but Nan Qiang immediately replied, Roger that. Despite their eagerness for battle, the lesson from their last encounter was still fresh in their minds. Moreover, Nan Qiang had always followed Zhang Yang's orders without question. Don't worry, your chance to shine will come later, Zhang Yang assured them before activating a rainbow needle. His field of vision instantly expanded. Alone, he headed toward the inn, thinking to himself, from this moment on, there will only be one master of the inn, me, Zhang Yang Juventus. Inside the inn, gunfire continued relentlessly, and the battle was fierce. Zhang Yang cautiously approached the southern perimeter. After confirming that the balcony of room 202 was empty, he slipped along the map's edge, using narrow steel beams to infiltrate the inn's backyard. Xiao Chu narrated excitedly, Zhang Yang has instructed his teammates to stay in the southern wheat field, while he infiltrates the inn's backyard alone. Right now, Soundproof Lion is hiding in the backyard shed, in a highly precarious position. Yezakura has made it to the second floor and is examining the secondary safe in the master guest room. Meanwhile, Hawthorne is on the first floor looting corpses, but none of them have found the major prize yet. The chat exploded with messages. The special battery pack isn't that the prize? Zhang Yang's keen hearing alerted him to movement inside the white travel case room in the backyard. He paused outside the door, then opened it and immediately jumped back. The room remained silent, but Zhang Yang was certain someone was inside. He pulled out a tear gas grenade and tossed it in. Hiss. Damn it. Cough, cough. Soundproof Lion was left choking and tearful. You're now watching the preliminary round of the Grand Golden Cup Resource Tournament, and I'm Xiaoqiu, your commentator. The situation on the battlefield changes rapidly. Backyard contenders, Soundproof Lion and RPO, have been eliminated by Zhang Yang and Ye Xian respectively, while Annihilation has just arrived on the first floor. Meanwhile, up on the elevated greenery zone, the latecomer Banquet Sculpture is wielding an AX sniper rifle with thermal imaging sights, confiscated from Night Tiger, and is carefully observing the ongoing battle. Inside the hotel, a showdown among three teams is about to erupt. In the first floor hallway, Annihilation and Heartthorn cross paths in a tense confrontation, standing almost face-to-face. One is armed with a fully modified M4 loaded with 995 ammunition, while the other wields a fully customized SA-58 equipped with M62 rounds. Suddenly, a burst of gunfire erupts as Annihilation fires first, but Heartthorn quickly sidesteps and takes cover behind a door. Without hesitation, Annihilation throws a flash grenade, successfully damaging Heartthorn's armor and leaving them heavily wounded. Despite their injuries, Heartthorn retreats strategically toward the kitchen. Sensing an opportunity, Annihilation gives chase with a daring leap only to fall directly into Heartthorn's ambush. In a flash, the SA-58 takes Annihilation down on the spot. Truly worthy of being a member of Yin City's second-ranked team, Heartthorn demonstrates remarkable composure and tactical judgment even when gravely injured. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang sneaks into the basement from a backyard building. Despite his careful footsteps, his presence doesn't escape the keen senses of Heartthorn. After a brief moment of hesitation, Zhang Yang opts for his compact Pharaoh shotgun, famously dubbed Modern Juventus by his online fans. With Heartthorn firmly aiming at the open doorway, Zhang Yang knows that stepping out recklessly would be suicide. Hearing the battle upstairs coming to an end, Zhang Yang realizes this is his chance. His opponent is likely already low on health. He swiftly throws two bouncing grenades, followed by a flash grenade. Amid the explosions, Heartthorn retreats further, but keeps suppressing the doorway with fire. Based on the prior gunfire sounds, Zhang Yang deduces that his opponent is using either an SA-58 or an M4. To ensure his approach is safe, he begins deploying smoke grenades. Soon, the area is engulfed in thick smoke. With his enhanced sensory abilities, Zhang Yang is still able to roughly determine his opponent's position. While Heartthorn blindly sprays bullets, Zhang Yang maneuvers behind a pillar, confirming that his foe has retreated to the billiard room. At that moment, footsteps from the second floor signal reinforcements arriving, turning the battle into a 2-versus zone. Amid the dense smoke, Zhang Yang sharply catches the sound of simultaneous grenade throws from his opponents. In a split second, he dashes into the billiard room and opens fire into the haze. After a series of loud shots, Heartthorn, who was leaning out to throw a grenade, falls to the ground. Realizing the unfavorable situation, Ye Xian quickly retreats upstairs. However, amidst the chaos, Zhang Yang himself is caught in the blast of an unknown grenade, leaving him severely injured. The incredible restorative effect of the rainbow needle was fully displayed at this moment. The deep red on Zhang Yang's dark zone panel quickly faded to light red, and finally, visibly turned to white. This is Little Larva. Ye Leisure is coming to support Heartthorn. The commentator's excited voice rang out. Facing two opponents, Zhang Yang showed no fear and took an unconventional approach. A blind spray through the smoke astonishingly resulted in the direct elimination of Heartthorn. The livestream chat exploded. Smoke first, then a headshot. This is textbook level UN combat. You're up against a pro here. To the commenter above, I'm an ace, you know? Surprisingly, Zhang Yang didn't opt to heal but instead chased after Ye Leisure upstairs. Ye Leisure turned off the laser and secured the staircase. Zhang Yang found himself in a precarious position with nearly all his tactical equipment depleted. He reached for his ammo pouch, intending to grab a grenade, but realized he only had 2 foot mines left. Ye Leisure cautiously retreated toward the bathroom. At that moment, a crisp gunshot echoed. Ye Leisure was taken out by Banquet Sculpture, who was perched on a high platform outside, using a thermal scope-equipped AX sniper rifle. The instant Zhang Yang heard the AX shot, a shiver ran through him. Memories of being dominated by snipers in his previous life surged in. Silently, he crept up to the second floor and immediately went prone. In the bathroom, he discovered 2 corpses. Their ID tags revealed. Ye Leisure had been eliminated by Banquet Sculpture with an AX-50, and the other body belonged to No Golden Lion, who had also been taken out by Night Tiger with an AX-50. Without Zhang Qi's devastating blunt force or Nan Qiang's self-revival ability, Zhang Yang knew that being hit by a sniper would mean certain death. Banquet Sculpture on the high platform waited patiently, but the thermal scope could no longer pick up any targets. The motel fell into an eerie silence, with only a faint breeze carrying the scent of gunpowder and blood. With just 9 minutes remaining, Banquet Sculpture finally lost patience. He put away his sniper rifle and tossed a smoke grenade toward the second-floor bathroom window. The rising white smoke perfectly obscured the view through the bathroom window. Zhang Yang crouched near the bathroom door, holding his breath in anticipation. Banquet Sculpture cautiously moved around the stair railing, testing the waters. Zhang Yang remained calm and refrained from firing. When Banquet Sculpture finally exposed himself, Zhang Yang swiftly leaned out and delivered a precise quickscope shot, successfully taking him down. Congratulations to Zhang Yang's team in the brand new version of Carmona for securing the final victory, the commentator announced enthusiastically. Now, let's take a look at his teammates back at the Namai cabin. Oh dear, these two guys are actually asleep. Looks like Zhang Yang will have to wake them up with his mic. The chat exploded once more. Unbelievable. You're unstoppable, kid. As for my teammates napping in the farm stronghold, I guess this is what you call winning while lying down literally. Little Larva sighed with satisfaction. Truly, teammates like pigs. Zhang Qi, Nan Qiang, respond if you can hear me. Zhang Yang called anxiously into his headset, his voice tinged with unease. After 2 unanswered calls, his heart sank. The morning sunlight streamed through the windows on the first floor of Nanmai. Zhang Qi groggily woke up on the sofa, his mind still lingering on last night's sheep-counting contest with Nan Qiang. The number 117 stuck in his head. Wasn't the loser supposed to call the winner dad? Zhang Qi, Zhang Qi. The sudden shout startled him, and he shot up from the sofa. Come loot the supplies. Hearing Zhang Qi's response, Zhang Yang finally exhaled in relief. With thousands of people watching this match, these two had actually fallen asleep. He made a mental note to deal with them later. For now, the important thing was that the plan had worked. Despite the low number of kills, it was enough to clear the hotel. Nan Qiang, Zhang Qi, focus on looting the special ops corpses along the way. Grab as much as you can, and keep looting until the last 2 minutes before we withdraw. Copy that. Got it. Zhang Yang began meticulously searching the entire hotel. The pile of corpses in the kitchen caught his attention, and he made a mental note of the location before heading back to the second floor. The master bedroom door was open, and curiosity led him to check the electronic safe. The first slot was empty, while the others contained impact-resistant hard plastic, memory chips, a rangefinder, and a Triassic-level ITEMA fully upgraded insurance package. An empty slot? Zhang Yang scratched the back of his head, pondering. At this point, Nan Qiang woke up as well and asked somewhat sheepishly, Master, is the hotel clear? Yeah, everyone's dead. Zhang Yang confirmed confidently. With his heightened perception, he could at least ensure the area around the hotel was completely deserted. Reassured, Zhang Qi let loose, skipping down the road toward the hotel's backyard like an overjoyed school kid. Nan Qiang, on the other hand, opted to enter through the main door and headed straight for the second-floor bathroom to scavenge supplies. In the backyard, Zhang Qi quickly discovered a white suitcase in a room filled with corpses and loot. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang was rummaging through backpacks in the kitchen. While he didn't find any large gold items, he did come across smaller valuables like car batteries, specialized battery packs, and hydraulic spreaders. Just as Zhang Yang was organizing the supplies with a hint of disappointment, Zhang Qi's voice suddenly exploded in his headset. Wow, a golden lion statue. What? Zhang Yang responded in shock. Almost immediately, Nan Qiang's excited voice joined in. Wow, a vase. Holy, look at this teapot. Zhang Yang's observation in the dark zone suddenly collapsed. What? No way. Bring me everything I packed. Zhang Yang shouted urgently. Master, this ID tag shows it wasn't your kill, Nan Qiang said with a sly smile, holding the ID tag up to Zhang Yang. The tag clearly displayed. Zhang Yang used AX to hit the head and killed Banquet Sculpture. I didn't. Zhang Yang started to explain but was interrupted by Nan Qiang. It's fine, your disciple will still give it to you, Nan Qiang said with a grin. I don't hold grudges. Zhang Yang decided not to argue further. As long as the loot ended up with their team, that was good enough. The drop rate in this resource match was truly incredible. By the second round, they had already encountered a gold tier match. With 3 high-value gold tier items in hand, the total worth of their squad's extraction this time would undoubtedly exceed 5 million. Zhang Yang began carefully searching the corpses on the ground. The ID tag on the first body read Long E, who had been killed by a headshot from the Pharaoh using the titanium alloy module. The corpse was fully equipped, a 926 advanced composite armor and an RSP heavy tactical helmet, both slightly damaged level 5 gear. Just this set alone was worth 120,000 in this world. The weapon was a USAS shotgun loaded with buckshot and paired with an FA multifunctional ammo pouch and a 44-slot field mountaineering backpack. Zhang Yang quickly stripped the USAS of its attachments and tossed it aside. While this gun might have been considered premium in the past, in a resource match filled with top-tier gear, it was now fairly mediocre. Soon, he discovered a fully customized M4 worth 120,000 nearby, along with a fully upgraded 230,000 value MK-18 on the target he had previously killed. The MK-18 was equipped with dual flashlights and blue-purple lasers, its heavy metallic frame exuding an intense sense of quality. There's no way to spend it all. Zhang Yang marveled to himself, thinking that starting from the next round, his spare magazines could finally be loaded with M61 rounds. Meanwhile, Nan Qiang's haul was even more astonishing. He found a fully customized AX worth 260,000, equipped with a rare thermal imaging scope. Even more jaw-dropping was the nearly half a stack of level 6 AX-specific rounds stored in a level 5 tactical chest rig. These bullets were as valuable as 7.62, 51mm M61 rounds. The level 5 Warrior Heavy chest rig not only occupied just 12 slots, but also had an internal capacity of 16 slots. Whoa, there's even a fully modded H4. Nan Qiang exclaimed as he discovered evidence of dual-wielded weapons on another corpse, likely looted from someone else. This modestly customized H4 alone was worth 200,000, and its magazine was loaded entirely with M995 rounds. Hiss. Nan Qiang shivered slightly as he counted the bullets, unable to contain his excitement. There's no way to spend it all. Absolutely no way. A total of 995 rounds. The entire scene slowly unfolded before the three of them. Nan Qiang crouched on the ground, ravenously scavenging the spoils of war, his eyes gleaming with excitement as if he were in a dream. Meanwhile, Zhang Qi was happily counting the 2 hard-earned gold bars. He carefully held a bottle of red sun up to his eyes, then grabbed another bottle with his free hand and took a long, satisfying drink. The cool liquid slid down his throat, and as his stamina quickly recovered, a contented smile spread across his face. In the kitchen, however, Zhang Yang found himself in a dilemma. He stood frozen, his brows furrowed. His fully upgraded Mekong and M4 had already pushed his carrying capacity to the limit, not to mention the fully upgraded Pharaoh and AX that he was also lugging along. Regret surged through him as he reluctantly called for help through his headset. Zhang Qi, come loot this stuff. Got it on my way. Zhang Qi responded cheerfully. And hand over the gold bars to me while you're at it, Zhang Yang added. Huh. In that case, maybe you'll just stay put. Zhang Qi suddenly stopped in his tracks. What did you just say? Zhang Yang's voice shot up an octave. I need to use the bathroom real quick, Zhang Qi stammered. You're in the dark zone. Hold it in. The three of them spent a solid 7 minutes meticulously searching the motel, racking their brains to optimize their gear distribution so they could carry out every valuable item. After repeated adjustments, they finally managed to balance their average carrying weight at 90 kilograms each. Time was running out. Only 1 minute and 40 seconds remained. Zhang Yang quickly dropped his backpack and rushed to the southern blockade to pay the extraction fee. The three of them then began moving slowly toward the evac point. Master, you're amazing. Nan Qiang was still buzzing with excitement along the way. Ha, of course. Do you even know who I am? Zhang Qi smugly gave himself a thumbs up. Seeing this, Zhang Yang raised his hand for a quick flick to Zhang Qi's forehead, but the blow was deflected by Zhang Qi's tightly secured Type 03 heavy helmet, leaving Zhang Yang clutching his stinging fingers in pain. Haha, brother, just admit it hurts. Zhang Qi teased with a grin. You just wait. Zhang Yang growled through gritted teeth, still wincing without any pain relief status. The trio passed through the red smoke and vanished with only seconds left on the countdown. A system notification immediately followed. Zhang Yang extracted goods worth 2.56 million, Zhang Qi 3.55 million, and Nan Qiang 3.25 million. The team earned a total of 9.36 million Kamona points in the new version, plus an additional 250,000 tactical elimination points, bringing their two-game total to an astonishing 12.31 million points. At the commentary desk, Xiao Chu's voice trembled with excitement. Congratulations to Zhang Yang's team in the new version of Kamona for extracting a total value of 9.36 million. 9.36 million. 9.36 million. The host's excited voice echoed through the live stream, spreading across the internet. He's broken the record for the highest value ever brought out in Yin City's history. Could the latest version of Carmona surpass Hunter God and claim the #1 spot in Yin City's rankings? The live stream chat scrolled like a storm of raindrops. It's over. Time to celebrate. Wow, so many people. Over 30,000 viewers for this match. After the game ended, back in the training room, Nan Qiang slumped onto the couch, his entire body drained of energy. My backpack has turned into a bottomless pit. If this keeps up, I'm really not going to grow any taller. Zhang Qi rubbed his sore shoulders. I feel like the straps have left marks on me. Thud, suddenly, a flick to the forehead landed. Zhang Yang's belated punishment. Ouch. Nan Qiang clutched his head, wailing. You have the nerve to complain after dozing off? Before Nan Qiang could explain, another thud echoed. And you, falling asleep too? This was a resource match watched by tens of thousands of people. Thud, a third strike. At your age, how can you sleep so soundly? I was wrong, master. Nan Qiang now had 3 large bumps on his head. Get to the training ground immediately. Zhang Yang commanded sternly. In the training ground, Nan Qiang and Zhang Qi each carried enormous 50-slot coffin backpacks, stuffed with heavy items like cement, artillery scopes, titanium alloy plates, and specialized battery packs. Their legs trembled as they struggled to maintain a standing posture while holding their rifles. Bro, I can't hold on anymore. Master, stand firm. Hold out for 10 more minutes, then well eat. Zhang Yang barked. He thought to himself, if I don't discipline these two properly, they'll cause real trouble. Shortly after, the updated rankings were released. 1. Latest version Carmona, 12.31 million. 2. Hunter God, 10.05 million. 3. Taurine Not Sour, 7.10 million. 8. Dawn, 3.61 million. We actually made it to first place? Zhang Yang was taken aback by the result. He had only hoped to secure third or, at best, second place. It seemed that De Jean's addition truly made a critical difference. Meanwhile, Dawn, after this defeat, plummeted from second to 8th place. At the same time, in the heart of Changwon City, a towering skyscraper blending modern and classical styles stood proudly the headquarters of the Grey Dove Group. In the top-floor conference room, impeccably dressed shareholders sat upright on luxurious leather sofas, each accompanied by a personal, glamorous secretary. What's going on? How did Dawn perform so poorly? A middle-aged man roared, smashing a glass cup to pieces in a fit of rage. Could it be they ran into Hunter God and couldn't win? Another discordant voice suggested. These elegantly dressed individuals were none other than the shareholders of Grey Dove Capital, the behind-the-scenes powerhouses reaping the benefits without lifting a finger. Report. It has nothing to do with Hunter God. We didn't even encounter them, the reception manager of Grey Dove stated calmly and professionally, standing in the center of the conference room. The investors seated on the leather sofas exchanged puzzled glances upon hearing this. Their primary concern wasn't the performance of the Dawn team itself, but rather the impact this competition would have on Grey Dove's stock price. The original plan of sending their ace team to Yin City was straightforward: disrupt the situation, ideally defeat Hunter God, and secure a spot for advancement. This would not only bring Grey Dove widespread recognition, but also boost its stock price. However, reality dealt them a harsh blow. Dawn team was eliminated without even crossing paths with Hunter God. So, who eliminated Dawn? One of the investors leaned forward, clearly intrigued by this unexpected outcome. In his view, an ordinary team would hardly make waves in a supply competition, let alone defeat the highly skilled Dawn team. The manager clasped his hands behind his back and replied steadily, according to our analysis, the loss was due to several factors. However, one team stood out. They not only managed to take down our players, but also successfully evacuated with their entire squad intact. Evacuated with everyone? The investors, though not deeply familiar with the Dark Zone, understood how challenging it was to achieve a full team extraction in such a high difficulty map mode. This kind of feat had previously only been accomplished by the Hunter God team. One investor leaned in with urgency, asking, "What's the name of this team?" The manager pressed a button on the remote, and the conference room's large screen displayed a screenshot. The image showed 3 special operations players waiting for extraction at the southern blockade line. One tall player had his eyes shut, clutching his injured right arm with his left hand, his expression pained. The other 2 players, smaller in stature and youthful in appearance, were grinning as they looked at their injured teammate. Brand new addition Camona, the manager announced the peculiar-sounding team name. Don't they look like kids? Questioned an investor wearing round glasses in a regional accent. Could they have any connection to White Dove? Another shareholder in a gray suit mused. The manager zoomed in on close-ups of Zhang Qi and Nan Qiang. Unlikely. White Dove wouldn't recruit such young operatives. These 2 look about 12 years old. We can gather more details during their upcoming match. Enough bad news. Let's hear how the teams in other cities are performing, a female investor interrupted, her voice smooth and commanding. She elegantly swirled the wine in her glass, crossing her legs. Her black stockings and sharp phoenix eyes exuded an air of superiority. The screen shifted. Yin City White Dove Corporation? How is this possible? Tang Xinhong stared at the leaderboard on the screen, murmuring in disbelief. In the second round, his meticulously crafted team had only managed to take second place after a full retreat, completely overturning the patterns of previous competitions. By this point in past years, they should have firmly secured the top spot. Fortunately, the passage of time had tempered him. He was no longer the impulsive youth he once was. Just as he was deep in thought, the sound of his secretary knocking on the door interrupted him. "Sir, Miss is here. Let her in." Tang Muwei strode into the office with purpose. Her arrival seemed to bring a glimmer of hope to Tang's and Hengi's younger sister, with her deep understanding of the Dark Zone, might be able to find a way to turn the tide. You've seen the latest team rankings, right? The siblings skipped the pleasantries and dove straight into the matter at hand. What's your take? Tang Xinhong asked, carefully suppressing his emotions, adopting the tone of an observer. I've looked into Carmona's team members. Tang Mui got straight to the point. A 17-year-old high school dropout and two 12-year-old elementary students. But the most intriguing one is Zhang Yang. I've watched his combat footage for hours, those mind-boggling tactics, and what looks like borderline hacking level skills. The Dark Zone dungeon can't be hacked, Tang Xinhong interjected, which is why I suspect he possesses some kind of extraordinary Dark Zone talent, something even stronger than Grey Wolf. At the mention of Grey Wolf, Tang Xinhang's expression darkened. That insubordinate wildcard? If it weren't for you pleading on his behalf every time, I would have kicked him out long ago. Let's not talk about him for now, Tang Mui frowned. Zhang Yang's talent level might far exceed Grey Wolf's strength, potentially even higher. The two began discussing Zhang Yang's background in detail. When Tang Mui suggested reaching out to recruit him, Tang Xinhang's face showed a hint of disdain. The preliminary rounds aren't over yet, they'll cross paths eventually, he said as he walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, adjusting his suit while gazing down at the cityscape. The resource competition has 6 rounds. In the same matchmaking pool, they're bound to meet. When that happens, the victor will unquestionably be our Hunter God squad. Besides, Dawn is already lagging so far behind. For Yin City's advancement slots, there won't be any surprises. The 10 minutes of punishment finally ended, and Zhang Yang and the other two returned home from the training field. As soon as Nan Qiang walked through the door, he collapsed onto the sofa, sprawling out motionless like a lifeless body. Bro, I swear I'll never sleep during a game again, Zhang Qi said weakly, clearly having had a tough time this round. Master, I swear too. I'll stay alert in the game from now on and never let my guard down, Nan Qiang echoed feebly. As long as you know your mistake, Zhang Yang said, glancing at the clock on the wall. Cheer up. It's just past noon. To celebrate taking the top spot, how about we spend the rest of the day relaxing? Relaxing? Zhang Qi couldn't believe his ears. This didn't sound like something his usually strict older brother would say. Really, master? Even Nan Qiang, surprised, managed to sit up. In his memory, Zhang Yang had always been strict about training during the resource competition period. What, you don't want to? Zhang Yang asked with a smile. In his view, there was a time for training and a time for relaxation. Besides, securing first place was definitely worth celebrating. After earning so much money, it was only fair to indulge a little. Of course we want to. You're the best, master. The two younger men instantly perked up, with Nan Qiang, who had been half dead moments ago, now jumping off the sofa energetically. After a quick lunch at a nearby spot, the three hopped on the metro heading to the city center. Upon arriving at Wanqing Plaza, Zhang Yang first took them shopping for new clothes. Seeing Zhang Qi's faded old t-shirt and his own high school uniform, Zhang Yang decided it was time to upgrade their wardrobe and improve their quality of life a bit. In the Adidas store on the shopping street, Zhang Qi was excitedly browsing through everything. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang was trying on clothes in the fitting room and frequently asking Nan Qiang for his opinion. What about this one? Doesn't look good. And this one? Still not good. Just as Zhang Yang began to doubt Nan Qiang's sense of style, he realized the guy's attention was entirely focused on a beautiful woman in a dress across the store. Annoyed, Zhang Yang flicked Nan Qiang on the forehead. Where's Zhang Qi? Zhang Yang asked, looking around and noticing his younger brother was nowhere to be seen. In such a bustling shopping district, it was easy to get separated. No idea, Nan Qiang replied with a shrug, clearly having no clue when Zhang Qi had disappeared. The two turned around and quickly spotted Zhang Qi. Dressed in a brand new trendy outfit and wearing a stylish hat, he seemed completely absorbed in his own world. The scene shifted quickly, and the three of them were now dressed in fresh clothes, standing at the reception of a high-end buffet restaurant. Is it 480 yuan for Aliocaniat here? Zhang Yang asked. Yes, you can scan the code here, the receptionist replied with a polite smile. All right, 3 of us, Zhang Yang said as he completed the payment. They followed the server into the restaurant. The spacious and brightly lit hall was breathtaking. Golden decorations adorned the walls, crystal chandeliers hung overhead casting a soft glow, and the intricate carvings on the mahogany tables and chairs exuded elegance. Each table was set with pristine white tablecloths and meticulously arranged cutlery. So this is what a high-end restaurant looks like? Nan Qiang, who had never seen anything like it, couldn't take his eyes off the surroundings. In the corner of the restaurant, a woman in a white dress was playing the piano. A decorative vase? Zhang Yang noticed a piece that resembled the common ornaments found in Anju. Bro, look. A golden lion statue. Zhang Qi pointed to a perfectly proportioned replica in the distance. However, what truly caught everyone's attention were the 4 or 5 long tables in the center of the room. They were laden with delicacies like king crabs, salmon, Boston lobsters, as well as sizzling roasted meats such as tomahawk steaks and whole roasted lamb. They even have Haagen-Dazs. Zhang Qi exclaimed, immediately drawn to the ice cream section. Zhang Qi, this is a high-end buffet. Start with the lobsters and abalone. Zhang Yang reminded him with a sigh. Oh, Zhang Qi nodded but went straight to the ice cream counter anyway. No way, unlimited soda? Nan Qiang exclaimed as he dashed to the beverage section, eager to try every drink available. Zhang Yang sighed, rubbing his forehead, and headed to the seafood section alone. Oysters, lobsters, bird's nest soup, shark fins, sea cucumbers, and abalone sampled them all without hesitation. 3 hours later, the trio left the restaurant, thoroughly satisfied. Zhang Qi declared with delight that he had finally achieved Haagen-Dazs freedom. Where to next, bro? It's still early, Nan Qiang asked. Next stop, escape room? Zhang Yang replied confidently, already having planned ahead. There was a well-known escape room venue nearby. In no time, the three of them found themselves inside the escape room venue. Bro, look. The secret of the sunken altar. Zhang Qi quickly spotted a theme. Oh. Zhang Yang picked up a promotional flyer and realized the map was based on the Anju Carmona TV Stat Iona theme that intrigued him. The radio show, Supernatural Stories The Terrifying Upright Man, piqued Zhang Yang's interest. The theme of this escape room game reminded him of a scene from a game in his past life, where a bug caused boy band members to stand stiffly like scarecrows. This sense of familiarity made him decide to give it a try. Master, I'm a bit scared, Nan Qiang said, his voice trembling noticeably. A slightly chubby, round-faced staff member with a kind smile stepped in to comfort him. Don't worry, you can contact me anytime with the walkie-talkie if you run into trouble. Just follow me closely, Zhang Yang reassured his companions, patting his chest confidently. The round-faced man confirmed. So, it's just the three of you? The fee for this session is 500. For Zhang Yang, who had assets worth millions, a 500 yuan escape room fee was hardly a concern. As Zhang Qi rubbed his hands in anticipation, he thought to himself that if this setup really recreated the dark TV station scene, it would be a good chance to familiarize himself with the map. A few minutes later, the three of them changed into level 4 camouflage suits resembling those of the court squad. Their phones and other personal belongings were locked in a safe, and each was given a walkie-talkie. The game officially began. With a loud rumble, an iron gate resembling the central control door from the game opened, revealing a pitch-black interior. Flashlights in hand, the three cautiously ventured inside, where the setting was eerily identical to the control room in the game. Suddenly, a broadcast broke the silence. Whoosh whoosh. The enemy has been locked in. Surround them. Prepare for engagement. Flank them. Move out. As the sound of footsteps drew closer, Nan Qiang instinctively grabbed Zhang Yang's arm. Zhang Qi, shouting run, had already started moving but stumbled on the stairs. Ouch. Bro, this is way too sudden. Not even a warning before we're being chased. Zhang Qi complained as he sprinted. Zhang Yang remained calm and analyzed. Let's shake them off first while keeping an eye out for useful tools. After 2.5 hours of heart-pounding action, the three finally escaped through the door on the other side of the control room. Wiping sweat off his forehead, Nan Qiang sighed in relief. We made it. Turns out the key was using the tear gas in the control room. Who would have thought the gas masks were hidden in the backpacks of those upright figures? Zhang Qi said, still shaken. This was undoubtedly the most thrilling experience of his life. Nan Qiang concluded with a note of admiration. The actor playing Bernard the upright man was so dedicated. I was this close to touching him, and he didn't even flinch. Wow. No wonder he hit me so hard. Zhang Qi exclaimed excitedly. Nan Qiang, that guy is really something. When the broadcast said, it feels amazing, I was scared out of my wits. Nan Qiang patted his chest and added, the secret code turned out to be reckless fool. Who could have guessed that? This escape room stuff is definitely not for me, Zhang Qi said with a wry smile, shaking his head. The whole time, I either relied on Zhang Yang or the staff's hints. Twice, I almost got killed by Bernard. Haha, that's because you guys haven't played at the TV station before, Zhang Yang reassured them. It's getting late. Let's head back and rest. In his opinion, the quality and experience of this escape room adventure were pretty impressive. The three of them strolled along the street toward the subway station. A Porsche in Gulf Blue sped past them. Wow, that's a Porsche. Zhang Qi pointed at the car disappearing into the distance, his voice full of awe. Master, do you think we'll drive cars like that someday? Nan Qiang asked, his eyes gleaming with envy. Of course, Zhang Yang replied with a smile. He had already saved up some money and planned to buy a car after the competition was over, so he could take the two youngsters for a ride. Those buildings are so beautiful, Zhang Qi said, gazing up at the surrounding skyscrapers. They were in the heart of Yin City's central business district, where every building glimmered with its own unique charm. White Dove. Zhang Yang's eyes were drawn to an shaped glass skyscraper. The futuristic structure looked like a dazzling lighthouse, and the platinum letters spelling White Dove Group on the rooftop stood out prominently. At that moment, a Rolls-Royce pulled up in front of the White Dove Group building. A stylish, youthful woman stepped out and walked into the building. Zhang Yang immediately recognized her as the stunning woman he had encountered near the Guichao restaurant last time. The Rolls-Royce then automatically drove into the underground parking lot. Bro, I want to be a boss someday and have my own skyscraper, Zhang Qi said dreamily. I heard the entire business district is funded by White Dove. Thanks to the Dark Zone, their annual revenue is astronomical, Nan Qiang added. You'll get there, it's just a matter of time, Zhang Yang said, ruffling Zhang Qi's hair. These two youngsters might still be young, but their ambitions were anything but small. However, Zhang Yang knew the importance of staying grounded. The future was unpredictable, and the only way forward was to focus on the present. Right now, the most important thing was the Golden Cup competition. He needed to take it one step at a time and aim for the provincial finals. Suddenly, Zhang Yang remembered something. The mysterious workbench had a new blueprint he hadn't checked yet. He quickly opened the system interface, and sure enough, beneath the rainbow needle and talent extraction needle, a new recipe had appeared. As he scanned the list of raw materials, Zhang Yang was stunned. Thermal imaging module. Continuing to read, the synthesis formula revealed. Thermal imaging module, gold-rimmed glasses, DK8 bulletproof mask, titanium alloy plate, protective night vision goggles. These goggles combined three major functions: anti-glare, bulletproofing, and thermal imaging. Though expensive to produce, they would undoubtedly prove invaluable in real-world scenarios. They perfectly addressed the biggest drawback of thermal imaging equipment: the lack of facial protection due to the inability to wear masks simultaneously. The protective night vision goggles were not only lightweight but could also be integrated with other helmets and masks, providing double-layered eye protection. In terms of cost, aside from the thermal imaging module, the other materials were relatively affordable. Zhang Yang immediately decided to start crafting a pair for testing as soon as he got home. If the results were satisfactory, he planned to make a pair for Zhang Qi and Nan Qiang as well. Back home, Zhang Yang immediately opened the Dark Zone panel to purchase raw materials. Since the thermal imaging module had already been obtained earlier in the main guest room and stored in the warehouse, he only needed to buy the other synthetic materials listed in the recipe. With a few clicks, all the necessary items were ready. Zhang Yang carefully placed them in sequence on the mysterious workbench and began the synthesis process. Accompanied by a faint glow, a pair of futuristic, high-tech glasses appeared on the workbench. The frame was both lightweight and sturdy, with a finely textured matte finish. The deep gray, multi-coated lenses added a unique aesthetic appeal. To Zhang Yang's surprise, the glasses even came with a fashion attribute. Eager to try them on, Zhang Yang put on the glasses and headed straight to the training ground for testing. The moment he looked through them, he noticed something extraordinary. The world before him was rendered in shades of gray and white. With a gentle twist of the small knob on the right side, the lenses instantly turned transparent, revealing the heat signatures of surrounding objects. Zhang Yang raised his hands to observe, finding them exceptionally clear in the thermal imaging view. Unlike in his previous life, humanoid targets in this world showed no heat signatures and remained gray in the thermal imaging mode. To test further, Zhang Yang threw a grenade into the distance. The thermal imaging mode vividly captured the swirling waves of scorching heat in the air. By adjusting the right side knob, he could seamlessly switch between thermal imaging, normal vision, and a shaded mode. With this equipment, he could effortlessly detect worms hiding in the grass and gain a significant thermal imaging advantage when sniping. As night fell, after Nan Qiang and Zhang Qi had each gone to rest, Zhang Yang also lay down on his bed, drifting off to sleep with anticipation for the resource competition the next day. The next morning, at 7:30 Kyoto time, just half an hour before the competition began, the spectator hall was already packed with tens of thousands of viewers. With the excitement built up from the earlier matches, the buzz around the Grand Gold Cup continued to rise. At the commentary desk, Xiao Chu and De Chu were engaged in pre-match analysis. The second match was full of surprises, Xiao Chu said, sitting upright. The once favored Hunter God squad has shockingly fallen to second place. That's right, De Chu chimed in. The newly emerging Carmona team is quite a mixed bag. They have players skilled in gunfights, others adept at stealth tactics, and even a member with extraordinary luck. According to statistics, their teammate, Zhang Qi, managed to secure over 2 million in grand gold value just during the resource competition. The unexpected event of the Carmona squad falling asleep in the Namai cabin made waves. Yet they still managed to achieve an astounding evacuation value of over 9 million, breaking records and securing the top spot in Yanshi. This news caused quite a stir in the gaming community. With results like this, our Hunter God squad won't just sit back and accept it. De Chu straightened his posture. We've made it to the provincial tournament 3 times, and every member of our team is a top-tier player. Not convinced? Then let's settle it in the next match, Xiao Chu said with a grin, fanning the flames. The third resource match was about to begin. At Zhang Yang's home, the atmosphere was tense and bustling. Bro, my heart's pounding like crazy, Zhang Qi said as he adjusted his gear. Master, should we bring tear gas? Nan Qiang meticulously checked every corner of his backpack. Just bring one. And don't forget to swap the bullets for level 5 rounds, Zhang Yang instructed seriously. Got it. 1 magazine with meat rounds, 2 with level 5 rounds, Nan Qiang confirmed while looking at the Dark Zone interface. Zhang Yang pulled out 2 night vision goggles he had crafted earlier that morning and realized they could be shared through the team system. Here, let me show you something cool. What's this, bro? Zhang Qi asked curiously, inspecting the unfamiliar equipment. The most advanced night vision goggles. They'll teach you how to use them once we're in the match, Zhang Yang explained. Master always seems to have these special gadgets, Nan Qiang mused. Could it be part of your talent? After a brief pause, Zhang Yang acknowledged the idea, tactfully steering the conversation away from the system-related topic. Meanwhile, in the White Dove Group strategy room, the Hunter God squad was reviewing the footage of Carmona's last match. Talk about luck, those 3 big gold caches weren't even found by them, Foxfire remarked. If the resource match had insurance, do you think they'd have surpassed our extraction value? Feng Liang scoffed dismissively. Ian, deep in thought, commented, still, their skills aren't bad, especially Zhang Yang's combat awareness. It doesn't feel like he's a rookie. In the corner, Grey Wolf was intently rewatching footage of Zhang Yang using the Pharaoh. When Foxfire asked for his opinion, Grey Wolf simply stated, his Pharaoh skills are remarkable. This single comment left the other 3 stunned. Grey Wolf was notoriously stingy with praise, even questioning the abilities of his own teammates in the past. As a master of the Pharaoh who had dominated in provincial tournaments, his acknowledgement of Zhang Yang's technique carried significant weight. Don't get ahead of yourself, Firefox interrupted his teammate coldly. His expression was serious, and a trace of displeasure flickered in his eyes. As a professional player, he despised hearing comments that boosted the opponent while undermining their own morale before a match. If I could, I'd like to give it a try too, Grey Wolf said, gazing into the distance. For once, his eyes lit up with rare enthusiasm. He had absolute confidence in Pharaoh's track record since competing with this character. He had yet to taste defeat. At that moment, the door of the strategy discussion room swung open, and the head coach of the White Dove team, Tang Muwei, appeared in the doorway. Coach? Firefox greeted respectfully, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. It was unusual for the coach to visit them at this hour. Tang Muwei crossed her arms, her expression grave. We'll keep it brief. If you face Zhang Yang's team, stick to the most steady and reliable strategies. They'll be watching the entire match. Don't worry, would love to face them every round, Winchill said dismissively, making a throat-slitting gesture for emphasis. Tang Muwei's expression darkened. Yanqi's qualification spot cannot be jeopardized. I suggest you take your opponents seriously. With that, she left the room. Why does everyone seem to believe so much in the new version of Carmona but have no faith in us? Ian sighed helplessly. Doesn't matter, Firefox said dismissively, clearly unfazed by the coach's words. We'll prove with our strength who's really the boss of Yanshi. If you ask me, their current top ranking is just a stroke of luck. And luck like that doesn't last long. Meanwhile, in an unknown apartment, Hartthorn spoke softly. I really underestimated the intensity of the resource match. The enemy's aggressive tactics had caught him off guard. Despite being outnumbered 2-1, they charged in and even managed to take him out with a smoke-covered headshot. I have to hand it to that sneaky feast sculpture, Night Tiger said, recalling his bizarre death. His weapon had been snatched, and he accidentally hit his own teammate. This one's on me, Dragonwing admitted. We got too complacent after the easy wins earlier. After all, he was the first to be eliminated. Yawning Leisure sipped her tea and stretched her neck. It's not a skill issue, it's a coordination problem. Let's focus on sticking together and keeping our formation tighter in the next round. Got it. The 3 responded in unison. At 7:58 a.m. Kyoto time, inside the tournament's live broadcast room. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Golden Cup preliminary viewing hall. Little Maggot and Big Maggot. As the commentators kicked off the broadcast, the players had already entered the matchmaking pool, and the 3rd round was about to begin. The first match, set on the reinforced Valley map, featured 5 teams: Dawn, Taurine Not Sour, Agents, Dreams Come True, and I Dig Gold While You're 6. The second match lineup was even more exciting. God Hunter, Tactical Masters, Luo Yun and Chen Jian, Forest Maggots, and the new version of Carmona. Wow, the current number 1 and number 2 teams are finally going head-to-head on the same map. Little Maggot exclaimed excitedly. What kind of sparks will fly between them? Indeed, Big Maggot chimed in. The new version of Carmona and God Hunter are the 2 most popular teams right now, and their clash is highly anticipated. The map for this round is Reinforced Beishan, and the match is about to begin. Xiao Chu walked into the exclusive viewing space for Reinforced Beishan, with Dechu following closely behind. As the clock struck 8 o'clock sharp, the number of viewers for the Reinforced Beishan map skyrocketed to over 50,000, far surpassing the combined total of 10,000 viewers across the other 3 maps. At this moment, the Hunter God squad had already appeared at the inspection station, employing a bold strategy. 2 members headed toward the mountain service area, while the other 2 made their way directly to the communication station, opting for a split attack tactic. They're going for a clear sweep right from the start. Xiao Chu exclaimed, barely able to contain his excitement. It looks like their plan is to take over the service area first and then push toward the hotel, while the other group seizes the communication station before advancing to the observation deck, Chu analyzed. No wonder they've made it to the provincial championships. They're aiming to dominate most of Beishan. Meanwhile, the other teams began making their moves. Lin Zhongchu started from the parking lot, heading straight for the observation deck. Luo Yun and Chen Zhan set off from the tunnel road, targeting the sewage area. Tactical Master began near the dam, aiming directly for the hotel, and the new version of Carmona started from the abandoned sheds, also locking onto the hotel as their target. It looks like Tactical Master and the new version of Carmona are about to clash hidden in the resource-rich hotel area. Let's switch to the first-person perspective of Imogen and Steel Gun. Chu's voice was filled with anticipation. Zhang Yang immediately recognized position 2 and placed a red marker. Zhang Qi was fumbling with a new piece of equipment. Bro, how do I use this night vision goggle? Follow me. Mark the spot first. For the night vision goggles, just turn the dial on the right frame. Zhang Yang replied succinctly while taking 2 potent painkillers. Nan Qiang quickly marked his position as well, knowing it offered a strategic vantage point. Zhang Qi soon got the hang of the night vision goggles, excited by the black and white thermal imaging world they unveiled. For a player with 0 static visual acuity, this equipment gave him a significant edge in long-range combat. The 3 of them moved uphill, arriving at the wall beneath Building D. Suddenly, the sound of gunfire erupted. Machine Bro Voice took down 2 opponents, gaining 1 and 0 points in proficiency, respectively. Unbeknownst to them, Zhang Yang's Pharaoh had already reached max proficiency, with all attributes fully enhanced. Perfect horizontal and vertical recoil control, peak accuracy, and top-tier hip-fire capability. His man-machine synergy was at its peak. At this moment, Zhang Yang, gripping his fully customized Pharaoh, seemed to have found his perfect match. Even landing a hip-fire headshot from 100 meters away felt within reach. Silently, he declared, Beishan, the true heir of Juventus, has arrived. At that moment, a crisp gunshot suddenly rang out from the direction of Building B. Zhang Yang immediately pinpointed the source of the sound and, based on his experience, deduced that the opponent likely came from the direction of position 2. Zhang Qi, Nan Qiang, go check the safe. I'll handle them myself, Zhang Yang decisively commanded, preparing to test the full potential of his max-level proficiency solo. Got it. Be careful, bro. Good luck, master. Zhang Qi and Nan Qiang were already accustomed to Zhang Yang's solo actions. They knew that even if something unexpected happened to Zhang Yang, they could always switch to a fallback ambush strategy. Nan Qiang headed to the screening room in Building D, while Zhang Qi went to room D208. The two split up and began their search swiftly. Nan Qiang skillfully picked the lock, entered the room, and went straight for the safe. Click the first 6-slot safe emitted a faint glow. Soundproof cotton, a stamp album, a wind-up toy car, and a game cartridge. Hearing the sputtering sound effect of failure, Nan Qiang decisively abandoned the remaining military-grade console and turned his attention to the 3rd floor of Building C. Meanwhile, Zhang Qi in room D208 tried his luck with Nan Qiang's so-called charm. The 4-slot safe lit up, revealing an antenna, a hearing aid, and a wristwatch, but ultimately, it was just junk currency. Hearing the same sputtering sound effect, Zhang Qi also abandoned the purple and gold items and followed Nan Qiang toward the 3rd floor of Building C. By this time, Zhang Yang had already infiltrated the 1st floor of Building B. The Double Larvae Live commentary team announced, the Tactical Masters have arrived. The opposing team employed a split-route strategy. Tactical AR-30 and Tactical AR-57 moved to set up positions in Building A, while Tactical VSS and Tactical August headed to Building B to hit the safes. Each team member was equipped with lightweight gear tailored to their code names. Zhang Yang, brimming with confidence, didn't bother with the safes and instead advanced swiftly toward the sound of gunfire. As Tactical August entered the manager's office in Building B, an encounter ensued. Boom! A bouncing mine detonated. Tactical August was only temporarily deafened by the blast, but quickly recovered using a regeneration booster and got ready to return fire. Zhang Yang, however, made the unexpected choice to charge straight in. Tactical August attempted to counter with a pre-aimed shot, but just as the gunfire erupted, Zhang Yang landed a precise hip-fire shot, instantly taking down his opponent with a headshot. The live commentary exploded with excitement. Mounting Ling Chuan, sit down. Neighbor Wang from the next village. This is insane. Tang Hubai, is this really not a hack? Zhang Yang actually managed to one-shot Tactical August the moment they peaked. The commentator's voice was full of passion. On the 10th second floor of Building B, Tactical VSS cautiously pushed open the door to the reception room. Instinctively, he dropped to the ground and quickly disengaged the safety. The first 4-slot safety mechanism responded immediately, flashing briefly. Targeting module, film reel, handheld fill light, Carmona Owl plush toy. Daju shouted excitedly, his voice cracking. Oh my god. It's the targeting module. However, the situation was far from optimistic. Zhang Yang was downstairs, having just taken out one of Tactical VSS's teammates. Unexpectedly, instead of seeking revenge, Tactical VSS sprinted towards the other end of the hallway. He's actually going to open the key room? That's so risky. Dezhu exclaimed in astonishment. At this moment, Zhang Yang didn't rush upstairs. He was still working on disarming Tactical AUG's safety mechanism. Just as Tactical VSS opened the key room, Zhang Yang lobbed a grenade with pinpoint precision into the room. Today, we're testing the drop rates in the manager's office of Building B, Zhang Yang declared to the void, fully aware that his audience could hear him. To prevent any ambush from Tactical AUG's teammates, he set up a Molotov defensive line outside the door. The chat exploded with comments. All right, that's how you're testing it. Huh? Who taught you to test drop rates like this? Big fire, slow simmer. He's teaching point clearing, hilariously. Soon, the safe responded. The first vertical two-slot mechanism flashed before ejecting its contents. A gold goblet, a propane tank, a fuel barrel, and a handful of disappointing tokens. Meanwhile, Tactical VSS hit the jackpot in B203, uncovering a golden cube. The scene switched to the third floor of Building C, where Zhang Qi and Nan Qiang were also looting feverishly. Zhang Qi lucked out, snatching an insurance waiver and an antenna. Nan Qiang, on the other hand, found a high-level safety mechanism but only managed to pull out soundproofing cotton, cement, a car battery, an oil drum, and another pile of tokens. Plululululu. Nan Qiang let out a frustrated sound as he watched Zhang Qi smugly kiss the newly discovered golden vase in Lounge Room 2. Tactical VSS carefully stashed the targeting module in the safe in B203 before preparing to head to the third floor. Meanwhile, in Building A, Tactical AR-30 and Tactical AR-57 began their operation, releasing smoke in the hallway as they planned to flank Building D. But they seemed to have forgotten about Zhang Yang on the first floor of Building B. As Zhang Yang threw another grenade towards the second floor, Tactical VSS detected the danger just in time. Abandoning his plan to rush to the third floor, he instead set up his gun, pointing it at the end of the stairwell right where Zhang Yang was about to appear. Zhang Yang cautiously sidestepped, hurling a grenade with precision. As the Tactical VSS, he immediately retreated, slipping into a nearby small room. The deafening explosion had barely subsided when Zhang Yang decisively peeked out, swiftly charging forward. This seemingly reckless move by the Tactical VSS resulted in a lightning-quick, accurate hip-fire shot. The sharp crack of gunfire rang out, followed by a cry of pain as the enemy dropped to the ground. One bullet, one kill, Xiao Chu shouted excitedly, his voice echoing like a thunderclap. De Chu, equally stunned by the jaw-dropping maneuver, was left speechless as the spectating screen trembled with the intensity of the action. To attempt a hipfire at such close range was nothing short of superhuman. In the spectator room, De Chu immediately added a 3-second red-eye effect to Zhang Yang, while Xiao Chu layered a dragon emblem on his face, complete with a Pharaoh-like gun barrel effect extending from his head. The chat erupted instantly. Beware the Pharaoh's curse. How much for this cheat? Name your price. This skill is insane. He's bound to get banned. Zhang Yang still has the magic touch. Bro above, don't jinx it. Meanwhile, the situation on the battlefield grew tense. Captain, respond. Tactical AR-30 frowned, realizing their captain was in danger. Tactical AR-57, enraged, injected a large green stim and launched a fierce assault on the third floor. Tactical AR-30 also used a red stim, transforming into a charging sniper. Master, there's enemy activity in Building D. Nan Qiang reported promptly, setting up his weapon at the stairway corridor to stand guard. Without looking back, Zhang Yang stepped over the enemy's body, heading straight for the third floor. You're facing an expert, Zhang Qi called out from the other side, mimicking the tone of a boy band member. Ha, amateur, Tactical AR-30 scoffed. The enemy exposing their position like this was practically asking for death. Tactical AR-57 prepared to charge but was stopped by Tactical AR-30. Leave it to me, Tactical AR-30 said, tossing a flash grenade to scout ahead. After confirming the third floor sofa was clear, he moved into the hallway. His movements were fluid, dodging the flash grenade's line of sight before peeking and aiming down his scope. A gunshot echoed as a golden bullet tore through the air, striking Zhang Qi's DK-8 heavy-duty visor. A level 6 bullet against a level 4 visor should have been fatal, yet it bizarrely ricocheted off with a faint, almost imperceptible golden glint. One down, Tactical AR-30 declared confidently, lowering his weapon. Though he hadn't seen Zhang Qi fall, years of sniping experience assured him the shot was a direct hit to the face. The final showdown was about to begin. Tactical AR-30 drew his G-18C as he and Tactical AR-57 leaped from the staircase landing into the central lobby. They made their way swiftly from Building D to Building C, determined to avenge their captain. Meanwhile, Nan Qiang and Zhang Qi had already set up their positions, ready for the imminent clash. The two stood one behind the other behind a pillar, only half of their heads peeking out cautiously to observe the surroundings. At that moment, Nan Qiang quickly pinpointed the enemy's location and threw a flash bomb. AR-30, anticipating the move, nimbly dodged it. Immediately after, the crisp sound of a sniper rifle rang out, with the bullet heading straight for AR-30's heededly to ricochet unexpectedly. The enemy seized the opportunity to launch an aggressive charge, and gunfire erupted. The BZZ of P-90's rapid fire and the tat-tat of F-2000's bursts filled the air. The battle instantly escalated to a fever pitch. Nan Qiang took down tactical AR-57 with precision, while Zhang Qi crouched and used F-2000's hip fire to successfully eliminate tactical AR-30. Thus, the AR brothers' third match came to an end. Much like life itself, success is fleeting, while failure remains the ever-present theme. Even so, the crowd eagerly anticipates the tactical master's performance in the next 3 matches. Zhang Yang arrived at the scene in haste, only to catch the tail end of the battle. Looking at the spoils on the ground, Zhang Qi couldn't hide his excitement. Not only had they secured a wealth of equipment, but his steer talent had also been successfully triggered. To him, the blunt trauma ability was undoubtedly the most practical talent in this world. Nan Qiang, too, was immersed in the joy of victory, marveling at the astonishing power of his fully customized level 5 P90. However, before the trio could begin collecting their spoils, a sudden burst of concentrated gunfire erupted from the southwest forest. While Carmona was dealing with the tactical masters, members of the hunter squad, Grey Wolf and Ian, had also arrived from the service area. Earlier, they had searched for a safe in the service area but found nothing and were now heading to the hotel as planned. Meanwhile, the battle at the observation deck had also reached its climax. Lin Zhongju was the first to arrive, but came away empty-handed from the safe zone. However, the team leader, Diamondback Rattlesnake, managed to find a lion statue in the electric safe at the cable car station. Red Fox and Cool Breeze launched a coordinated Tunfor offensive, displaying impeccable teamwork. Red Fox focused on the cable car station, while Cool Breeze handled enemies in the engineering department and the safe zone room. Cool Breeze's precise spray of bullets hit Jade Feet, forcing Siscon Mouse to retreat to the safe zone room. Although Siscon Mouse attempted a counterattack with a sniper rifle, he was ultimately taken down by Cool Breeze in close quarters with a knife. On the other side, Red Fox showcased exceptional tactical skills, using a combination of smoke grenades and frag grenades to eliminate Lover of Aggression, who was lying in wait on the sofa. In the end, even though Diamondback Rattlesnake activated the cable car station's evacuation switch, the 3-minute wait proved too long. Carrying the golden lion statue, he was cornered by Red Fox and, after a fierce firefight, fell in a pool of blood. The screen was soon flooded with playful comments like snowflakes drifting, the north wind howling, as yet another player might be contemplating quitting the game. Let's shift our focus to the situation of Luo Yun and Chen Jun. Zooming in on the map, Xiao Chu was shocked to see that both of them had been eliminated. Luo Yun fell inside the sewage treatment plant, while Chen Jun met his end on the asphalt road outside. Switching to the elimination replay in God's eye view, the screen showed 3 Juventus team members surrounding the Whitebeard Fred, unleashing a barrage of bullets at Luo Yun. The dense hail of gunfire was accompanied by bursts of team communication. Cover my flank, target approaching, requesting suppressive fire. You're up against an expert here. My insurance. Luo Yun's final cry was abruptly cut off as he fell, followed by an instant kill. Sensing the danger, Chen Jun took off running, but even after escaping the sewage treatment plant, his fate was sealed. Another group of Juventus members had already secured advantageous positions around the open-air containers. Charlie Juventus, who had been watching the dam's direction, suddenly turned and landed a deadly hip-fire shot right to Chen Jun's head. Chen Jun collapsed on the spot. The chat exploded with comments. Ha ha ha, I wonder how Juventus and Zhang Yang would fare in a face-off. It's probably Zhang Yang doesn't seem to be acting. The gap between M61 and BPZ is pretty significant. Back at the hotel battlefield, Grey Wolf and Ian were setting up smoke cover on the first floor of Building C. Nan Qiang tried to observe through the windows, but the thick white smoke obscured his view. Zhang Yang decisively injected a rainbow serum. This hidden item from the Dark Zone dungeon appeared to grant him a special boost. Stay on the 3rd floor and keep quiet. Zhang Yang gave a brief instruction to Zhang Qi and Nan Qiang, deciding to head downstairs alone to engage the enemy. Even if he were to fall, the two of them would still be capable of handling the situation. Loading a fresh 50-round drum magazine, Zhang Yang cautiously began searching the lower floors. After multiple encounters, he had become well-versed in this tactical approach. The enhanced auditory perception brought by the rainbow needle was its most remarkable feature. Zhang Yang closed his eyes, focusing intently on the sounds around him. Even through the walls, he could pinpoint the faintest of noises with precision. At the 2nd floor staircase, Zhang Yang cautiously peeked out to observe. His heightened hearing clearly picked up the breathing of two individuals below a steady rhythm that could only come from professionally trained operatives, distinct from ordinary task force members. On the first floor, Grey Wolf and Ian maintained a half-crouched stance, exchanging a knowing glance. Grey Wolf signaled forward with his left hand, prompting Ian to move immediately. His boots barely grazed the ground, minimizing noise to an almost imperceptible level, but to Zhang Yang's enhanced hearing, it was still crystal clear. Zhang Yang set up his aim point and held his breath. Unexpectedly, what appeared in his sights wasn't a gun barrel, but a flashbang in Ian's hand. SSS bang. The flashbang exploded in the stairwell, leaving Zhang Yang momentarily deafened. In that fleeting moment of disorientation, Ian seized the chance to peek out and scout. Bang! Zhang Yang's shot came a fraction too late. Ian had already retreated to cover. Despite his position being compromised, Zhang Yang didn't relocate. Instead, he opted for a more aggressive approach. He hurled a flashbang downstairs to force Ian back, then moved to the center of the staircase and fired a series of predictive shots down below. Bang! Bang! Just as Zhang Yang pulled back, a flashbang detonated at his feet. It was Grey Wolf's counterattack. Amid the ringing in his ears, Ian charged forward, only to be taken out by Zhang Yang's precise predictive shooting with a clean headshot. Seeing this, Grey Wolf immediately retreated, narrowly evading the flashbang Zhang Yang had thrown. The two sides engaged in an intense exchange of fire, each testing the other's moves. Noticing the trajectory of Grey Wolf's M61, Zhang Yang suddenly shifted tactics. She retreated to the second floor and leaped over the side railing. In midair, Grey Wolf instinctively turned his head, but Zhang Yang had already pulled the trigger. Bang! The golden M61 bullet traced a perfect arc, striking Grey Wolf squarely in the back of the head. Blood and shell casings scattered as Grey Wolf collapsed to the ground. Zhang Yang landed heavily, immediately calling for backup through team comms. I need help. Nan Qiang and Zhang Qi quickly arrived, with Nan Qiang activating his class ability. Within 3 seconds, Zhang Yang was back in peak condition. The audience watching the live stream playfully dubbed the scene the Big and Little Larvae Showdown, a reference to the duel between Grey Wolf and Ian against the solo Zhang Yang, with Nan Qiang and Zhang Qi waiting in reserve on the third floor. One viewer joked in the chat, "Are you kidding? He's Juventus." At this moment, the two sides were separated by just a single wall, continually probing each other in the stairwell. The battle was ever-changing. Ian decisively threw down a firecracker, and the deafening explosion left Zhang Yang momentarily disoriented with ringing ears. Taking advantage of the opening, Ian peeked out, attempting to press the attack. However, despite Zhang Yang's slowed reaction due to the ear-ringing, he managed to respond in time. Though it was the first time today his shot missed its mark. Indeed, facing two seasoned players who had competed multiple times in provincial championships, Ian and Grey Wolf, the pressure was immense. Zhang Yang quickly countered with his own firecracker, and the effect was immediate. Ian, who had been on the offensive, was forced to retreat. Seizing the moment, Zhang Yang sidestepped and opened fire, but the tide turned in an instant. Grey Wolf's firecracker landed with pinpoint accuracy, putting Zhang Yang in a crippled state. Seeing this, Ian launched a charge, but Zhang Yang anticipated it and forced him back with a well-placed shot. Grey Wolf followed up with an attempted rush, only to be repelled by Zhang Yang's preemptive firecracker throw. The situation grew increasingly dire. Grey Wolf remained at full health, while Zhang Yang had already been hit by 4 black bullets and was nursing 2 injuries. Although his rainbow needle had healing properties, it was barely effective against such severe wounds. In this critical moment, Zhang Yang made an unexpected and daring move. He leaped off the railing. During the fall, he fired a single, deadly shot that struck his target squarely in the head. The livestream chat exploded with excitement. Everybody, stand up! Is this even legit? Pharaoh gameplay on another level. Though Zhang Yang achieved an incredible kill, he was severely injured from the fall and collapsed to the ground. The chat continued to buzz, with some marveling at his godlike play and others joking about the karma of cheating. Viewers flooded the screen with Zhang Yang's ID, Zhang Yangyuan, cheering for the first Pharaoh who had demonstrated such astonishing skill. Meanwhile, in the White Dove operations room, the figures of Ian and Grey Wolf slowly reappeared. Grey Wolf was consumed by self-doubt. His confidence and his extensive experience over 1,000 matches as a Pharaoh shattered in an instant. This can't be real. A Pharaoh can play like this? That hip fire. How did he even pull that off? He muttered, his gaze unfocused. Back on the battlefield, Zhang Yang used his Southwall talent to fully recover, grateful to have survived such a perilous encounter. This was the first time since his rebirth that he had faced opponents of such caliber. Examining the golden legendary ID tags of his adversaries, he confirmed that they were indeed elite members of the Hunter God Squad. Zhang Yang placed his identification tag into his backpack, planning to head to the armored vehicle evacuation point later. As a member of Baigu, the most renowned team in Xinyan City, He was familiar with the top escort players Firefox, Grey Wolf, Cool Breeze, and Ian. Currently, Grey Wolf and Ian had already made their appearance, and the other two were likely nearby. Although their absence puzzled him, Zhang Yang remained vigilant. Zhang Qi, South Wall, start looting, Zhang Yang said. Having gathered sufficient gear, and with Zhang Qi holding the prized golden lion, he decided it was time to evacuate. Got it. Zhang Qi responded enthusiastically. Opening the map, Zhang Yang noticed that the armored vehicle evacuation point wouldn't be available for another 10 minutes. He frowned slightly but wasn't concerned. He excelled in indoor combat, where even the best snipers would struggle to gain an advantage. As for Grey Wolf's teammates seeking revenge, he was more than ready for them. Meanwhile, at the cable car station by the observation deck, the cable car summoned earlier by Diamondback Rattlesnake had arrived, its bell ringing crisply. However, Firefox and Cool Breeze, busy looting, paid no attention. This is Cool Breeze. Nothing worth keeping, Cool Breeze muttered coldly after quickly checking the backpacks of 2 task force corpses. This is Firefox. Found a golden lion, Firefox reported calmly, despite the valuable find. Ian, how's your side looking? When no response came for a while, Firefox asked again through the tactical headset. Ian? Grey Wolf? Respond. Cool Breeze also tried calling out, but the silence persisted. Something's wrong. Most likely a sniper, Firefox deduced quickly. Upon realizing both teammates were down, a rare flash of anger crossed his face. What do you think happened? Cool Breeze asked, already shifting into a combat stance. Let's move. They were taken out in the hotel, Firefox replied, studying the tactical map and noting the unusual situation. With Ian and Grey Wolf's top-tier close combat skills and their familiarity with the terrain of Northern Mountain, such an outcome was almost unheard of. Could it have been an ambush by scavengers? There have been more rats around lately, Cool Breeze speculated casually. Not sure, but this is an opportunity, Firefox said, stepping out of the cable car station with a meaningful smile under the sunlight. What do you mean? Grey Wolf has always been the one in the spotlight, and headquarters values his stats. But now that he's taken a fall, it's my turn to shine. Firefox smiled faintly, determined to prove to Baigu that he was the true strongest member of the Hunter God squad, while Grey Wolf was merely a reckless brute. Fair enough, Cool Breeze agreed. Although he had no personal grudge against Grey Wolf, the latter's lack of social tact left him vulnerable. Skill alone wasn't enough. One mistake could lead to irreversible consequences. The two injected adrenaline shots and advanced into the forest. Firefox thought to himself, Grey Wolf, watch carefully as I take the lead. Meanwhile, at Baigu Group's headquarters, a woman with skin as pale as snow was fixated on the dark zone panel on her desk. Tang Mui watched the video feed in disbelief. Zhang Yang, in a severely weakened state, had managed to kill Ian and then pulled off an astonishing mid-air hip shot to take out Grey Wolf. The Hunter God squad had clearly ignored her advice and continued to split up recklessly. If all 4 had been present, how could Zhang Yang have been rescued and turned the tables? Now, with Firefox and Cool Breeze headed for the hotel, the battle was about to take a dramatic turn. The match was already halfway through, and the outcome at Beishan was becoming clear. Luo Yun and Chen Zhan were defeated by Juventus-style guerrilla tactics, while the victory at the observation deck undoubtedly belonged to the Hunter squad. On the commentary stand, Xiaoqia was brimming with excitement. The most spectacular performance has to be Zhang Yang's. His fight at the hotel was like a tribute to Juventus. Not only took down 2 tactical masters, but also eliminated 2 key players from the Hunter squad. Especially Grey Wolf, Dichio added. This is the first time he's been eliminated in a resource match. Zhang Yang's performance as a rookie will definitely spark a bidding war among major clubs after the match. Suddenly, the tone of the commentary shifted. Wait, the Firefox squad hasn't left the observation deck. After collecting their loot, they're heading straight for not the dam, but the hotel. It seems the Hunter squad is ready to reclaim their pride. At this moment, Zhang Yang was organizing his spoils, waiting for the armored vehicle extraction point to open in the final 10 minutes. This showdown would directly determine the top spot on the Yin City leaderboard. The livestream audience was in a frenzy, with comments flooding in like a waterfall. Hunter squad, Firefox, Zhang Yang, Juventus. The online viewer count surged past 60,000, far surpassing the combined 20,000 viewers across the other 3 maps. As the 3 of them were sorting supplies in the hotel, sharp gunfire rang out from the direction of Building B's perimeter wall. Someone's coming, Zhang Qi said, his relaxed demeanor vanishing as his expression turned serious. Even the activity at the southern wall came to a halt. They all understood that if they lost the upcoming battle, all their hard-earned supplies would fall into enemy hands. Zhang Qi, hide the gold, Zhang Yang instructed briefly before moving toward Building B. He loaded bullets into his Pharaoh weapon and injected a rainbow syringe. Adjusting the knob on his goggles, his vision switched to black and white mode. Report. Footsteps near Building B, Liang Feng whispered as he crouched outside the perimeter wall, listening intently. "They'll throw smoke and get a grenade ready," Firefox said, finishing off a bot and positioning outside the lobby of Building B. Amid the hiss of a smoke grenade, a perfectly aimed hand grenade arced through the air. Zhang Yang had no choice but to retreat. Firefox and Liang Feng carefully entered the building, one covering from above and the other from below. Liang Feng threw a timed explosive on the first floor, using the grenade's wall penetration effect to harass Zhang Yang. Boom, the explosion echoed, and Zhang Yang was covered in red, but he quickly injected a syringe, restoring himself to full health in an instant. Zhang Yang found himself in a tricky predicament. On the first floor, Feng Liang relentlessly bombarded the area with thunder grenades, the deafening explosions leaving him in a constant state of ringing ears and his entire body flushed red. Meanwhile, on the second floor, Firefox maintained an oppressive silence, carefully concealing their position. Suddenly, another earth-shattering explosion erupted. The assault grenade launched through the wall caused Zhang Yang's vision to blur violently, and his eardrums felt as if they were on the verge of bursting. This unending harassment finally enraged him. Determined, Zhang Yang decided to go straight for the source and charged toward the first floor to deal with Feng Liang. Feng Liang seemed prepared, immediately throwing a smoke grenade to block the stairway, followed by a cluster bomb. Zhang Yang nimbly dodged the attacks and, without hesitation, moved through the smoke and opened fire. After a series of gunshots, Feng Liang collapsed to the ground, swiftly finished off with a follow-up shot. "No way, is that wallhack?" The livestream's chat exploded with comments. A young voice chimed in, "Thermal night vision goggles are just OP." Zhang Yang himself was amazed by the thermal imaging night vision goggles performance. It provided a sharper and more three-dimensional view than the standard T7. At that moment, Firefox launched an assault. Zhang Yang quickly retreated to the second floor, dodging and counterattacking. In the fierce exchange of fire, Firefox skillfully evaded the deadly Type 61 bullets with quick crouches and cover. But Zhang Yang gave them no chance to catch their prey. The perfectly aimed cluster bomb landed behind the cover. The blast wave left Firefox critically injured, with burns on their skin and internal trauma. In this dire situation, Zhang Yang opted for the most reckless tactic, charging Hedon without using any cover. As Firefox peeked out to retaliate, Zhang Yang pulled off an unbelievable hip-fire shot, landing a precise headshot that sent his opponent straight to the afterlife. The Pharaoh's curse. The chat went wild, spamming messages. A mere mortal dares to challenge the true might of the Pharaoh? The battle was over as Nan Qiang and Zhang Qi rushed down from upstairs. "Bro, are you okay?" Zhang Qi asked with concern. Though covered in dust and looking disheveled, Zhang Yang felt an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. Empowered by the Pharaoh's strength, this thrilling and hard-fought battle left him refreshed and once again reminded him of the unique allure of combat in the Dark Zone. "Who's there?" The sharp sound of gunfire shattered the silence, followed by a muffled groan of pain. Ji Go had barely approached the area when he was decisively taken down by the vigilant southern wall. After ensuring the surroundings were secure, Zhang Yang began looting. His heightened senses scanned the vicinity once more, confirming there were no signs of the special task force nearby. In the training discussion room of the White Dove Group, four figures Red Fox, Grey Wolf, Ian, and Liang Feng sat in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. The heavy atmosphere weighed down on the room as no one wanted to speak first. Finally, Liang Feng broke the stillness. "That smoke push was way too suspicious. There's no way he didn't have thermal imaging." As soon as the words left his mouth, the room fell silent again. Grey Wolf stood up and muttered, "I'm going to grab some food." Before leaving, to him, it was just a matter of skill. Losing meant losing, and they'd simply have to be more careful next time. But for Lai Shen, this loss carried much heavier consequences. The higher-ups would undoubtedly demand accountability. The remaining three in the room were like ticking time bombs, ready to explode at any moment. Red Fox was the first to snap. "Liang Feng, you were way too aggressive. If you'd fallen back earlier, it would have been better." Liang Feng immediately shot back, "No way. He was rushing straight at me. I already smoked and pre-fired. How much safer could I have played it? And you couldn't even pull off a flank. Ever heard of throwing a grenade before charging? Throw a grenade first?" At that moment, closing the distance was the priority. Red Fox retorted, his tone laced with defiance. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the White Dove Group headquarters, Tang Xinhong was on a call. "We lost the match. I specifically warned them before the game, but it didn't matter. This team has been winning for so long. Their mindset has already shifted." A calm voice came through from the other end of the line. It was Tang Muwei. "Being eliminated entirely will definitely drop the rankings. The battles in other cities are fluctuating too. Only Hawkeye is still holding the top spot." With that, she hung up. To her, one loss wasn't enough to discredit Lai Shen's capabilities. They would inevitably rise to prominence again. Tang Xinhong's eyes remained fixed on the replay of the kill video on the Dark Zone interface. His gaze lingered on the name Zhang Yang, a subtle flicker of emotion crossing his face. At the same time, in the spectator space of the reinforced valley, the commentator Lao Ju shouted with excitement, "What a move! Yajong Xia just took out both Dream Within a Dream and the Dreamer's Dream with a single sidestep. The speed of that crossfire was insane." The final battle shifted to the underground of a small factory, where the floor was littered with bodies. Feast Sculpture was eliminated under the combined assault of Heartthorn and Dragonwing, avenging their team's fallen captain. In a hotel near reinforced North Mountain, Zhang Yang toyed with 4 heavy golden nameplates in his hand. These spoils, taken from Red Fox, Liang Feng, and others, had significantly bolstered their chances of advancing. As long as they played steadily and avoided major mistakes, a ticket to the provincial tournament was well within reach. Too rich, Zhang Yang exclaimed. Today's battlefield felt like a luxurious feast, with the enemies fully decked out in 5-piece gear sets and top-tier weapons. Nan Qiang darted back and forth between the 3rd floor of Building C and the 2nd floor of Building B, his flashy maneuvers dazzling to watch. When Zhang Qi opened Grey Wolf's loot, he was stunned. 2 fully loaded 50-round drum magazines filled with precious M61 rounds. Hidden in the FA multifunctional ammo pouch was another stash of reserve ammo. At the current market price of 3,000 Kun coins per round, the nearly 200 rounds were worth a staggering 600,000 a fortune that even outshined a large gold bar. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang stumbled upon an unexpected treasure while inspecting a secondary safe. Inside the B203 safe lay a target location module. Overwhelmed with excitement, he cradled the module like a prized possession and kissed it twice. At last, his lucky break had arrived. But the streak of good fortune wasn't over yet. Zhang Qi discovered a golden lion statue shimmering near Firefox's backpack, surrounded by an assortment of supplies. It seemed the opponent had set the backpack aside before the battle. "We can't even spend all this," Zhang Qi exclaimed as he eagerly pocketed the golden lion. Zhang Yang moved to loot the tactical VSS operator's body. The gear was equally jaw-dropping. An 03 heavy-duty helmet, H-TAC A9 level 5 armored rig, GS2 headphones, a leather backpack, and a fully customized VSS loaded with 7N12 level 5 rounds. To top it off, the rig held not just regular ammo but also a golden cube hidden inside. On the 1st floor, they discovered another corpse carrying a tactical August. The equipment was just as impressive: an N95 helmet, Defender M4 heavy body armor, B6 tactical rig, and a 45-slot LUC extended tactical backpack. The rig was packed with grenades and various injectors, while the backpack contained 3 full stacks of high-grade M995 ammo. When Zhang Qi returned to the 3rd floor to retrieve the large gold bar and vase he had stashed earlier, they were nowhere to be found. "Huh, where's my gold bar? My vase?" he cried out in anguish. Meanwhile, Nan Qiang quietly ran his fingers over the corner of his backpack, savoring the familiar texture as a sly smile spread across his face. In this round, the Dawn squad brought out loot valued at an astonishing 7.6 million. At the same time, Carmona achieved an impressive 7.58 million, while Hunter God suffered a disastrous run, leaving with nothing. Ping, the evacuation success chime rang out, and the 2 brothers collapsed onto the sofa, utterly satisfied. The final tally revealed their 3rd round total score reached 7.98 million, including 7.58 million in loot value and 400,000 in special ops kill points. Soon, the latest leaderboard appeared on the screen. The first place holder, Carmona New Version, was far ahead with an impressive score of 20.29 million. Following closely were Breaking Dawn in 2nd place with 11.61 million points and Hunter God in 3rd with 10.05 million points. Seeing the massive score gap, a satisfied smile appeared on Zhang Yang's face. 2 evenly matched rivals had faltered, while his team had steadily outperformed them. As long as they maintained consistent performance in the next 3 rounds, securing a spot in the provincial competition was practically guaranteed. "Wow, I never thought we'd take 1st place," Zhang Qi exclaimed as he looked at the leaderboard in disbelief. "Exactly. And we even took a nap in between," Nan Qiang chimed in, fully aware that their success was largely due to their master Zhang Yang's skills. He and Zhang Qi were more like 2 lucky sidekicks. Zhang Yang glanced at his 2 teammates, and a thought suddenly came to mind. His own skills had already reached their peak, but to strengthen the team overall, it was crucial to improve Nan Qiang and Zhang Qi's abilities. These 2 had been fighting alongside him for a long time. It was time for them to face the challenges of the Dark Zone on their own. "There's still plenty of time today. Why don't you guys try exploring the maps independently?" he suggested. "Go alone? I can do it." Nan Qiang immediately agreed. He was eager to grow stronger and take on more responsibility to support his master. Zhang Qi, however, looked hesitant. After all, he had only been exploring the Dark Zone for half a month. Zhang Yang glanced at Zhang Qi's Dark Zone panel and said, "Zhang Qi, your inventory is already worth 8 million. You've got 800,000 in value. Equip yourself fully and play a farming match. It'll be good practice. But what if I die? Those 5 full sets are worth more than a pile of gold coins. Zhang Qi protested reluctantly, thinking about how much squid stall food he could buy with that money. Zhang Yang said earnestly, becoming stronger always requires some investment. If you don't pay the price now, you'll still have to pay it later. He knew from experience that his current game sense was built on countless failures in his past life. Every tactical position he mastered came from trial and error. If Zhang Qi continued to rely on his protection, he would never truly grow. Fine. Zhang Qi finally relented, lowering his head as he nervously began organizing his gear. Nan Qiang. Yes. You've been playing in the Dark Zone for 6 months now. Ordinary maps don't pose much of a challenge for you anymore. Go tackle the lockdown zone. Zhang Yang decided after careful consideration. Hearing the words lockdown zone, the previously enthusiastic Nan Qiang froze in place. Zhang Yang patted him on the shoulder. Nan Qiang, the lockdown zone isn't as scary as it sounds. It's just like a resource match, with all the reinforcements locked down. Didn't we successfully extract a haul last time and come out loaded? Plus, you can use equipment suppression throw grenades if you encounter anyone, or even use level 5 ammo against prehistoric guns. That's too wasteful, Nan Qiang muttered. Despite earning millions of coins, he was still extremely frugal and often relied on Zhang Yang to cover his expenses. Just go. You'll gain valuable experience in the process, Zhang Yang encouraged before turning back to organize his own inventory. All right. The 2 teammates finished preparing their supplies and headed off to explore the maps on their own. Left alone in the living room, Zhang Yang transferred all the resources from his backpack into storage and listed them for sale on the market. He clicked through previous emails to claim rewards. Another 1,000,000 coins were added to his account. In his leisure time, Zhang Yang turned on his computer and began browsing online forums. With the ongoing popularity of the Dark Zone game, major forums had all set up dedicated sections for it. Among them, the hashtag Zhang Yang Juventus quickly trended after the match ended. The screen was filled with trending posts. You hunt. I hunt. The gods. Pharaoh as weapon shows who's boss. Zhang Yang Juventus takes on 4. God Hunters squad reenacts the Gord brothers saving their grandpa. Golden Cup resource match. This is movement mastery. Even a mid-air headshot can be this clean. Even if it's not closed, it's open that year. Hands in my pockets. Even MacArthur didn't dare comment. Scrolling further down, Zhang Yang saw older posts including, unbelievable, AX Hipfring treated me like an NPC to farm, and one with a photo of a white dove falling in the southern wheat field. What are you guys doing? Oh no, not even sparing my dove. As Zhang Yang was engrossed in the online comments, a rhythmic knock suddenly came from the door. Knock knock, knock knock. Zhang Yang paused for a moment. As a socially reclusive homebody, he hadn't had visitors in ages, not even former high school classmates. Could it be the neighborhood committee lady? I'm coming, he called out, getting up to open the door. Standing outside was a tall, broad-shouldered man in a suit, who exuded calm professionalism. Good evening, are you Mr. Zhang Yang? He asked politely. That's me, Zhang Yang replied, puzzled but not overly concerned. After all, he had a clear conscience and wasn't expecting trouble. The man gave a slight bow. Would you mind coming with us? Someone would like to invite you as a guest. Zhang Yang hesitated for a moment. As a recluse, the only people who might know him were related to the Dark Zone game. Are you guys from the Dark Zone Club? You'll understand once you arrive, the man replied, maintaining his courteous demeanor. Seeing the man's polite and composed manner, Zhang Yang decided not to press further. After all, it was broad daylight. What could possibly go wrong? He got into their Porsche, and the car drove toward the city center, eventually stopping in front of an shaped skyscraper. When Zhang Yang saw the White Dove Group logo on the building, he couldn't help but gasp. White Dove was the dominant force in Yin City's Dark Zone scene. Over 70% of the clubs and enforcers were connected to them. And just earlier, he had humiliated White Dove's star team, the God Hunters, in the game. Remembering how he had toyed with those 4 golden nameplates in game, Zhang Yang felt a chill run down his spine. Mr. Zhang, please step out, the suited man said, opening the car door respectfully. Swallowing hard, Zhang Yang carefully stepped out of the car. The security guards stationed on either side of the building were all burly and stern-faced. There was even a patrolling squad of guards on the sidewalk. The setup reminded him of the security systems in the Dark Zone, making him even more uneasy. Looking up at the towering skyscraper before him, Zhang Yang felt as insignificant as a speck of dust. Mr. Zhang, this way please. Seeing him hesitate, the suited man gently prompted. Zhang Yang understood that with his meager strength alone, it was nearly impossible to challenge such a massive capital entity. Letting out a sigh, he followed the bodyguard into the White Dove Capitol building. The opulence of the lobby far exceeded Zhang Yang's expectations. The floor beneath his feet was made of polished marble that gleamed like a mirror, while expensive oil paintings adorned the walls. Exquisite metal fixtures and intricate carvings were everywhere. Crystal curtains hung from the lofty ceiling, swaying gently in the air-conditioned breeze and making crisp, tinkling sounds. Every detail of the reception area appeared meticulously designed, and even the uniformed receptionists seemed like they had been carefully selected. A subtle floral fragrance permeated the space, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and comfort. In the elevator area, a row of sleek, modern elevators stood in place, next to a tastefully decorated lounge area furnished with soft leather sofas, elegant coffee tables, and columns with artistic designs. The bodyguard led Zhang Yang to a particular elevator that only stopped on the first floor, 99th floor, and 100th floor. Watching the bodyguard press the button for the 99th floor, Zhang Yang thought to himself that he must indeed be meeting someone from the company's top management. As the elevator ascended, Zhang Yang noticed his phone signal gradually weaken from full bars to intermittent flashes of no signal. When the elevator doors opened, the bodyguard explained, "This is our meeting area. It's equipped with a signal-blocking device." Zhang Yang's sense of caution heightened instantly. If he were trapped here, it seemed unlikely that anyone besides Nan Qiang and Zhang Qi would know his whereabouts. However, he reasoned that since his information was already in their hands, they would have made a move earlier if they intended harm. Considering the treatment he had received so far, the situation might not necessarily take the worst turn. After passing through several meeting rooms, the bodyguard stopped in front of a uniquely styled conference room. Pushing the door open, Zhang Yang was greeted by a space filled with an ancient charm. On either side of the room stood 2-meter-tall folding screens, adorned with intricate paintings of flowers and birds, the grain of the wooden frames clearly visible. In the center of the room, a young man dressed in traditional Hanfu attire was intently brewing tea. He appeared a few years older than Zhang Yang, and his almond-shaped eyes exuded a refined air. He gently scraped the lid of the teapot against the serving cup, allowing the tea's fragrance to rise with the steam. "You must be Zhang Yang?" the man asked, lifting his gaze. Zhang Yang privately thought, "I'm Zhang Yang Yuan," but only nodded in response. "Take a seat." The man gestured toward the sofa. "What should I call you?" Zhang Yang asked calmly, studying the composed and inscrutable expression on the man's face. "My name is Tang Xinhong. I am currently the chairman of White Dove Group," the man said in an even tone, as if stating the most ordinary fact. "Chairman?" Zhang Yang was startled. He hadn't expected to meet the boss behind the scenes as soon as he arrived at White Dove. In his mind, the chairman should either be an elderly man with gray hair or a stern-looking middle-aged figure. Besides, according to common tropes, the protagonist usually deals with the underlings first, doesn't he? "I saw your video. Not bad," Tang Xinhai said as he pushed a steaming cup of pu'er tea toward Zhang Yang. "Yeah, just basic moves," Zhang Yang replied without a hint of modesty. Since people online already accused him of cheating, there was no need to explain anything. "Haha, Zhang Yang, you're truly a talented young man," Tang Xinhai said with a self-deprecating smile. "My team is made up of seasoned, battle-hardened elites, yet none of them could stand up to you." "Yeah, not a single one," Zhang Yang nodded matter-of-factly. Tang Xinhai choked on his tea. He had expected Zhang Yang to show some humility, but this kid was blunt to a fault. Zhang Yang had the urge to say, "If you're bad, just practice more," but he held his tongue, realizing he was still on the other man's turf. "The reason I invited you here is simple," Tang Xinhai got to the point. "White Dove is willing to help you go further in the dark zone. Recruitment is recruitment. Why sugarcoat it?" Zhang Yang thought to himself, though he felt relieved it seemed the other party wasn't here to cause trouble. "I refuse," Zhang Yang said bluntly. No sooner had the words left his mouth than two burly men emerged from behind the folding screens, and the atmosphere grew tense. I'll think about it." Zhang Yang quickly changed his tune, and the two men disappeared back behind the screens. "Oh my god," Zhang Yang muttered to himself, realizing the situation was more precarious than he had imagined. He thought this elegant room was a place to relax, but it was clear the other side had come prepared. In the south wheat fields of an ordinary farm, a gentle breeze stirred waves through the golden crops, the sunlight glinting off the ripe ears of wheat. In the distance, the rolling hills blended harmoniously with the blue sky. Zhang Qi, clad in his level 5 gear, strolled through the fields, humming a tune. Suddenly, a flicker of movement caught his eye at the edge of the field. Zhang Qi immediately went on alert, raising his gun and peering through a 4x scope. Among the sea of green, he spotted a suspicious patch of brown. A few gunshots rang out, and the ambusher fell to the ground, blood staining the wheat red. "That was close," Zhang Qi muttered, relieved that his night vision goggles had helped him spot the threat. He had deliberately aimed for the enemy's rear, intending to teach them a lesson. "Time to loot." Zhang Qi jogged over to check the spoils, only to find the enemy's gear disappointingly mediocre. Just as he sighed in frustration, he failed to notice a shadow creeping up from behind the small hut in the wheat field. "Whoa, level 3 helmet?" Zhang Qi muttered as he rummaged through the loot, only to find a level 2 vest. Frowning at the meager gear in front of him, He complained, "This guy's loadout is a joke?" While Zhang Qi was engrossed in looting, a shadow silently crept closer from behind the wheat field shack. So poor. Just a few painkillers, Zhang Qi grumbled, beginning to doubt if he had just taken down a desperate player. Can't blame you, buddy. The dark zone is ruthless. He continued talking to himself as he rummaged through the backpack. Behind the wheat field shack, the figure peeked out a simple steel helmet, bulletproof vest, and AT-85 submachine gun. The gear was basic but functional. This was Ba Wu, a low-tier Dark Zone player. Last week, he had been mistaken for a bot and killed in the northern wheat fields. A video of the incident unexpectedly went viral on the forums. Determined to make one last attempt, he entered this match armed only with a knife, managing to take down 2 AI players in the loading area to acquire his current scavenger gear. Ba Wu held his breath, carefully lightening his footsteps as he inched closer to the unsuspecting Zhang Qi. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. The T-85's rapid fire erupted, its 30-round magazine aimed at Zhang Qi's legs. The first 3 shots caused blunt trauma, and by the 4th, blood was drawn. What the? Zhang Qi yelled in shock, but it was too late. Without any teammates to back him up, he was swiftly taken out. Yes. Woohoo. Ba Wu cheered as he dove toward the loot. Let's see what we've got here. Whoa. Ba Wu began sorting through the gear, gasping at every item. A Type 03 heavy helmet with a DK8 face shield, GS2 headphones, a 926 tactical rig, high-grade 926 composite armor, a 926 large backpack, a fully customized F2000 worth 100,000 credits, and an entire crate of M855A1 rounds. Only one thought filled Ba Wu's mind: extract. Back in the real world, Zhang Qi stared in despair at his empty equipment inventory on the mission interface, his earlier smugness completely gone. Arg. It hurts so much. The scene shifts to the grain trading post within the farm lockdown zone. Nan Qiang spawned near a boulder wall by the southern perimeter. He immediately popped a painkiller and injected both a red and green stim. He noticed movement at the other end of the trading post. Someone had already entered. From upstairs, a heated argument broke out. "That's my insured gear. Don't touch it." Without hesitation, Nan Qiang lobbed a grenade onto the second floor, following his mentor's advice. Better to overdo it than regret it. He proceeded to toss 5 grenades from different windows, ensuring every corner of the second floor was covered. SHD, grenades. The players upstairs panicked, scrambling for cover. Nan Qiang quickly confirmed there were 2 opponents. As the explosions subsided, Nan Qiang launched his assault. He first cleared the ground floor, cautiously checking near the stairs before advancing upward. At the second floor stairwell, he carefully maneuvered, waiting to see if anyone would toss explosives. When no one did, he peeked and opened fire. Sure enough, one opponent was camping by the mainframe, equipped with a P90 loaded with high-grade ammo. Its blistering rate of fire shredded the target instantly. Nan Qiang's own gear sustained only minimal durability loss. Hearing the final enemy hold up in the insurance room, Nan Qiang dashed forward, tossing a flashbang into the room as he moved. Pop boom. The explosion echoed, and Nan Qiang immediately leaned into fire. Bzzz you mother ah. The final bullet from the P90's magazine whistled out, and Nan Qiang successfully took down 2 enemies in a row. He swiftly reloaded a fresh magazine, his confidence swelling. The dark zone didn't seem so intimidating after all. Scattered around the 2 corpses on the ground were tantalizing pieces of gear. The equipment on the first body was especially luxurious. An IND Level 4 helmet, a DK6 Level 3 mask, a Level 4 fortress armor, along with commander headphones, an SMG-4 CMAG pouch, and a Rush tactical bag. Nearby lay a meticulously customized MP5, its 50-round magazine gleaming coldly. The second bonus gear was equally enticing. Commander headphones, a KSS-2 helmet, a DK8 Level 4 mask, although the Spartan Level 4 armor it wore had lost its protective capability. A semi-customized MDR rifle rested beside it, accompanied by 2 30-round M855A1 magazines, silently hinting at its destructive power. Immersed in looting his spoils, Nan Qiang was oblivious to the looming danger. From the second floor of a distant checkpoint cabin, a dark rifle barrel was slowly shifting, lining up a shot at his head. It was a Mosin-Nagant rifle loaded with level 6 rounds. Bang! Ah! A sharp gunshot echoed, and Nan Qiang collapsed to the ground. In the real world, Nan Qiang's figure gradually reappeared, with Zhang Qi sitting beside him, his face equally filled with frustration. The 2 exchanged glances, their shared experience needing no words. Ugh, another lesson learned. Nan Qiang sighed. Though this set of high-tier gear wasn't particularly rare for them, the sting of losing it so easily was hard to bear. My F2000 my gear. Zhang Qi was utterly devastated. His first venture into the dark zone had ended in complete disaster. It's all gone. Everything's gone. I'm done. He was on the verge of quitting the game entirely, the dark zone now a nightmare etched into his mind. Nan Qiang stared at the kill replay and finally discovered the shooter's hiding spot, the second floor of the checkpoint cabin. Suddenly, a knock at the door interrupted their wallowing. Bro? Zhang Qi called out toward the door. Though his brother usually carried a key, he didn't think much of it in the moment. The door creaked open, revealing not his brother, but a stranger in a neatly tailored suit, looking every bit the part of a salesman. Not interested, Zhang Qi said, starting to shut the door. I'm not selling anything. The man deftly wedged his polished shoe into the door gap. I'm here to ask, does Zhang Yang live here? Zhang Yang? What do you want with him? Zhang Qi asked with a frown, eyeing the man in a suit at the door with caution. In his memory, his older brother had always been a lone wolf, rarely associating with outsiders. The man in the suit stood at the entrance, exuding an air of elegance as he explained, "We're from the Super Power Club. We greatly admire Zhang Yang's skills and have come to visit him in person to seek some guidance." Guidance? Zhang Qi instinctively turned to glance at Nan Qiang. A visit? Nan Qiang's face mirrored the same confusion. The man in the suit smiled and took a sleek black gift box from his pocket. It was about the size of a palm, wrapped with an exquisite ribbon. Through the packaging, one could faintly discern what seemed to be a watch inside. Of course, we've prepared a private suite and a generous gift as a token of our respect. Zhang Qi reached out to take the gift box, but the man swiftly pulled it back with finesse. This is specifically for Mr. Zhang Yang. May I ask if he's home? It was clear that the man had already realized Zhang Qi and Nan Qiang were just kids and couldn't possibly be the Zhang Yang he was looking for. Oh, my brother is probably still in the dungeon, Zhang Qi said. His interest piqued upon hearing they were seeking advice. I'm his younger brother. Whatever you need, you can talk to me. It was then that he noticed the black device resembling an earpiece on the man's ear. I'm his apprentice. You can talk to me too. Nan Qiang chimed in, walking over from the living room sofa with an intrigued look. Both of them assumed Zhang Yang was still busy in the Dark Zone dungeon and started eagerly declaring their connections. I'm his blood brother. I'm his one and only apprentice. The man in the suit hesitated momentarily. This time, we're hoping Mr. Zhang Yang could come to our training camp to provide some guidance on awareness strategies. That's pretty much the same thing. We're his teammates, Zhang Qi declared, thumping his chest in an attempt to win some recognition. However, the man's expression remained calm and unreadable. I'm Nan Qiang, also Zhang Yang's teammate. Nan Qiang stepped forward. Without us, there wouldn't be today's brand new version of Carmona. We've been absolutely crucial to the team's points. The two of them spoke one after the other, exaggerating their roles, though their contributions in transporting supplies weren't entirely insignificant. The man in the suit studied them thoughtfully before a subtle, meaningful smile appeared on his face. He tapped his earpiece, seemingly receiving some information, and then made a gesture of invitation. Since you're close friends of Mr. Zhang Yang, why don't you come with me first? Shouldn't we wait for my brother? He should be out soon, Zhang Qi asked, blinking his innocent eyes. One round for him isn't the same as ours. It'll take at least 25 minutes. Nan Qiang casually explained. We'll arrange for Mr. Zhang Yang to join us later. In the meantime, you two can come along, the man in the suit said, maintaining his inviting posture. The two exchanged glances and quickly agreed. After all, with food involved, why refuse? As they descended the stairs, they continued to brag. As Zhang Yang's teammates, we've picked up a lot about awareness in the Dark Zone. Exactly. Spending so much time together, we've learned quite a bit, Nan Qiang added with a cheeky grin. Downstairs, a Maybach was parked steadily by the roadside, its sleek body gleaming subtly under the sunlight. Two men in sharp suits and dark sunglasses stood beside the car, their hands clasped behind their backs, exuding a stern and professional demeanor. Not far away, a few elderly women were pointing at the luxury car, whispering among themselves, creating the perfect scene of a neighborhood gossip hub. Please, get in, one of the suited men said, gesturing politely. Maybach? Nan Qiang paused for a moment, his mind swirling with questions. Are clubs nowadays really this extravagant? What puzzled him even more was why he had never heard of this so-called superpower club. Wow, a luxury car. Zhang Qi, on the other hand, seemed completely at ease and was the first to climb into the car. Although still skeptical, Nan Qiang had no choice but to follow. Soon after, the two bodyguards who had been standing outside entered the back seat from both sides. The suited man let a faint, almost imperceptible smile curve his lips as he took the driver's seat and fastened his seatbelt. The Maybach let out a low, resonant growl as the engine came to life, reverberating through the neighborhood. Let me think about it. Zhang Yang reconsidered, and the burly man hiding behind the screen silently withdrew. Tang Xinhong continued sipping his tea gracefully, as if completely detached from the events unfolding before him. For such a big club, you still resort to these kinds of tactics? Zhang Yang, being a man of unyielding principles, wasn't one to back down easily. I didn't say anything, did I? Tang Xinhong replied with an innocent expression. Oh, right, Let me introduce you to our benefits. As he spoke, he pulled out a contract printed in black and white. If Mr. Zhang Yang is willing to join our White Dove Club, we are prepared to offer you the highest market standard salary in the country, 500,000 annually. Tang Xinhong announced solemnly. 500,000 US dollars? Zhang Yang was stunned, his worldview slightly shaken. He couldn't help but wonder, is the Dark Zone really this sought after in the world? What could the rewards for the Global Dark Zone Championship possibly be to attract so much capital? And that's just the base salary. White Dove also offers many additional benefits. Tang Xinhong added. Additional benefits? A glimmer of interest flashed in Zhang Yang's eyes. After retirement, you can transition into a coaching role at White Dove, with a guaranteed salary 30 higher than the industry average. And once you retire from coaching, you'll receive a monthly pension equivalent to 20 of your monthly salary from your time as an enforcer. Based on Zhang Xian's annual salary of $1 million, his retirement income would amount to 100,000 per year, which is roughly 800,000 yuan. This figure made Zhang Yang take a sharp breath, silently admitting that such benefits were indeed tempting. It was hard to imagine many officials resisting such an offer. However, he quickly regained his composure. With his current abilities, he could earn 1 million withdrawal credits from just one match. Playing 4 matches a day would bring in 4 million credits, equivalent to 400,000 yuan. A year's worth of retirement pay could easily be earned in just a few days. Truly the work of capitalists. Zhang Yang sighed inwardly. In addition to that, our White Dove Group offers an excellent working environment. Someone, please show Mr. Zhang around, Tang Xinhong said, sensing Zhang Yang's interest and seizing the opportunity. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 graceful women in traditional Hanfu attire emerged from behind the folding screens. They were slender and elegant, with gentle smiles as they introduced themselves. My name is Taozi, and I am Bai Meng. Mr. Zhang, please follow us, the 2 women said in soft, melodic voices, their every move exuding charm. Despite his current appearance as a 17-year-old, Zhang Yang retained the mature mindset of his past 30-something self and was not swayed by their beauty. Lead the way, Zhang Yang said, gesturing grandly. He accepted the invitation to tour the facility, primarily to learn from their experience in running a club, which would be useful for his future plans to establish one of his own. Under the guidance of the 2 women, they took an elevator up to the 30th floor, where the employee dining area was located. The scene before him was breathtaking. Rows of tables adorned with fresh ingredients and seafood displayed on ice, including lobsters larger than a human head. In the distance, there were Western-style meals, Japanese cuisine, and famous dishes from across China. Is this the standard for all employees? Zhang Yang asked curiously. The setting here surpassed even the high-end buffet restaurant he had visited with Nan Qiang. This is the dining area for mid to high-level staff. As a top-tier player, you're also eligible to dine here, Taozi explained with a smile. The subsequent tour left Zhang Yang even more impressed. The facilities included a gym, sauna, and foot massage area, and the shaped building even featured a swimming pool in the center. All these amenities were available for free outside of working hours. We only require players to work during matches. At other times, they can train freely. Of course, there are monthly evaluations, and those who consistently rank at the bottom will be eliminated, Bai Meng added. The other building mainly houses the shooting and physical training areas. Currently, 57 of our players are retired military personnel. Walking through the glass corridor connecting the 2 buildings, which overlooked the swimming pool, Zhang Yang could gaze out at the bustling cityscape of Yan City. His eyes unconsciously drifted toward the direction of his home. From this vantage point, the small apartment complex was nearly indistinguishable, blending seamlessly into the gray contours of the city. When Zhang Yang followed the 2 individuals to another floor, the scene before him left him momentarily stunned. The entire floor had been transformed into a professional training facility. An advanced firearms simulation system occupied an entire wall. Several weight training zones were neatly arranged. A massive LED screen continuously displayed various terrain maps, and a row of medical-grade examination machines emitted a faint blue glow. The setup resembled nothing less than a full-scale Special Forces training camp. Zhang Yang quickly grasped the rationale behind such an investment. In this world, the Dark Zone was far from being just a simple game. It was a perfect replica of a real battlefield. As long as profits could be made, capital would pursue it at any cost. Combined with the fact that this domain operated outside the bounds of official regulation, this kind of over-the-top development seemed almost inevitable. So, Mr. Zhang, what do you think? Ready to sign the contract? Taozi smiled as she handed him a phone, and Tang Xinhong's voice came through from the other end. Zhang Yang let out a cold laugh. With a club as big as yours, you can't possibly force someone to join, right? What if I refuse? What can you do to me? His tone carried a clear hint of provocation. After all, laws still existed in this world, and no matter how powerful Tang Xinhong was, he couldn't act with complete impunity. Are you playing games with me? Tang Xinhong's voice turned dark, and the call abruptly ended. The demeanor of the two women shifted instantly, as though Zhang Yang had suddenly become some kind of contaminant. They hurriedly left him behind. Zhang Yang exited the White Dove building unimpeded, but a lingering unease gnawed at him. The very emergence of the dark zone was riddled with mysteries, and he had a foreboding sense that greater upheavals lay ahead. For now, all he could do was continue to gather strength and move forward one step at a time. Meanwhile, Zhang Qi and Nan Qiang stepped out of a Maybach and were escorted into an unfamiliar building. On either side of the hallway were rows of hotel-like rooms, all with their doors firmly shut. "Where's the private room?" Zhang Qi asked. "We're almost there," the man in the suit replied with a cryptic smile. Nan Qiang's instinct screamed danger. Two bodyguards closely trailed them, leaving no chance of escape. To make matters worse, he had discreetly searched earlier and discovered that no such super-elite club existed in the entirety of Yen City. The true identities of these people had become an unsettling enigma. Nan Qiang had a faint sense that something was off. His wary eyes scanned the surroundings. Two bodyguards trailed closely behind, leaving no chance for escape. Earlier, he had discreetly searched on his phone and discovered that there was no such thing as the Super Power Club in Yen City. The long corridor seemed endless, their footsteps echoing in the empty space. Finally, the man in the suit stopped in front of a heavy door. It was at this moment that Zhang Qi realized something was amiss, but it was already too late. "You'll find out once you go inside." The man in the suit gave a polite yet enigmatic smile and gestured for them to enter. The room was more spacious than expected, with a decor that was unremarkable but exuded an intentional businesslike atmosphere. The white-tiled floor shone like a mirror, complemented by a large desk, a coffee table, and an entire wall of filing cabinets on one side. "Manager, they're here," the man in the suit said softly before closing the door behind them. Behind the desk sat a man in a suit, his back turned toward them. "You're the owner of the Super Power Club?" Zhang Qi asked cautiously. Nan Qiang had already seen through the lie, but he was equally curious about the identity of this man. The man slowly turned around, revealing an utterly ordinary face. He appeared to be in his 30s, holding a cigarette in his right hand and flicking off the ash casually. "There's no Super Power Club in Yen City. We are Huige." The name made both of them freeze for a moment. Yen City's Baigu Group was the local powerhouse, while Huige, a rising force in the province, had recently gained significant attention. Choosing this location for a branch made sense. It was close to where the Dawn members were stationed for the Yen City competition. "Exactly," the manager said calmly. "The reason I've brought you here is simple. Join us and help us take down Baigu." "Your grudge with Baigu has nothing to do with us," Nan Qiang responded cautiously. He knew full well that without the team leader's approval, they couldn't make any decisions on their own. The manager activated a projector. "Let me show you a video. I just found out about this myself." The screen displayed clear footage of Zhang Yang being escorted into Baigu Group's building. "Your brother has already been taken by Baigu. Knowing their methods as well as I do, I can assure you it's not good news. We both wanted Zhang Yang, but unfortunately, they got to him first. My brother wouldn't sell out so easily," Zhang Qi said firmly, deeply convinced of his brother's character and ideals. The manager smirked disdainfully. "The offers Baigu can make are beyond your imagination. As the top capitalist force in Jiangnan province, their resources are unmatched. Do you think those young dreamers like Ian, Liangfeng, and Firefox didn't have ideals once? Either way, well, listen to my brother," Zhang Qi said with a tone of resistance, still feeling betrayed. "I just want you to understand the way things are headed," the manager said with a snap of his fingers. His subordinate promptly brought in a row of small briefcases. When the cases were opened, the dazzling golden light was almost blinding. "Huige's offer is no less than by guess. These gold bars, worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, are just a welcome gift for you. Here, I, Wu Chuan, sincerely invite the brand new version of Carmona to join the Grey Dove." Manager Wu Chuan, dressed in a sharp suit, bowed respectfully and then opened the box in front of him. Inside, 100,000 worth of gold gleamed brilliantly, the dazzling light illuminating Zhang Qi's stunned expression. His gaze was locked onto the wealth overflowing from the box, and his mind involuntarily wandered to years of hardship, the cramped and narrow apartment, the perpetually patched-up old clothes, and the disdainful glances from passers-by. In this city of towering skyscrapers, they seemed to live at the very bottom. Those glamorous lives, luxurious clothing, exquisite cuisine, the feeling of overlooking the city from the top of a skyscraper appeared forever out of reach. Yet now, this box of shimmering gold seemed to open a door to that world. "Zhang Qi." Nan Qiang slapped Zhang Qi's shoulder firmly, snapping him out of his daydream. "We already said, we'll leave the decision to Zhang Yang. We'll pass along your sincerity to him." Sensing that things were far from simple, Nan Qiang grabbed Zhang Qi, ready to leave. "Wait," Wu Chuan's expression darkened, his tone laced with an unmistakable threat. "Think carefully. Even among the provincial competition teams, many are under our influence. Nan Qiang ignored him, dragging Zhang Qi straight toward the door. Although two burly bodyguards stood outside, they did not stop the two from leaving. When Zhang Yang returned home, he noticed the two had not come back yet. Those two still aren't back? Are they stuck in a trap? He thought, feeling a slight sense of relief. Though Tang Xinhong's words continued to echo in his mind, creating an invisible pressure. The other side's threats and temptations were indeed clever. It would be difficult for an ordinary person to resist such a lure. Facing the overwhelming power of capital with nothing but mortal strength, the outcome seemed predetermined. Zhang Yang decided to distract himself by opening Daodu short videos. The first video pushed to him was about by GE's launch of the Riding the Wind plan, aiming to recruit 100 new members in 2024. The second video exposed internal conflicts within Grey Dove due to unfair reward and punishment distribution. The third video finally revealed scenes from the Dark Zone. 3 war gods and a fully armed T7 thermal imaging soldier surrounded a wounded Dao Zai, who had an injured leg. Several cans of sweet bean paste were scattered on the ground. Dao Zai was forced to eat can after can, but around 7 or 8 seconds into the video, while eating, he subtly moved closer. Suddenly, he pulled out a sapper shovel and struck down the T7 thermal imaging soldier. The low background music reached a dramatic climax with this fatal blow. The video's title boldly read, "Dao Zai will never be a slave." At that moment, a sudden knock on the door shattered the room's silence. Zhang Yang frowned slightly. White Dove had just visited. So could it be the neighborhood committee aunties this time? However, when he opened the door, it was Nan Qiang and Zhang Qi standing there. Both of them looked rushed, clearly here for something urgent. "Brother, do you know what just happened?" 5 minutes later, members of Grey Dove also arrived. Zhang Yang glanced thoughtfully at the people gathered in the room. "Brother, did you really join White Dove?" Nan Qiang couldn't help but ask. "How could I?" Zhang Yang replied casually. "If I were to have anything to do with a club, it would be creating one myself. A man born into this world should never remain subordinate to others for too long." "Yeah, we didn't agree to join Grey Dove either. We're sticking with you," Zhang Qi declared, patting his chest in assurance. "And who was the one whose eyes lit up at the sight of a chest full of gold?" Nan Qiang teased. We're not short on money. We'll get there eventually," Zhang Qi retorted indignantly. "All right, it's getting late. Get some rest," Zhang Yang said before heading back to his room. The two brothers nodded and agreed. Left alone, Zhang Yang sank into deep thought. These capital forces were indeed powerful. Going against them was like wielding a small blade against a giant. Yet, they had a fatal arrogance. If they wanted to play, he was more than willing to play along. Even a small blade, if aimed at the right spot, could deliver a deadly blow. As night gave way to dawn, Kyoto time, 7:58 a.m. "This is Xiao Chu. You're now watching the 4th preliminary match of the Golden Cup." The commentator began enthusiastically. "The players have entered the matchmaking pool. The results appeared in the spectator lobby. Dawn, Hunter God, New Version Carmona, Agent, and Tori Not Sour. The strongest 3 teams are here," Xiao Chu exclaimed. "This match will take place on the reinforced rural seal map, and I'm sure we're in for an exciting showdown." De Chu chimed in. The chat exploded with excitement. "Can't wait. It has to be my Pharaoh true god. Who's stronger, Dawn or Hunter God? Wait, which 3 teams?" The second match lineup was soon revealed, featuring teams like Luo Yun and Chunjin. Meanwhile, viewers flooded into the first match's spectator space, with numbers quickly surpassing 50,000. Spawn points for the teams were finalized. New Version Carmona started at the inn's first position. Dawn was at the grain post checkpoint. Agent took the grain's first position. Tori Not Sour began in the residential area. Hunter God started at the warehouse ruins. Zhang Qi and Nan Qiang headed straight for the inn, while Zhang Yang chose to start at the cemetery. "Ho-ho, first position," Zhang Qi exclaimed, eagerly preparing to search the main guest room. "Finally, it's our turn to strike it rich," Nan Qiang said with anticipation. "Not asking for much this time, getting something good is enough." "You two go ahead," Zhang Yang said. Zhang Yang skillfully unlocked a safe in the basement, inserting a universal key with ease. As the safe clicked open, the small room revealed little more than a mainframe, a jacket, and a standard safe. Taking a deep breath, he opened the safe. The first 4 slots gleamed brightly palladium wiring and an intact screen. Though there were also a few low-value coins, the total haul was worth close to 50,000. Not one to be greedy, Zhang Yang pocketed his loot and immediately turned his attention to the upper-level basement. Meanwhile, Zhang Qi was racing excitedly toward the master guest room. This was the highest yield spot on the farm, especially during reinforcement events with bonus drop rates for supplies competitions. "I'm going for room 201 first." He planned his route carefully, hit room 201, then the insurance-free zone, and finally take a chance at the stables. If the stables were clear, he could potentially score all 3 safes. With a combat shovel in hand, Nan Qiang moved swiftly along the main road. Zhang Qi, panting, made it to the second floor of the inn, only to find another player named Xiao already there. This isn't your turf. The robotic voice was cut short as Zhang Qi swiftly eliminated him. Inserting the universal key, the master guest room door clicked open. Now let's see what luck has in store for Zhang Qi. Inside the room, a record player sat prominently on the table, and a golden leopard figurine was tucked under the wardrobe. Wow, a record player and a golden leopard. He quickly stashed them in his backpack and turned to open the standard safe. However, upon finding only paracord and a chip processor, he felt slightly disappointed. But just then, something on the table caught his eye: a gemstone necklace lying quietly in plain sight. Holy crap, a gemstone necklace! Zhang Qi exclaimed, astonished that such a small table could yield such a valuable item. The chat flooded with messages of excitement and envy. Next, he opened the electronic safe, and again, the first 4 slots shone brilliantly. An antique teapot, a hydraulic expander, a wind-up toy car, and an infinite walkie-talkie, along with a few low-value coins. A teapot, double gold, shouted the commentator, thrilled. A single master guest room with both a teapot and a gemstone necklace, what a jackpot. Zhang Qi's only thought now was to find a safe spot to stash his treasures and plan his exit. Meanwhile, Nan Qiang had only managed to find some purple tire gear in room 201, not even worth a camera angle. Frustrated, he vaulted over the second floor railing, landing on the first floor before quickly sealing off the insurance-free zone with a smoke grenade. Is this a genuine high-stakes round? He muttered while opening the insurance-free safe, only to find a dedicated battery pack. Hearing no gunfire from the stables, Nan Qiang decided to take a gamble and headed straight for them. The stables remained eerily silent, as did the entire Namai area. Nan Qiang took a deep breath and decided to take the risk of heading toward the stables. Just then, a shadow flickered into view. A crackling sound came through the communicator, followed by a pained whimper. It turned out to be Duanqiao's mech brother, who was swiftly dealt with by Nan Qiang. He quickened his pace, striding rapidly in the direction of the stables. Who's there? The sudden sound of footsteps shattered the silence, the echoes resonating through the open space. Stay alert. Before the warning was finished, a burst of gunfire erupted. Bang, bang, bang. Countless bullets rained down like a web toward Nan Qiang, and the right arm section of his panel instantly went dark. That accurate? Nan Qiang couldn't believe it. After all, the distance wasn't that close. You're finished, the opponent roared. Assessing the situation quickly, Nan Qiang realized that engaging in a firefight with the squad now would be too risky. Without hesitation, he decided to retreat back to the inn. Meanwhile, the battle in the grain zone and the warehouse had already erupted. Dechu narrated calmly, let's see how this round's hunters perform. The scene shifted to the grain zone. For heavily armed members of the hunters were bristling with determination. This was a mission of vengeance. They encountered 2 old rivals, Firefox and Liang Feng, who skillfully flanked through the narrow left path leading to the stables. Ian, with his modified M110 sniper rifle, held an advantageous position on the second floor of a watchtower. Grey Wolf, wielding a Pharaoh, observed from behind a wall of boulders before charging directly into the grain zone. On the opposing side, Feast Sculpture and their M249 were entrenched near the spawn point cabin, while 2 teammates climbed an iron ladder to reach the second floor of the trading post. However, just as they reached the second floor, Ian spotted them. Luckily, they managed to deploy a smoke grenade in time for cover. Without thermal imaging equipment, Ian could only keep his sights trained on the interior. At that moment, RPO began breaking into the key room. Crack! A sniper shot rang out. Though RPO tried to dodge by weaving left and right, Ian's M110 landed a precise headshot. Grey Wolf successfully infiltrated the first floor. While knowing there was a sniper, Jaime intentionally avoided the windows and set up his gun at the staircase. Bang! 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 Jaime opened fire but only managed to hit a robot. Grey Wolf decisively threw a flashbang on the first floor. This grenade might have limited effect, Dechu remarked. Usually, it's just a distraction. Xiao Chu chimed in agreement. But neither of them noticed the change in Grey Wolf's expression. With his vision obscured, his hearing became remarkably sharp. The footsteps above formed a vivid mental sound map in his mind. Whoosh! At the moment he opened his eyes, a perfectly timed 2 Malawian Quach's grenade flew through a broken window, landing precisely where Jaime was about to move. Boom! A deafening explosion, and Jaime was down. Even Ian, focused on sniping, was momentarily stunned by the scene. What? He got blown up? Dechu raised his voice. Has Grey Wolf's sound localization become this precise? Or was it just sheer luck? Xiao Chu was equally astonished. At this point, the once formidable Feast Sculpture team was down to their last 2 members. The Hunter squad remains in peak condition. Firefox and Cool Breeze quickly advance along the trail, carefully scouting each position with grenades as they move. Firefox stands on a protruding rock, vigilantly observing the path leading to the stables, while Cool Breeze boldly pushes forward into the small dark room. Suddenly, a burst of gunfire erupts inside the room. Bang, 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 bang. Cool breeze falls to the ground. It turns out that Feast Sculpture is perched at the highest point of the room's machinery, wielding a heavily modified H4. Meanwhile, M249 lies in wait by the window within the red toolbox compartment, creating a deadly crossfire. Hearing the gunfire, Firefox instantly realizes the danger. He quickly moves to the haystack for cover and immediately pulls out an instant detonation grenade, tossing it into the room. SSS boom. The explosion leaves Feast Sculpture disoriented with ringing ears and his body glowing red from the damage, though his regeneration effect continues to work. This is Firefox, requesting backup. Firefox decisively calls for reinforcements. At the checkpoint cabin, Ian responds without hesitation, holstering his weapon and sprinting toward the scene. Grey Wolf, stationed on the second floor of the trading post, also rushes to assist without delay. Under the coordinated assault of the Hunter Squad, the defender's situation grows increasingly dire. Firefox continues to suppress with grenades, forcing Feast Sculpture to relocate from his elevated position. As Grey Wolf reaches the doorway, M249 fires a preemptive burst. Grey Wolf dodges and throws a flashbang, but it fails to penetrate the compartment. M249 counters with a grenade of his own, landing it with pinpoint accuracy and leaving Grey Wolf critically injured. In the ensuing skirmish, M249 charges out decisively. However, despite his injuries, Grey Wolf demonstrates incredible resilience, managing a clutch takedown with just 3 health points remaining. As Feast Sculpture moves in for the kill, Firefox suddenly bursts in through another entrance. With a swift sidestep and crouch, Firefox evades most of the incoming fire and quickly takes down Feast Sculpture with his fully upgraded August. As the fight concludes, Grey Wolf tends to his wounds, his body marked by 5 severe injuries. By the time Ian finally arrives, the intense encounter has already ended. On the other side of the warehouse, an equally intense showdown was unfolding. At the commentary desk, Big Maggot enthusiastically introduced. Here we have the second-ranked Dawn facing off against the fourth-ranked Taurine No Sour. Taurine No Sour has always maintained a steady and methodical style, Little Maggot added. Their performance in the first 3 matches has been excellent. While individual skills may not stand out, their teamwork and tactical execution are exceptionally polished. On the battlefield, the Taurine No Sour team decisively chose the loading zone as their attack direction. As soon as they confirmed the fixed spawn of a mechanic, a sharp gunshot shattered the silence. Having just finished an injection, Dragon Wing reacted immediately, heading toward the source of the sound without hesitation, followed closely by Heartthorn. Meanwhile, Yamaka positioned themselves near the tank, covering the direction of the Red House, while Night Tiger set up with a thermal AX scope, aiming at the master bedroom of the villa from the open ground near the residential area. Their coordination has become increasingly seamless since the preliminary rounds, came the commentary. Everyone has clear roles, and their teamwork is flawless. Unfortunately, luck was not on their side this round. The ambush zone set up by Yamaka and Night Tiger yielded no targets. However, Heartthorn and Dragonwing made a significant discovery. They had pinpointed the positions of the Taurine No Sour players in the loading zone, separated by just one wall. Red Bull was the first to notice the sound of footsteps coming from the direction of the warehouse. The teammates immediately ceased their search. Mega Energy Bar set up at the plane wreckage entrance, while Pain Sauce and team captain Taurine Ultra Sour started frantically throwing grenades, turning the area into a war zone. Although Dragonwing was left glowing red from the explosions, the counter grenades from Heartthorn failed to land effectively, as Pain Sauce and the others managed to dodge them in time. At that moment, Red Bull showcased an astonishing climbing ability, scaling a towering container to gain a line of sight over the wall. A few gunshots rang out, and Heartthorn unexpectedly went down. Dragonwing quickly threw a smoke grenade to cover for a rescue attempt, but the situation shifted rapidly. Taurine Ultra Sour's grenade precisely finished off Heartthorn, while Red Bull boldly fired through the smoke. Dragonwing called for backup via radio while retreating toward the plane wreckage. However, this played right into Mega Energy Bar's trap. Their fully equipped Vector 9 was already pre-aimed at the spot, and although Dragonwing managed to leap behind the plane for cover, they still took considerable damage. At this point, Taurine Ultra Sour and Pain Sauce launched another wave of grenade bombardment. Dragonwing found themselves in a dire situation, forced to dodge the grenade blasts while also avoiding Mega Energy Bar's gunfire. Desperately throwing smoke grenades at their feet, they cursed their terrible luck, narrowly escaping disaster for the second time in a short span. Knock, knock, knock. This is Night Tiger, target spotted. The battlefield was ever-changing. Night Tiger arrived just in time, while Dragonwing perfectly deployed smoke grenades to obscure the area. White smoke quickly enveloped the entire plane wreckage site, but for Night Tiger, equipped with the thermal imaging scope AX, this was an advantage. Bang! A sharp gunshot pierced through the smoke. Night Tiger precisely locked onto the enemy through the haze, taking down Super Energy Rod as he appeared at the doorway. Clearly, the latter hadn't anticipated facing an opponent equipped with thermal imaging sniper gear. Seizing the momentum, Taurine Ultra Acid swiftly moved to the wooden crate by the wall, skillfully climbing up. However, fate played a cruel trick. Just as he steadied himself, he encountered Yezakura, who had arrived from the other side to provide support. With impressive stability, Yezakura's RPK-16 unleashed a series of headshots with no recoil, instantly taking down Taurine Ultra Acid. The tide of battle turned sharply. What was once a 4-on-3 advantage for the team became a 2-on-3 disadvantage. The Taurine squad found themselves surrounded by the Dawn team. Yezakura quickly repositioned to a high platform outside the villa, preparing for a flanking maneuver. Coincidentally, Red Bull chose the same route, leading to an imminent close-quarters encounter. Meanwhile, Pain Sauce, hiding inside the key room, was guarding the rear entrance with his gun aimed. But Night Tiger, using the thermal imaging scope, spotted his position through the window. Another sharp bang rang out. A golden M2 bullet barely grazed Pain Sauce's helmet, causing him to drop his weapon and collapse to the ground in fear. Seeing the opportunity, Night Tiger switched to the G18C at his waist and charged forward with Dragon Wing. On a separate front, the duel between Yezakura and Red Bull reached a fever pitch. One held the high ground, while the other remained below, separated only by a corner. Yezakura relied on footstep sounds to predictively fire, while Red Bull opted for a grenade toss in response. Hearing the telltale sound of a pin being pulled, Yezakura decisively leaped onto the platform via a slanted ladder. Red Bull scrambled to switch weapons, but it was too late. A flurry of gunfire ensued. Though Red Bull was eliminated, Yezakura sustained 2 injuries in the exchange. The live commentary from Little Maggot and Big Maggot added layers of drama to this intense showdown. After being discharged from the hospital tomorrow, the thrilling story will continue with double updates. The news of Red Bull being eliminated spread, but the cost was that Ye Xia also suffered 2 critical injuries. Xiao Chu reported the battle nervously. Now the Taurine Not Sour team is down to their last member. The remaining painful face sauce was hiding in the key room, gripping a USAS shotgun tightly. This close combat weapon, known as the King of Close Range, might offer a chance for a comeback. However, soon, Ye Xia's calm voice came through the headset, announcing his death. Yihu and Long Yi let out a sigh of relief. This team was indeed a formidable threat. At that moment, Yihu was still cautiously checking points, while Long Yi had begun treating his wounds near the backyard entrance. Suddenly, a dragon's breath round erupted from the key room window. The wounded Long Yi was instantly taken down. Standing near the grenade box, Yihu turned around alert. Leisure enough, the enemy was still in the key room. Yihu immediately threw an offensive grenade into the room, and Ye Xia quickly arrived to lock down the door with precise gunfire. Amidst the thunderous gunfire, painful face sauce was trapped in the tight space, desperately dodging grenade damage. 1 grenade, 2 grenades, 3. Yihu decided to throw all 10 grenades he had, knowing he could replenish them from enemy corpses. Finally, amidst a series of explosions, painful face sauce fell. This is Dechu speaking. Taurine Super Sour is down to their last member. The commentators suddenly noticed something unusual. Long Yi is already treating his wounds? It seems they think all enemies have been eliminated. Even Ye Xia is recovering on the high platform, leaving only Yihu on alert. Seizing this opening, painful face sauce raised the USAS and unleashed a barrage of dragon's breath rounds. Poor Long Yi was ambushed and killed once again, a fate that had become his signature ending in resource matches. However, the Dawn team reacted swiftly. Knowing the advantage of the enemy's USAS, Yihu opted to bombard the area with grenades, denying any chance for close combat. Ye Xia, on the other hand, used long-range fire to block the key room's exit. Under the relentless grenade assault, painful face sauce was finally overwhelmed and fell in the crater-filled room. The second-ranked Dawn team thus defeated the fourth-ranked Taurine Not Sour. Meanwhile, the first-ranked Zhang Yang was retreating from the graveyard. Despite the constant gunfire in the grain district, no one dared to approach. He initially planned to set up a counter-ambush, but changed his mind after receiving information from his teammates. "Master, there's a squad at the stables. Super lock." Nan Qiang's voice came through. Then came Zhang Qi's report. "Bro, I've got double gold loot. Where should I stash it?" Considering the current situation, Zhang Yang decided to regroup with his team at the inn. After all, the opponents were no pushovers. Whether it was the relentless Dawn team or the furious Hunter God, both were eyeing the coveted spot held by the new version of Carmona. "Stash it in the second-floor bathroom weapon box," Zhang Yang instructed Zhang Qi carefully. "Make sure to crawl forward to avoid being spotted by thermal imaging." At the same time, Dechu was commenting. Zhang Yang is heading back to the inn, while both Hunter God and Dawn are playing it safe this time. As it stands, their elimination points have already surpassed the new version of Carmona. As long as they proceed cautiously and successfully extract, their final scores shouldn't fall too far behind. Ian quickly checked the identity cards and reported through his earpiece to Firefox. Captain, no sign of the new Carmona team members here. They might be in the other half of the area, or possibly near the inn or stables. Firefox adjusted the gear in his hands, his tone calm. Last time, we only got killed by chance. This time, well, make sure everyone witnesses the true power of the God Hunters. They might even be in a grueling fight with Dawn right now, which could give us the perfect opportunity to clean up, Ian added. Despite being wiped out by Zhang Yang last time, they believed it was mostly due to luck, especially since the God Hunters were scattered then. As long as they maintained their formation and played steadily this time, Zhang Yang wouldn't stand a chance. Where's Grey Wolf? Firefox asked as he headed toward the grain office on the second floor. He already rushed out. He said he's in great form today and wants to challenge Zhang Yang unknown. Ian replied, pulling up the tactical map. It showed that Grey Wolf had already reached the Greenbelt area. Such an impulsive guy, Firefox sighed helplessly. After their previous encounter, he had a clear understanding of Zhang Yang's strength. This wasn't an ordinary opponent. Zhang Yang could stir up trouble even in provincial tournaments. While Grey Wolf was undoubtedly skilled, caution was still necessary when facing Zhang Yang. No more looting gear. Let's move, Firefox said as he injected a stamina booster. No more looting? Those guys had plenty of level 5 bullets. Grabbing just a couple of stacks would be worth tens of thousands. Ian protested, baffled. Firefox responded firmly, no matter how valuable those items are, they're only worth something if we make it out alive. If we die to Zhang Yang's gun, those high-value bullets won't mean a thing. Captain, do you really think Zhang Yang is that capable? Didn't he wipe us out partly because of luck? Ian questioned, still skeptical. Firefox didn't answer directly but instead warned, Yayoi, Night Tiger, and the Dawn team aren't pushovers either. As captain, he had to prioritize the survival of his entire team. Ideally, they could regroup with Grey Wolf to minimize risks. After all, in this fortified farm, Zhang Yang wasn't the only threat. Dawn's team was also a formidable challenge. Meanwhile, at the loading area, Night Tiger and Yayoi had just finished off painful paste and were tending to their injuries while restocking ammunition. Those four are from the same team. We've already encountered 2 squads on this side of the map, Night Tiger remarked after checking the identity cards. Although neither group was from the God Hunters nor the new Carmona team, the battle had still cost them dearly. Damn it, Yayoi muttered darkly, his expression grim. Losing half their team right at the start was unexpected. With just him and Night Tiger left, could they really handle the God Hunters and that monster Zhang Yang? Hopefully, their spawn points are close, so they'll take each other out early, he prayed silently. We'll skip looting the gear and head straight to the central area, Yezakura said decisively. She wasn't too optimistic about retreating. Rather than delivering supplies to others, she preferred to rack up more points on the battlefield. If they managed to survive, the resources and money they deserved would come naturally. Yahoo nodded in agreement. This was exactly his style. He never liked fighting while weighed down with gear. Mobility was his priority in combat. As he skillfully swapped the magazine on his AX, he asked, where to? South Mai or North Mai? South Mai, along the edge of the map, Yezakura calmly analyzed. But first, let's hit the villa and grab the safe. It's the safest option. Got it, Yahoo replied briefly, slinging his pack over his shoulder. Meanwhile, the commentary booth erupted with excitement as Zayaj exclaimed. This is Zayaj reporting. Firefox has just cracked open the safe in the key room that RPO discovered earlier. Too bad it's just a 4-slot impact-resistant polymer, Dodge remarked, pouring cold water on the moment. Over at the villa, Yezakura has also opened a safe. Zayaj continued enthusiastically, but it's only a repair manual. Heh, Dodge chuckled lightly. What's so funny? Gold is still gold, no matter how small. Zayaj retorted indignantly. At the inn, Zhang Qi had just hidden the high-value gold under Zhang Yang's instructions when he saw Zhang Yang return. How did it go, bro? He asked. Not great. Didn't run into anyone worthwhile, Zhang Yang replied. Just as he finished speaking, gunshots rang out from the direction of the greenery. He quickly glanced out the window but couldn't see past the fence. Is the stable group attacking other players? Lucky for me, I left just before they showed up, he muttered, contemplating how to deal with potential threats coming from the direction of the granary. Bro, do you think they'll come to the inn? Nan Qiang asked as he re-entered the inn. Zhang Yang frowned slightly. Most likely. In this resource competition, the 5 teams they were matched against were all top-tier, either masters of movement or elite 6-player squads. Not a single one could be underestimated. Suddenly, a low, echoing gunshot came from the direction of South Mate, was the unmistakable sound of the sniper god's Mosin rifle. This meant more players were closing in. Are they all coming at the same time? Zhang Yang hadn't expected the long-anticipated enemies to show up simultaneously. Their inn was now caught right in the middle. This is tricky, Nan Qiang muttered, his brows furrowed. Tricky? Then don't bother, Zhang Yang said, running his hand over the cold metal surface of his Pharaoh rifle. He took a deep breath, preparing for what lay ahead. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire echoed continuously inside the motel, creating an unusually chaotic atmosphere. At the southern edge of the wheat field, Yezakura squinted through the scope of her Type 03 heavy helmet, but found nothing unusual. Meanwhile, Night Tiger held his rifle, standing behind a wooden fence, his eyes locked on the window of room 202 and the gap in the backyard. Let's move. Yezakura decisively stood up and tossed a smoke grenade for cover. The two quickly made their way along the southern perimeter toward the steel frame at the edge of the map. Thin wisps of smoke filled the backyard. The southern wall was aimed directly at the gap from the motel's first-floor cash register position. Strange. Why hasn't anyone come in? At the same time, on the other side, Grey Wolf had just reached the broken bridge when he was immediately targeted by the group in the stable. Amidst a barrage of gunfire, he was instantly injured, his hands completely blackened. However, he didn't back down. Instead, he turned around and raised his Pharaoh rifle, firing at Jackson in the distance. Despite the nearly 100-meter gap, his precise control over the shooting line allowed each M61 round to hit Jackson squarely in the head. First team, hold position. Second team, flank them. With Ajax's commanding shout, all of Jackson's soldiers unleashed a frenzy of gunfire. Their AK-74s simultaneously aimed at Grey Wolf across the highway. Faced with such an intense barrage, Grey Wolf immediately leapt off the highway and took cover behind a car. In just a few seconds, his status panel was fully red. Both hands and his right leg were injured. At the critical moment, a sudden barrage of fire erupted from another direction, eliminating Ajax and the rest of Jackson's forces. Grey Wolf peeked out and saw Firefox and Ian, fully armed, arriving just in time. With skills like that, you dare to leave the stable? Ian stood over Ajax's lifeless body, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Firefox methodically searched Ajax's backpack, his voice cold. He really thought he was the boss of the farm with just an AKS-74U? He then pulled out a blue keycard. Well, this is a nice little surprise. Ian, want to head to Lighthouse first? This blue card is worth 800,000 on the market right now. Ian hesitated for a moment before resolutely replying, if we leave together. He tossed the blue card onto the grass, choosing to fight honorably alongside his captain rather than escape alone. That's the spirit. No wonder you're part of our hunter squad. Firefox grinned as he reloaded a fresh magazine. Meanwhile, Grey Wolf, still tending to his wounds, suddenly spoke through the earpiece. There are people in the motel, not just one. You haven't even gone inside yet, Ian said, puzzled. Grey Wolf opened his eyes, and in the void, a massive wolf's eye gleamed, blending with the lingering smell of gunpowder in the air. I can sense their presence. One of them has a particularly strong aura, there's no mistaking it. It's Zhang Yang. A chilling, predatory aura radiated from him, engulfing the entire motel. This was the power of his class ability, Hunter's Instinct. Inside the motel, Zhang Qi listened intently to the approaching footsteps. Brother, someone's in the backyard. They're in the basement now. Zhang Qi, focus on the southern wall. I have a plan, Zhang Yang said with a smile, clearly confident in his strategy to trap their opponents. Oh. Hello everyone. Little maggot. The three remaining teams on the farm have now converged inside and outside the motel. The results of this crucial fourth match are about to be revealed. All three competing teams are ranked in the top 3 on the leaderboard, leaving no doubt about their strength. The commentator, De Chu, narrated, unfortunately, both Lai Xin and Piao Xiao lost members in the earlier skirmish, leaving only the Chuanxin Banbin Kamona team at full strength. However, their core powerhouse is Zhang Yang, while the other 2 members have yet to make a significant impact. On the battlefield, the Pu Xiao team cautiously moved along the edge of the map, eventually circling around to the backyard of a motel. They silently slipped into the basement, but their movements did not escape Zhang Yang's team's notice. What was that noise? Zhang Yang asked in a low voice over the team comms. Surprisingly, Chuanxin Banbin Kamona decided to launch a split attack. Zhang Qi entered the basement from the kitchen side but left the laser sight on his weapon active, seemingly with a purpose. Meanwhile, Nan Qiang took position in the backyard shed and began throwing grenades into the basement. At the same time, Zhang Yang flanked from a sloped path on the other side, also hurling grenades relentlessly. The basement was filled with explosions and ringing ears. We can't keep this up, muttered Yihu, the team's sniper, who was struggling the most in the chaos. Since they're splitting up, we'll break through separately too, Yezakura decided without hesitation. Yihu immediately understood and dashed toward the wooden weapons crate, where only one enemy was stationed. He had full confidence in his AX sniper skills. Bro, he's charging at me, Zhang Qi reported nervously. Push together, Zhang Yang ordered instantly. The three members simultaneously stormed the basement from different entrances. Caught in a pincer attack, Yezakura was momentarily paralyzed, unsure where to aim. A burst of RPK gunfire took down Nan Qiang, but Zhang Yang had already closed the distance and landed 2 precise shots on Yezakura's back with his Pharaoh weapon. Meanwhile, Zhang Qi and Yi Hu were locked in an intense duel. Yi Hu's lightning-fast AX quick scope hit Zhang Qi squarely in the head, but the shot bizarrely ricocheted off his helmet. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Qi unloaded M995 rounds into Yi Hu. The livestream chat exploded. Did that not penetrate? Is Zhang Qi hacking too? Greek god of blunt force damage. Even more shocking, the downed Nan Qiang suddenly stood back up, sparking disbelief among the commentators and viewers. A quick check of the data panel revealed abnormal stats across Nan Qiang's entire profile. This is unplayable. I'm logging off, Yezakura commented in the livestream chat. As Chuanxin Banbin Kamona claimed victory, the Lishan team had already cleared the stables and was advancing toward the motel. At that moment, Dechu sharply noticed a blue keycard lying conspicuously in the nearby grass. What the heck? You're giving up a blue card? That's worth 2 gold coins. Dechu exclaimed in shock. Xiaochu nodded in agreement. Looks like today's god hunter is going all out, willing to destroy gear rather than let the enemy get it. Taking advantage of the chaos in the basement brawl, the trio swiftly infiltrated the inn. The atmosphere in the viewing room instantly grew tense, and the livestream audience skyrocketed to 80,000, far surpassing the combined total of 5,000 in other viewing rooms. The chat was rolling non-stop, with some recalling how Zhang Yang, despite taking down Grey Wolf and Ian last time, had fallen himself. Others reminded everyone, don't forget he has 2 hacks, one for self-revival and another that can even blunt him too. Grey Wolf was the first to step into the inn, followed closely by Firefox and Ian. This time, they abandoned their usual solo tactics and opted for a concentrated fire strategy. Focused fire can even slay a god, Dechu muttered, while Xiaochu eagerly speculated whether they could really hunt the new god Zhang Yang. Suddenly, noise came from upstairs. Zhang Qi was the first to spot the enemy. Agilely dodging a thrown explosive, he darted back and forth in the stairwell, taunting them with provocative movements. Grey Wolf seized the moment and hurled a grenade with precision. But this was all part of Zhang Qi's ploy to lure them in. He quickly retreated to the basement, while Zhang Yang and Nan Qiang flanked from the other side, unleashing a fierce barrage of gunfire into the inn. The 3 opponents quickly ducked behind cover, narrowly avoiding the deadly M61 rounds that rained down like the scythe of death. At the same time, Zhang Qi tossed a bounce grenade from the basement. Get down! Ian shouted just as an offensive grenade exploded near the bar counter. Grey Wolf swiftly pinpointed Zhang Qi's location and threw a precise explosive in response. Hit and injured, Zhang Qi had no choice but to retreat, while Zhang Yang and Nan Qiang moved to the second floor. Zhang Yang instructed Nan Qiang to hold the main guest room door while he opened his visor and adjusted his goggles, switching his vision to black and white. His senses sharpened to an unprecedented degree, making him feel hyper-aware. After reloading Pharaoh with a new drum magazine, Zhang Yang charged fearlessly toward the first floor. The battle had only just begun. What's coming? Asked Firefox. Zhang Yang, Grey Wolf replied, slightly raising his head as if he could see through the wooden partitions of the inn to spot Zhang Yang, who was preparing to dash down the stairs on the other side. A series of hissing sounds echoed, and thick white smoke quickly filled the air. Why is there so much smoke? Ian muttered, caught off guard by Zhang Yang's preemptive use of smoke, which disrupted his predetermined aiming points. I'll flank him. Grey Wolf decided instantly. This isn't working, we need to catch him from behind. Got it. Firefox nodded and then turned to Ian. Let's use our numbers advantage and create crossfire. Roger that, Ian responded. Without hesitation, Grey Wolf sprinted up the second floor stairs from the opposite side, mentally confirming the position of the other enemy. In the commentary booth, the duo of Deshuang and Xiao Shuang grew visibly excited. Zhang Yang just deployed smoke. A classic Juventus-style smoke screen. Firefox and Ian are positioned in the dining area and kitchen, respectively, creating a crossfire from both sides. How will Zhang Yang respond? The live chat erupted instantly. Crossfire from 2 sides? Zhang Yang has almost no chance. This is an unbeatable human defense tower. If he wins this 1v2, he'll eat my computer screen. Just then, Zhang Yang deployed another smoke grenade, shrouding the entire first floor in dense white mist. Holding his Pharaoh weapon, he charged into the smoke, his gun at hip level, moving rhythmically with each step. Bang, 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 boom. An M61 bullet pierced through the smoke, landing squarely between Firefox's eyebrows. Whoosh, the headshot sound effect played as Firefox dropped to the ground, his fully customized weapon slipping from his hands and landing on his chest. From his perspective, he had seen nothing in the smoke before being eliminated and sent back to the real world. Huh. Firefox stared in disbelief. One down. The commentators shouted in unison. Zhang Yang just hip-fired through the smoke and took out Firefox with a headshot. Zhang Yang swiftly turned and fired again. Boom. Another M61 round seemed to curve eerily through the air, striking Ian directly on the crown of his head. Woof. Ugh, Ian collapsed before he could even react, eliminated in an instant. What the heck? Back in the real world, Ian was shaken. He hadn't even caught a glimpse of his opponent before being taken out. In the commentary booth, De Shuang was left speechless, while Xiao Shuang, already accustomed to such feats, exclaimed, 2 bullets. That's all it took. Truly the Pharaoh god in action. The live chat exploded like a tidal wave. What? Is this legit? They'll eat my screen. Juventus-level dominance. Absolutely terrifying. Who said they'd eat their computer screen? We're waiting. No scamming us with empty promises. Hearing the headshot notification, Zhang Yang knew his mission was accomplished. However, the heightened sensory awareness brought by the rainbow needle alerted him that there was still one enemy upstairs. Realizing Nan Qiang was still on the 2nd floor, he immediately gripped his weapon and dashed toward the staircase. But by this time, Nan Qiang had already been eliminated by Grey Wolf. The replay showed Nan Qiang, in his stealthy, dark maggot mode, attempting to ambush when Grey Wolf, as if anticipating the move, stepped aside and threw 2 stun grenades, taking him out. At this moment, Zhang Yang ascended the stairs near room 202 to the 2nd floor. The final showdown between him and Grey Wolf was about to begin. Feels like someone's watching me, Zhang Yang thought, his senses on high alert. He swiftly darted from the staircase near room 202 and slipped into room 204. Inside, a bright red suitcase and a heavy winter coat immediately caught his eye. Scanning his surroundings carefully, he confirmed the last enemy was stationed at the master bedroom door, while the opponent by the south wall had already been eliminated. Feeling at his peak, Zhang Yang didn't hesitate. He leapt toward the red medical kit and simultaneously tossed a flashbang into the room. The sudden assault threw both De Chu and Xiao Chu into a panic, while Grey Wolf quickly raised his gun, preparing for a counterattack. Amid the booming gunfire, a sharp explosion rang out. Zhang Yang's arm was grazed just as he exposed it, struck by Grey Wolf's M61, leaving his left hand blackened. However, his flashbang also hit its mark. Both sides are injured. De Chu exclaimed excitedly. Grey Wolf only got one leg blackened since he was hiding behind the wall. The pace of the battle intensified instantly. Grey Wolf began to retreat, while Zhang Yang pressed forward. Using the pillars ahead as cover, Zhang Yang fired relentlessly. Grey Wolf, cautious as ever, retreated while breaking open gas canisters, eventually falling back to the staircase to establish a defensive position. Zhang Yang refrained from charging recklessly. Instead, he tossed a sound decoy toward the master bedroom door and flanked around to the bathroom. But Grey Wolf, experienced and shrewd, seemed to anticipate this move, keeping his gun trained on the bathroom's entry point. Zhang Yang seized the moment to throw in 2 Malawian Quach's grenade, forcing Grey Wolf to retreat to the 1st floor. The fight escalated further on the 1st floor. Zhang Yang maintained pressure from the staircase, while Grey Wolf fortified himself in the kitchen. As Zhang Yang darted into the billiard room, Grey Wolf's preemptive shot struck his right arm with precision. By now, Zhang Yang's chest was deep red, signaling critical danger. Yet, he resisted the urge to heal and instead chose to hold his ground, adopting a defensive stance. As expected, Grey Wolf took the bait, hurling 3 flashbangs in succession to flush Zhang Yang out. However, Zhang Yang remained safe in the stairwell's corner, steadily recovering health with a rainbow syringe. The final showdown was intense beyond measure. Both players threw flashbangs almost simultaneously, detonating near each other's feet. Amid the deafening ringing, Zhang Yang unleashed a relentless barrage with his Pharaoh machine gun, emptying his ammo in a wild spray. In the end, Grey Wolf fell unwillingly, and Zhang Yang was left teetering on the brink with just 4 health points remaining and an empty 50-round drum. The live chat exploded with excitement, with cheers of 666 flooding the screen. That was close. Congrats to Zhang Yang for taking down the hunter god again, the twins shouted in unison. Soon after, the critique started rolling in. He actually scoped in? Disappointing. No hip fire, no soul. A mere mortal daring to challenge the true god Pharaoh? Zhang Qi, come loot the gear. Zhang Yang called out to his partner hiding in the basement, while simultaneously using the rainbow needle to scan the hotel for any threats. Zhang Qi, who had been lying low ever since being blown to pieces, finally emerged cautiously. Did Nan Qiang sacrifice himself? Zhang Qi asked grimly as he opened the tactical map. Yeah. Zhang Yang replied curtly, then began carefully examining the identity card of the defeated opponent. This battle had left a deep impression on him not just because of the immense cost of victory, but also due to the overwhelming pressure his opponent had exerted during the fight. The golden legendary identity card revealed. Zhang Yang, in the fortified farm exclusion zone, eliminated Grey Wolf with a headshot using the Pharaoh. Grey Wolf? Zhang Yang replayed the details of their two encounters in his mind. From this battle, he was almost certain that the opponent possessed a talent similar to his own Dark Zone ability, with an uncanny sensitivity to information. Even Nan Qiang's specially trained shadow maggots couldn't escape Grey Wolf's sharp perception. This replay was definitely worth analyzing after the match. Bro, I'm scared there might still be people outside, Zhang Qi said nervously, too afraid to go out and loot the gear. He didn't even dare retrieve the golden weapon he had hidden in the bathroom. Zhang Yang suddenly recalled the intel Nan Qiang had mentioned earlier. Let's go avenge Nan Qiang and sweep the stables and central area while we're at it. Although the Rainbow Needle's sensing range was limited, Zhang Yang's max-level expertise with the Pharaoh made outdoor combat his true domain. Got it. Zhang Qi quickly composed himself, reloading a fresh magazine and falling in step behind Zhang Yang. As Zhang Yang stepped out of the hotel with thermal imaging turned off, a burst of bright light momentarily blinded him. The cool breeze carried the acrid scent of smoke, with faint traces of gunpowder lingering in the air. Fully armed, the two brothers moved forward, their guns swaying lightly with each step. Take one of these two. Zhang Yang handed Zhang Qi a rainbow needle. Now's not the time to let your guard down. Understood. Zhang Qi nodded firmly. The two exchanged a knowing smile before simultaneously tossing out their needles. Hiss two. The colorful needles streaked through the air, a moment immortalized by countless screenshots from viewers. The two brothers scouted along the way, searching from the broken bridge to the greenbelt, and finally arriving at the stables. The scene before them immediately made Zhang Yang understand the situation. Several bodies were sprawled around, lying haphazardly near Aya's corpse. Zhang Yang casually raised his gun and fired. With a sharp bang, the sniper hidden on the broken bridge fell. Judging by the scene, it seemed the opposing team had already retreated, and the area was now clear. He crouched down to check Aya's belongings, only to find the bag had been completely ransacked. Let's go. Back to the inn to loot, Zhang Yang said, ready to leave. As he stepped onto the road, Zhang Qi suddenly called out from behind, "Wait bro, there's a blue card here." Meanwhile, in the livestream chatroom, Dechu was wrapping up the match commentary. Congratulations to the new version of Carmona for their ultimate victory. Their loot is valued at an impressive 8.02 million. Unbelievable. Just the two of them managed to bring out such valuable gear. Xiao Chu exclaimed. Exactly. Just the two golden items and the blue card alone are worth 1.6 million. On top of that, Hunter God and Dawn were using the highest grade ammunition, each carrying more than one set of reserves, Dechu analyzed. Alright, that's a wrap for the 4th round of the Golden Cup. Same time tomorrow, don't miss it. After the livestream ended, Tang Xinhong sat in deep regret within the White Dove building. He had believed that stationing White Dove's most promising Hunter God squad in the city was a foolproof decision. Yet, the sudden rise of the new version of Carmona had caught White Dove, Grey Dove, and numerous other stakeholders off guard. However, in this world, the connection between individuals and the Dark Zone panels was unbreakable. Even kidnapping Zhang Yang wouldn't prevent him from entering the instances. Unless he met an untimely end, his rise was unstoppable. Besides, crossing legal boundaries just to eliminate a competitor was clearly not worth the risk. Over the years, the rise of every Dark Zone hero had been accompanied by unstoppable momentum. Legendary figures like Hua Husan, Ran Xiangxiang, Bai Baiji, Li Pupu, and Lu Luyang had all proven the allure of the Dark Zone with their strength, leaving a lasting mark in history. Now, Zhang Yang had emerged as a new star in the Dark Zone, with limitless potential ahead. Even if he couldn't be recruited, he must not be made an enemy. With the match concluded, Zhang Yang and Zhang Qi returned to the real world. Master, how did it go? Nan Qiang, who had been waiting, asked eagerly. We won. Zhang Yang gently patted Nan Qiang's head, signaling him to relax. With my brother around, there's no way things could go wrong, Zhang Qi declared, thumping his chest. Oh really? So, how many did you take down? Nan Qiang teased. I mean, as long as my brother's here, nothing will go wrong. Zhang Qi quickly clarified, eliciting laughter from everyone. Soon after, the latest leaderboard was released. First place, the new version of Carmona 28.56 million. Second place, Dawn 11.81 million. Third place, Hunter God 10.30 million. Hello everyone. I'm Dako. The commentator's voice was filled with enthusiasm. And this is Xiaoqiu. You're now watching the 5th match of the Golden Cup preliminaries. The battle first erupted in the Noan's courtyard. Ye Xia wielded the U-spray and decisively took down Feast Sculpture. Immediately after, facing the charging M249, Ye Xia executed a flawless double kill without hesitation. The scene shifted to a small factory. Grey Wolf swiftly took out Dragon Wing with lightning speed, followed by a precisely thrown predictive grenade that eliminated Daydream. Just as Heart Thorn was preparing to charge, Grey Wolf made a comical mistake. A grenade he threw ended up backfiring and hitting himself. Hello, everyone. I'm Lao Qiao. Another commentator joined in. This match is taking place on the enhanced North Mountain map. On the second floor of the mountain service area, Southwall successfully ambushed and took down Zhang Qi, relying on his iron-like physique, charged forward, only to witness Luo Yun inexplicably collapse to the ground. The most spectacular battle unfolded on the observation deck. Zhang Yang faced off against an entire Juventus squad alone, standing his ground despite their taunts. He showcased incredible marksmanship, landing a hip-fire headshot from over 100 meters away, an unprecedented feat in the history of the Dark Zone. An intense shootout ensued. Despite the Juventus squad's superior weaponry, they suffered heavy losses under Zhang Yang's precise suppression. Even Fred, clad in the woodland warrior armor, fell to Zhang Yang's relentless firepower. Zhang Yang opted for a luxurious setup of 6 sets of level 6 armor, an unprecedented choice in the resource match preliminaries. The battle escalated further, turning the entire observation deck into a chaotic rain of bullets. With extraordinary determination and accuracy, Zhang Yang methodically took down Charlie, Nash, Landon, Frank, and ultimately even Yaris of the Juventus squad. This legendary battle quickly caused a sensation online. The topic, Zhang Yang versus Juventus, began trending on social media, with related videos, discussions, and even parody content flooding the internet. One viral video on a popular platform featured a montage of Zhang Yang's kills, set to the meme-worthy line "Pharaoh, what are you doing?" The video depicted Zhang Yang surrounded by ghostly silhouettes of the Juventus squad, paired with dazzling effects and unique sound design, serving as an unconventional yet iconic record of this legendary showdown. After the results of the 5th round of the resource competition were revealed, the leaderboard displayed a stark contrast. The revamped Krone team took a commanding lead with an astonishing 37.08 million points. Trailing far behind were Hunter in second place with 15.5 million points, and Dawn in third with 14.63 million. Torian Free and the Agent followed with 10.32 million and 9.88 million points, respectively, securing the 4th and 5th spots. At the commentary desk, the tone of the 3 commentators was somewhat unusual. This kind of point gap is unprecedented in the history of the resource competition, Xiaochu remarked with a hint of melancholy. Even if the lower-ranked teams use classified tools, the final result is unlikely to change. De Chu and Lao Chu reluctantly acknowledged this reality but still emphasized, according to the rules, the 6th round must proceed. Let's see how the teams handle this seemingly settled outcome. Meanwhile, in the revamped Carmona team's lounge, the atmosphere was relaxed. Bro, we've got this. Even if we skip the last round, we're guaranteed to advance. Zhang Qi exclaimed excitedly, while Nan Qiang smiled with relief. Surprisingly, Zhang Yang suggested, in that case, why don't we go on a picnic for the final round? Noticing Nan Qiang's concerned expression, he casually added, anyone who dares to interrupt us will get a taste of Pharaoh's headshot within 150 meters or maybe a long-distance greeting from the AX-50. On the other side, in the White Dove Group strategy room, the mood was tense. Tang Muwei was analyzing their slim chance. Based on past experience, the city with the highest total points might secure 2 advancement slots. Your gap with Dawn isn't insurmountable, there's still hope. However, for Qingzhen and Luo Yun, ranked 15th, it was time to face reality. The bank account has only 20,000 left, which is just 200,000 in Koan coins, Luo Yun said. Qingzhen finished his glass of plain water in one gulp and smiled with resignation. Then let's treat this last round as our farewell match. After this, we'll head back to the construction site. At 8 p.m. Kyoto time, the 3 commentators made a joint announcement. Due to the significant point gap, some teams have chosen to forfeit. The final round will feature only 6 teams in the ultimate showdown. This time, the commentary will once again be brought to you by the 3 bugs. A familiar voice echoed from the commentary booth. As the players gradually entered the matchmaking pool, the full view of the enhanced map, the Floan Pino Valley, unfolded slowly in the spectator room. From the aerial perspective, the coastal villas, the central Noan's courtyard, the small factory, and the eastern farm were all laid out clearly. The spawn points for each team were revealed one after another. The revamped Carmona team started near the edge of the world by the steel bridge. Dawn appeared close to the Pino broadcast station. Hunter God took position at Villa Number 1. Torai Not Sour was stationed near the Noan's courtyard. Luo Yun and Qingzhen were around the small factory area, and the agents landed at the port. Valley? Huh? Nice spot, Zhang Yang remarked as he glanced around. For their goal of having a countryside picnic, the more remote the location, the better. The fresh air brought Zhang Qi an unprecedented sense of comfort. It was only now that he realized how beautiful Carmona's natural scenery was, something he had never had the chance to appreciate amidst the usual chaos of battle. Brother, where should we have our picnic? Nan Qiang asked excitedly. With Zhang Yang by his side, he no longer felt the fear of the lockdown zones that he used to. The sense of security allowed him to let down his guard and fully enjoy the surrounding scenery. Let's do it nearby. The view at the eastern farm should be pretty nice, Zhang Yang replied. This reconstructed version of the valley map differed somewhat from the one he was familiar with in his previous life. After preparing their enhancement injections, the three set off. For added safety, Zhang Yang also injected a rainbow serum, ensuring he could detect potential threats early on. Meanwhile, the commentary booth was utterly stunned by what they saw on the screen. Zhang Yang and his team had laid out a picnic mat at the eastern farm, covering it with an array of snacks. Fresh apple juice, Vienna lemon drinks, Kasai cucumber-flavored chips, tomato-baked beans, Darong original energy bars, Nightingale brand tomato-marinated fish, canary milk, Red Sun energy drinks, and most astonishingly, Nan Qiang had even set up a hot pot. What am I seeing? Cucumber-flavored chips? God, watching this is making me hungry. The live stream chat exploded. In a match being watched by 80,000 viewers, surprisingly, 40 of the audience had paused to admire this unique taste of the dark zone. Meanwhile, in the coastal villa area, an intense firefight was raging between the teams of Dawn, Hunter God, and the agents. But over at Zhang Yang's location, the three of them were fiercely arguing over the hot pot ingredients, specifically the pig blood and chips. Brother, you ate mine again. Why didn't you bring your own? I gave you the canned herring, didn't I? Zhang Yang retorted while stuffing chips into his mouth. Bang, 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 bang. The rapid gunfire shattered the calm of the valley. Following a pained cry of Arg, Grey Wolf successfully took out Yuzakura, only to be immediately taken down by Night Tiger's sniper shot. Yet, the chain of sniper attacks wasn't over. Feast Sculpture seized the opportunity and swiftly eliminated Night Tiger. Elsewhere in the valley, smoke filled the air as intense gunfights continued. However, the area where Zhang Yang and his companions were located presented a stark contrast to the chaos. Zhang Qi lay leisurely on the grass, chewing on a handmade bamboo stick, his legs crossed high in the air. Nan Qiang was engrossed in adding ingredients to a hot pot, seemingly insatiable. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang leaned against a stack of hay, pretending to nap, enjoying the flower-scented breeze. Brother, there's movement in the distance. Nan Qiang suddenly looked up, noticing someone descending the mountain. Zhang Yang reluctantly opened his eyes to see who was disturbing his rest. The person approaching was none other than Red Bull. His team had secured a valuable gemstone necklace in the Noan's courtyard. While his teammates headed for the villa, he was tasked with crossing the steel bridge to complete the extraction. The gemstone necklace. Finally my turn, Red Bull thought gleefully, already calculating how he'd spend the 50,000 yuan reward. With his current savings, his dream of buying a car was about to come true. Humming a tune, the corners of his mouth curled into a satisfied grin. Bang, bang. 2 gunshots rang out, followed by a cry of Arg. Red Bull collapsed, clutching his face in disbelief. A sniper? My necklace. Dechu's energetic commentary echoed. This is Dechu. Red Bull, while escorting the gemstone necklace, managed to disturb Zhang Yang's peaceful nap. Without even fully opening his eyes, Zhang Yang casually raised his hand and fired a few shots into the sky, taking down the target. The chat exploded with excitement. What? Legendary Yuan strikes again. I'm done, logging off. The master himself is here. I'm out, don't be too upset, Red Bull. Meanwhile, the battle at the seaside villa reached its climax. Despite Yuzakura's exceptional skills, she couldn't withstand the combined assault of Taurine Ultra Sour, Mega Energy Bar, and Pain Noodles. After a flurry of gunfire, the formidable fighter, who had already claimed 3 kills, finally fell, ending her run with an impressive record. Fortunately, there was no loot in the beachfront villa this time, but the money from the equipment was already enough for the Nyohuang Busu team to withdraw with 5 million. Sanju quickly shifted their focus to the underground area of a small factory. Only one team remained here, Luo Yun and Chunjun. Laoju frowned and said, their ranking is way outside the top 10. It's puzzling why they're even participating in this final match. The rewards for the Golden Cup resource competition only go to the top few teams, and their standing doesn't earn them anything. Look at their gear. Did you observe the screen closely? 4 armor pieces and 3 helmets, classic SEK armor with a rat head helmet equipped with Z038 headphones. Their weapons are basic too, just an AK-74N and an MP5, both budget-friendly choices. With this setup, they'd be crushed by any strong team. Xiao Ju sighed sympathetically. Pretty rough for them. But there are 4 safes here. Lao Ju pointed out the key factor. Can they get the loot? The group then carefully reviewed the replay of the safes being opened. All 4 were completely empty. The live chat immediately flooded with comments of, serve them right. On screen, Chanzhan was clearing out scavenger bots on the upper level, but their overwhelming numbers were making it a struggle for him. Xiao Ju remarked, looking back at their performance in the resource competition, it's been nothing but beatdowns. They've been taken out by Zhang Yang, by the Hunter God, by Breaking Dawn, and even by Yuan from Sewage. Out of 5 matches, they only survived 1, and the rewards from that 1 round were pitiful. At that moment, Luo Yun began picking up various items scattered on the ground. His amp backpack quickly filled with an assortment of white and purple-grade items. Camping lanterns, propane tanks, kerosene lamps, sealed foam, oak planks, toolboxes, picture frames, nebulizers, and handwritten tablets. Finally, he opened a document case. Holy crap! The trio exclaimed in unison. Inside the document case, the first item was a desk calendar. But then, 2 other slots flickered classified documents. Ah! Luo Yun let out a heart-wrenching scream. What's wrong? Chun Zhan, still struggling with the scavenger bots, asked in confusion. This small factory is empty. There shouldn't be any Liuzi here. Classified documents. Classified documents. Classified documents. Luo Yun was so overwhelmed he started banging on the table, his voice breaking with emotion. At that moment, all the hardships they had endured in the resource competition came flooding back. Being trampled by Yuan from Sewage, being headshot by Zhang Yang's Pharaoh with a hip fire, being treated like NPCs by Grey Wolf. All their grievances transformed into tears of joy in an instant. Classified documents? Chunjin froze in place. Bro, don't lose your mind. Are you sure it's not just regular documents? Brother, Luo Yun was already sobbing uncontrollably. Ah, it's classified documents. The live stream chat was like a surging tide. Comments flooded in. I'm triggered. Boring. Not watching anymore. Alright, my turn to play. The messages came one after another. Suddenly, an exclamation pierced through the noisy chat. Classified document? Xiaozu rubbed his titanium alloy synthetic eyes in disbelief. It really was the first classified document of the resource competition. Lao Tzu felt a tightness in his chest, while Daku noticed the live stream's viewership skyrocketing past 100,000 as Luo Yun secured the document. The chat exploded. Gasp, 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 gasp. Manifesting classified documents. Absorb it all. Such a big stream. No perks for the family? 1 classified document per person. Only 9.99. Hop on. The final 10 minutes of the match began. The Nyohuang Super Sour team was retreating toward the Pinot broadcast station after looting the villa. We're loaded. Even if we don't advance, the millions from this haul will keep us going for half a year, said Energy Bar XL, dreaming aloud as they walked. When we get out, I'm buying tons of chocolate bars. Painful Mask joked. Too bad for Red Bull though. Got a gemstone necklace but couldn't make it out. Probably ran into a sniper. For once, it was someone else's turn to wear a pained expression. Meanwhile, Nan Qiang, fresh from a hot pot meal, arrived at Red Bull's corpse. Holy crap, a gemstone necklace. His eyes lit up as he shouted excitedly, the drop rate is insane. Haha, I finally scored something. As the unluckiest member of the team, this find had him over the moon. He was already planning to enshrine the necklace in his warehouse, so he could start each day by gazing at it and giving it a kiss. On their way out, Energy Bar XL suddenly grew cautious. Guys, I think I see someone in the distance. Could it be the enemy who took out Red Bull? Let's just keep moving. No need to get involved, Nyohuang Super Sour decided decisively. They had searched the villa but failed to find the identity tag of the latest version of the Carmona team member. Painful Mask also felt uneasy. I'm starting to sense Juventus vibes. The 3 hurried toward the map's edge, leaving behind Red Bull's ghost fuming in the spectator space. In the end, Nan Qiang returned to the eastern farmstead, brimming with excitement. Master, I'm back. I scored a gemstone necklace. Zhang Qi, standing nearby, enviously patted the blue workwear hanging in the little shed. Nan Qiang smugly explained, haha, the resources here are all super poor. Unless you go to villas or small factories, the high resource areas. As a seasoned player with 6 months in the Dark Zone, he knew the valley's resource distribution like the back of his hand. If the eastern farm can ship products, pigs might as well climb trees. The words still echoed in Zhang Qi's mind when his fingers brushed against something unfamiliar in his pocket. He pulled it out and found a sleek silver key, its polished surface exuding an air of sophistication. Let me see that. Zhang Yang took the key and inspected it closely. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. No way private lounge access. He stared at his younger brother in disbelief, silently marveling at the sheer luck this kid seemed to possess. At the competition venue, the 3 commentators, brimming with excitement, announced the final round's results. First up is the brand new version of the Carmona team, said Xiao Chu, his enthusiasm palpable. Although they spent most of the time sightseeing, thanks to the Red Bull gemstone necklace, height ear equipment, and the unexpected private lounge key Zhang Qi stumbled upon, they managed to bring out a total value of 1.23 million. Next, we have the Bargain King's Nyohuang Buzhuang team. De Chu continued. Their haul reached an impressive value of 5.2 million. And finally, the Luoyun and Tianjin team. All three commentators declared in unison. Not only did they acquire an entire small factory, but they also secured confidential documents, ending with a staggering total value of 9.26 million. The comment section erupted instantly, with countless OHHHH messages flooding the screen. And now, the team advancing to the next round in Yin City is Lao Chu deliberately paused for dramatic effect. The brand new version of the Camona team, Xiao Chu and De Chu announced in perfect harmony. The chat exploded with messages like, well-deserved, and Zhang Yang, the Juventus of this competition. The three commentators bowed in unison, thanking the audience for their support over the past 6 days. After leaving the venue, Zhangxi finally exhaled in relief they had successfully achieved their advancement goal. While checking the warehouse, Nan Qiang was thrilled to discover that their total value had surpassed 10 million, equivalent to several million RMB. Zhang Yang, though inwardly pleased, remained composed. He knew this was merely the beginning, with greater challenges lying ahead. Just then, a long-awaited system notification sounded. As Zhang Yang pondered, the long silent system voice rang clearly in his mind. Ding! Following the familiar notification sound, the system announced the latest task, abundant abilities. The objective was to use the talent extraction needle to acquire at least 2 S-level talents during the provincial competition within 1 week. The task reward immediately caught Zhang Yang's attention, a highly coveted SS-level talent called Magnetic Domain Connection. This talent not only passively detects the abilities of all talent users within a 100-meter radius, but also actively activates the magnetic domain overlord state, rendering him completely immune to the effects of enemy talents within the domain for 10 minutes. However, the penalty for failure was equally daunting. He would lose his current SS-level talent, Master of Firearms. To assist with the task, the system thoughtfully provided a 7-day trial card for the S-level talent, Magnetic Domain Detection. Clearly, this was meant to aid in completing the challenge. Zhang Yang carefully analyzed the difficulty of the task. Each talent extraction needle was exorbitantly priced at 1.2 million pitcoins. S-level talents were inherently rare and had to be acquired during the provincial competition. What made things even trickier was the likelihood that, similar to the preliminary rounds in Yin City, the provincial competition might only allow 1 or 2 matches per day, far less efficient than the Dark Zone battles. System, can I negotiate the penalty? Zhang Yang asked tentatively, only to receive a cold response. No bargaining allowed. After weighing his options, Zhang Yang decided to accept the task. The allure of the magnetic domain connection was simply too strong. Missing out on it would significantly weaken the effectiveness of the talent extraction needle, potentially jeopardizing future missions. The system promptly confirmed. Ding! Congratulations! You have received the S-level talent, Magnetic Domain Detection, for 7 days. Task countdown begins. 6 days, 23 hours, and 59 minutes remaining. Just as Zhang Yang was hoping for the provincial competition to start soon, a knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Bro, it's Guiyin Festival tonight. Let's go to Yinqing Restaurant Theory hosting a performance event. Zhang Qi's excited voice came from outside. Alright, I'll be there in a moment. Although Zhang Yang's mind was occupied with the task, the provincial competition hadn't started yet, so he had no choice but to set it aside for now. He straightened his clothes and followed Zhang Qi downstairs. There, a particularly eye-catching stall caught his attention. The god of awareness and movement technique, the strongest coach in the Dark Zone. I am Lazy Sheep. Zhang Yang paused in front of a street stall, not because the couplet displayed there caught his attention, but because he keenly sensed something unusual. His magnetic field sensing ability had been triggered in the real world. Behind the stall sat a young man with a smooth, round face and a slightly chubby build, looking harmless and approachable. However, in Zhang Yang's perception, the man was radiating a unique glow. Soon, tiny light spots gathered before his eyes, forming words. World-seeking spirit eyes. S-level talent. Allows one to see the essence beyond appearances. In combat, it enables focused mental energy to penetrate buildings and directly observe enemies behind cover. This ability left Zhang Yang astonished. Wasn't this the perfect X-ray vision? In his previous life, it would undoubtedly have been a top-tier combat cheat. Hello, Zhang Yang greeted, stepping forward. Hello, the man replied with a polite smile. Looking for a Dark Zone coach? Highly experienced. My name is Zhang Yang. He introduced himself. At the mention of his name, a flicker of recognition flashed in the man's eyes, though it was barely noticeable. I am but a humble individual, known by the alias Lazy Sheep. You can just call me Lazy Sheep. He lightly waved a folding fan in his hand, striking a wise and composed pose. Zhang Yang felt the name sounded oddly familiar, as if he had defeated a player with a similar ID in the Dark Zone before. I know you, Zhang Yang Yuan. Lazy Sheep suddenly stood up. I've watched your combat videos and would love to become a coach for your team. Indeed, Zhang Yang was now a renowned figure in the Dark Zone community, not only in Yin City but throughout Jiangnan province. Even top-tier factions like White Dove and Gray Dove had extended invitations to him. Our team is strong enough. We don't need a coach. Zhang Qi interjected from the side. My brother can dominate anything, anywhere. What more could we possibly need? You and Nan Qiang. Lazy Sheep's expression turned unusually serious. You two are the biggest problems in your team. One has no awareness or movement skills, and the other lacks both entirely. Wait, how is that any different? Zhang Qi's tone grew defensive. And who are you to judge me? Zhang Qi couldn't see any talent in Lazy Yang and merely regarded him as an ordinary charlatan. Moreover, this man had inexplicably started pointing fingers at him and Nan Qiang, which made him feel quite uncomfortable. In Zhang Qi's world, there was only one person qualified to judge him, and that was his elder brother, Zhang Yang. Since we've come this far, I might as well speak, Lazy Yang said, putting on an air of mystery. Revealing my identity might just shock you all. Go ahead, Zhang Yang said with a look of genuine interest. As an experienced agent with an S-level Dark Zone talent, he couldn't help but be curious about this man's background. Straightening his posture, Lazy Yang spoke with a solemn expression. I was once a member of the champion team in the national finals of the first ever Dark Zone Goose Cup. As he said this, a glimmer of light flickered in his cloudy eyes, as if he were reliving his glorious past. The first Dark Zone competition, Goose Cup? Zhang Yang frowned. He had never heard of such a competition. Big deal, just a team member. Zhang Qi scoffed dismissively. I was a member of the Chuan new version Camona team too. As long as the captain is strong enough, anyone can be carried to victory. In his mind, there was only one truly strong team in the world, and that was the one led by his brother, Zhang Yang. Lazy Yang gently waved the paper fan in his hand, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. Just hearing our captain's name might scare you to death. Who are you trying to scare? Zhang Qi rolled his eyes. Care to share? Zhang Yang asked with a smile. Since his transmigration, he had encountered countless powerful figures from the God Hunters to the members of Dawn, and even Tang Xinhong, the head of the White Dove group. None of them had fazed him. Now, with the system backing him, he felt invincible, even if the King of the Heavens himself appeared. Lazy Yang enunciated each word carefully. Yi Dong. The name struck Zhang Yang like a bolt of lightning. Yi Dong. He froze in disbelief. You don't mean that Yi Dong, the leader of the boy band, do you? Yi Dong. Zhang Qi was also momentarily stunned. Isn't that the name of a protagonist from some novel? Lazy Yang explained. Not that Yi Dong. It's just a coincidence that they share the same name. Zhang Yang quickly searched for information online. This Yi Dong was indeed no ordinary person. He had led the New Century team to win the first ever Goose Cup in Longhua and had been undefeated in international competitions. Dark Zone players hailed him as an unbeatable legend, and there was even an award named after him, the Golden Leaf Award. Unfortunately, he had disappeared without a trace, leaving his whereabouts a mystery. Yi Dong disappeared? Zhang Yang asked as he put away his phone. Yes. Lazy Yang lowered his head. Do you know where he went? Zhang Yang's curiosity about this legendary figure was piqued. Raising his head with a hint of pride in his voice, Lazy Yang replied, as one of his close teammates, of course I know some secrets that others don't. Lazy Sheep closed his fan, his expression turning more serious than ever. Let's talk? Zhang Yang prompted. You must first make me your coach, Lazy Sheep said, looking Zhang Yang straight in the eye with a firm tone. All right, Zhang Yang agreed readily. He was already intrigued by Lazy Sheep, and after the incident with Yi Dong, he was even more eager to understand this mysterious figure. Good. I have one more condition. Lazy Sheep's eyes glimmered with excitement. I want to lead your team to become the national champions of this year's Golden Cup. Once you win, I'll tell you everything. National champions? Why? Zhang Yang frowned slightly, his suspicions rising at this demand. Lazy Sheep reopened his fan and gently waved it. Just tell me if you're in or not. I have extensive experience in underground competitions and can definitely help your team. His demeanor carried an air of confidence, as if to imply that missing this chance might mean losing him to another team. I'm just curious, Zhang Yang said, meeting Lazy Sheep's gaze. Why does it have to be the national championship? We're strangers. Why are you so determined to help us? To Zhang Yang, a stranger suddenly showing up outside his building with a stall seemed far from coincidental. There are things you don't need to know right now. When the time comes, they'll explain everything, Lazy Sheep replied calmly. I don't agree. Zhang Qi protested immediately. All right, welcome aboard. Zhang Yang extended his hand and shook Lazy Sheep's. In his calculations, Lazy Sheep was only a coach and wouldn't truly become part of the team's core. If he didn't perform well, Zhang Yang could dismiss him at any time. This was a risk-free deal. Brother. Zhang Qi was dissatisfied but had no choice but to accept. Don't worry. If he doesn't do a good job, I'll kick him out anytime. Zhang Yang reassured his younger brother, ruffling his hair. Did you hear that? Being a coach isn't that easy. Zhang Qi raised his chin at Lazy Sheep. Lazy Sheep nodded solemnly. Understood. After exchanging contact information, Lazy Sheep said, "All right then, we'll talk before the regional competition." Watching the brothers' figures disappear at the end of the street, Lazy Sheep finally allowed his tense nerves to relax, and the movement of his fan slowed. He murmured softly to himself, "Yidong, I'll do everything I can. You must hold on for me." After playing all day long, Zhang Yang and Zhang Qi finally returned home. The next day, the three of them gathered at Zhang Yang's house again to check out the rewards for the city tournament. In the competition's email inbox, the top-ranking teams had already received their reward notifications. The third-place team, Breaking Dawn, received a 4-slot safe box one-time trial card, a customizable permanent firearm skin pack, 5 universal keys, a customizable level 5 full gear pack, and 1 million coins. However, due to their contract with Grey Dove, these rewards were ultimately transferred to a specific Dark Zone account controlled by Grey Dove's executives. The rewards for the second-place team, Hunter Gods, were even more substantial. 3 4-slot safe box trials, a customizable permanent firearm skin pack, 10 universal keys, 2 customizable level 5 full gear packs, and 2 million coins. As employees of the White Dove Group, these rewards similarly ended up in the pockets of the company's higher-ups. As for the champions, the Carmona New Version team, each member received 7 4-slot safe box trials, a customizable permanent firearm skin pack, 15 universal keys, 5 customizable level 5 full gear packs, and 4 million coins as their reward. Awesome! Nan Qiang exclaimed, nearly drooling as he stared at the dazzling list of rewards on the screen. Oh yeah, these rewards are way more than we could ever spend. Zhang Qi cheered, jumping up and down in excitement. The 4-slot safe box was a very generous feature, only consumed usage chances if valuable items were successfully extracted. As long as they didn't store anything inside, they could save the 7 chances to extract high-value items later. The three quickly chose their favorite firearm skins. Zhang Qi selected the Order skin for the F2000, Nan Qiang went for the codename Tianyi skin for the P90, and Zhang Yang picked the Woodland Hunter skin for his frequently used Pharaoh. After claiming the city tournament rewards, they also unlocked eligibility to register for the provincial tournament. Zhang Yang immediately started checking out the provincial tournament rewards. The champion would receive a permanent 4-slot safe box, a customizable permanent melee weapon pack, 5 customizable permanent firearm skin packs, 3 grand gold trophy gift boxes, and 20 million coins. The runner-up would get 30 safe box trials, a customizable permanent melee weapon, 5 permanent firearm skin packs, 2 grand gold trophy gift boxes, and 10 million coins. The third-place prize included 10 safe box trials, a permanent melee weapon, 5 permanent firearm skin packs, 1 grand gold trophy gift box, and 5 million coins. My god! Zhang Yang's jaw dropped in astonishment, especially when he opened the preview interface for the customizable permanent melee weapon pack. Every weapon from Season 1 to the present was available. Assault daggers, shark knives, field folding knives, Swiss rabbit knives, Arctic war axes, Frost wolf survival knives, rapid strike scimitars, elite knuckle dusters, judgment staff swords, winter ice picks, dragon soul nunchaku, Mingdao Shochuan, and even some weapons he had never seen in his previous life, like the frosted edge Shochuan Dao. Zhang Yang swallowed hard, his desire reaching its peak. So, there are even more amazing knives available after the Dark Zone. Zhang Yang glanced at the reward list, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. In his previous life, although he had a stable income in the military, most of his salary was given to his parents, leaving him with little to spend on games. But now, the championship rewards were incredibly enticing, with the most appealing being the 4-slot permanent secure container. In the perilous Dark Zone, this was nothing short of a portable vault. Zhang Yang quickly grasped the significance of this item. With a permanent secure container, his approach to survival in the Dark Zone would undergo a dramatic transformation. No matter what challenges he faced in the future, he could always enter a mission, make a quick run, and the thousands of tokens he brought back would be enough to ensure a stable livelihood. This reminded him of the capitalists who poured vast sums into the Dark Zone competitions. They were like the wealthy individuals in peaceful times who spared no expense to build apocalypse shelters. For those who already possessed unimaginable wealth, what they valued most was a sense of security and the assurance of being prepared for the worst. Whether the apocalypse came or not was irrelevant. What mattered was peace of mind. Besides the permanent secure container and the custom melee weapon package, a golden quality grand gold cup gift box also caught Zhang Yang's attention. This was his first encounter with a gift box system in this world. He carefully examined the description and discovered that opening it could randomly yield the following items: a 6-slot secure container, 15 uses, 10 doses of semi-finished dangerous injectors, Dark Zone Goose, Dark Zone Golden Rabbit, Dark Zone Fortune Cat, Golden Helmet, Auspicious Golden Dragon, Dark Zone Demon Pig, classified documents, a permanent universal key, and the Sacred Gold Cup. So many rare golden items, confidential files, a permanent master key. The Holy Golden Chalice? Zhang Yang's eyes widened as he carefully examined the contents of the gift box. He quickly skimmed through the probabilities for obtaining each item. 6-slot safe box. 20. Dangerous semi-finished injection. 17. Dark Zone Series Golden Goose, Golden Rabbit, Fortune Cat. 10 each. Golden Helmet. 10. Auspicious Golden Dragon. 10. Dark Zone Demon Pig. 10. As for the most valuable items, the confidential files had only a 1.5 chance, the permanent master key a mere 1, and the Holy Golden Chalice was the rarest of all, with only a 0.5 probability. His gaze lingered on the detailed description of the Holy Golden Chalice. This priceless treasure, even if sold back to Vincent, could fetch a staggering 20 million. It was a sacred chalice, standing 36 centimeters tall and weighing 6.1 kilograms, forged through ancient alchemy. The sphere at the top of the chalice bore engravings of land and sea contours, its sides adorned with intricate patterns, and its base crafted from white agate, inlaid with a golden plaque engraved with the words "AQ World." Rich beyond imagination? Zhang Yang swallowed hard, the phrase springing to mind. This explained why so much capital was drawn to the dark zone hidden within the competition. Rewards were treasures of such unimaginable value. Suddenly, he wondered if the very first Golden Goose Cup might have been the ancient Golden Goose statue. Could its recovery price have been equally astonishing? Bro, hurry and sign up. Zhang Qi's urging voice snapped him back to reality. Zhang Yang quickly opened the registration interface. Similar to the preliminary round, all that was required was to fill in the team name and member details, but this time, the entry fee was a hefty 1 million coins per person. As the coach, Lazy Goat didn't need to register, and Zhang Yang had no plans to expand the team for now, so he only entered the 3 of them. On the registration form, he filled out team name, brand new version Carmona. Team members, 3. Captain, Zhang Yang. Members, Zhang Qi, Nan Qiang. Total fee, 3 million coins. Although this provincial level competition only had 9 teams, the rules had undergone significant changes. In addition to the original 4 enhanced lockdown maps, 2 new maps were introduced, the Enhanced Fortress and Enhanced TV Station. Adding to the challenge, maps like the Farm, Valley, North Mountain, and Naval Port could now feature special weather conditions. There is a chance for the Bolero squad to appear at the Typhoon Farm, and the rule change regarding patrol teams being equipped with flashlights caught Zhang Yang's attention. Even more exciting is the appearance of Bolero squads carrying gold bar cases in the Dark Night Valley. Successfully escaping with the gold bar case grants additional rewards. The situation in Thunderstorm North Mountain is even more complex. Randall Fisher's squad is known to operate in the area, and Fred has changed his usual approach, no longer staying in dangerous zones but instead patrolling with Ewan. When these 2 teams cross paths, an intense battle is inevitable. Successfully escaping with the tokens of both leaders will also yield generous rewards. The new gameplay in the military port is exhilarating under stormy weather conditions. New extraction points and special safes will appear. The decoder carried by the leader, Delvin, and the experimental data chip in the safe have become highly sought-after objectives for players. As Zhang Yang reviewed these provincial competition rules, his eyes lit up with excitement. He had experienced these modes in his past life and knew them inside out. He was grateful for the 117 update. In these special modes, the importance of thermal imaging equipment is greatly enhanced, and the night vision goggles he and Zhang Qi's team had would finally come into play. He could already picture himself excelling in the pitch-black thunderstorm nights. Night vision Yuan. Here we go. Zhang Yang clenched his fist in determination. Meanwhile, competitors in other regions of Jiangnan province were also gearing up for the challenge. At the White Dove division in Chaoyang City, the Hawkeye squad had secured first place in the city competition with an overwhelming advantage, successfully advancing to the provincial competition. As one of White Dove's ace teams, they were in peak form. Who would have thought that the Hunter God team would crash and burn, said Bald Eagle, the team captain. A former Special Forces soldier from Jiangnan's Special Operations Unit, he was discharged for special reasons and later recruited by White Dove. With his exceptional combat awareness and leadership skills, he was appointed captain 3 years ago. That player named Zhang Yang is definitely a tough opponent, remarked Black Tiger, a mixed-race team member, as he toyed with a walnut in his hands. His scarred face twitched slightly as he spoke. Known as an strength talent, Black Tiger was an unstoppable force in Dark Zone missions. Another talented member of the team was Four Eyes. Though only in a rank talent, he served as the team's strategist and sniper. Then there was the highly regarded female team member, Scorpion, who loved wearing her deep diver combat suit. With a headshot rate of 91, surpassing even Grey Wolf by 3, she was the team's sharpest blade. Her record for the highest number of kills in a single match was 16, making her an invaluable asset. Aside from White Dove, the provincial competition was sure to include 2 other ace teams from Grey Dove. While the other advancing teams were not part of these 2 major factions, most had intricate ties to external capital from outside the province. For the newly updated Carmona version, this would undoubtedly be a formidable challenge. After completing the registration, Zhang Yang carefully reviewed the competition schedule and noticed that the provincial tournament was set to begin the next day. Compared to the preliminary round, the most significant change was the introduction of a secure storage system. This meant that any high-value equipment obtained during the provincial tournament would be fully protected and could not be taken by other players. This new feature aligned perfectly with the secure storage they had just acquired. Apart from this, the competition maintained its rhythm of one match per day, lasting for 5 days. Zhang Yang breathed a sigh of relief, as this schedule conveniently matched the deadline for his tasks. Get ready to study the map, Zhang Yang called out to Zhang Qi and Nan Qiang. Although there was no official match today, familiarizing themselves with the television station and fortress maps was crucial. Thanks to extensive training, the two had overcome their fear of high-difficulty maps, and with more freedom in spending in-game currency, they no longer obsessed over every small expense. However, Zhang Qi still felt uneasy about his previous experience of losing in solo play. He had tried to add the special teammate from that match as a friend, but his requests were never accepted. He didn't even dare to admit to Zhang Yang that he had lost the night vision goggles. Zhang Yang quickly purchased equipment through the Dark Zone interface. A BT-101 tactical bulletproof vest with level 6 armor, and an IND-50 heavy-duty tactical helmet with level 6 protection. As for the whereabouts of his previous level 6 armor, he casually remarked, retired. When it came to weapon selection, Zhang Yang still favored the Pharaoh. However, he opted for a minimalist modification, retaining only the bolt, a 50-round drum magazine, a comfortable rear grip, a perforated handguard, and a short barrel, while removing all unnecessary attachments. This was to reduce weight and improve mobility since prolonged combat in this highly realistic game environment caused significant fatigue. A gun is just a vessel. The bullets are its soul, Zhang Yang silently reminded himself as he equipped night vision goggles, a face mask, and a 926 advanced tactical ammo rig. He also prepared various grenades and medical injectors. Meanwhile, Zhang Qi and Nan Qiang each readied 5 fully equipped weapon sets. Considering it was their first time tackling the fortress map, Zhang Yang chose a relatively basic location, Baby Fortress. As the entry fee was deducted, the matchmaking system activated, and the 3 of them gradually disappeared from the real world, reappearing within the walls of the fortress. The frontline fortress was situated in the northern region of Carmona and served as a key strategic point. Its defenses were comprehensive. Tall walls surrounded the area, with crisscrossing trenches and barbed wire forming an impenetrable barrier. Inside the fortress, the supply system was well established. The western granary stored ample military provisions, while the battlefield hospital in the east ensured sustained combat effectiveness. Every aspect of the design emphasized the fortress's impenetrable nature. Towering walls and densely positioned firing points made it a bastion capable of withstanding prolonged sieges. The remnants of the radar station's gun turrets cast mottled shadows under the sunlight, as if whispering tales of the battles that once raged there. The military installations blended seamlessly with the mountainous terrain, forming a distinctive war-zone landscape. Zhang Yang immediately recognized the familiar gas station structure and led the way up the stairs without hesitation. A faint hissing sound followed as a smoke grenade began to disperse on the second floor. This spot is vulnerable to snipers. Remember to use smoke when coming up, Zhang Yang explained as he operated. Zhang Qi and Nan Qiang nodded in agreement, taking painkillers before joining him on the second floor. The gas station has one safe, the only one outside the fortress apart from the Watergate house, Zhang Yang said as he opened the safe, only to find it contained a single can of motor oil. Staring at the empty safe, he struggled to reconcile it with his memories of its previously high loot rates. A repair manual, Zhang Qi exclaimed excitedly, pulling supplies from a nearby travel suitcase. You should have been the one to open the safe, Zhang Yang remarked as he continued searching through a file cabinet, while Nan Qiang scoured other areas. Soon, the second floor had been completely looted. Suddenly, an NPC climbed the stairs, its mechanical voice ringing out, "Who are you? Disarm, or face the consequences." It followed this with a series of glitchy, garbled sounds. Zhang Yang, unfazed, left the threat to Nan Qiang and Zhang Qi to handle. "All right, let's head to the first floor," Zhang Yang said, jumping down to the lower level. "Boss, are we just going to scavenge here forever?" Nan Qiang asked, clearly more inclined toward combat. "You need to familiarize yourselves with the map first. Don't forget our objective," Zhang Yang reminded them. As Lazy Sheep had pointed out, the team's priority was improving Nan Qiang and Zhang Qi's mechanics and situational awareness. The two quickly got serious, carefully noting the layout of the first floor, the position of the red toolbox, the blue work coveralls, and the 2 rows of shelves were all committed to memory. "Next stop, the field hospital," Zhang Yang announced, cautiously scanning for potential sniper positions before laying down smoke on the road and leading the team toward the hospital. He was mindful of the gunfire that had previously echoed from that direction. Suddenly, a deafening alarm blared throughout the fortress. The patrol team on the mountain mobilized at the sound. rushing in unison toward the fortress's central gate. What's that sound? Zhang Qi asked nervously, glancing around. The lever alarm, Nan Qiang replied, recognizing the iconic noise from his time on the Dark Zone forums. They've pulled the lever. Let's move quickly, Zhang Yang decided, opting to adjust their plan. Clearing the map before teaching them the fortress layout might prove to be a better approach. Go, go, go. Nan Qiang eagerly grabbed his long-awaited P90, skillfully injecting the red and green syringes. Zhang Qi followed closely, using the red syringe as well, while Zhang Yang opted for the rainbow syringe, instantly heightening his perception within a 100-meter radius. The fortress wasn't large, only a few hundred meters in area, but Zhang Yang's clearing skills were sharp and efficient. The three of them agilely made their way to the outside of the old SX room. Zhang Yang's shooting was lightning-fast. Quick shots echoed, and two operatives in the distance fell before they could react. One collapsed outside the old SIXS door, and the other fell on the hill near the radar station. The old SIXS door opened unusually slowly, and the sound of footsteps inside revealed three operatives still hiding within. One fully armed operative risked peeking out to engage Zhang Yang, but was taken down instantly with a headshot. The other two were busy disarming mines when Zhang Yang threw a stun grenade, followed by a quick leap forward. The two operatives were hiding on either side of the door, one wielding an M4 and the other a VSS. However, their level 4 armor was no match for Zhang Yang's. Runny Nose 101. With just 4 bullets from his sleek Pharaoh weapon, Zhang Yang effortlessly dealt with them. In less than 30 seconds, all 5 operatives were down. Nan Qiang and Zhang Qi, already accustomed to such efficiency, followed Zhang Yang into the room. These two weren't carrying much, Zhang Yang remarked, scanning the level 4 gear on the ground. But the drawers here often have keys. This is a decent loot spot. Just as Zhang Yang was about to unlock the old SIXS door, he noticed the countdown timer had only 6 seconds left. Outside, a crowd of bots had gathered, their chatter filling the air. Enemies spotted. Full alert. So many footsteps? The fortress bots aren't like the ones on normal maps, Zhang Yang said while reloading his drum magazine and tossing a grenade toward the mesh gate. The TV station is the same. It's not easy to clear them. The bots quickly retreated upon seeing the grenade. As the heavy iron gate creaked open, Zhang Yang began taking out the bots with his Pharaoh weapon while directing his team. Follow me, and remember the locations of the safes. He swiftly pointed out the key spots. Take a left, the innermost room is the first safe. Further ahead and left, the last room is the second safe. The private lounge is over there. Assigning Nan Qiang and Zhang Qi to check the 2 safes, Zhang Yang headed to the private lounge alone. He inserted the key, and the door opened with a click. Reverently, he opened the safe inside. A single chip processor lay quietly within. Zhang Yang was already accustomed to situations like this. After all, having navigated the dangers of the dark zones for so long, there wasn't much he hadn't seen. He swiftly switched weapons and prepared to head underground. Mian and Nan Qiang both opened antenna boxes. A faint trace of delight appeared on Nan Qiang's face, while Mian returned empty-handed. Zhang Qi, on the other hand, opened a golden cup, his face visibly displeased. Prepare for battle and stick close to me, Zhang Yang commanded, his expression turning serious as the sound of rapid gunfire reached his ears. The gunfire erupted in bursts, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps. Sir, the target's firepower is overwhelming. Requesting retreat. A male team member's voice came through the channel. I need backup. Repeat, I need backup. Those who entered from the tank room are already engaged in combat underground, and the situation is extremely intense, another voice reported. Judging by the sound, it seems like they've already engaged the male team. Oldlay, Zhang Yang's interest was piqued. Clad in heavy armor, he felt confident in facing this legendary figure. Nan Qiang's chest tightened upon hearing the name. No-recoil, the leader of the frontline fortress, was one of the most formidable members of the male team. Only Juventus and the television station's 3 titans carried more weight than him. I'm starting to take an interest in you. No-recoil's voice echoed through the basement as he led the Warren army in a fierce battle against the players. I'm out of bullets. This is too intense. I'm done. Pharaoh, you have a medkit? 2 task force members crouched at the corner outside the basement door. One had run out of ammo, while the other had no medkits left. Watch the flanks. Before the words were finished, the sound of heavy footsteps grew louder, approaching rapidly. Did you really think you'd make it out of here alive? No-recoil's voice carried a chilling intimidation. Gunfire erupted immediately after, and the 2 task force members fell to the ground in despair. Humph, just a rat after all. The remark sent a shiver down Nan Qiang's spine upstairs, while Zhang Qi's hands trembled uncontrollably, cold sweat forming on his forehead. Look at yourselves, Zhang Yang said, shaking his head. Losing your nerve before the fight even begins. That's what cowardice looks like. Though he couldn't help but recall his own awkwardness the first time he fought at a fortress in his past life. Follow me. Don't worry, they won't be able to harm you, Zhang Yang declared, charging toward the staircase. At the corner, he took down a Warren soldier with one precise shot. The gunfire immediately caught the attention of the male team. A fierce firefight broke out between the two sides. From the corner of the hallway, Zhang Yang leaned out, his M61 firing continuous, precise rounds. Several Warren soldiers fell one after another, while the enemy's scattered counterattacks failed to penetrate Zhang Yang's armor. Cover my flank. Renoil's footsteps grew louder and closer. Zhang Yang noticed the absence of the signature Masca helmet, concluding that the remaining figure had to be Old Lei himself. Without hesitation, he switched to his combat shovel and strode forward. Old Lei, I hear you have quite the intimidating presence. Listening to the footsteps, Zhang Yang deduced there was only one enemy left. Recalling that he hadn't seen the Masca helmet earlier, he concluded this must be Lao Lei. Without hesitation, he switched to his entrenching tool and strode forward. Xiao Lei, I heard you're quite intimidating. Zhang Yang burst into the room, spotting Renoir wearing the signature Masca helmet. Enemy spotted. Everyone stay alert. Renoir shouted while raising his RPK-16 and unleashing a flurry of bullets at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang nimbly dodged, evading the barrage with precision. He closed in on Renoir's side, exploiting the advantage of close quarters to neutralize the long barrel of the rifle. Sit down, he commanded, bringing the entrenching tool down heavily onto the helmet. Perhaps due to the heightened realism of this encounter, it took Zhang Yang 3 solid strikes to penetrate the Masca helmet. Renoir let out a pained groan before collapsing in defeat. All clear, Zhang Yang reported through his headset. Nan Qiang and Zhang Qi arrived shortly after, their gazes landing on the entrenching tool in Zhang Yang's hand, instantly understanding what had transpired. Master never disappoints, Nan Qiang exclaimed in awe. After all, Zhang Yang had just taken down the fortress boss with a melee weapon. Zhang Qi inspected Renoir's gear, the Masca helmet, an M4 painted heavy defensive armor, and a high-spec RPK-16. As a seasoned veteran of supply missions, he wasn't surprised by the loot, but his attention was drawn to the token. Hand me the token, Zhang Yang said, taking the battle-scarred emblem. To Renoir, it had long lost any sense of honor. Securing the token, Zhang Yang reflected on the gunfire had heard earlier. He'll head upstairs to check again, he said, knowing there couldn't be just 2 people guarding the fortress. As he set foot on the staircase, a burst of golden BT rounds came his way. Zhang Yang swiftly counterattacked, taking down the enemy lying in ambush. This hidden rat had nearly succeeded in a sneak attack, but Zhang Yang's 6-layered armor had saved him. After administering a rainbow injector, Zhang Yang sensed 2 more enemies on the second floor. One to his left front and another hiding in a small cubicle outside the red keycard room. He first dispatched the enemy on the ground floor armed with a Height-Ear August, then skillfully threw a grenade to flush out the last opponent equipped with a USAS shotgun. All clear, Zhang Yang said again, surveying the fortress, now only populated by a few scattered robots. He instructed his teammates to clean up while heading to the basement to investigate. Inside the blue keycard room, Zhang Yang discovered a piece of imperial porcelain. He picked it up and activated the electric switch. With a soft ding, the first of the 4 indicator lights flickered on. A stamp album, plush toys, arcade tokens, arcade tokens, arcade tokens. The sound of squirting diarrhea noises. Oh boy. Zhang Yang surveyed the loot in front of him and sighed. Although it was just a pile of worthless trinkets, even the smallest scraps were better than nothing. He stuffed the arcade tokens and stamp album into his backpack and headed upstairs. Peering over the railing into the red card room, he spotted a high-spec M4 rifle and a 2x scope right in plain view. Not bad. The red card room never failed to deliver. Zhang Yang quickly pocketed the gear and pulled down the water channel gate. I've closed the gate. Quickly grab what you can and meet me at the underground waterway, Zhang Yang instructed through his headset. Got it. His 2 teammates responded in unison. However, as first-timers at the fortress, Zhang Qi and Nan Qiang were still wandering around, evidently a bit disoriented. Zhang Yang made his way to the life or death platform. Although the golden safe wasn't there, the rotating combination lockbox remained untouched. Even though this was just the baby fortress, Zhang Yang spun the lock with a sliver of hope. The result? A simple oscilloscope. With a resigned shrug, he stashed it in his bag. Bro, where's the waterway? I'm getting confused. Zhang Qi's voice came through the headset. Somehow, he had ended up near the central gate. Master, check my position. How do I get to where you are? Nan Qiang's voice chimed in, now wandering aimlessly in the tank area. Watching the 2 rookies struggle, Zhang Yang sighed internally. Clearly, there was still much to teach them. Eventually, the 3 of them managed to retreat through the mines. To help the newcomers get a better grasp of the terrain, Zhang Yang led them through 2 rounds of Enhanced Fortress and 3 rounds of Enhanced Broadcast Station. By evening, the intense 6-game session finally came to an end. As soon as Zhang Qi returned to reality, he collapsed onto the sofa, while Nan Qiang stared blankly into space, his mind overwhelmed by the combat encounters. Tomorrow's the provincial tournament, Zhang Yang thought to himself. After these 6 rounds, he could tell that Zhang Qi and Nan Qiang had made noticeable progress. While they weren't quite at a professional level yet, their skills had surpassed those of the average player. Nan Qiang was the first to leave. Despite his exhaustion, Zhang Qi insisted on walking him partway home. Zhang Yang stood alone by the window, watching the sunset as the city lights gradually flickered on. At that moment, he felt not only fatigue, but also a trace of uncertainty. As he was lost in thought, Zhang Qi returned. Bro, I'm starving. Let's go. What do you feel like eating? Zhang Yang threw an arm around his brother's shoulders. KFC. Zhang Qi perked up immediately. The two brothers headed downstairs, walking through the aging residential area. An old man dozed on a lounge chair at the street corner, a straw fan lazily draped over his undershirt. On the other side of the neighborhood, Lazy Yang was swinging a circular straw fan, surveying the Sunto-demolished complex. Meanwhile, the just-awakened old man fumbled for something across his chest. Time slipped by quietly, and soon the day of the provincial competition arrived. Nan Qiang showed up at Zhang Yang's house early, where the three of them gathered around the dark zone interface to meticulously check their gear. As they were confirming the night vision goggles, Zhang Yang noticed that Zhang Qi's goggles were missing. Zhang Qi lowered his head and admitted he had forgotten to take them off that day, bracing himself for a scolding. However, Zhang Yang didn't reprimand him. Instead, he silently purchased a T7 and crafted another one using the mysterious workbench, handing it over to Zhang Qi. Bro, you're not mad at me? Zhang Qi asked, his face full of guilt. What's the point of blaming you? Let's just hope the night vision goggles weren't noticed by anyone else, Zhang Yang sighed. His worry turned out to be unnecessary. He had simply collected Zhang Qi's equipment as usual, and the glasses were treated as a regular accessory, drawing no attention. Alright, double-check everything one more time, Zhang Yang urged. He insisted that Zhang Qi be equipped with night vision goggles for a reason. The provincial competition maps often featured unique gameplay mechanics, and the thermal imaging function could provide a decisive advantage. Compared to the preliminary rounds, the provincial competition had fewer matches, but the requirements for evacuation numbers and extracted value per match were significantly higher. Zhang Yang thoroughly inspected his own equipment, a fully durable BT-101 tactical bulletproof vest, an IND-50 heavy-duty tactical helmet paired with a level 4 face shield, night vision goggles, GS2 headphones, a minimalist Pharaoh rig, and 4 50-round drum magazines loaded with M61 rounds. He also ensured he had all kinds of tactical gear, top-tier medical kits, injectors, and recovery drinks. Additionally, he didn't forget about the system task. If he identified a competitor with steer talent on the field, he would use the talent extraction syringe without hesitation to take them down. Hello everyone. Welcome to the live broadcast of the Golden Cup Jiangnan Provincial Competition. Im Big Larva, Im Little Larva, and Im Old Larva. Within moments, tens of thousands of viewers flooded the live stream, surpassing 100,000 in less than a minute. The chat was buzzing with excitement. Gigi doesn't eat tomatoes. Hey, I'm here. Exploding Heaven Gang's doorstep raccoon. Finally, the big day is here. Meow. Shadow is a military fan. Can't wait, rubbing my hands together. The commentators began introducing the rules. 9 teams from across Jiangnan province would compete in 5 rounds. Each round would take place on 2 randomly selected maps, with 45 teams competing simultaneously on each map. Scores would be calculated based on the value extracted during evacuation, and the team with the highest score would advance to the national competition. There was also a new twist compared to the preliminary Ashai value. Item spawn rates had been increased by 10 for the provincial competition, and players were allowed to bring secure containers into the matches. This news immediately sparked a flurry of chatter in the livestream comments. No more worrying about my Golden Cup loot getting stolen. Just hope your 4-slot container doesn't run into her 6-slot 1-dog emoji. Alright, all players have entered the matchmaking pool. The map for the first match is Night Valley, and the mode is Gold Bar Crate Capture. 5 highly skilled teams are about to engage in an intense showdown. Chuangsan Bambin Camona, Gugu Theorem, Grey Demon, Jack Just Bad, and Dragon Homeland. At the commentary desk, Daka began introducing the teams. First up was Chuangsan Bambin Camona from Yinshur, led by their captain Zhang Yang, whose fearsome skills earned him the nickname Zhang Yang Juventus. The live stream replayed Zhang Yang's incredible performances during the city tournament. Every shot was a perfect headshot, and his movements with the Pharaoh were smooth and flawless. Even when surrounded by enemies on the observation platform, he held his ground with ease, taking on multiple opponents single-handedly. The chat exploded. Is this even legit? Wait, what? Zhang Yang Juventus. When Zhang Yang hits the field, nothing survives. Longtime fans were unfazed. They all knew Zhang Yang was the only player who had mastered the Pharaoh's hipfire technique. Next up was Gugu Theorem from Danyu City, who had an impressive record of 5 wins and 1 loss. Their captain, 90 Degrees, also claimed the title of Elimination King in the Danyu City tournament. Meanwhile, Dragon Homeland's captain, Wang Tung, dominated Donghai City with his steer dark zone talent. As the sound of a tilt echoed, the players were transported into the map. Under a sky heavy with storm clouds, a light drizzle fell, and the salty sea breeze hit their faces. Raindrops and grains of sand pattered against their visors, creating a soft, rhythmic sound. So dark, Zhang Qi remarked. This was his first experience with the dark zone in its night version. Zhang Yang made a decisive call. Turn on thermal imaging. Let's secure the safe. The three of them quickly marked the beachfront villa at position 1 and advanced toward the building. After clearing out the AI enemies, Zhang Qi took charge of the ground floor storage room. Nan Qiang headed to the second floor to find the safe, and Zhang Yang made his way straight to the master bedroom. Meanwhile, the Dragon Homeland Squad, led by Wang Ting, began advancing toward them from position 2. The other teams were also on the move. Gugu Theorem and Grey Demon opted for the small factory, while Jack just bad approached the villa from the port. This match is clearly more tactical, the commentator analyzed. The players are either going for aggressive pushes or sniping strategy. No one is playing conservatively. In the dark map, the T7 thermal imaging device became a critical piece of equipment. Even more importantly, in 5 minutes, the gold bar crate worth 200,000 points would spawn at a random location, undoubtedly sparking another fierce battle. Zhang Yang's team was the first to reach the villa. In the master bedroom, the electronic safe began to light up with its distinctive 4-segment flashing pattern, accompanied by the unique sound of a high-value item. Vase. Zhang Yang acted swiftly, stuffing the vase into the secure box almost instantly. At the same time, the quick hand movements of Yachuli's Yeye and Zhao Hunjiu earned praise from other players. Whoa, thermal imaging module. On the other side, Zhang Qi wasted no time in placing the module into the secure box. Both of them deliberately left some space in their boxes to avoid wasting usage opportunities. Nan Qiang's face turned pale, and waves of sharp pain surged through his chest. Had picked up 2 items exempt from protection: a piece of palace silverware and an old typewriter. As he lamented his luck, Zhang Qi's voice came through. Whoa, the weapon box has another target tracking module. Zhang Qi initially intended to regroup with his teammates, but an inexplicable intuition led him to check the large weapon box in the storage room. The result was surprising: a shiny AX, a flashlight, and the target tracking module. Nan Qiang, come to the storage room and grab the big loot. Since his secure box was already full, Zhang Qi had to call for backup. He thought to himself how great it would be to have a 6-slot secure box. On my way. Nan Qiang's gloom vanished instantly as he dashed down from the second floor, looking like an eager shop assistant. Zhang Yang glanced at Zhang Qi's double gold loot and couldn't help but comment on his luck. Suddenly, he sensed enemies approaching the villa from outside. They're here, move quickly, he warned. Heading to the window, he found his view of the garage obstructed, making it temporarily impossible to aim. At that moment, Zhang Yang Froza sensed the presence of an steer talent. It was the Dragon Dance talent, which boosts movement speed by 200 for 30 seconds and extends the duration by an additional 10 seconds for every kill. It can be used only once per match, with a 10-second weapon cooldown period afterward. Thump, thump, thump. Damn, the loot might all be gone. Wang Ting growled through gritted teeth. Then we'll kill them all, Wu Yu said coldly, gripping her modified USAS tightly. Stick to the usual strategy: split into pairs and flank. Move. Yes. The other 3 responded in unison. The 4 members of Nan Qiang quickly split into 2 groups, flanking the garage and helipad. Zhang Yang, his expression tense, warned, "These enemies are tough, stay alert." Hearing this, the 2 in the storage room immediately relocated to the second floor, lying flat on the ground. They understood that against an enemy with triple movement speed, they couldn't afford to hinder Zhang Yang and had to stay vigilant against the difficulty of aiming at such high mobility. Zhang Yang knew how rare it was to encounter an steer talent, and he was determined not to miss this chance. Securing the Dragon Dance talent would give him an edge in hunting down other steer talents in the future. Crack boom. As Zhang Yang strategized, the enemies downstairs had already thrown 2 flash grenades. He reacted instantly, leaping out of the blast radius. Boom bang. The deafening sound of explosions was accompanied by the piercing wail of alarms. How many upstairs? From the footsteps, just 1 person. He'll go first. Wu Yu, in peak condition, was ready. As a shotgun player, close-range assaults were his specialty. Cautiously holding his gun, Wu Yu advanced to the second floor, systematically clearing every corner with quick peeks and swift movements. After checking the unoccupied rooms, he confirmed no one was there. Just as he turned around, the door behind him suddenly swung open, and Pharaoh's gun barrel was aimed squarely at his back. Damn it! Bang 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 bang. Wu Yu was taken down by Zhang Yang before he even had a chance to turn around. Zhang Yang hadn't expected that even during his ambush, Wu Yu's shotgun managed to graze him. He had to admit, Wu Yu's reflexes were astonishingly sharp. On the dark zone panel, the deep red indicator of leg damage was rapidly fading, returning to white within just 4 seconds. Bro, there are 2 at the back hill. We can't risk exposing ourselves right now, Zhang Qi and Nan Qiang reported nervously after noticing movement at the helipad, fearing they might get sniped. Haha, we might not have Juventus skills, but it's like we have a Juventus summoner, Zhang Qi whispered smugly from his prone position. Sure. Nan Qiang mouthed silently, be careful not to get spotted. Zhang Qi nodded in understanding. The 2 snipers in the back hill were glued to their scopes, watching the second floor of the villa. But suddenly, the target disappeared. Zhang Yang initially planned to deal with the enemies downstairs, but they were clearly seasoned players, refusing to show themselves. Realizing it would be tough to break through quickly, he turned his focus back to the second floor. Using his night vision goggles, Zhang Yang spotted 2 dome-shaped helmets resembling boiled eggs crouching behind rocks. Bang bang, thud thud. 2 headshots later, the sound of dual screams, arg, echoed in unison. At that moment, Nan Qiang's team entered the villa, just in time to see Zhang Yang and his teammates securing the loot at the safe point. Wang Tong, as always, stuck to his tried-and-true strategy of attacking from multiple routes, while the adrenaline-fueled Wu Yu charged directly at Zhang Yang without hesitation. The livestream chat exploded. Big guts. Go Wu God. Take down that cheater. Bro, what skills do you even have? Fans from both sides quickly erupted into a heated argument. Zhang Yang hid behind the door, a sly smile spreading across his face, the signature grin of Yi. That's the yes smile. Chu exclaimed in disbelief. Wu Yu swept the area but found nothing. Just then, Zhang Yang burst out from behind the door. Bang 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 bang. Wow, youth really is something else. Lao Chu sighed. The chat lit up again. Say something now. Where are the haters? Knocked out and tucked in for the night, oh, Wu God. With Zhang Yang here, there's no God tonight. You'll be cursed by Pharaoh. Wu you might been a bit too impatient today, Xiao Chu tried to calm things down. Meanwhile, Wu Ye's 2 remaining teammates had already reached the back hill. The night enveloped the seaside villa, with a fine drizzle falling like strands of silk. Dim lights seeped through the windows, blending with the pitch-black darkness and the rhythmic patter of rain. Inside, shadows flickered as bursts of gunfire lit up the room. Chun Xiao gripped his thermal imaging AR-30, while Qi Tian firmly held a finely customized 14 Malawian Quaches. These 2 snipers, once the bane of the Donghai City Special Task Force, were quietly lying in wait for their prey to take the bait. Just said Lao Lu wasn't here, and Zhang Qi and Nan Qiang went down immediately, Xiao Chu quipped. Classic dark Chu breakout style. Chun Xiao and Qi Tian's patience is truly commendable, Lao Chu remarked, his gaze fixed on the 2 snipers near the helipad, clearly placing more confidence in them. Suddenly, Zhang Yang appeared in their sights. The chat exploded with excitement. Haha, your Zhang Yang is about to bite the dust. Donghai isn't big, creating legends. Zhang Yang. Juventus, all of you, sit down. A flood of Longxiang fans began jeering mercilessly. By all logic, Zhang Yang was about to reveal himself at the second-floor window, making him an inevitable target in Chen Xiao's thermal scope. Yet, as if foreseeing the situation, Zhang Yang skipped the usual steps. He didn't scope, didn't peek, relying solely on his rainbow needle sensor and extensive combat experience. He had already locked onto their positions. Bang, bang. 2 M61 bullets pierced through the glass, cutting through the rain and precisely striking the centers of Chen Xiao and Qi Tian's helmets. The system immediately announced a double headshot, marking the end of Donghai's strongest snipers in the first match of the provincial tournament. In the real world, Chen Xiao and Qi Tian stared at each other in shock, hurriedly pulling up the elimination replay. I didn't even see a silhouette in my thermal imaging. Me neither. At most I saw half a barrel. The chat erupted once more. Who just said 3 seconds? We gave you the chance and you blew it. Donghai isn't big, creating legends. Give them a shot at the provincial tournament, and they turn it into a 2-minute speedrun. Zhang Yang had already relocated to the first floor vault, positioning himself directly above the last survivor, Wang Tang. By now, Wang Tang had injected 3 types of serums, discarded his backpack, and downed a bottle of Red Sun Booster in one go, ready to charge upstairs for a final showdown with Zhang Yang. They're all done, Zhang Yang said casually. All right, kid. Hand over your talent. Zhang Yang murmured softly to himself, barely audible, before decisively injecting the talent extraction serum. The golden syringe immediately caused an uproar among the audience, with viewers speculating wildly in the chat that it might be some new item like the Phoenix Needle. This single injection was worth 1.2 million Krone coins, and Zhang Yang's heartbeat quickened with tension. He swiftly moved to the stairwell, cautiously positioning himself by the railing. Just as he steadied his breathing, his opponent suddenly sprang into motion like a flash of lightning. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of footsteps echoed clearly, each step widening the gap in an instant. Zhang Yang immediately realized the danger. His opponent was sprinting toward the other staircase. Zhang Qi, Nan Qiang, watch out on the south wall. Zhang Yang urgently warned his teammates through the earpiece. However, the two, who had been idling for a while, failed to grasp the meaning of his warning. Didn't I already take out both snipers? Zhang Qi asked, confused. Nan Qiang, sensing something amiss, remarked, someone's coming up from downstairs. These footsteps sound off. Before he could finish speaking, a blur of motion appeared on the second floor like a phantom. Before the two could make out the intruder, several golden M995 bullets tore through the air. Bang, 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 bang. The shooter's high-speed movement caused scattered bullet trajectories, but the close range still gave them the upper hand. Zhang Qi and Nan Qiang were hit and collapsed. Zhang Qi initially suffered blunt trauma from the first 3 shots, but a subsequent headshot instantly claimed his life. Nan Qiang attempted to activate his healing talent, but the 3-second recovery time was no match for the relentless barrage. Bang, 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 bang. After 2 agonized screams, their icons on Zhang Yang's dark zone interface turned gray. Zhang Yang acted without hesitation, releasing a thick smoke screen around himself, enveloping the entire safe zone. The enemy's presence closed in rapidly, reaching the master bedroom door in less than 2 seconds. The opponent's prehistoric weaponry unleashed a continuous barrage of firepower, making Zhang Yang suspect it was equipped with a 100-round magazine. The chat exploded with reactions. Austere talent absolutely terrifying. God descended to Earth. The reputation of the Dragon homeland is well earned. Tonight, the Dragon God descends. Zhang Yang is doomed. Using his thermal imaging advantage, Zhang Yang pinpointed the enemy's position within the smoke. Meanwhile, Wang Ting relied on his super-speed movement and relentless firepower to force his way forward. Bang, 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 bang. Bullets flew wildly in the smoke as Wang Ting maintained his rapid pace, confident that the 50 bullets remaining in his magazine were enough to suppress his opponent. Zhang Yang, however, had already set up his gun in the corner of the room, his sights locked firmly on the enemy's inevitable path. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger, firing his critical shot. Bang, bang, bang. Amid a rapid series of gunshots, Zhang Yang calmly pulled the trigger. He firmly believed that no matter how fast someone moved, they could never outrun a bullet whose trajectory had been preemptively calculated. Sure enough, 2 6.1 caliber bullets struck Wang Ting squarely in the chest. His body, in mid-sprint, staggered violently before crashing to the ground in a spray of blood. The immense momentum caused his lifeless form to roll several more times before coming to a halt. The system's live feed immediately displayed, Wang Ting out, LMAO. Cool for less than 3 seconds, classic. At that moment, one of Wang Ting's teammates activated their Dark Zone ability. Their speed skyrocketed, allowing them to rush up the stairs in the blink of an eye. Nan Qiang and Zhang Qi barely had time to react before they were eliminated. The 2 commentators watching the match shouted excitedly, "This ability boost is insane." As Juventus representative, he's a living legend for so many fans. Zhang Yang quickly decided to deploy smoke cover. Wang Ting's teammate unleashed a relentless spray of 995 bullets, firing wildly in a clear attempt to suppress without regard for ammo consumption. However, the moment they charged into the smoke, bang, 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 Zhang Yang's carefully calculated bullets struck their mark with precision. Wang Ting's teammate fell, their overconfidence proving to be their fatal flaw. With the kill secured, the talent absorption effect of the system immediately activated. A golden rift appeared in Zhang Yang's talent space, and a dragon-shaped phantom emerged, transforming into text. Steer talent, Dragon Dance. Effect, increases movement speed by 200 for 30 seconds. Trait, each kill extends the duration by 10 seconds. Usable once per match. Limitation, 10-second weakness period post-activation, during which firearms cannot be used. This marked Zhang Yang's first permanent talent acquisition through sheer skill, bringing him halfway toward completing the system's task. Although losing 2 teammates disrupted their plan to extract resources, Zhang Yang quickly devised a new strategy. Opening the map, he spotted the real-time location of a gold bar crate at the beachhead. A single crate, while occupying only 4 inventory slots, was worth 200,000 points. Considering the potential kill bonuses, it was a risk worth taking. Fortune favors the bold, Zhang Yang thought silently, grateful for his newly acquired talent, as he advanced toward the target location. Now it's my turn to perform, Zhang Yang said, just as a strange noise came from nearby. Who's there? Before he could finish his sentence, the sound of gunfire between humans and machines suddenly erupted. Bang! Ugh! The clash was followed by the thud of a mechanical body hitting the ground. Another bang echoed, accompanied by a pained groan. After clearing out the remaining human machine units in the villa, Zhang Yang quickly reloaded a fresh magazine and headed toward the beachhead. Although the destination wasn't far, he remained on high alert, carefully observing any movement on the distant hillside while advancing cautiously along cover. Meanwhile, although Zhang Qi and Nan Qiang had already been eliminated, The two were intently watching the battle unfold in the live stream. Go bro! Zhang Qi cheered in the chat. Hey, isn't that Lucky Qi? A viewer recognized him. Go master! Nan Qiang chimed in to offer his support. Why is South Africa here too? Another viewer teased in the chat. Nan Qiang was left speechless. At the beachhead, Jack had arrived first, successfully defeating Bolero's squad and claiming the gold bar crate. Haha, a single gold bar crate is worth 200,000 points, Jack boasted as he stashed the loot in his backpack. The gold bar crates are marked on the tactical map for all players to see, Piercing Rocket reminded. No worries, we're the champions of Hua City. We've got the skills, Red Beret said confidently. However, he seemed to forget that every team in the provincial tournament was championship level, with some players even possessing grade talents. Wait, I see something. Agia's second-hand smoke whispered as he steadied his SJ-16 equipped with a thermal scope. He had spotted Zhang Yang approaching on the distant hillside. Through the scope, the target became clearer and clearer. Agia smirked slightly and decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! A golden bullet zipped through the air and struck Zhang Yang squarely in the head. Clang! Though his armor wasn't penetrated, the impact sent a chill down Zhang Yang's spine as he quickly took cover in a nearby building. A sniper? Zhang Yang muttered, cold sweat forming on his back as he scanned his surroundings. The village in the valley was surrounded by numerous high vantage points, all potential sniper nests. What the heck? He's not dead? Agia checked his magazine and realized he had used level 5 ammo. Could he be wearing level 6 gear? He might already be injured. Let's flank him, Jack suggested excitedly, unwilling to let this wounded prey escape. Kid, you're out of luck, Piercing Rocket sneered as he loaded a fresh magazine. The four of them began to converge on the valley village. Zhang Yang's level 6 helmet had taken significant damage, making him particularly cautious. The earlier attack had come from beyond his sensory range, indicating the enemy was quite far away. You better hope I don't catch you alone, he muttered, his hand brushing against the shovel at his waist as he considered whether his dragon dance skill might be better suited for close combat. But the situation grew more dire as four unfamiliar presences closed in from all directions. After checking the tactical map, Zhang Yang quickly grasped the situation. The squad that had defeated Bolero and taken the gold bar crate was now coming for him as well. You Venice physique? Can you handle it? Zhang Yang thought calmly. He hadn't intended to go after them, but since they were coming to him, he decided they couldn't blame him for what was about to happen. The valley village was shrouded in a fine drizzle. Raindrops splashed on the uneven muddy ground, dampening the small stones and making them glisten faintly like tiny gemstones. The rain-soaked earth released a cool, refreshing fragrance, and the rhythmic patter of raindrops on the rooftops was crisp and continuous. Under the eaves, clear, glistening water curtains hung like delicate threads. Inside a dimly lit room, Zhang Yang crouched beside a coffin package, his ears attuned to the faintest sounds around him, gripping his Pharaoh tightly in his hands. The steady tap of footsteps approached from both sides, while faint noises drifted from the distant hillside, signaling the presence of a sniper in hiding. The encirclement from all directions had over 100,000 viewers in the live stream holding their breath. It's over. Jack just sent the whole team after him. De Chu commented, observing the situation from a Godseye view. Zhang Yang is seriously outnumbered's done for, Xiao Chu added, nervously watching the unfolding events. To them, Zhang Yang should have been content with being the last survivor in the villa, but instead, he chose to risk it all for the gold bar crate. 3 special ops soldiers advanced, their boots splashing mud onto their pants as they moved. The enemy on the left tossed a footstep generator disguised as an armor-piercing rocket in an attempt to confuse Zhang Yang's perception. However, with the extraordinary sensitivity of the rainbow needle, such tricks had no effect. Given the current situation, Zhang Yang could only use the house as cover. The sniper threat made it impossible to break through on the left, leaving the right side as his only option. I refuse to believe all of you are T7S, Zhang Yang muttered, deciding to leverage his night vision goggles. He threw a smoke grenade to disrupt the battlefield. Zhang Yang's throwing smoke under pressure. De Chu exclaimed excitedly. Xiao Chu chimed in, that might actually boost his chances for a counterattack. Thick smoke billowed in the rain, spreading across the battlefield as Zhang Yang decisively moved to the right, hugging the wall and peeking out to fire. A soldier in a red beret fell to the ground, his grenade slipping from his grasp before he could throw it. But at the same moment, Xiao Jiejia and another enemy launched instant detonation grenades, one a piercing rocket and the other in 2 Malawian Quachas grenade. Boom! One offensive grenade missed its mark, causing only a ringing in Zhang Yang's ears, but the 2 Malawian Quachas hit directly. Despite his face shield, dust and debris sprayed against his jaw. Even with his 6-piece full armor protection, his status panel turned all black, and his chest health dropped to a critical 12 points. Thankfully, the rainbow needle was rapidly restoring his vitality. A sharp ringing sound filled his ears as Zhang Yang's vision blurred and shook violently, making it nearly impossible to perceive any details. Yet, relying on his extensive combat experience from a past life, he instinctively knew the enemy would soon launch an assault. Suppressing the discomfort, Zhang Yang quickly crouched and aimed his weapon to the right, firing a burst of preemptive shots. The rapid bang 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 of gunfire echoed through the air but failed to hit Xiao Jiejia, who was skillfully maneuvering around the corner. At that moment, an armor-piercing rocket launcher opened fire from another direction. With the smoke obscuring visibility, the assailant could only aim based on the sound of Zhang Yang's movements. A flurry of bullets sliced through the air in a relentless rat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat. Realizing his preemptive shots had missed, Zhang Yang quickly retreated back into the room. He angled himself toward the doorway, preparing to toss a rebound grenade. The sharp sound of a pin being pulled reached his ears, prompting the rocket launcher operator to give chase. Zhang Yang, moving with precision, hurled the grenade outside and immediately closed the door, retreating further into the room. Bang bang bang. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 5BS armor-piercing rounds tore straight through the wooden door, their golden trajectories like the scythe of death itself, seeking to claim Zhang Yang's life. Fortunately, Zhang Yang had anticipated this, positioning himself out of direct line of fire. The brutal assault missed its mark, and the operator quickly withdrew to avoid the imminent grenade explosion. Boom. Seizing the moment, Zhang Yang fired decisively through the door. The M61 bullets ripped through the wood and struck true, taking down the enemy wielding the armor-piercing rocket launcher with deadly accuracy. As Lao Chu cried out in shock, "It's over, Zhang Yang's done for," and Xiao Chu shut his eyes in distress. Zhang Yang had already retreated back into the room, closing the door behind him in a daring display of agility. What was even more astonishing was that, despite being severely injured, Zhang Yang didn't choose to retreat. Instead, he launched a counterattack. He flung the door open and charged out, coming face-to-face with Xiao Jiejia, who was preparing to throw an offensive grenade. The moment Xiao Jiejia tossed the grenade into the room, Zhang Yang executed a series of fluid movements, firing, dodging, crouching all in one seamless motion. Bang 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 bang. The gunfire rang out, and Xiao Jiejia fell to the ground in disbelief. Zhang Yang, wasting no time, began inspecting his weapon barebones modified Pharaoh rifle. The live stream exploded with excitement as the chat filled with a flood of comments. Messages like "Everyone stand up" dominated the screen, interspersed with countless 666 and awesome cheers. Zhang Qi immediately sent a rocket gift, and the chat was brimming with enthusiastic praise for Zhang Yang's godlike gameplay. A counterattack. This is a comeback from the brink. Xiao Chu finally dared to open his eyes and shouted in disbelief. Zhang Yang, despite being severely injured, perfectly predicted the enemy's position. Not only did he shoot one through the door, but he also charged out decisively to take down another. At that moment, Xiao Jiejia was holding a grenade. Lao Chu analyzed. Wait, did Zhang Yang know he was holding a grenade and that's why he dared to rush in? Xiao Chu suddenly realized. That's highly likely. De Chu nodded firmly. The 666 comments persisted for nearly half a minute. Leveraging the experience accumulated in his previous life, combined with the Rainbow Needle and the Gunslinger King talents, Zhang Yang's Godder performance completely won over the viewers. He could feel his heart pounding, needing deep breaths to calm himself. After quickly looting the spoils, Zhang Yang knew there was still one sniper left. On the hillside, Aya's second-hand smoke gripped his sniper rifle tightly, his palms sweating. Watching his three teammates fall one after another, he began to suspect there might be more than one person in the valley village. Even though his opponent was adept at using smoke, Aya had thermal imaging sights and lethal .338 level 6 bullets. He silently vowed to avenge his teammates and waited patiently for the enemy to come out and loot. Zhang Yang swiftly finished sorting through the loot. He understood that the distant sniper was still lying in wait, likely equipped with thermal imaging. He put away the Pharaoh's weapon and pulled out a combat shovel, preparing a surprise for his opponent. Aya's second-hand smoke stared intently through his thermal scope. Suddenly, a red figure appeared in his view, and he immediately pulled the trigger. To his shock, the target leapt 3 meters away in an instant. His second shot missed again, while Zhang Yang's figure left streaks in his vision, moving at an unbelievable speed. As Zhang Yang closed in on Aya's second-hand smoke, the latter finally got a clear look at the terrifying combat shovel. "What the hell?" he shouted, turning to flee, but he was no match for Zhang Yang's speed. Fueled by the memory of being sniped earlier, Zhang Yang roared, "You damn sniper!" swinging the shovel with every shout. While trying to evade, Aya's second-hand smoke eventually lost his footing and tumbled down the hillside, crying out in a panicked, "Ah, damn it!" Aya couldn't stand the choking smoke of second-hand smoke and bolted, clutching his cutting knife tightly. But his speed was no match for Zhang Yang. From behind, he heard Zhang Yang's furious roar, "Stupid sniper! Stupid sniper! Stupid sniper!" Zhang Yang, wielding a military shovel, chased relentlessly. With a few swift swings, Aya was down on the ground. This scene quickly topped the trending list in the Dark Zone community. Golden Cup match. Zhang Yang Juventus takes down the sniper. The live chat was flooded with messages spamming, "Stupid sniper" over and over. Scholar Dong. I feel like I've always lived in his shadow, someone lamented in the chat. Standing in the rain, Zhang Yang felt refreshed and invigorated. The rain washed away the smell of gunpowder. Now was the time to reap the rewards. He wasn't worried about being ambushed while collecting the spoils. After all, he still had the trusty modified Pharaoh in hand. He carefully inspected the sniper's gear. A level 3 helmet, level 3 armor, GS2 headphones, a 926 Night Owl chest rig, and a fully modified SJ-16 equipped with a thermal scope. To his surprise, he also found a gold bar case, along with keys to the radar station and the farmhouse master bedroom. Zhang Yang swiftly pocketed all the golden bullets and switched to the rush backpack. Returning to the valley village, Zhang Yang began sorting through the equipment of the other 3 bodies. The loot was dazzling. From a 95 helmets to RPK-16s with gun shields, each item was worth a fortune. Though he muttered about too much to handle, his eyes were already gleaming with joy. The provincial tournament's loot truly lived up to its reputation. Zhang Yang got to work collecting the most valuable items, focusing especially on the rare ammunition. M995 rounds, BS bullets, and a 95-round drum mag for the RPK-16. It was almost overwhelming. Without Zhang Qi and Nan Qiang to help, the task of hauling everything had become much harder. Bro, what would you do without us? Zhang Qi's message popped up in the live chat. Take your time, master. I'll keep an eye on the clock for you. Nan Qiang chimed in. Zhang Yang looked up into the rain. The fine threads of rain felt like needles, and he could almost see the silhouettes of his 2 teammates. Nan Qiang, Zhang Qi, you'll keep an eye on the time for me, won't you? Finally, the first round of the match ended. The 3 commentators announced the results. Team Carmona's new version scored a total of 5.01 million, with Zhang Yang contributing 4.15 million, Nan Qiang 440,000, and Zhang Qi 420,000. Adding 400,000 points for kills, the team's total score for the first round reached 5.41 million. Everyone, take a short break. We'll announce the rankings for the first round shortly. Zhang Yang had just returned to the real world when Nan Qiang and Zhang Qi rushed over eagerly. Bro, you were amazing. Zhang Qi exclaimed excitedly. Master, you're trending on social media? Nan Qiang said, pulling out his phone. The Dark Zone sections of various platforms were flooded with trending topics like Zhang Yang Yuan and Sniper Kid. Zhang Yang smiled faintly and opened the Dark Zone interface to check the competition rankings. In the first round of the preliminary matches, he had been the only one to retreat, which had dropped his ranking to 6th place. This time, with only 9 teams participating, he was curious to see where the revamped Carmona would rank. The rankings were quickly updated. First place, Eagle Eye brought out value of 8.52 million. Second place, Grey Demon 6.32 million. Third place, revamped Carmona 5.41 million. Fourth place, Black Gold Guard 2.30 million. The third place ranking surprised Zhang Yang but made sense upon reflection. With 9 teams spread across 2 maps, only 3 or 4 teams could manage to retreat. Eagle Eye must have dominated the other map, Black Gold Guard barely scraped by, and on this map, only their team and Grey Demon successfully evacuated. As he was pondering, a rhythmic knock came from the door. Who is it? After their previous experiences, the 3 of them were on high alert. Zhang Qi peeked through the peephole. It's Lazy Sheep. Let him in, Zhang Yang said. Lazy Sheep, a member of the first championship-winning team with an S-level talent, was now their coach. Nan Qiang, unfamiliar with Lazy Sheep, listened as Zhang Yang gave a brief introduction before getting straight to the point. Coach, do you have any advice or training plans for this match? Don't worry, I've got it all prepared, Lazy Sheep replied confidently. He had meticulously studied all of revamped Carmona's previous match videos and had customized training plans for Zhang Qi and Nan Qiang. At Zhang Yang's signal, Zhang Qi and Nan Qiang sat upright, ready to absorb the insights of this young coach. Lazy Sheep got straight to the point. Zhang Qi, you likely have a bullet blunt force talent. Nan Qiang, on the other hand, has rapid healing abilities. This revelation made the 2 exchange surprised looks, but after reviewing the match footage, these traits were indeed evident. Zhang Qi, you're the least experienced in the Dark Zone. You're unfamiliar with maps, lack combat awareness, and rely heavily on equipment and numerical advantages. Zhang Qi huffed in dissatisfaction but couldn't argue. But you're very lucky. Ha ha ha. Nan Qiang couldn't hold back his laughter. Lazy Sheep immediately turned to Nan Qiang. You're not much better. With just 6 months of Dark Zone experience, you still can't grasp battlefield information. You're braver than Zhang Qi, but you're reckless and often overlook critical details. And Lazy Sheep paused. You're very unlucky. This time, Zhang Yang burst into laughter. When Lazy Sheep's gaze shifted to him, Zhang Yang asked calmly, What? Am I not allowed to laugh? After a brief pause, Lazy Sheep acknowledged Zhang Yang's summary. Nan Qiang needed to become more composed, while Zhang Qi had to focus on foundational training. You handle their training plans, Zhang Yang said, delegating the task to Lazy Sheep. He then returned to his room to study information about their opponents on various platforms to prepare for upcoming matches. Meanwhile, at the training ground, Lazy Sheep had laid out an array of firearms on the workbench. AK-74N, M4A1, 14 Malawian kwaches, AK, FAL, and more. He began explaining in detail how adapting to different weapons could improve shooting stability. Zhang Qi listened intently, nodding occasionally in understanding. Nan Qiang's eyes were tightly covered with a piece of cotton cloth as he waited intently for the training to begin. Next, Zhang Qi will train with various firearms. You need to identify the weapon he's using based on the gunshots, Lazy Sheep explained. During this time, I'll randomly perform actions like pulling a grenade pin or using a health kit, and you need to call out my actions promptly. Got it. Nan Qiang responded confidently, feeling that this would be a piece of cake for him. Zhang Qi, go ahead, Lazy Sheep signaled. Zhang Qi picked up an 14 Malawian kwaches he had never used before. The weight of this gun was vastly different from the F-2000 he was accustomed to, making his grip unsteady. As he pulled the trigger, the bullet veered far off target, shooting into the sky. Missed. Nan Qiang immediately shouted. Zhang Qi, your aim is way off. Attach a grip and try again. Another round of shooting commenced. While the accuracy improved slightly, it was still less than ideal. Nan Qiang, did I just use a health kit? Lazy Sheep suddenly asked. Huh, you used a health kit? Nan Qiang realized he had completely ignored Lazy Sheep's actions. Penalty, 50 kilograms weighted squat hold. Lazy Sheep hung a backpack filled with cement onto Nan Qiang. No, Nan Qiang groaned, realizing how challenging it was to maintain focus on multiple targets simultaneously. Zhang Qi, you reminded me of something you always say. Nan Qiang sighed from behind the blindfold. You go to Deut, Zhang Qi teased as he leaned in. The training continued until dusk. Lazy Sheep clapped in approval. Great progress today, everyone. Remember to play to your strengths in battle. Zhang Qi, you have a 100 blunt force talent. Don't hesitate to face opponents hidden. Nan Qiang, focus on your healing talent and watch out for your teammates. The next day, the trio was ready to go, entering the matchmaking pool. Nan Qiang felt both excited and nervous, unsure of what mode they'd encounter. Zhang Qi pondered which big gold weapons hadn't shown up yet, while Zhang Yang was preoccupied with his system task. He needed to identify 2 level talents among 9 squads, a dauntingly low probability. In the livestream chat, the commentators were already hyped. Hello everyone. I'm Big Maggot. I'm Little Maggot. And I'm Old Maggot. Here we go. The first map is Thunderstorm North Mountain. Big Maggot announced excitedly. The commentators immediately began analyzing the dangers of this map. Not only were there over 20 elite soldiers from the Randall Fisher unit, but also bodyguards equipped with riot shields, along with the Fred Ewan army, whose numbers had tripled. The chat erupted with commentary. Ewan's here. Those snipers are screwed. Last time Zhang Yang almost got taken out at the observation deck by Ueno that their numbers have tripled. He'll probably have to avoid them altogether. Dark clouds loomed over the horizon like billowing black smoke, casting the northern mountain into an ominous shadow. Thunder rumbled deeply, and lightning tore through the night sky, illuminating the mountain range as if it were daytime. For a fleeting moment, rocks, trees, and grasslands were vividly visible, yet they seemed eerily surreal. Torrential rain poured down in sheets, plunging the view back into darkness. Amid the relentless downpour, the howling wind roared, creating a scene that felt apocalyptic. Amid this storm, 3 figures suddenly appeared at the checkpoint near the mountain climbing service area. Damn, Zhang Qi muttered, drenched to the bone. This rain is insane. Nan Qiang looked equally bewildered. Wasn't it just drizzling in the valley earlier? Zhang Yang scanned the surroundings, his visibility reduced to less than 10 meters in the curtain of rain. He adjusted his mask and activated the thermal imaging function on his night vision goggles, barely making out the environment around them. This is the checkpoint. The service area is just ahead. Without thermal imaging, we'd be completely blind out here, Nan Qiang remarked. Zhang Qi, however, chuckled. Who knows? We might score a bunch of T7s out of this. Let's get inside first to wait out the rain and maybe grab some gear while we're at it, Zhang Yang suggested. The 3 of them trudged through the waterlogged ground, their flashlights cutting through the darkness as their only guide. Before long, Zhang Qi spotted the warm glow of lights emanating from the service area ahead. In the rain, Zhang Yang activated his thermal imaging scope and took out a vague silhouette in the distance with a single shot. Thermal imaging is a godsend, he said smugly. Once inside the service area, Zhang Qi collapsed onto the floor with a sigh. Finally, some shelter. Meanwhile, Nan Qiang headed straight for the secured area on the 3rd floor, where the faint beeping of a safe's countdown soon echoed. Zhang Yang sat in the 2nd floor cafeteria, gazing out at the rain-soaked landscape while contemplating strategies for the North Mountain Raid scenario from his previous life. Nearly 3 minutes had passed since the start, yet they hadn't encountered any other players, which made him uneasy about the system's objectives. Just then, Zhang Qi and Nan Qiang's voices came through his earpiece. Zhang Qi reported finding nothing in the second-floor vault, while Nan Qiang, on the third floor, had discovered a teapot and was gleefully celebrating his luck. "Looks like I'm the lucky one this time, huh?" Nan Qiang gloated, unwilling to accept defeat. Zhang Qi continued rummaging through the office drawers, searching row by row. When he angrily yanked open the last filing cabinet, the first 2 slots suddenly began to flicker. "Hello, everyone, and welcome to the live coverage of the Golden Cup Provincial Championship." The voices of 3 commentators reached countless viewers through the live stream. The robust Daku, the agile Zayok, and the ever-keyboard-ready Lao Tzu each introduced themselves to the audience. Today's match takes place on the Thunderstorm North Mountain map. Under the heavy rain, 8 competing teams are ready to go. The debut of the updated version of Team Carmona immediately sparked cheers in the chat. Next came Zhang Yang Juventus, with supporters flooding the screen with chants of "Juventus for the win." However, when the commentators mentioned the Grey Demons, the reaction was lukewarm, with viewers demanding, "Next one?" As Team Jack is just average was introduced, the chat suddenly became lively, with playful remarks like "the White Give Trio" and "the Awful Sniper" popping up continuously. The introduction of the Pythagorean Theorem team brought a wave of banter, with comments like "1 grenade, 3 meals" flooding in. Finally, the Hawkeye team received the most enthusiastic response, with viewers praising, "These are the pros." "The visibility on North Mountain is really low today," Zayok remarked, looking at the rain-covered scene. Daka joked that such conditions might actually be an advantage for worms like them. Lao Tzu analyzed that this weather would be particularly unfavorable for outdoor snipers. "But thermal imaging will be the key to victory," Daka pointed out sharply. According to Lao Tzu, only Hawkeye's entire team, the Grey Demons, and the Pythagorean Theorem team's captain are equipped with thermal imaging devices. Hawkeye, in particular, stood out as the only team to have ever achieved a full team evacuation, showcasing their extraordinary strength. The team's starting points were widely dispersed. Team Carmona began at the checkpoint and headed toward the service area. Pythagorean Theorem started at hotel position 1. Hawkeye occupied the southern village. Grey Demons held the observation deck, and Jack is just average started on the tunnel road. The commentators also reminded the audience that in 15 minutes, Fred and Randall's armies would join the battlefield. Zayok imagined the scene of 3 times as many Juventus soldiers running around outdoors and couldn't help but close his eyes. Let's turn our attention to the most popular team right now, Team Hawkeye. They've adopted a divide-and-conquer strategy, with one group heading straight to the sewage treatment plant, while the other makes its way to the hotel. The team captain, Bald Eagle, is fully equipped, wielding an AX-50 sniper rifle, a holstered M300, clad in black and gold Series 03 heavy armor, and sporting a matching med backpack skin. The dark tones of his gear give him an imposing presence. As a former ace Special Forces soldier from Jiangnan's elite unit, his exceptional combat skills in every battle leave a lasting impression. The live chat erupts instantly. "Eagle God! Eagle God! Eagle God takes the field, nothing survives." Beside Bald Eagle is Black Tiger, a mixed-race African warrior. Known for his incredible speed and explosive power, he is a standout in the squad. Locally, he's been dubbed the Usain Bolt of the Dark Zone. Hardly any teammate can outpace him during the immunity phase. Black Tiger is so fast, he just overtook Bald Eagle, the chat jokes. Sunshine Rainbow Little White Pony Nana. Black Tiger zooms past Bald Eagle. Hilarious. Regarding Black Tiger's steer talent, a user named Old Maggot raises a question, while Big Maggot explains that since Black Tiger has yet to showcase it in the provincial tournament, everyone is curious about its effects. Meanwhile, the other 2 teammates, Four Eyes and Scorpion, are heading toward the hotel. Four Eyes, always seen wearing glasses, serves as both the team's strategist and sniper. His famous catchphrase, "My eyes are the ruler," is widely recognized, as is his attire talent for enhanced aim assist. Finally, there's Scorpion, whose appearance immediately ignites excitement in the chat. As the reigning champion on the White Dove Corporation's leaderboard, she dominates in stats like highest single match kills and headshot rates. "Sorry, Scorpion, not searching anymore, this is it. Huh, what are you guys doing up there?" Snake and Four Eyes hurried towards Building D of the hotel. Meanwhile, at Position 1 of the hotel, the Pythagorean Theorem squad had already begun their operation. To maximize their search efficiency, the 4 team members quickly spread out. 30 Degrees was the first to reach the manager's office in Building B. He fixed his gaze on the safe in front of him, as if watching petals fall from a flower. "Open!" he shouted, and the safe clicked open. Inside were a golden phone and impact-resistant hard plastic. Not far away, the team leader, 90 Degrees, successfully opened the safe in Building B's reception room. "The first 4 slots lit up," shouted Little Maggot excitedly. "Whoa, A vase. Big Maggot exclaimed. The safe was almost stuffed to the brim. A vase, paracord, soundproof foam, a toolbox set, and 3 consecutive pit coins. The chat exploded with excitement. Luck overload. 6,666. Meanwhile, 45 degrees, targeted room B203. Let's see what we've got, he exclaimed as he opened the safe, revealing a record player lying quietly inside. 60 degrees, on the other hand, had already reached the 3rd floor of Building C, entering Leisure Room 2. The rest of the team quickly joined him, thoroughly searching the leisure room compartments and the unprotected areas. While most safes were disappointing, a surprising discovery was made in the unprotected area. A golden lion statue, confirming that this was indeed a golden loot round. The action was heating up. Grey Demon found a target positioning module on the observation deck. Black Tiger discovered a gemstone necklace in the safe room of the wastewater treatment plant. Even the 2 perpetually barren safes in the service area unexpectedly yielded a teapot. The chat went wild. No way. Don't believe rumors. Don't spread rumors. Even the southern wall gave loot? This is insane. I need more sleep. Man, in a golden loot round, even pigs can fly. Big Maggot remarked. The chat quickly teased back. Southern wall? Who are you calling a pig? However, Zhang Qi's luck seemed to have run out. His safe contained only some unimpressive purple tire items, not even a single gold tier piece. Big Maggot and Old Maggot shifted their attention elsewhere, but Little Maggot remained hopeful. Maybe the drawer will have something good. Plus, there's still a document case here. Zhang Qi performed miracles during the city competition. Still, Big Maggot and Old Maggot knew the truth. The resources in the dark zone were predetermined. The more safes you opened, the more likely you were to find something eventually. The so-called lucky charm was merely chance at work. Zhang Qi's earlier streak of good fortune had run its course. He was bound to return to the ordinary. Meanwhile, South Wall was dancing triumphantly, which seemed to irritate Zhang Qi. Noticing Zhang Qi's slightly flushed expression, Big Maggot murmured under his breath, "Yeah, he's a little annoyed now." Zhang Qi reached into the file box, and suddenly, a peculiar glow caught his eye. A 2-slot item emitting an unusual light appeared before him. The live stream instantly erupted. Confidential files. Jackpot. Xiao Chu screamed excitedly, his voice reminiscent of a famous probability streamer from another life. Dog ADF let out consecutive gasps, exclaiming, "Anthony Doss. Truly the luckiest man alive. Qi the Emperor of Arn." The chat flooded with messages. The last descendant of Kuan. "Grandpa, I did it. Qi the Luck King." The barrage of comments blanketed the screen, while the viewership skyrocketed to an astonishing 200,000 within seconds. Huh, what's this? Zhang Qi, the person at the center of all this, was still clueless. He had never noticed this item before. "Bro, I found something new again." Zhang Qi immediately reported to Zhang Yang, carefully examining the item's details. The interface revealed. This was a mysterious document related to the truth of a certain event, highly sought after by various factions in the Dark Zone, with offers at sky-high prices. Zhang Yang rushed over upon hearing the news. Zhang Qi looked up innocently and said, "Bro, this thing seems to be worth millions." Confidential files. Zhang Yang's voice cracked as he caught sight of the glowing disc in Zhang Qi's hand. Without hesitation, he snatched it away. "Bro, how is this worth more than gold?" Zhang Qi asked, puzzled. As a newbie, he was still unfamiliar with rare items like this. Just then, Nan Qiang's voice came through the headset. "Confidential files? Ha ha ha, don't kid around. I've got a record player and a diamond ring here. Come to the 3rd floor and pick them up." He smugly sipped water from his teapot, basking in his own streak of good fortune. "Nan Qiang, it's real." Zhang Yang glanced at Zhang Qi's naive expression and, after a moment of hesitation, reluctantly handed the document back to him. However, he gripped it tightly until Zhang Qi had to use all his strength to wrest it away. "Hee, my confidential files." Zhang Qi quickly secured the document in a safe box, overjoyed. "Oh yeah, I'm rich beyond imagination." This conversation reached Nan Qiang's ears, and he froze as if struck by lightning, completely petrified. In his mind, a famous transition animation played. A foreign netizen angrily smashing their computer, keyboard, and sweeping everything off the desk. He glanced around, realizing even the color of the teapot in his hand seemed to have faded. "No!" Nan Qiang collapsed to the ground, letting out a long, despairing cry. The chat exploded with laughter. "Ha ha ha, poor South African. Now this is the plot we signed up for. I'm laughing my teeth out." Zhang Yang gazed out the window, completing his gear check and preparing for battle. With practiced precision, he injected the rainbow serum and adjusted his night vision goggles to thermal imaging mode. "Roger that." Zhang Qi swiftly shifted into fearless warrior mode. "Roger." Nan Qiang's voice carried a hint of melancholy. "Nan Qiang, you should be content. I haven't even touched a single piece of gear. Zhang Yang said while checking his ammunition and heading toward the first floor. Just wait until you take a lap around Beichanjier is everywhere, Nan Qiang replied, his tone weak but bolstered by Zhang Yang's reassurance. At least he had equipment now and no longer bore the nickname South Africa. Let's crush them. Nan Qiang regained his fighting spirit. First stop, Beishan Hotel. Zhang Yang gripped his modified Pharaoh rifle and took the lead. Charge, charge, charge. Zhang Qi injected the red serum, his enthusiasm surging. At that moment, the Beishan Hotel was engulfed in intense crossfire. The sound of gunfire echoed through the hallways. Outside room D208, two bodies lay together, still warm. Is this all they've got? Scorpion calmly reloaded, unimpressed by the skills of these advancing competitors. The ones on the ground were 45 degrees and 30 degrees. One had just finished picking a lock before being taken down, and the other was easily defeated in a gunfight with Scorpion. Upstairs, two more players remained. For eyes, relying on the faintest sounds, had already pinpointed their movements. 90 degrees and 60 degrees were cautiously advancing upstairs, drenched in sweat. Damn, what kind of expert did we run into? Even 45 degrees got taken out. 60 degrees muttered under his breath. The four of them had dominated the local dark zone and breezed through the city tournament, but the provincial competition's intensity was far beyond their expectations. Let's go straight in, Scorpion said confidently. In her mind, the only one who could give her a real challenge was Grey Wolf. A grenade bounced up from below with precision, startling the two upstairs. 90 degrees reacted instantly, retreating and firing back to create a diversion. 60 degrees wasn't as fortunate. He was left disoriented by the explosion and, in his panic, unloaded his weapon toward the staircase. His fully equipped USAS shotgun should have been unbeatable in close quarters, but when Scorpion appeared at the corner and landed a precise M61 shot to his forehead, all his advantages evaporated. Watching his teammate fall, 90 degrees abandoned all thoughts of resistance and showcased his famed carp leap maneuver. With a nimble jump, he burst through the window like a fish leaping over a dragon gate, grabbing hold of a second-floor drainpipe and landing steadily on the ground. With a vase and a golden lion statue in his backpack, his strategic retreat was nothing short of brilliant. To hell with this. If I can't fight you, I can still run. With an angry shout, the operative sprinted away at a perfect 90-degree angle, his face lit with a smug grin. His figure quickly vanished into the drizzling rain. He ran. On the third floor, Shexi furrowed her brows, propping her 14 Malawian kwaches backward against a nearby pool table. Her curvaceous figure became even more pronounced in this stance. Cyan smirked mockingly, leaning out of the shattered window. He swiftly pulled down his T7 thermal imaging goggles. That guy sure has a talent for running away. Shexi sighed, losing hope. In this weather with his speed, he's probably long gone by now. But soon, a barely perceptible glow appeared in Cyan's modified AR-30 scope. Even at 16x magnification, the target was difficult to make out. Narrowing his left eye, Cyan pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! A golden bullet sliced through the rain, tracing a faint arc as it sped toward the fleeing operative's head. Brothers, I'll carry our hope forward, the runner whispered with a faint smile, confirming the golden lion statue in his backpack. But within a second, his vision went dark and his body lost balance. Crack! The sharp sound of a headshot echoed. Back on the third floor of the hotel, Cyan calmly lowered his rifle. Don't tell me. You actually got him? Shexi asked in disbelief. My eyes are as precise as a ruler, Cyan replied nonchalantly, pulling out a cloth to meticulously clean the AR-30 surface, as if it were no more than a trivial task. The live stream chat exploded with excitement, the screen filling with endless messages of praise and astonishment. Just as the audience was still reveling in the incredible sniper shot, Zhang Qi, standing in the pouring rain, suddenly pointed into the distance. Hey, guys, what's going on over there? Boom! The northern mountainous region was shrouded in relentless thunderstorms, with flashes of lightning illuminating the eerie outlines of distant buildings. The howling wind carried torrents of rain that lashed against tree trunks, while muddy water on the ground merged into winding streams. Hey bro, did you hear that? Zhang Qi asked, his voice sharp with alertness as he pointed into the distance through the downpour. The three of them simultaneously caught the sound of a gunshot, distinct from the rhythm of the thunder. That's a sniper. Someone's made a move, Zhang Yang said, narrowing his eyes in the direction Zhang Qi indicated. It's not unusual in the reinforced North Mountain, but be cautious, they might have a T7 thermal imaging device. There's something white lying on the ground over there. Looks like a corpse. Zhang Qi raised his F-2000 rifle to aim, and sure enough, he spotted a conspicuous body on the rain-soaked grass. In the cold, rainy night, the lingering warmth of the corpse stood out vividly on the thermal imaging equipment. I'm going to check it out, Zhang Qi said, feeling an inexplicable pull as he prepared to move forward. Not yet, Zhang Yang said firmly, grabbing his arm. Wait until we've cleared the area. That loot is yours, no one's taking it. Zhang Qi nodded in understanding. The boat's residual heat meant the killer was likely still lurking nearby, making it too risky to loot the area now. Where could the sniper be? Zhang Yang muttered, scanning the surroundings through his night vision goggles. The rocky hills, once known for producing skilled snipers, appeared deserted. Could they be in the hotel? Zhang Yang squinted, considering the possibility. The range was questionable, but it couldn't be ruled out. Abandoning the temptation of the corpse, the trio proceeded towards the hotel as planned. Once outside the hotel's perimeter wall, Zhang Yang's magnetic domain sensing and rainbow needle both triggered simultaneously. A gifted one? Zhang Yang thought, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes as he quickly analyzed the opponent's ability. An rank ability called Mind's Eye Bullet. When the user was filled with absolute confidence in their shot, the bullet trajectory would make a slight adjustment. Unfortunately, it was only a rank, falling short of the system's strength standard. Using his magnetic domain sensing, Zhang Yang swiftly pinpointed the enemy's location, third floor. Muddy footprints on the ground led directly from the earlier corpse's location. Move quietly. Don't let them notice us, Zhang Yang instructed, signaling his companions to tread softly. Taking advantage of the thunderstorm's cover, they silently slipped into the first floor of Building C. Upstairs, the scorpion's sharp ears twitched slightly. He immediately stopped looting the body and tightened his grip on his weapon. Someone's coming, Scorpion murmured with a sly smile curling at his lips. Where? For eyes asked, staring out the window into the endless rain. Downstairs. 3 of them. Moving quietly, Scorpion whispered. Heh. Some people always think they know it all. Cyan sneered coldly as he carefully placed the T7 into the safe, and then put on a level 4 mask. Ignoring Cyan, Shexi rushed straight to the first floor. The sound of hurried footsteps came from upstairs. Zhang Qi whispered, Bro, they're coming. They're here, Nan Qiang replied, imitating Pooty's tone, holding his breath as he waited. Zhang Yang, sharp as ever, sensed something was off. No. This isn't a supply point at all. Analyzing the sound of their footsteps, he suddenly realized, they're coming for us. We've been exposed. Retreat now. He quickly instructed Zhang Qi and Nan Qiang to fall back into a small room nearby while he held his ground at the staircase with his Pharaoh rifle. Though confused, the two obeyed without hesitation. Think you can run? Too late now, Shexi taunted, relishing the thrill of the chase. Instead of taking the usual route, she moved to the second-floor hallway and leaped over the railing. With a crisp landing sound, she executed a flawless forward roll to absorb the impact. Rising to her feet, drenched but composed, her narrow phoenix eyes gleamed with deadly intent. Hearing the unexpected landing noise, Zhang Yang immediately realized something was wrong. The enemy had directly jumped to the first floor. He spun around to assess the situation outside, but Shexi had already infiltrated from another angle. Over here, Nan Qiang shouted as he engaged in a firefight with the enemy. Gunshots rang out, and Nan Qiang fell to the ground. Without hesitation, Zhang Qi sprang into action, engaging Shexi in a fierce exchange of gunfire. After a barrage of intense shots, Shexi let out a low groan as she hit the ground. Zhang Qi quickly began inspecting her gear. By the time Zhang Yang arrived, the battle was over. He looked at Nan Qiang lying on the ground and at Zhang Qi's heroic performance, his emotions a whirlwind of complexity. Meanwhile, the live stream chat exploded with comments. Zhang Qi actually took down Shexi? Dr. AI. This defies logic. Isn't Shexi's headshot rate supposed to be insanely high? Battle Gachi? What just happened? Even Daku was in disbelief and immediately played back the footage at 0.2x speed. The replay showed that the moment Zhang Qi appeared, Shexi fired her shot. Even though Zhang Qi was midair, her M61 bullet struck his head with pinpoint accuracy. But to everyone's shock, his helmet emitted a flash of ricochet light. At the same time, Zhang Qi's midair hip fire, though scattered, managed to wear down Shexi's level 5 armor durability. After Zhang Qi landed, Shexi's second M61 shot hit his head again only to ricochet once more. Another flash of light. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.